time. I'm going to pre-pull the name now. A very lucky name. And while they are wrangling that person, we will get the show started. You know how it works. They get 60 seconds. The time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to... Fucking how do you fuck this up? How? Why are you hitting other buttons before that fucking thing? It's unbelievable. God, you have the easiest job on planet Earth. It's the kitten button, the same soundboard that you've been hitting for 11 fucking years. At 60 seconds, you hear the sound of a kitten. Wow, impressive. That means you have to wrap it up then, or else you bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There it is. And then I interview them, and we find out more about them. And
I'm excited, Tony.
Dr. Phil, the guest of the year 2023 is here.
Well, hey, you guys made it easy. You're the best comedy fans in the motherfucking world. I'll just say that much right now. And you fucking know what it is. Okay? Are you excited? What are you smoking right now, player? Just tooting on a cigar? Just chewing on a cigar? Aren't you supposed to smoke it? They won't let you? Well, not with that attitude. Yeah, you got to fucking believe in yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, getting tonight's show started with a brand new minute. One of our new regulars on the show, an absolute phenom. He's in tight quarters on this show, but if you ever see this guy on a big stage doing stand-up, it is a sight to see. But this, right now, is a brand new minute from our very own Casey Rocket.
All right, cool. Yeah, very good. Sorry I'm late, guys. Police caught me playing Roller Coaster Tycoon again. Fucked up part is I don't have a computer. All right, 6 people died. All right, hell yeah, very cool. Sorry to the victims. All right, we're doing good. Hell yeah, God, it's been a tough week. I'm such a little brat. My parents tried to send me to adult military school recently, so AKA the Coast Guard. All right, this is a Navy crowd. All right, hell yeah, love that. God, yeah, cool. Got myself on that one. God, I had a lot of crazy friends growing up. My best friend, his name was Mark McKinney, and he used to take a bunch of Adderall and play Red Dead Redemption, and he would just skin horses for like 9 hours. And I would just watch him. Save the pelts, big boy. And, all right, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Casey Rocket. All right.
The wild world of Casey Rocket has graced us yet again. Casey, another brand new minute. You look fantastic tonight. This is a new look for you.
Just trying to dress up. Thank you guys so much.
An absolutely adorable bundle of charisma you are. The ultra likable Casey Rocket. Dr. Phil, you ever seen anything quite like Casey Rocket?
No, this is my first time seeing it live. You're dressed like Fozzie Bear's agent, but I love your energy is palpable. I don't know, are you on anything, or is this just all a zest for life?
Zest for life. I was in small claims court for the roller coaster thing.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think anybody here doesn't believe that. Are you a big roller coaster guy, Casey?
I built a whole park and it collapsed. Just trying to save money, I used aluminum.
Red Band redeemed himself.
Yeah. Red Band Redemption.
There we go. Come on now.
Bug. There. That's what it is.
Fantastic, Casey. I noticed you came out with a briefcase tonight.
Yeah, well, okay. We talked about it. If you weren't here last week, I've been a receptionist for the law offices of Tarlow and Tarlow for...
Shout out.
Shout out Tarlow and Tarlow. And they were kind enough to represent me during my civil case, so I didn't have anywhere to put this. This is what I brought to court. This is kind of embarrassing. I guess I can show you a couple things that were in it.
Oh, that'd be great.
Okay, so these is just stuff that was going to help my case.
Perfect, Red Band.
This is stuff. I was small claims court. It was like 5 or 6 million, and so they said bring some stuff that you think would help with your case. So I brought a shower cap and Blu-ray of Shutter Island.
Wow.
And if you're not much of a reader, paperback of Shutter Island.
Wow.
I got some, let's see, I got some headshots. These are kind of nice. It's just kind of me looking kind of handsome.
Big boy LaCroix.
Big boy LaCroix.
Oh, my goodness.
Your Honor, Your Honor, you really think I could do something like that? That's what I thought.
That does not look like the face of a man that would build a theme park out of aluminum.
That's what I said. You could tell they didn't believe me. A headshot of character actor John Hawkes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was going to help. It was kind of like an alternative suspect thing. It's like no one knows where John Hawkes was when it happened. They didn't really buy it. There's a bunch of fucking cassettes. There's a hard cassette.
Is that the,
Paul Simon,
is that the sound?
Johnny Cash. It's mostly cassettes in here.
I think I see the soundtrack to Shutter Island in there.
That's absolutely right. It's funny you bring that up. Garth Brooks. Famed soundtrack to Shutter Island director's cut.
Wow.
Was yeah, I think that was Rodeo was the song they played over the beginning tracks.
Wow.
This is just some stuff that I've been kicking around in court lately. So
I love it. Have you thought about taking a gel blaster into the courtroom with you?
Gel Blaster, you say?
Yeah.
Actually, I have. Gel Blaster is actually one of the better things to take into court. Huh, it's funny you bring that up. Gel, let's follow me here. May I present to you the Riff attorney, Gel Blaster? This is how I would defend it. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, Gel Blaster, Blue Aster, Ari Aster, Hereditary, Terry, P. Terry's, Burger, Erger. Hold on! Give me time! Damn it! Gur, scary, cow, not cow, ow, hurt. Has anyone been hurt by my client here? Very cool.
You have the craziest brain I've ever heard of. You are great at what you do.
Thank you.
And no one else does that. That is for sure.
The Riff attorney.
Can you imagine being in a court of law and hearing an attorney go, burger, you know what I mean? I mean, case closed, Your Honor.
It is
Burger, that's my new screen name on Xbox Live.
incredible. Always putting on a big show, always with some fun things. I cannot wait to see what you do at the LA Forum and, of course, Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
2 nights coming up.
They're not ready.
Hell yeah.
I'm excited about the future with the great Casey Rocket.
Thank you guys. So fun. Hell yeah.
Casey
Have a good
Rocket,
night.
ladies
Appreciate
and
it.
gentlemen. And so it has begun. Casey showing us what a wild minute looks like. Those guys have to do it every week. Not easy. Oh, wow. Look, it's the lovely Heidi, everybody. Make some noise for Heidi, everyone. A little something for the incels on YouTube right now. And so we move on to the bucket. You guys know how this works. This is where anything can happen. This is where we find great talent. It's also where we meet crazy people. Some of them don't prepare. We find out everything we can about them. You guys get it. Let's get it started. Your first bucket full tonight goes by the name of Brett O'Brien, everybody. Here we go. 60 seconds from Brett O'Brien.
I was watching that show, My 600-Pound Life, and before the lady got on the scale to weigh herself, she took off her shoes. Like, that's the issue. Your Crocs. I'm pretty sure it's your moose heart. Then her dog started chewing on her shoe. She was like, damn it, Biscuit. I was going to eat that. No, actually, I weighed myself after sex the other day, and I was heavier, which I thought was strange. I'm like, there's no way there's half a pound of cum in my ass right now.
Wow, a great set. 59 seconds on the dot for Brett O'Brien. Fantastic, my friend. You've been on this show before.
Yep, I've
And
been
it
on.
has not gone that well before.
Not that
So you're
well.
getting better.
Getting better.
How long have you been on stand-up now?
Almost 5 years.
Almost 5 years. And how long have you been in Austin?
Like almost 3.
Okay. Where were you doing it before that?
Dallas.
That's right.
Yeah.
Here you are. So you're getting better here in Austin. You doing a lot of spots?
Trying to do a lot of spots. Trying to,
Huh?
Yeah.
Absolutely. What do you do for a living again?
I'm in software sales.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ladies.
Yeah. Yeah, that checks out. Dr. Phil, what do you think about this guy?
Your name's Brent?
Brett.
Take it easy. Jesus fucking Christ. Trying to get to know you, Brent. Brett, you hit the comedy trifecta of topics for me, okay? Fat jokes, check. Cum jokes, got them. Dog joke, you nailed it. Which one did you write first? Because you came out swinging. Really funny, great timing, misdirection. Did you write? Are you like a cum joke guy first, or is it like? Did you have the cum in your butt and then the joke came?
Yeah. Yeah, I've always.
That's what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, cum has always been at the heart of my act.
For real, do you have a plethora of cum jokes? It's a fun topic.
Not as much as I would like, but
Have you ever come inside of a fat dog?
Good question, Tony.
How's that for a trifecta, Dr. Phil?
Save it for the roast in Los Angeles.
No. There's no roast. There's no roast.
Well,
We're
I'm saying
on the air right now.
If there was one.
Specifically said, don't mention the fucking roast. It's okay. It comes out.
He's doing the Dr. Phil roast. Sorry, surprise. I'm doing a roast of Dr. Phil in L.A. Who's going to fucking go? Raise your hand. I'll give you a free ticket tonight. Can I plug that?
That would be an honor.
Okay, great. I'm doing it. Yeah. Well, you were already on it. You told me.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Improv.
Here we go. And here we go. You got a sound effect to save this shit right now, Redman?
Yeah, right.
Maybe a fucking cat that's not a cat. There you go. All right.
So Brett, when's the last time you were on the show? How long ago was that? About
it was a year ago with Adam Ray, Adam Ray. Yep.
okay. And so, how's your life changed in the past year? What are some things that you're doing with your life other than stand-up comedy?
What has changed? Well, I interviewed for a promotion the other day. I bombed the interview.
That's not changed.
Yeah.
Same shitty life twice.
Yeah. Yeah, we're one failed interview closer. So we're, yeah.
Where do you work again?
A software company.
That's right. Was there a name?
It's called Ninja One.
Ooh.
Ninja One. Yes.
Is it run by an Asian?
Yeah. It's not ran by an Asian guy. We just look up to him a lot.
Okay. What do you do for them that you're trying to get promoted?
I do cold calls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Can you give us an example of what a cold call from you sounds like?
Sure
There
thing.
goes my phone's ringing. Hello.
Hey, it's Brett with Ninja One.
Jesus, what are you? Why do you sound like you're outside of my window right now? I'm scared. Yes. How can I help you? What's a Ninja One? Ninja One? What?
Yes. Not.
Oh, it's getting scarier.
I'll call you back.
I'm sorry. I had you on speakerphone the whole time.
Shit.
Can I try?
Yeah, Doug.
Can I try one?
Yeah, here you go. It's ringing.
What's up, Phil?
Hey, Doc, it's Brett with Ninja One.
Oh, what's up, Brad? Yeah, you called last night, but I told you to fuck off. What's up? You still got buckets of cum in your butt? What's going on? And Steve. See you, bitch.
Damn. Dr. Phil, cold as ice.
You might have to put that promotion on hold, Playboy.
It's a hot lead for me.
So you're trying to get a promotion. What else? What do you do for fun, Brett? You very, very, very dark Dahmer energies to you. You're holding onto that microphone like you're strangling a woman.
I frequent Rainy at night, looking for. Okay, no. Oh no. I'm just kidding. No, what do I do for fun? I play golf. I go out and drink at bars.
Okay.
The normal stuff.
What drink did normally go for you? You seem like the kind of guy that would close it up.
Close it up. Yeah, I lock the doors.
Funny.
No, it ends with me getting drunk, and usually that's about it. You get home, you think, damn it, man, you blew it.
You blew it. No luck with the ladies.
My girlfriend dumped me like a month ago.
What did you say she dumped you? How did she dump you? Text, in person?
In person.
But how did she do that? Did she come to your place? You go to hers?
She came over.
What did she say exactly?
Let's replay that phone call. Hand me the phone.
Yeah.
Red Band hitting you with the jingle.
It was in person.
Yeah.
Oh,
hey baby.
Why'd you call me? I'm in the living room.
Yeah.
Sorry. What's up?
Yeah. Fuck.
Wait, she broke up with him. So how did you break up with you? Dr. Phil, it really helps.
I'm not great at improv.
Here, give me my phone back. Burger.
Yeah. Burger.
Gives me a lot of material for the upcoming roast of Dr. Phil.
I can't wait for you to do it. It's a real thing. Stop laughing. Brett's trying to pour his heart out. So she broke up with you.
Yes.
Yeah. She broke up with you. So are you guys sitting in the living room?
No, front door. Just basically, she was on a mission.
So you cracked the door. What did she say exactly?
I think we were gonna just hang out, and she was like, she came over with like a lot of my stuff, so I figured like that's
How long have you two been together before?
like 2 years.
Okay, she came over with some stuff, and what did she say exactly?
I need space. I wanna be on my own. That type of thing.
Jesus Christ, Red Band.
Something about another guy.
Bored. Okay. And what did you say? Like, what? This is kind of
lady? Yeah. I just said, why? Was it something I did? You know what I mean? She was like, no. The bullshit. Like, I just want to be by myself. Because I graduated at 21 and she graduated like 2 years later. So she's still with her family. And like, I was trying to talk about moving together. And she was like, I'm not ready for that.
right.
What sort of stuff of yours did she bring by? Like
With jackets, shoes, artifacts of clothing.
Artifacts?
Yeah.
Clothing?
Artifacts?
who describes clothes like that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or
If that's even how you say that.
Weird.
Articles of clothing.
Articles. Yeah.
That's a whole different one.
Well,
An artifact of clothing would be your King Tut mummy hat. Like that.
yeah.
She brought my old chalice. That's how I knew it was over.
Yeah.
Have you followed her on Facebook? Is she like seen anybody? Have you tried to stalk her? I mean, I know the answer to that, but have you tried?
Yeah, she's laying low, keeping under the radar.
You think so?
Yeah, I
You
hope
don't
so. I
think
don't
she's
know.
getting pounded out by another guy right now at this very moment?
I'd like to hope not.
Did you notice that it made you funnier? There's a thing in comedy where a lot of people say that heartbreak makes comedians funnier. Did you write these jokes? The 600-pound life joke, how old is that?
Like 6 months. It's old.
Okay. How about
Older.
the
Old.
It's full of cum?
Yeah, I've been sitting on those
That's how he
two
got
for a minute.
That's how he got over his breakup, I think.
Yeah.
Have you written any new jokes since the breakup?
Let me think. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, why don't you try one?
I don't understand why people are so afraid to die alone. Because if you're not dying alone, you're dying with like a group of people in a mass tragedy. I think I'd much rather die alone. Wow. There's a little more.
Did you get a little joke book last time you were on the show?
No, I got Big Joke Book and then Secret Show. I've been on, this is my 4th time.
Right. Yeah.
I'd love to have you back on the Secret Show Thursday.
Thank you.
There you go. Brett O'Brien. One door
Good job,
closes,
ladies.
another
Thank
door opens. You can catch him at the Secret Show wearing artifacts of clothing. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and Talkspace, the leading virtual therapy provider, is encouraging people to talk it out in therapy. Opening up to a therapist might feel uncomfortable, cathartic, exhausting, or exhilarating. But one thing's for certain, if you keep talking or texting with a licensed therapist, you'll gain insights and uncover truths that only you can find in therapy. Get those personal breakthroughs and judgment-free support by signing up for Talkspace.
I think therapy is extremely beneficial and made a huge difference in my life. Talkspace makes it easy to find a therapist you like, and you can do sessions from the comfort of your own home.
There's no need to commute to appointments, miss time work, or line up childcare in order to attend sessions. It is mental health made easy. Talkspace lets you send messages to a therapist so you don't have to wait for the next session. Therapy can help you shift your perspective, find tools to cope with difficult times, and be a guided light. Talkspace can help with any specific challenges you might be facing. It's the #1 online therapy platform with licensed therapists in over 40 specialties, including anxiety, depression, substance abuse, relationship issues, and more. Yes! To celebrate May Mental Health Awareness Month and the power of talking it out in therapy, Talkspace is offering every listener to this podcast $80 off your first month for promo code SPACE80. You go to Talkspace.com/Tony to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony to get $80 off your first month with code SPACE80. And to show you some more of the show, that's Talkspace.com/Tony, code SPACE80. Hello, indeed. Hi, everybody. Hi. This podcast is sponsored by Squarespace, the all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs to stand out and succeed online. Whether you're just starting out or managing a growing brand, Squarespace makes it easy to create a beautiful website, engage with your audience, and sell anything from products to content to time, all in one place, all on your terms.
Squarespace is by far the easiest way to create a professional-looking website with minimal effort. It's amazing. Start a completely personalized website with a new guided design system. Squarespace Blueprint. Choose from professionally curated layout and styling options to build a unique online presence from the ground up. Tailored to your brand or business and optimized for every device. Easily launch your website and get discovered fast with integrated, optimized SEO tools. So you show up more often to more people and grow the way you want.
Oh my goodness, that sounds like an absolute no-brainer. You can check out Seamless for your customers. It's simple but powerful payment tools. Accept credit cards, PayPal, and Apple Pay. And in eligible countries, offer customers the option to buy now, pay later with Afterpay and ClearPay. Sell exclusive content on your site by adding a paywall to sell memberships or courses or sell files. Your customers can download like PDFs, music, or ebooks at squarespace.com for the free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/KillTony and save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That is squarespace.com/KillTony. And like that, it moves on. We have another bucket full. Make some noise for Sherry Vaseggi, ladies and gentlemen. Sherry Vaseggi. Oh, hell yeah.
Yay! I am originally from Iran. Ooh, I'm kidding, stop it. There are no terrorist women. Come on, did you forget 2 seconds ago? That means celebrate. Just don't do it in the airport. Yeah. This idea of covering yourself up in the Middle East is called hijab, and in Austin it's called a thong. Yeah, let's keep Austin weird. Yeah, so my pronouns in the Middle East are walla hasqiha walla wada, which translates to shut the fuck up, bitch. There's more. Or I will stone you. I need some rocks. Where's Count Patterson? Yeah. So, as a Middle Easterner, whether I bomb or I am the bomb, it's a win-win.
There you go, Sherry the Sedgy coming in hot. Wow. That was so much better than I expected it to be when I first saw you walk out. I'm like, oh shit, this is going to be wacky and weird, but I didn't think it would be fantastic. That was a good set. I love it. The bomb part at the end, a little bit easy compared to the rest of your set, but it was fantastic, Sherry. How long have you been doing stand-up?
This last time since last May, but I used to do stand-up years ago.
Gosh, how does it feel to have your grandmother up here?
I swear to God, I feel like my mom was up there. I got so happy. You see me smile. And I have one question. When you came out and you said boo to the audience, you screamed at one guy boo. Did you mean to say Jew? That's what I've been trying to figure out. I think you misspoke. I think you missed a punch.
I don't take sides.
You are something else. How long have you been in America?
Since 78, before you were born.
That is true. That is true. How old were you in 78?
13.
Okay. And where did you guys move to?
Northern California. I went to high school there, then went to school in Fresno State.
And you've only been doing it for a year?
I used to do stand-up from 97 to 2003, and then it was a little bit too messed up here, so I needed to step back and kind of clean up.
What do you mean by that?
This is Dr. Phil. He can help you. Perhaps you've heard of Dr. Phil.
Because we're all a little messed up upstairs. And, I talk about that in my book, We've Got Issues. We've all been knocked down and we're trying to get up again. Who said that? Chumbawamba, you got it.
You're never going to keep him down.
So Sherry, when you're not dressing like a Sesame Street character, do you have hobbies? How do you keep your head clean of negative thoughts?
I meditate, I got therapy, I took classes.
What kind of classes?
Spiritual classes.
Like what?
Regression, past life regression, and stuff like that.
Okay.
So it was all in the past life.
You've had some childhood trauma and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's all before.
In LA, great. Well, you're very funny.
Thank you.
What's your writing process like?
I talk to myself.
Yeah.
And then stuff downloads and I write it.
Because her husband doesn't allow her to read or write, so she has to talk to herself.
That was funny.
Okay, Granny.
That's cool.
So all your material comes from.
Wow. Tony, you might get a spot on the Secret Show for that joke.
Raise
Watch
the
yourself.
roof. Oh wait, we can't any higher because the ceilings are so high. It's high enough for Sherry to fly a Boeing 747 into it. So Sherry, I love it. Are you married?
No.
You're single? You're
I
just a
still
fucking
haven't-
Iranian fucking mountain cougar just out here. I
Just,
love it.
trying to get to the younger guys. Yeah.
Oh yeah, is that what you like? How young are we talking? Like Heath Cordes or like Gene Wilder? By the way, I think you stole that jacket from him.
That is true.
I'm deflecting. I'm envious.
With me.
And you'll be in a world of your imagination. Take a look and you'll see Iranian Sherry.
Yeah! Dr. Phil running it into the end zone 2023 reigning defending guest of the year.
I think there's a lot of good stuff coming your way. You're because it's a nerve-wracking thing to come up here. No part of you shaking. You're poised. You fucking grabbed that mic. You're wooed. Everybody was rooting for you right out of the gate. So I don't know. I'm excited to see where you're.
You do have a natural stage presence.
Yeah.
It is incredible. For only a year, it's unbelievable. Have you done other things on a stage before, performance-wise?
I did a little bit of acting when I was in LA, of course, and you know.
Were you in anything we'd recognize? Perhaps one of the Al Qaeda terrorist videos?
Maybe the mother of an Al Qaeda terrorist.
Oh, you could play that. Yeah, there's a Hallmark movie waiting to happen.
I love your style. It is absolutely incredible. So, what else do you do for fun? What does a lady like Sherry do?
I try to walk in the morning. I
You're
like
such
to have a boyfriend.
You're such a sweet little thing. You'd like to have a boyfriend. Are you on any of the apps or anything like that?
No, I don't like dating. I guess maybe that's the problem.
So, like your last hangout or hookup, how long ago was that? What was the situation? You into only
It's been a while.
You're a Kosh type.
Yeah, it's
type
been a
of guy?
while. It
Yeah,
may
the
be
brown
difficult
guys only.
for me to recognize what the junk looks like. Yeah, it's
Oh,
been a while.
shit.
Oh hell yeah!
Well, I'm not going to take my penis out, but I think it's one of those things like riding a bike. I think once you got back into it, you'd be like, I remember that there were two balls,
Saggy.
Saggy. Oh yeah. Now, what is your ideal guy? Brett? You said younger, but do you need like a physically fit guy? Because some girls are into dad bods.
I like tall, skinny, white,
Ooh.
vegan.
Yeah.
Vegan? Why is that part of the fucking?
Because I'm a vegan.
Oh my goodness!
I know.
You think you're going to find a full-grown vegan boy? Tall, muscular.
I want someone better than me.
You want someone what?
Better than me.
Aw, that's sweet.
My standards are kind of.
So let me ask you something, because you have it all together here, but it seems like you have to do a lot and a lot of different things to keep your mental health proper, which is a very common thing amongst funny people. Have you ever? When's the last time you ate meat?
This last round about 2 years ago.
Did that do anything to your brain? Did you feel better for a second there? Eating what you're supposed to eat as a human being on planet Earth?
Boy, somebody listens to Joe Rogan, huh? Listen. He's right, though. Meat is better. It helps your body, okay? And I talk about that in chapter 11. Meat helps your body. Suck a cock from time to time and see what your brain comes up with. That's chapter 12 and 13.
I'm not completely off meat.
Oh, so you'll eat some meat?
When I have a boyfriend.
Oh, because of a boy. Okay.
Oh, look out.
Okay, now that we're here, how do you start? You're in the bedroom. What's your first move? For real, because there might be a guy out there listening right now that's like, I need to know if Sherry means business. I need to know if heavy petting is involved, if anal is first base or third base. Well, where do you like to start, Sherry? Take me through it. We got time.
A nice dinner.
Yeah, I'm already out. So I think that you lost me at food and taking you for shit that I got to pay for. No, I'm joking. Oh,
hold on, Sherry. We have a guy on the line right now that wants to say something. Perhaps an eligible bachelor. Let's see what he has to say.
I love hemp protein. It's one of my favorite proteins. We sell it at Bonnet. We sell hemp protein.
How about that guy?
He never calls in either. That was special.
It's the owner of the club, Joe Rogan, talking about how he loves hemp protein. Okay.
Not impressed.
My guess is he's not tall enough for Sherry.
Tall order.
What up, Duke?
Well, Sherry,
How you living, Pam?
These Dr. Phil hoodies that you guys can get wherever Dr. Phil hoodies are sold, which is only one spot. They say we'll be right back on the back. And I have people that I connect with, so I want you to put that on and just live your best life.
Perhaps.
Because and once you find that special someone, you use it to clean up the mess, But I like your mojo, and I'm truly fired up to see where your comedy career goes because you're fearless. That's what you need, player.
I always say I love the different shapes and sizes and ages and the variety of people we get. All types of different artifacts of people that we get up here, and I love love that you signed up for the show and came out with your explosive energy tonight. That was fantastic.
There's a big joke about it.
Whoa! Whoa!
I can kick too.
God, Sherry, making me wish I was a little bit taller. I love it. How loud can this place get for the great Sherry Bissett? Thank you, Sherry. Amazing.
Yes, dude, I'm ready to play. Can you give me 5 minutes?
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you right now. A very,
Zoom.
very special treat. Before there were golden ticket winners on this show, you know, it still exists.
Zoom.
The show started 11 years ago.
Can
I
you
think
give
it
me
was about
5?
6,
Can you
7,
give me
8.
5?
We found this guy.
Can you give me 5 minutes?
Years ago. We pulled this man up. He was in
Okay.
the belly room. I remember that very clearly. And he went on, he's been on to great success. Sells out theaters all around the fucking world. He was originally just literally one of the best bucket pulls ever from way back in the day. I told him, you're going to be a star. Nothing can stop you. And he's nice enough to grace us with a brand new minute for the first time in absolute many years. Ladies and gentlemen, you know from America's Got Talent and so many other great things. Make some noise for the great Preacher Lawson.
All right. Thank you. I think that women avoid eye contact with dudes because if they look at us for like 2 seconds, we just assume they like us. You have 1 second and you got to get out of there, ladies. 1,000. Go. Save yourself. Because in a man's brain, we like 1,002. You're like a dream come true. That's what we think. You got to go. It's so funny. If a woman looks at a man for 2 seconds, we like, oh, she want it. But if a man looks at another man for 2 seconds, we like, you trying to fight, bro? Who you looking at for 2 seconds? They're gay. Well, you know if they're gay or not because their chin is down, right? You can tell. That's the giveaway right there. Same rules apply. 1,000. Whoa, hey, whoa. Yeah, I've never had a boyfriend in my life. I don't even know why I told y'all that, but I haven't had one. I haven't had a gay roommate one time. He didn't say he was gay, but I seen him on Grindr. I was like, you gay, man? What you doing out here, man? What you doing? That's the last time we playing Twister. My name's Freak Law. Yeah.
Goddamn. A legend of the game.
Yeah. My man.
The great Preacher Lawson with a new 1 hour special. My name is Preacher out on YouTube right now. YouTube/Preacher Lawson. It is so fucking cool to have you back
Man,
here.
thanks for having me. This is awesome, man. I appreciate it, man. This is awesome.
You're gangster, baby.
Yeah,
It
this
really
is
does.
So funny.
It's crazy, man. After strokes, people are like, you got to go on Kill Tony. I was like, I was on there like 4 times. Why would I go back on? I didn't know y'all were doing stadiums.
How long ago was your debut on Kill Tony?
Oh, man, 2016. 2016, so about 8 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's crazy,
And
yeah.
I remember it like it was yesterday. You were by far one of the best bucket pulls we ever had at the time. And I remember just going, you're going to be a star. This is it. And then you went and you fucking did it.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. It was awesome.
You just had that natural touch. Back then, we had no male regulars. It was a thing that because there was no females that were signing up back then. So we made all the women regulars. And so it wasn't even an option to have a male regular at the time or a golden ticket winner. We didn't have that built into the format of the show yet. We were lucky to have fucking, funny 250 some people signing up. But back then it was maybe 20, 30 max at times. But we found you and you went on to fulfill the prophecy. What else is going on in life, Preacher?
I don't know, man. I'm just touring right now. I'm just touring and auditioning, man. Doing this, LA thing, man. Place of love.
Oh yeah, no, I do love LA. I could never live there again, but it's fun to visit, and it a lot of sentimental value to me. I left a lot of artifacts there, and yeah, I'm pumped about life. How's Texas been treating you, Preacher?
I was on a bird yesterday. Someone threw water on me when I was. Yeah, that was weird.
Well,
I think they thought it was funny.
like out of a cup.
Yeah, I was on a bird, and I was like, this is gonna be cheaper than the Uber. And then someone was like, "What about water?" And they just threw it.
God damn.
Well, I was trying to get your attention, and you wouldn't turn around. I said, "Preacher, I'm coming from the comedy store." And you said, "Fuck you, old man." And I was like, "Well, here comes the water, bitch. Hope you're not a gremlin."
That's exactly what I said.
Now, Preacher, I first saw offer. What's it? Go ahead.
A cup of water. It's crazy to think how far we've come from the fire hoses back in the day.
Oh man,
Dr. Phil, go ahead. I
No, that's all you, Tony. I'm good right here. Yep. Anyways, with a Z. Preacher, I first saw you at the comedy store, and I was like, this fucking guy's funny, he's likable, and he's pushing the envelope. And then you did a backflip. Have you always been so flex? I don't know what I'm trying. I'm turned on. What are you? When did you get?
I've been black my whole life. Man.
I was gonna say that was crazy.
Yeah.
Dr. Phil trying to distance himself from my racist fire hose joke. Go straight in it. Now, can you explain to us how you do a backflip? How is it humanly possible that someone with your skin color can go around hipping and hopping around?
You're gonna make my mustache fall out, Tony.
That was more racist than the fire hose thing.
It was. But
How is it that your people are able to jump so high? We'll be right back.
Woo! I mean, that we could just end the show, couldn't we?
I'm like, I think.
Yo, but for real, when did you know you could jump that high? No, but for real, because I'm not athletic, so I'm jealous, like when to even.
Ken Morris.
Can you teach me how to shoot a basketball?
You're putting words in my mouth, Tony. Okay, I'll put some in your mouth, and you know what it is.
Oh man.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's change topics then. You're special. What's it called again?
It's called My Name is Preacher.
That's right.
You forget?
What's that?
The easiest special name to remember.
Well,
My name is Preacher.
I want to know why you named it that. Why you called your special My Name is Preacher?
I named it first off, it's my name.
Right, I know that.
And yeah, I just think that's what it encapsulates.
Right, but is there a joke?
I do a joke about it.
There it is. Okay.
I do a joke about my name being Preacher.
Right.
Yeah. So
It's great branding.
It is
Yeah.
great. Well, it's a tough thing to title something like that. Like, for We've Got Issues, I said, well, what are we all trying to overcome? Issues. And who's trying to overcome them? We are, right? So maybe you guys can stop fucking ganging up on me and just answer a simple fucking question, you high-flying black guy. Now, am I on a hidden camera show? I'm about to fucking bring out Sherry and fuck her in front of everybody. If you don't start shaping up and shipping out, I'm sorry, Preacher.
Yeah.
You know I love you. I'm just trying to fucking, I wanted you to share the love of your special.
I didn't know that was an actual Dr. Phil. Man,
real.
now. Is he small for you? What is this?
Yeah, I had it made especially for this bit. No, this is it's a real book, Preacher, that I wrote. So let's stick to the script, player.
That's awesome, man.
Wait, but how long have you been doing stand-up again?
15 years.
15 years. It feels like, is there a time when it gets easier, or is it just the grind of it always pretty consistent?
I feel like everything's always hard. If it's too easy, I think I'm getting lazy. Right. You know what I mean? So
I completely agree. I think a comedian is always in competition with themselves to get better and, to try to impress an audience in a city that maybe saw you a year ago or a year and a half or whatever it is before you go back. It's like, that's the thing.
Yeah. If you do the same jokes, they're not coming back.
That's true. That's true. And, you know, you're fucking killing it. You're amazing. It's such a special treat to
Thank you
have
so
you
much.
here.
I love you.
The
Bree.
point is, for those of you that have been watching Kill Tony Forever, it's the return of Preacher Lawson. And for those of you that don't know, go watch the 1 hour special. My name is Preacher. Out now on YouTube. The man, the myth, the legend, Preacher Lawson.
So funny.
And we keep moving along. Hi, this podcast is sponsored by Move. You know, summer plans can sometimes cause more stress than relaxation. Maybe you're planning a summer vacation and you're juggling everyone's schedules. That's where mood products come in. A mellow THC high for mood sleepy or chill products can help you unwind. Mood's potent tropical blend is the perfect companion for whatever you have planned this summer. And basically, THC flowers the future of legal THC. Try it along with all the Moon's other amazing offerings like flower gummies, vapes, and more for a limited time. Moon giving our listeners a free THC pre-roll and 20% off your first order. Just visit hellomoon.com and use that code KILLTONY.
I love mood. It makes so much sense. What kind of mood do you want to be in? Like, I wanted to get sleepy, so I tried the sleepy strain. And guess what happened, Tony? I got sleepy. It was like magic. It felt great. I got nice and cozy under the covers when it kicked in and listened to some relaxing tunes.
Introducing THCA flower, its latest and most potent breakthrough for legal cannabis. Since THCA converts in THC when you heat it, you get access to the classic marijuana high. It has 10 high-using strains, the most potent they've ever offered. New puts an end against the rules of federally legal forms of THC extract from plants. All their products are regularly tested in third-party labs. Add more relaxation to your summer plans with Move. For a limited time only, get 20% off your first order and a free THCA pre-roll. Go to hellomoon.com and use the promo code KILLTONY. That's HelloMOOD.com. Code KILLTONY for 20% off your order and a free THCA pre-roll.
Back to the bucket we go. It's been a good bucket tonight so far. Let's see what happens here. A new minute from Pedro Franco. Pedro Franco, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, I'm Brazilian, man. I love America. I really do. I think it's a great place. The thing I don't like, I get called Mexican all the time. I'd be the tallest Mexican in the world, and I mean, dude, I got called Mexican by a cop. I was like, officer, how many Mexicans do you know that can see over the wall? Are you serious? It's no sense to me, dude. I'm trying to be a better person. I quit porn. I think that was huge for me. It's like, porn is just sad, dude. You know, everything about porn is sad. Even the fucking ads are sad. Like, click on a porn video, the ad comes on. Are you horny and alone? Yeah. Why are you attacking me? I'm using your website. It's the only business that does that. Like, imagine I went to McDonald's, like, oh, you want a McChicken, you fat fuck. Because I don't get it, dude. All I'm saying is we're using their website. You know, they should be hyping us up. Click on the video, it's like, you ready to jerk off again like a winner? As a matter of fact, I am. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, thank you. All right.
Amazing. What a fantastic minute. Pedro Franco, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
This is your first time on the show, correct?
Yeah,
I remember you. You have a whole thing to you.
Yeah, the couple weeks ago, right? 2 weeks. I think Shane was drinking, and I ran into him in the street. Remember that?
No.
Did I remember that?
Why do people bring up random things?
I thought that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I was hanging out with a friend of mine that does.
Hold on, just stop.
Sorry.
You're saying that you ran into me and Shane on the street?
Yeah, it was super.
Yeah, no, sometimes we walk on the street too. How would I remember you from the street? Did you say you did comedy or something?
No, he was like, he was going to drink, and then me and my friend went with him because we were hanging out with him.
That's what we're always doing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just
Sorry. That's what you meant. That's right.
No, I was just saying, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How long you been doing stand-up comedy?
6 months.
6 months.
Funny.
All of it here in Austin?
Yeah, pretty much.
Incredible. You know, it's funny because I always thought those ads before porn were like crazy, but I never really had an angle on it. It's one of the first times in forever where I can honestly say I'm kind of jealous of that bit. Like, that's like kind of amazing. It's right there on the surface. But yeah, what the fuck? Those ads are crazy. We're blatantly horny and alone.
They don't gotta like highlight that, that's the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like they're fucking with us.
Everyone,
Hey, are you overwhelmed with pussy? Like, no, I'm about to jerk off. It's pretty blatant. It's a great take, though. That's what I'm saying. Is you have a very natural, it's right there on the surface.
Brazilian porn is arguably one of my favorite categories. But I don't just type in Brazilian. I need like layers. So it's like Brazilian mom comes home early from Iraq. It's a surprise Brazilian stepson who's watching, Airbud 6. He gets bored, so he, fucks Brazilian stepmom, titties, When did you move? All right, we'll edit this out. When did you move to America?
2016, I think. We had 9 years.
First impressions?
Love it, dude. Great place.
Best country on planet Earth.
It is, dude. It is.
Yeah. So, are you do jiu-jitsu?
I did it for like 2 months, and then I came to Austin. I don't have time anymore.
Right. I'm too busy swimming in pussy. What do you do when you're not doing stand-up comedy in Austin?
Dude, I just do this because like my visa's up, so I have to leave. And it's true, I have to leave.
You have to leave.
I gotta leave in 2 months, so I just been focusing on
They're
stand-up.
gonna make you leave.
Yep.
Meanwhile,
I know, it's ridiculous. I know. Like, I can leave and walk back in, but I can't stay.
If you want, I know some guy named Adam Ray. He might buy you a hotel if you just tug at his heart. Yeah.
I mean, he's
I don't think buying a hotel is gonna help his problem.
It's not going to happen, but I mean, you can reach out,
It's gonna be on your bill, the kicked-in door by ICE that fucking deports him. God damn it! I didn't think you'd put me down on incidentals too. Oh my God!
Are there Brazilian stand-up comics? Like, how do you figure out that this is something that you could do?
I don't know. I just kind of I always loved it, and then a friend of mine made me do it, and I had a good time.
So, had you seen American comedy?
Yeah.
Well, who'd you like? Who got you fired up?
Louis.
Yeah. There we go.
Fuck yeah! Absolutely. What do you do for a living? How do you make money?
I work at rental cars.
Rental cars?
Yeah, I'm not saying the name of the place. I mean, I leave in the country anyways. I work for fucking Enterprise.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm leaving.
Wow.
They're not sponsoring me. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, they're not gonna do it.
Yeah, but that's what I do. It's fun, it just pays my bills.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Being broke hurts.
And I talk about that in my book, We've Got Issues. You need money to have fun. Go ahead, Tony.
What's your love life like? You're tall, you're Brazilian. I can't even imagine what's going on here.
Single, bro, single.
If you're vegan, I know a 90-year-old Iranian woman that fucking...
I was listening in the back. I mean, I need a marriage to stay, so that'll be... No, fucking want to go.
Wow.
Let's fucking do it tonight.
Wow.
Can you fucking imagine?
Is there any chance there's a, what's it called?
Is there an ordained minister?
Is there an ordained minister here?
Where?
Everybody's point. Wait, there's so many of them. This is crazy. Welcome to Texas, where everybody's like, God bless.
This guy.
Wait a second.
This guy that looks like a DJ in Grand Theft Auto. You're a minister? You got a badge or something?
You got your ID on you?
Wait.
Okay, is Sherry still here?
Is Sherry still here?
Is Sherry back there?
Oh my fucking God. This could actually work. She's kind of what he described, or she described.
It is. Bro, say you're a vegan, dude.
Say you're a vegan and she will open up every door and hole, I swear to God.
We know you beat your meat, but now you gotta sneak your meat. Because if your wife finds out, it's not the first time an Iranian woman's been in an arranged marriage, by the way. This is absolutely right on schedule. We're going to tell her you're a Brazilian heir, and she might be down for this. This is absolutely incredible. We're waiting for Sherry. Can we get the this guy puts the mini in minister. Come on up here.
Here it comes, dude.
Come on.
Please welcome to the stage Sean McVay, the coach of the Los Angeles Rams.
This is wild. This could be the first ever Kill Tony.
He's a hot guy. I'm Sean McVay right now, Tony.
Hey.
You know
Is
what?
this legal?
What's that?
Is that legal?
I don't fucking know. We're just trying to have some fun.
Whoa.
What's up, dog?
Shit.
Nice to meet you, player. Pleasure.
Wow, we found the Rainy Street serial killer, everybody. It's amazing. Absolutely incredible. What's your name, sir?
Tall.
What is it?
Tall.
Tall? Wow, that's ironic. That's like the guy's next to his name being short.
Yeah, my name's Pear. Hit me, Red Band.
And my name's Straight. All right.
Here you go.
Your name is Tall. That is incredible. What do you do for work, Tall?
I work on a credit card.
You work on what?
Credit card.
You work on a credit card? Holy
I'm
shit.
in charge of getting people to sign up for a credit card.
Oh, okay. All right. What can you probably can't say the company, right?
Amazon.
Wow. Incredible. Well, you're about to probably get somebody a visa here in a second. It's incredible. D Madness has seen enough.
Cleaning the house.
D Madness's middle name,
You heard that? Yes,
2020 Vision, by the way.
Guess if I'm good at cleaning houses because I'm Latino. Did you hear that? I thought you were.
You guys,
That's
have,
I'm Latino
are you
still.
guys having
Same
your
thing.
own podcast over there? What the fuck is going on? Stick with me. Ladies and gentlemen, you know her, you love her. Make some noise again for Sherry Vicenji, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Now, Sherry, you have such a fucking impact on us that this is the very extremely rare occasion in which we have somebody back on the show. Now, this young man, Pedro Franco, right here, this tall, brown vegan,
Yeah.
let me just say,
I need you guys. We don't have instant replay, but I'm going to show you what Sherry did when she found out that he was vegan. Ready? Tell me you're vegan.
I'm vegan.
yeah,
That was hot. Keep going, Sherry.
yeah.
I do that.
Wow, amazing. So, Sherry, we're in a little bit of a situation because Pedro is from Brazil. He's been here since 2016, and he needs to marry an American woman in order to get to stay in America. Now, the man next to you, believe it or not, his name is Tall.
That might be a red flag.
And Sherry, the man next to you, Tall, is an ordained minister. So, with that said, Pedro, I do believe now is the time to pop the question. Ask Sherry. Get down on one knee.
Get down on one knee.
Yeah. He's literally, he got down on one knee. He's still taller than Tall. It's incredible. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Pedro Franco.
Sherry, will you help me stay in the greatest nation of the world?
I believe I'm American enough that I can probably help you.
That's right. There you go. That's good enough. That's good enough.
Tall, what do you say? Do you pronounce them, what do you just say?
Do you? Yeah. Do you? Hell yeah, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hilltone. Wow. These things come true. Dreams have come true here. Sherry, you are an instant Kill Tony legend. Pedro, you had a fantastic minute. Congratulations. It looks like things may be going your way.
Does she get to do the secret show for this show?
I was literally trying to think of something that we could do for
Can
her.
she do the roast of Dr. Phil? Would that be
Oh, yeah.
possible?
I'll fly to LA and you can do the roast of Dr.
You
Phil.
gotta have someone do. Sherry, what's the longest set you've ever done?
I can do 15 15 to 20 minutes.
Why don't you let her open the show on Thursday?
After fucking a chow, why don't you come over to the secret show on Thursday?
You're gonna open it up. Sunset Strip Comedy Club. What is it, 8 p.m.? Oh my goodness gracious. Dreams are coming true here. Tall, did you sign up for the show? Okay, there you go. Thank you, Tall. Thank you, Sherry. And thank you, Pedro, ladies and gentlemen. Pedro, take one of these. Damn, he catches like Sherry. Woo! Goddamn. What an episode. What an episode so far. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the bucket pools have been so good that this is fucking crazy. It's time for another one of our regulars, everybody. One of the best to ever be a regular in the history of the show. This young man is on fucking fire. Here with a brand new minute. This is the one and only Cam Patterson.
Well, fuck that guy's wife, man. They just got married. I'm happy for them, but I like fucking old women, dog. That's not a part of me. I just want to tell y'all that I will fuck that old lady. I don't understand helping the homeless if you're not gonna give them a house. I think that's dumb. My barber likes to go on 6th Street to get home people haircuts. I think that's fucking stupid. Cause you gotta understand something. They get their money because they look homeless. If you give them a haircut, you just fucking up their uniform, dog. If I see a homeless nigga with a better haircut than me, I might punch his ass. Really? You piece of shit. Like, I'm not gonna get no money to the homeless nigga with no clean ass drop fade. That's not finna happen. Susan, a drop fade where you kind of cut the sides a little bit, and then you keep the rest. I'm done.
Holy shit. This is what we do. My goodness gracious.
We doing it, man.
God damn.
Come on, man.
You've done it yet again.
Yeah, it was fun. That was good. I like that one. That was fun.
That might be my favorite one so far.
Thank you, man. I like that.
Natural Cam Patterson.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely unstoppable right now. He is on fire. We did an episode of the Dr. Phil show yesterday.
Oh yeah, baby.
Yeah.
And get ready. Tony, Cam, and William at the same motherfucking time, baby, last night.
Yeah.
You guys murdered that shit.
It was fun. What's the name had on a thong? That was disturbing.
Oh yeah.
Disturbing
Yeah,
as
somebody
shit.
came out in a thong, and then Cam said the N-word or something. You know. But
That's my favorite word, man.
You guys murdered it, man. It was fun.
Cam, that is an amazing joke about giving the homeless people haircuts.
Thank
It's
you.
fucking unbelievably fantastic. Smart, funny, everything. As always, you came through riding the momentum of what happened on stage.
That was fucking insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was crazy.
It's a wild show.
I was asking in the back, like, can they do that? Can that really happen? Is that legal? He said, hell yeah. That's what he said. You want to get back? Hell yeah. Look, what the fuck, man? That's not a real thing. It's not real shit.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I don't know if
I just for to kick that nigga door in and steal.
You said you like older women, Sherry?
Morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
73.
I'm well. Did you sleep well? Excellent to hear. You ready to take on the day? Go get it, girl. Excellent. Take care. Bye.
And 76 minus 13, so 63.
63 is that?
Wait, no, she was born in 63, which means she's
61. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. I'll fuck the shit out of that lady.
You would, yeah.
She ain't get the new chlamydia yet. I had that already. You know what I'm saying?
oh wow.
What does that duty again? Chlamydia does what? Just burn.
on your neckline right there.
Is this a decoy so you can steal my wallet?
Why would I steal your wallet, Dr. Phil?
I don't know, but if you're here, who's outside Target selling candy bars for their baseball team? Sorry, once it was here, I had to do it.
I don't play baseball, nigga. I play basketball.
That's right. That's right.
Go
You told me that.
Yeah, come on.
So man, last night on the show, what I love about last night's show, can't wait for you guys to see, is Cam opened up, man. We got some real deep cut history from you.
Yeah, man.
I don't know, you were such a superstar athlete, and your coach was fucking, that was crazy.
Yeah, man, fuck Coach Sarge.
Yeah, Coach Sarge, you guys will see, but now, and he hasn't reconnected with you, has he?
Huh? No, nah, bro. The funny thing is, when he did tell me one time, he always had to stand here and be like, y'all understand something. I'm always right. I'm never wrong. I might be wrong in the moment, but I'm always going to be fucking right. And then the last day I seen him, he told me, he said, I don't know why you play basketball, nigga. You should be a comedian, you goofy bitch. And he was right. He was right as shit. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, I have another question for you, Cam. And don't take this the wrong way. Can you do a backflip? And if you can, appreciate it. I'm going to give a cops the assist on that one.
I can do a backflip.
You can?
We learned it from birth.
Yeah.
Out the womb, nigga, we just started flipping, dog. Just come out flipping. Like our dolphins come out swimming, we just hit it, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's very easy. You can't flip, nigga.
I mean, if I can flip a girl over if I'm fucking her on her period.
Come on now. Talk to me. That was weird, but I like it.
Wait a second.
That was strange.
Well, I talk about it more in my book in chapter 12. We've got issues. Don't let a period stop a Tuesday from being the best day ever.
You got an audio version of that?
I'll sign it for you.
Okay. Well,
So, but
yeah.
I got you if you flip for me.
Wait, what? If you flip for me? What kind of fucking weird scenario is this, Dr. Phil? Flip for me, nigga. Flip for me.
Just
do a flip, nigga, man.
I didn't say the N-word or the man thing. I was sincerely trying to make plans for the weekend, all right? I love you, Cam.
Love you too, man.
I need to see Tony a tour. See Cam out there. Is it just bananas when he comes out?
Unbelievable. I don't know why you would use the word banana.
God damn it, Dr. Phil.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
I swear to God, that one was a mistake.
Yeah. It must be a blast out there. I think it's just a good old bowl of watermelon out there, huh? I bet it's just like a rotisserie chicken just spinning around. God damn it. Yeah.
The man just said black.
Yo, there's that little bitch. I was just thinking about you. I say to you, I need 5 minutes. I come back 4 minutes and 59 seconds later, and you're gone. What the fuck?
Dr. Phil, you are actually out of control tonight.
Yeah, sorry, my ass. Dude, nothing came up. You just have the attention span of a cricket and you leave, and it's bothersome. Yeah, you're everything. Yeah, dude. Whenever we talk about any kind of mental disorder, you're like, oh, I've got that. Okay. Shut the fuck up.
You've got issues.
Like I said, you like whatever it is, you've got it.
Chapter 16.
Join everybody else on fucking Twitter.
What I'm doing to overcome.
That's everybody, dude. That's just normal. Tourette's I get, but the other shit I don't buy. Doug, have you been diagnosed with it? Do you see a doctor?
What did he do? I didn't hear it.
No. You're just saying it.
I love it.
That does. Like I said, you've got everything. Anybody can say they have that.
Absolute banana. The best. Cam Patterson, ladies and gentlemen. And back to the bucket we go. Below that. And Christian Alexander. Here we go.
What's up? How we doing? We can all agree there's a homeless epidemic. Like the other day, I saw a homeless lady with a fat ass. She came up to me. Can I have $1? I was like, with an ass like that, I'll give you a home, bitch. Poor thing barely spoke a lick of English. I was like, what's your name? She goes, Roo. What a beautiful name. Took her home, hosed her. She helped me start believing in God.
I mean, it's not like a cost thing. You just need to go see a doctor and be diagnosed with it. So whatever, I don't know, a copay is like $15.
Nah, fuck that. My car did get totaled. I'm not gonna get a homeless bitch pregnant. What the fuck? Thank you.
Wow. Yet another.
Fuck you and fuck that shot.
Christian Alexander, welcome. This is your first time on the show.
Yes, sir.
23 years old. How long you been doing stand-up?
2 years consistently, but 4 years is my first time.
You from Texas?
Houston.
Austin. With your mom?
Oh,
Hell yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, but I had
What
to
do you do
earn
for
those
work?
shots. I wasn't given them.
I work at Adidas, and it's great because I got a foot fetish. So I see a lot of hoes' toes.
That's what's up.
Oh, look at that.
What size do you like?
Size 7.
Yeah.
Wow. He knew exactly what he's in. Size 7 in men's or women's?
Women only. Ooh.
Yeah.
Men's is disgusting.
You'll be doing it for your feet. Is there something about the foot? Like, what do you love about it?
The stank. The stank.
Wow. You're a dirty little boy.
Look.
My goodness, Christian. Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Why do you say it like
Inflation.
very cheap for a guy that lives with his mother?
Oh.
Inflation. Do you know what that means?
Kind of.
What do you do for fun? What does a 23-year-old like Christian Alexander do for fun?
I hate this hole.
Drink and drive.
Really?
Practice it. Practice.
Wow. The Houston pastime of drinking and driving. What do you like to drink? You like
Tequila
to
soda.
It's hard to get past the first part.
I was thirsty.
Have you been?
It's Austin.
Maybe.
What?
This is Austin.
Inflation.
Do you have to drive home tonight to Houston?
No, I got my dad's credit card, so I ain't really paying for nothing.
Okay. Knew it. All right, so mom
You're
and
right.
dad are still together.
Yeah, but I wish they weren't.
Why?
I don't know, maybe.
There you
She
go.
never has coupons.
Oh fuck! I
She goes
fucked
like
up.
every day.
No.
What the fuck? But you never see me coupons?
Oh, gotcha. So she's saying discounts and the deals.
I don't
but
think
she
so.
never comes
My
up with any,
my shot
actual
sucks.
items, yeah.
No. She goes back like the same cereal.
A cereal.
Reese's Puffs. That's probably her boyfriend's favorite.
Oh shit.
Wow. Very suspicious. What does dad do for work? You
Nah, he's a manager, but like, I don't know, when he works at Ski Rock, I don't ask. We don't talk. You know what I mean? My dad.
You got your 400th win.
Why don't you and your dad talk anymore?
We don't watch wrestling.
wrestling together?
Yeah, it was cool.
You didn't catch
STFU, you got your 400th
Oh
win.
my god, it was crazy.
It was
I
crazy.
prevented you from getting it earlier today.
Cena came up.
What was your favorite part? Cena.
No, Cena, I was like, oh my god, John Cena. out, and my heart sank to my ass.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I got 400 wins when I was
Best of me,
I
too.
jumped up.
prepubescent.
It got me.
I didn't like Randy Orton though. He was like fat.
Okay, we're getting off subject.
All right,
You're going a little too inside base. Christian.
Less than you.
What's your love life like?
Desperate.
Really?
A little bit, yeah. I like taller. Yeah.
Because
I like them all. But
somehow, some way, have more of a life than you do.
Or do you want to tell her with little feet?
she got a skinny one with veins on it.
You talking about her foot?
Yeah, that's what she's talking about.
So you like a veiny, stinky
You've played
foot.
more games than I have,
She works hard.
but you
to
have
stink,
less
you know what I mean?
wins than I
She
do.
works a lot.
No hair? Well, she's gonna have to work
Hair.
hard with your
No hair.
lazy ass fucking.
That's
When's the
true.
last time you spoke to your father, Christian?
I told him I loved him the other day. For a lot of shit.
Not good.
Gotta be appreciated. Right?
Yeah. Well, I feel like,
Yeah.
and Rabbi, if you could hit me with some soft piano music, I wouldn't. Conversation to warm you up for the real one you should be having soon. Okay.
Like 3.
Rabbi, hit me. I'm going to play Christian's dad, and Christian, you play yourself in this.
There's no way you can fuck it up, Christian.
They
What's your dad's name?
Mayo.
they don't really spam people, but Blue Sky has a thing that marks my messages as spam, so it's fucking me up. So I've had to go to following people.
This is Mayo. Is that the pizza?
Oh yeah, everybody loves me.
What's up, dog? How's the Adidas treating you, player?
Dude, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? That actually helped me.
I love you. I say, come on.
Did you see that shot?
I miss you, dog. We never watch wrestling anymore. Remember John Cena? Remember when John Cena? I remember that. I know you remember. I know. I used to take you to wrestling all the time, but you know, inflation. You know, I can't take anything like that.
Yeah, you did just lose.
You've never talked to me this much.
That was a bad shot.
Holy shit. Another one.
That was also a bad
My
shot.
goodness. Christian Alexander. Before we let you go, what's something about your life that would really surprise us? You ever, like the craziest thing that's ever happened to you that you think makes you different than everybody else? You ever almost die or
I
something?
was molested as a child.
Is that true?
Yeah, it was a fucked up time, man. I remember I came home.
Way too hard. You just lost another
Really?
hole.
Kinda. It's like a woman. It don't really count. You know what I mean?
Who was the woman?
Yeah. We're still friends on Facebook too. So it's like
Stop,
Like
stop,
Tyler
stop.
Perry?
bigger.
Wait, what?
He said Medea, not Medea.
Oh, I thought you said Medea.
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 It's a classic Medea IKEA kerfuffle. Wait, how old was she when you were getting? How
Are you
old
gonna hit the ball, or are you gonna sit here jerking yourself raw?
What do you remember about this? What did she do to you?
Everything, dude. Nah.
What did she do to you? It's okay.
You just put on a little porn. I was like, we're gonna do
Zoot.
it.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait a second.
And I was like, let's do it.
Your Tia is for the white people. Can you explain what your Tia is?
They know what's up. This is Texas. You know what I'm saying?
And also millions on the internet. So go ahead and explain what the fuck a Tia is.
My dad's sister.
Right. Yeah. You had ants in your pants.
Thank you.
That's respect right there.
How about I like it when you hit the fucking ball.
That is true.
You're fired tonight.
That was unbelievable. Oh my god. Hey, keep talking about your trauma. We'll think of more comments.
You can read all about it in my book. We've got tissues.
Oh my god.
joke book, my
Make
friend.
it.
Since you were molested when you were little, here's a little joke book too. First person to ever get 2 joke books. Make the noise for Christian Alexander, ladies and gentlemen.
Great job, baby. Keep at it, player. Keep at it. Great to see you. Great jokes, great interview.
All right. You know, before we get to actually, we have someone special. The molestation thing reminded me. There is a young teen who.
I can't believe I didn't ask him who touched you. You know?
What do you mean?
Christian, who touched you? That's how I got famous, was who touched
Oh.
you. I didn't ask him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Can we bring him back out? I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was his Tia.
What's that?
It was his Tia.
I know, but I don't know what that is.
He just explained it.
It's paternal.
No, but I don't know. I should have asked before he said it.
It was his aunt.
Right, but I should have asked before.
One of the greatest shots I've ever had in the history of mankind.
Can the music get louder somehow?
I just had a perfect game, Zoot.
I can't hear you, Tony. I can't hear you.
Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, so moving forward, not backward. There's a young teen who
Literati time.
wanted to talk with you, Dr. Phil. He's trying to solve some issues in his life. And he just so happens to be on a hit podcast with a new friend of the show, Tony Hawk. Ladies and gentlemen, from the podcast Hawk versus Wolf, here to talk it out with Dr. Phil. Make some noise for the great Jason Ellis, ladies and gentlemen. Jason Ellis.
Zoot, is today your day?
Molestation. That's what we're going
To beat the greatest
I got molested by like 5 people when I was growing up.
literati player
What's your chance, Dr. Phil?
you've ever played.
Who was your favorite?
No. Jesus Christ.
The greatest. The greatest.
Wait. Who touched you? Sidebar was your favorite. Right?
I think the older ones, the women were my favorite. Not as gay as I used to be.
How old are we talking? And how old were you when it was transpiring?
First ones were real little, like 4 to like 6, and then fuck, who cares? I'm fine.
And what do they do to you when you're that young? Because you can't get hard that young, right? I mean, you seem like the guy
Zoot,
that
I just
actually
took
probably
all the
could
wind
get
out of your
4
sails.
years old, Jason.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not. And fuck
It
you
is. You're
again.
like a tough guy. You seem like a
Yeah,
tough
you're a
guy.
tough
Like
guy.
you could get hard when you
Word, dog. I'm the West Side gangster.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so now, by the way,
What?
is this one of the girls that did it? Oh, that's just fine.
I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm into women.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of women, Sherry, if that wedding, I'll drop some bombs.
Yeah,
on her back
definitely.
end.
Oh shit! I like that. Oh shit! Pound out a little sand.
Can we not include voice acting?
That was my nickname in school.
Yeah.
Mark
Trying
Hamill.
to find out some fun from the. All right. Hit me at once. I short circuited there. I love it. So, anymore. What are you talking about?
I wasn't gay. I don't know who's gayer, you or me. Seriously. Like, just because I admit it, that might be the only difference.
No, you're gayer than me.
Yeah,
You
fair
did gay
enough.
shit.
I think the only difference between you and I being gay and people making fun of
Dude,
us.
the score's currently 38-6.
Goddamn right.
That's why I didn't do a minute, everybody.
But an interesting thing happened. You told me about it earlier. You were kind of gay.
Bye.
You were bi, right? And then you quit drinking, and what happened?
He's the voice in the Batman cartoon. He's the voice of the Joker in the Batman cartoon. That's what I'm saying.
I just don't feel like doing it anymore. I used to want to fuck everybody all the time.
That's what I'm saying.
Like trans girls, guys, everybody. I was kind of like the more the better.
How about Hermaphrodites?
Yeah, fuck yeah. If you go on.
Couple, yeah.
I knew a guy that was born a girl and he had a vagina and a half a penis with a rubber one stuck on it, and they made balls out of his clit. So he had balls, a dick, and a vagina, and no boobs, and a beard.
Whoa!
Yeah.
The beard really throws it off.
Yeah, I'm single, by the way. Can you believe that?
Wait, so a ball, a vagina, and a cock.
Button in between the balls. If you pressed it, he would come. No joke.
Are you serious?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
That's called a butthole, Jason. Hate to break it to you, but a butthole is also a button.
He had one of
about
those.
that in my book, chapter 22, the butthole button. But you can get a copy.
I might need that, especially after this fucking thing.
Well, no, you're an open book, and I like that. You always have been, right? I think you're a pretty fearless guy on stage and off stage.
Yeah, it looks like it, right?
Yeah. What do the tattoos mean, something?
No, I mean just to protect my small fear, like terrified self inside. Yeah.
Are any of the tattoos post-gay?
They're all gay, actually.
Okay. What's on your head?
A wolf.
I love that.
And then an eagle on the back and some snake around. Like I like animals.
Me too.
Small world.
Yeah.
The JasonEllis.com. You're going on tour. What are you doing on this tour, Jason?
Comedy.
Love it.
Yeah, accidentally. Like I got fired from Sirius. That was a really cool moment.
Right.
I used to think that was what I was going to be as a radio person for the rest of my life. But then Sam Tripoli was like, you should do comedy. And I was like, I work. Like, how would that work? And I was like, I'm going to try comedy.
The one with
because I got fired,
people
like, really
cross-dressing?
And I felt like I hated myself, which got into comedy.
Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah, I got a lot of good
Oh,
friends.
Crocodile
We all hate
Dundee.
each other and ourselves. It's great.
How long have you been trying comedy now?
Sam?
And you
Paul
love it?
Hogan.
The best thing about it is I get nervous.
Good
against
one.
And fighting, but when I fuck up, I don't have to go to hospital.
Right. Yeah.
I just get like really. And, like,
That's what I'm talking about,
like,
B.
You guys used to before you were good.
It's true.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's a shame there's not a button that makes things all better.
Oh, there is. It's just I don't want to press it anymore.
Jason, thank you for swinging by. Stop. One more time for
Okay.
Jason Ellis, ladies and gentlemen. Some noise for Jason. Another bucket pull. We are moving and smoothly through it. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Avery Hutto. Avery Hutto.
It's
everybody. Here we go.
126 to
Clap
28.
for Avery, everyone.
So I actually used to date a girl who was bisexual. It's kind of like a medium gay. You want to know something embarrassing? When her and I first started dating, she had actually slept with more women than I have. But here's the deal. I grew up like a super strict Catholic, so I fucked way more dudes. Yeah, she broke up with me because I used to beat her all the time in board games. Yeah, we'd be playing Monopoly. She'd start to win. I'd get super amped up, and then I'd punch her in the face. Yeah. I'm trying not to do cocaine anymore. It's making me too powerful. Yeah, my favorite thing to do on cocaine was try to stand completely still. It makes you feel like you're hitting the grind on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Got any ketamine fans in the audience? Dude, fucking losers, dude. Fucking losers, dude. There's nothing worse than anybody who likes ketamine. Ketamine's for people who got punched in the face and they're like, oh yeah, that was awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Avery Hutto. This is your first time on the show?
Yes.
I love it. Welcome, welcome. How long have you been with stand-up?
About 6 years.
6 years. Where at?
I started in Detroit, then Chicago, then here.
Let me Texas.
What'd you do, big dog?
Broke up with a girl. I had some friends who were moving down.
What'd you do?
What do you do for work?
I work at a cowboy boot company.
So, okay.
South
There you go.
Okay.
I'm gonna get some cowboy boots.
I think I might.
Okay, I would love that. I'm there at the store. So
I love it. Absolutely. It's going to be good to have someone that speaks English.
So
There you go.
honestly, once you get into cowboy boots,
It really is pretty cool.
Perhaps.
look at
I'm serious.
Dr. Phil. Check these bad boys out.
Yeah,
Those are fucking sweet.
Those are some badass cowboy boots.
Checks out.
what sort of, you got all different types? Are they made from animals, or where do you get them from?
This is going to be a genuine cowhide leather. That's our retired dairy cow. We also have a great ostrich.
Dr. Phil. Boots.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps.
Why are you interested in this guy's boots?
I don't know, because I sometimes I go in and out of being interested.
What's happening right now?
I don't know.
You're gonna make my mustache fall off.
After Cam tried to steal my wallet, I got frazzled. All right. Wait, now Avery, you said you had a girlfriend or no?
Not anymore, no.
Is comedy? Did you get into it for the gal factor, or did you? Are you not trying to focus on that part?
I
Gotta be a cowboy. More girls, some
Take over the world.
Some Latina baddies. What do they say to you?
Yeah, I mean, I could buy like
What do you say?
500 really good bots.
Pretty hot.
The rest is history. I love
500
reading
really
for
good
fun, Avery.
bots.
I like to read and write. That's big. Hang out at the library with the homies.
I mean, I'd make them.
Sounds suspiciously like what a guy that can't read would say.
The words are good.
I love it. What else? What about the wine?
Cocaine
Yeah.
my whole life. I grew up in Detroit, and I may have been a wayward child smoking crack on the east side.
Wow. Ew.
Damn, Detroit got white crackheads?
I mean, if it's about that, then I would just buy viewers, and I could do it pretty easily.
That city's falling apart. Yeah, or anything, just straight to
Right.
crack.
Just straight to crack. They don't call it crack, so it sounds like more fun. They're like, "Hey, you want some girl?" And you're like, "Oh, we're having
Call it girl?
yeah, boy and girl, crack and heroin."
Wow. That is amazing. I can't. A Game Boy
There you
or
go.
something like that.
The stress, because I was so stress free from all the drugs. I
So
just eased
Austin
my
isn't the best place to stay off of cocaine at. When's the last time you did something?
So it's been a couple months.
Okay. Time you did it. Where was that? How does that happen? How do you give in to temptation?
Oh, I don't like to do cocaine with other people. I don't think that's fun. I get it, and then I go back to my house, and then I do lines, and then I just write for hours and read books. I'm a crazy person.
Like suicide notes, or what do you write?
So, just journal.
Is the stuff that you write, do you ever read it back?
It's not bad.
You got any
We'll
else?
see. I don't have any on me. I can bring it.
If
I can
Dr.
get some.
Phil did a line of blow right now, I would absolutely lose my mind.
I mean, I've never done it. I was just kidding.
Dude, if you do that, I'm not going to continue to play with you.
I think that there's. What are you doing to your pants? Okay.
You can have amazing
Hey,
comebacks.
what,
You came back down
what
3-0
you
in
said you write-
mini
you ever
in
do something
table
stupid on
soccer.
I mean, I got into a relationship, and
Yeah, dude, get a Q in the right
Right.
spot,
You do it too?
get an X in the right spot. It's game over.
What the fuck? Yeah. Did you guys have sex on coke?
we did. We would write love letters to each other on cocaine, and then we would have sex.
What, was the sex weird or was it great?
It was really good.
I've never heard anyone make coke sound gayer.
It's nothing better than ripping a fat line and writing a love letter.
It feels good, dude. Drugs are bad because you get sad and lonely, but if you're filled with love on drugs, you're like, everything's pretty good.
Wow. Listen how lonely those women are over there. Aww. Wow.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Absolutely
You're wrong.
incredible. Alex, fun times. You made your Kill Tony debut. Here's a joke book. There you go.
Good job, dude, to keep it moving along. All right.
Betted.
Make some noise for your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen. It's Angela K. Angela K, everyone. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? The lovely Heidi. Follow her at Gina with 3 A's, .hg. And how about one more time for Angela K, everyone?
So I had a colonoscopy recently, and there's really not a whole lot that's pleasant about being molested by Wally. And what's even worse than that is like the whole process to get ready for it. Like you gotta fast with a liquid diet for 24 hours and drink a whole gallon of this crap that I can only describe as Satan's jizz. Like, holy Jesus balls, bad, man. That stuff is so bad that they even tell you to mix it with like some sweet tea or some Crystal Light or something. So I did. I mixed it with some Crystal Light. You know what it tasted like? It tasted like Satan just inside some raspberry lemonade. On a positive note, though, I did like that Sleepy Time cocktail that they gave me. That shit will make you not give a fuck, man. Like, it is. Woo, I didn't even care when I woke up in the middle of the procedure, man. Like, I saw them messing with this nasty, fat, nasty, juicy polyp, and I was like, ooh, that's gross. And then I woke up, it was the next day. But now I get to have surgery. It's awesome. Like, they're going to turn my colon into a semicolon. Okay, thank you. I'm Angela K.
Okay, Angela K. Finally, a bucket full that wasn't good. All night it took us to get there. Fucking incredible. Everything's right back on schedule again. It's been
I was getting distraught at how good they were.
Yeah.
Thank God you bombed.
That is amazing.
Angela, how did you feel that went?
I had fun with it.
Good.
I feel like I just got roasted by Elf on a Shelf, but
There you go. Yeah. I wore a red vest tonight, everybody. Indeed, you got me.
I love you, Tony. You're awesome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was one shitty colonoscopy set.
Thank you. It was a shitty time.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the joke I just made. How long you been doing stand-up?
5 years.
Where at?
Just here and there. I'm not.
What do you do for work? What convenience store are you a cashier at?
I shop for Instacart.
Oh, I was very close.
Yeah, very close.
Okay.
Customer service. I'm all about it.
Okay.
They, what sort of weird deliveries have you made? Like, someone shows up and maybe it's Hans Kim and he's like, "Hey, where's my condom?" Or I don't know. What does Hans order? Probably
Rice.
Yep. Thanks, Red Man. If someone comes to the door and they're being, I guess, inappropriate, how do you handle that?
Well, I actually haven't had that happen. I like to just throw their shit on the door and leave.
Okay.
Take a picture. Bye. See you later.
Let me ask you something. All that talk about colonoscopies probably kill a hospice type of setup.
Probably.
What's wrong with your asshole?
Well, you heard of the contaminated water at Camp Lejeune?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I lived there when I was a baby.
Oh
so.
my God! So you have Instacart and InstaShart.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, thank you so much. Fantastic. So with your butt, you got an old.
No, there's a polyp in my cecum that they can't get. A little.
Your cecum?
Yes.
Oh, it's called a cecum.
Yeah. You got a cecum too.
Where's it at?
Like right by where the small intestines meet the large intestines.
Okay. It's an interesting name. I'm gonna have to seek it out.
No one knows.
Okay.
Seekum jokes.
Do you have to do
No one
anything with
knows.
it?
Good question, Ray Ben.
Wait, do I what? Say that.
I mean, since it's just a removed, or can you just keep it? I mean,
No, because if I keep it, it'll turn to cancer.
Oh, so they got to pull up on your polyp.
Yeah.
All right. And what are they going to do? They're going to suck it out, cut it out? These people are all have to go vomit right now. A line of people going to vomit.
Ain't a little polyp talk. What's wrong with you?
No, they're gonna cut it out, and then I gotta like sit around.
So
for
Camp
2 weeks.
Lejeune, we always hear about this, right?
Yeah.
In infomercial, there's some fans.
Yeah.
Tell us about it. What was it? Those contaminated water?
Yeah, contaminated water, like from like a dry cleaner, and then the fucking Marines were like putting the weapons cleaners and the hoorah. Yeah.
They're very proud. I'm a huge fan of Camp
Who's that?
Lejeune and ruining people's assholes.
Who would that be?
People's assholes, people's kidneys, all that fun shit.
How about the people's elbow? Finishing the.
I disagree with that.
Undertaker coming out. It's absolutely incredible. Back to the insides of your dark asshole.
They're doing a
So when are you
reboot,
planning on having
and
this procedure done?
Well, I have
Frankie
the
Munoz
consult-
is like a race car driver. I mean, I get what you're saying.
The first
Okay,
wedding here on
I get it.
Tony. We're about to have the first.
I'm not going to disagree with that. Jane Kazmarek, though, she's done some
I
shit.
got some gloves. Done it before.
Jane
I'll do it again.
Kazmarek, the mom,
Now,
she's
is
done
there-
some
Are you
shit.
nervous to get the procedure? Do you like going under like that, or is it
I have
big
no
on the
idea, but I'm
drugs,
sure
right?
she's done
Well,
something.
yeah, the drugs are
The
fine,
thing is, they
but
don't need to
I-
work. They have
I'm ready to get
residuals.
it over with.
Good.
You know,
And then what?
writing jokes about it is actually helping.
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
They have
something like that,
residuals.
around for your benefit. Are you going to put on
It
some
means
jams
checks
and
that
let you
come to
have
their
pictures?
house once
Yeah,
a
put
month
the
that pay them.
inside- or what do they put inside you to grab it?
Well,
Good
it's
asshole.
There you go.
Dark side of the moon, perhaps. Back.
Right,
Camp
residuals.
Lejeune just
Syndication.
Air. We have a little joke book, but you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you.
When's the last time you know someone bought a DVD?
Extra tiny joke books. Catch this?
When's the last time you know someone bought a DVD?
We're gonna keep it moving. There goes Angela. Gentlemen,
Anything.
an action-packed episode this has been. There's only one way to put a ribbon. Ladies and gentlemen, some people call him the Memphis Strangler. Some people from Yabuki.
Okay.
Some people call him the Grand Wrangler. The Big Red Machine. It's indeed lights out William Montgomery.
Exactly. Dude, you know the answer to that question. You're just talking to
Hillary
yourself.
Clinton said that if Trump wins the election, he'll start killing his enemies, which is honestly a little ironic because if there's one thing that bitch knows about, it's killing your enemies. Fuck! I don't know if y'all have been following the Trump trial up in New York, but Trump's case went up in flames like. It wasn't Trump's case,
Tomorrow,
but the
Zoom.
dumbass protester who set himself on fire in front of the courthouse.
Zoot, focus on not getting your ass whooped. Normally you do better than this.
So just waited until Trump got reelected. Could have burned himself up for half that much. Okay, that's my top. Thank you.
Huge applause. Close. All four people at the table clapping with their hands up at the same time. Almost seems like this next election's a no-brainer. William, an unbelievable set. You did it yet again. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good other than finding out I got to go to the dermatologist again. I have skin cancer again right on my nose. So, Tony, I'm really not in a very good spot right now.
Oh, my goodness. Is it in your cecum?
Yeah, it's in my cecum. It's behind my cecum. The doctor said, let me see your cecum. And I let him
Wow.
See the Seeker and it's behind it.
Did you guys play hide and go seek 'em?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good. Okay.
Okay.
Billy boy, you have skin cancer.
Yeah, again.
Have it again.
Through my nose. It's on the left
How do you
side
know
of my
that?
nostril.
Can you point to it?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to. No.
Wonderful.
Like just all these people. I honestly have been looking. A lot of people moving out, coming in. It's a lot of people to watch the fucking the gate. The front gate hasn't been working for like fucking 2 weeks. So it's been a free for all for all these freaks coming in, fucking stealing shit from the trash can. And yeah, it's sad. I mean, when I can't be looking out because I'm dealing with blood coming out of my nose, it's sad. I mean, that's what I live for, Akash.
Wow.
Well, yeah, skin cancer is one of the rougher ones to get sympathy for, too, right?
It is. Oh yeah, do you agree, you fucking idiot? Who were you with? Your daughter tonight? Who was that? Okay.
William, so much going on. We shocked the world on Friday night, took you back to your home state of Tennessee to perform at literally the greatest venue on planet Earth, the Ryman Auditorium, a.k.a. the Grand Ole Opry, a.k.a. the Mother Church. And
Woo!
how did it make you feel up there?
Dude, it was wonderful. It was a wonderful feeling being able to go back to Tennessee, where sadly my best friend Swu died. He was from Nashville. It was sad. I revisited his house that I went to that he had found his body in. He died on the couch. Yeah, it was really bad. You can't mix cocaine and Xanax. But yeah, I went back to the house, went back to the scene. It was really hard. I mean, I was
Very
crying.
special, sad interview with William Montgomery.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's so
Oh, performing at the best venue in the world? Yes, my friend died miles from there. It's kind of incredible. You could have said anything in the world just then. Partying with Jelly Roll, the Black Keys, Winona Judd, but you're still thinking about Swoon, it seems.
Swu, yeah. Also, Hans Kim, he threw me a vape with shit on it, so that was horrible. He was like, "No, there's shit on it. Drop it." I was like, "What'd you just fucking do, you idiot?" And I had to go wash my hands. There's doo-doo all over my right hand, so I'm gonna get Hans back for that. I don't know why he did that.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I might fucking break into his place. I know where he lives and just wait in his closet. He has a gun that I know I could get from his fucking ass. So we'll see.
Yeah, I guess we will. Shit.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not in the mood for it tonight, Dr. Phil. I'm in a real nasty mood tonight.
No, I can tell.
Real nasty tonight.
Whoa, fired up.
I swear to God, I wish I was feeling better, but I got cancer again. I'm feeling real nasty tonight. Swu is dead.
You know what, William?
He's never coming back.
William, you see the new Barbie movie?
Yeah, I saw the fucking Civil War movie, and I thought it was about the 1800s. It was not about that.
What was it about?
War photographers. I thought it was going to be like the fucking Civil War, but it wasn't.
You're a big fan, obviously, of the Confederacy, so. William.
Yo, pimp.
Oh,
No, I'm about to just fucking put something down.
But it seems like the interview portion this evening's a little bit serious, a little bit dramatic. So, you know what maybe we should do? I think we should have a
That's
seat
true.
at the table, and maybe we put on this episode with a brand new minute from, I don't know, maybe just the 3. And a guy,
Depends on the letters.
And a guy, I don't know. I don't want to make any bold predictions, but I would say off of this episode alone, a guy who appears to be the front runner for 2024 Guest of the Year. Why don't we pull? Joining the panel, William Montgomery, and closing out the show, this is Dr. Phil.
One more time for William Montgomery, everybody. Here he is right here. William, dressed like a guy who works at a bowling last day of work.
Yeah.
A couple of jokes down here. A couple about William. William looks like
Thanks, baby.
you have sex with girls and then you give them fleas. Thought that was funny. Said, probably say
Did
that
my
again to
fucking
myself
thing
later.
freeze?
William lies a lot, mostly on cardboard boxes at bus stops. So put that one in the keeper tank. Let's see, Tony Hinchcliffe. Tony, okay, how can we call this "Kill Tony"? You look like you died 2 weeks ago. All right, sounded better in my over. Tony, you look like the second coolest.
All right, well, let's see if I get 400 points.
Pretty good. Yeah, this guy liked it. I like that guy for liking it. Tony, you Carton who went missing.
That wouldn't help me.
In that order. So check the game tape. If you're a Brian Redband's here, or as I like to call him, Judd Appetizer. Let's see. Brian's my favorite guy. Brian, you look like
These are so difficult.
People. Brian, you were my favorite character in Men in Black. Did you ever get that sugar water to we'll leave it there. I'll send you a link. Congrats on the engagement, by the way, Brian. You look exactly like a guy who would be engaged to an Asian. No, you're the sweetest. I'm happy for you both. Brian, you're like a cuddly teddy bear. That bear had a sex doll. What else we got? Cam Patterson was here. Good.
Did you resign? Dude, fuck you, man. I could have had more points.
Counselor who touches the kids. All right. Casey boy.
Who's to say you still won't be?
Now, that guy is just Kill Tony is really giving it to be himself, and now he's going to take his talents to the garden and just cause a scene. Casey, you look like you're doing a walkathon for schizophrenia. Casey, you look like you name a flavor for your boogers before you eat them. Yeah, I like that one.
All right, you ready for the next game?
Casey, you look like a model train conductor. I don't know. Casey's got more lithium than a Tesla battery. And then I just wrote "fuck Hans Kim" at the end here. So that's it. That's my time, everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. Bill. I love you guys. You guys are an amazing crowd now. Kill Tony. Best show in the fucking world. I love you guys.
You ready for the next game?
Akash sings Gaslit and Akash Sing comedy on YouTube. Thank you to Connect Mobile Health, the ID Drips, Talkspace, Squarespace, Gel Blaster, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Hall Law Firm, Ninja Buses. The drawing is in, and it is incredible. Let's see the drawing from Chris Rogers. Whoa! A brand new William Montgomery. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Follow these guys. Watch them live. Do everything. Follow them. Have fun this week in Austin, Texas, those of you visiting. Make sure you catch the stream of Los Angeles. In the YouTube theater, a lot of crazy stuff happening there. You're not going to believe it. You're not to come out on YouTube. So just buy it. Support the show. It's a huge production. We got the director doing it, a very, very expensive, high-level production. We're going all out for these shows at Madison Square Garden and the Forum, trying to go to another level with this crazy show, which sounds fucking crazy, but a lot of special stuff happening. Another shout out to Jason Ellis, thejasonellis.com, Hawk vs. Wolf, Akash's special, Gaslit, out now, Akash Sing Comedy. And Preacher Lawson's new special, My Name is Preacher, at Preacher Lawson.
Go fuck yourself.
Red Band?
I'll be in San Diego, Casey Rocket in July. Go to AmericanComicCo.com. Love you guys.
So much stuff happening. Go to killmerch.com. I designed the new NASA hoodie, which I love, and I already have 2 up. And a lot of other really cool stuff.
Literati.
KillTonyLive.com for the live stream. more time for a couch singing Dr. Phil. We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Because I'm better at it than you are? You played him, dog. I think he's a little bit better than you are.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas.
The balls are back.
Check out Red Man's secret show
The
every
bounce is
Thursday.
back.
Go to Sunset ATX for tickets.
Your boy is back. The bounce is back.
The next place to the green powerful. Cam Patterson, everybody.
So I got my first apartment because stand-up comedy, and that's great, you know what I'm saying? I love it. But I got roaches real bad. I got roaches so bad, I got a home, but he had roaches. But I asked him, I said, how do you get rid of them? So I just trained them. And I was like, nigga, that's not possible. Bitch, you can't train roaches. I said, train my roaches. Because at my house, I had 3 roaches. They'd be on their side room, I'd be on my side room. We'd have a good night. We wouldn't bother each other. But I bought a girl over one time, and there was 72 roaches in my room doing TikToks and shit. They were making podcasts, niggas. They were moonwalking. It was crazy, right? And at one point, the girl was watching movies, and I was killing roaches as I watched the movie. So I watched the movie, and I murdered a roach. Then I watched the movie, and I murdered a roach. And at one point, she came up to me and said, "Cam, it was a big ass lizard roach that walked into the middle of the TV." And I couldn't avoid this bitch. And she was like, "Cam, it's okay. I got roaches too." And I was like, ew, that's nasty. You dirty slut. Yeah.
Yes.
That's
the fucking
Let's go,
lizard.
nigga. Come on, nigga. Come on,
Cam
nigga.
Patterson.
Come on, with you.
The Bill Tony debut of Cam Patterson. Unbelievable performance. The set of the night. Absolutely amazing.
I love it, nigga.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
So my older brother married racist, and he would always tell me, "Cam, don't tell me your life ain't no white bitch. You can fuck her, you put your dick in her mouth, you nut on her face. But y'all do never, and I mean never, date one." And I never understood that because I was only 6 years old.
Zoo, you need an incredible comeback right here. You got 1. Focus. You got 2.
I was perplexed. That's my first time using that word, sir, and I like it. It made me confused, nigga. I'll tell y'all this though. When I was in high school, I dated a girl, and I loved this bitch, but I let my whole family down.
Fuck.
I remember they came up to me.
This would be a great comeback. Down 5-1.
Black coach never got black time in high school. I could pick
You're done.
but she never saw me use the pick. So I just
I'm gonna catch you. You're at 19 wins. I'm gonna beat that.
That's an extremely weird place, but nice. Oh, now we're like, what the fuck? So I stabbed him. Hey guys, what the Shut up. So I just moved to Austin, and I love Austin, because everybody lied to me when I got here. They were like, Cam, you're gonna love Austin. It's so diverse. Look at y'all. I've only seen 6 other black people since I've been here, and they've all been crackheads. And one of them saw me, got happy, said, oh shit, another one. He was like, nephew, come here, nephew. I want to show you something around this corner, nephew. Follow me. And I didn't want to follow him around the corner because I knew he was going to blow crack dust in my face. And if y'all did not know, that's how you make crackheads. Did you know that, sir? Welcome to the club, nigga. You live outside forever now.
Zoot has 0 points.
Wow. When I was in high school, I had a basketball coach who smoked crack for real. And he the only coach that ever believed in me in my life. The only coach that ever believed in me. And he was a real deal crack smoker. Like, that's what he did. I remember one day he came up to the last time I ever saw him, he came up and said,
Now you get shut off.
He'd been an All-American. Then he walked away. Then the head. Listen, let me tell you something. This nigga actually smokes crack. You can't listen to this nigga, dog. He told the stripper she's gonna be a doctor last. You can't listen to this nigga. This nigga's a person.
Yo, pimp. Welcome. What up, Temper? How you living, Temp?
Going to your shows and shit, made me taste my drink.
Kicking ass.
To the NBA.
I'm embarrassing your friend at games. I'm embarrassing your friend. From yesterday? Oh, okay. Dude, this is your friend? Do you know Zoot, Temper? Zoot, you're full of shit. How you living, Temper? What's good, Temper? Living the dream. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Just playing some mini games at Zoo. More than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. Word, dog. What's good in your life? Wow.
I used to want to be a dog. I could have been a great dog. I knew I could be a real dog. And they were like, why are you trying to shoot that gun? The worst thing about us, they come back when they shoot you. So they would shoot at me, they was coming back, and I'm taking my shirt off. I'm like, hey, look. Be quick. Leave us alone. To retaliate.
Dog with hat.
Cameron Patterson, I would like to retire. My that's why I envy. You got a lesbian bitch. You a cowboy, fuck nigga. The lesbians for and I ain't get that choice. Let me explain. So go girl, she go, go deep. All she got chapter 6, put on Arsenal real quick, put on a 10, and now she finna fuck. Go deeper, I'ma just call my homeboy. Way bigger than mine. That's what it is.
Wow, exactly 1 minute.
Yeah, that nigga arm crazy as shit. You can't put that nigga right there. That's kind of crazy. Fuck you, nigga. We not the same bitch. Work at a grocery store, dog. Like y'all there, you know? Like y'all there. We're like old to the point where like slavery. It was. The lady would come in every day. She was in a wheelchair, and I always help that bitch. Because every time I would help her, I would say that she thought, so it's just like the good old times, right? And she was like, "You so behaving yourself." My name is Cameron. Who the fuck? So I got it.
Beats on beats. An unbelievable appetite for destruction.
You ever had a problem with the man? Like, you know what I'm saying? You met with the STDs and shit? Was it? I fuck up for a minute. She tell me just, I was like, no, because I can smell it. And that's a bad idea. Take over. And I just felt my hand just slip down in my. And I'm being treacherous. I'm just. So, water that too. I was at work and I was lava. And I went to the doctor and did all the tests. I'm not happy about that, but I got it. And then he was like, yeah, oh, don't worry about it. Besides that, that. I'm like, for reason, nah, nigga, you got to go in Hey, guys, look.
There it is, 58 seconds. The throw.
If you can't tell by my sideways hat and my slides, I'm a scientist. And I've been studying which race get the best head. White women. You know, I love white women because 2 weeks ago, a white girl changed my life, y'all. She sucked my dick for the first time. And she sucked my dick so good, I watched The Office now. That's how good it was, dog. I be at home and say, this nigga Michael is a hoot.
Dude, are you going to join this fucking game or not?
This your lady? Can she suck a dick? Hypothesis prove it. Right? You're black? Never mind.
She said she's half black. He said, never mind. Another amazing minute from the great Cam Patterson.
Absolutely.
Start a lab. Wrestling profile
Yo, pimp.
by a crackhead. Just me. I was on 6th Street in the crackhead. 6th Street, nigga. I know you. I like, bro, you don't know me. He said, nah, nigga, I know you. You sell crack, don't you? Nah, bro, I do not sell crack. I said, nah, nigga, you sell crack. I said, bro, listen, you telling me that nigga over there is a liar. He was pointing at a brick wall. I'm like, bro, I do not sell crack. He said, you could have fooled me, bitch, and just walked away. Let me tell y'all something. I'm a good person. So I sold the crack.
A force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, shut up, bitch. I gotta talk now. My favorite social media app is Twitter. I know they changed that shit to X, but go with me. I wrote this shit when it was Twitter. Now, I like Twitter because that's one place you can see people like debate over their political beliefs. And like scroll down and see like a girl with a butt plug in her ass. Right? That's how I found out about all my news and shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I found out about the Russia-Ukraine situation. Like I didn't know what was going on. Like, oh, this shit is crazy. And I scrolled up, I said, go get another on. 2 scrolls later. Look, those real shit. You know what I like porn? But you little type of that you want for a porno. I seen a porno there. This porno called it was a white girl gets gang banged by well-hung niggers part 3. And I had to watch it because the white girl get gang banged well-hung niggers part 1 was so good they made 2 more. That's my time.
Damn motherfucking Patterson.
What's up, nigga? How y'all doing? That nigga was not 42, dog. Ain't no fucking way. Like I know I fight people for real, and the only reason I fight people is I got a little sister, and she not. My little sister is 6'2", 280.
All right, go do what you need to do. Be back in 5 minutes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, when we was little kids, she would always beat the fuck out of me, like, every day. You know what I'm saying? She had me, and my big spirit that she come on there go, Cameron, my boyfriend just hit me, come do something about it. And I was back home a couple weeks ago, and she called me, she was like, Cam, my boyfriend just hit me, I need you to come have me. And I was like, bitch, call the police. I can't help you, you fucking slut. I can't help you. But that's my little sister, and I love her, so, you know, so I went over there, right? I went to the house, and I was like, fuck, nigga. That's what I said, I'm scared. Hey, fuck, nigga. How did you beat this bitch?
There you have it.
I hate my niece. She a bitch. Cause she be bragging about shit she know I can't do. Like I was back home a couple weeks ago. She like, Uncle Cameron, guess what? I passed the 3rd grade. And I'm like, I don't care, bitch. If you were so goddamn smart, you did it twice like I did. I only did it twice though because I couldn't read. That ain't funny, bitch. I couldn't read, so I couldn't read, dog. Let me ask you a question. You know how hard it is to learn how to read when you can't read? That shit is damn near impossible. Hey guys, over here.
Yes. Another minute from Cam Patterson.
So my life been crazy, so I got a therapist. Thank you, white women. Thank y'all for admitting that shit. I really needed one. Cause you guys, I just yell in the mirror like, you gonna fuck nigga, you gonna die. That don't help. I don't have it all. I don't have it all. So I got a therapist, but we don't get shit done cause she's pretty. So I just be lying to this bitch. That's like, what's your biggest problem? My dick too big. That's a big issue for me. What weighs down? Like my dick weighs me down. That's pretty cool. You know how weird it is to put like gas in it? It hurts. It's real hard to put fucking gas in the Bugatti, bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's damn near impossible.
There you go. Cam Patterson. No.
I be fucking chatting at a wife.
I fucking.
Coming live from Vulcan Gas Company here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Cal County, get up that County!
Are you back?
Your goddamn Monday night right now.
All right, well then come back.
Yeah, we're here, everybody. Make some noise for Brian Red Band. Hey, everybody. This is Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. How about a hand for that goddamn band? Am I right, people? We are here in Austin, Texas, with some unbelievable local musicians. Of course, that's the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums over there. This is our friend Matt Muelling on the electric tonight. And, of course, the great E Madness right here on the bass guitar. With a gigantic mic stand that I almost knocked over into him awkwardly starting the episode. Very close call there. You son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. That is the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony band. Also Kill Tony, brought to you by local legends here, Deep Eddy Vodka, which we absolutely love. I mix all their different flavored vodkas with a bunch of different things because I can admit that I like a good feminine beverage. And Deep Eddy is delicious. Sometimes I mix it with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, have a little whiskey vodka. Just fucking support our sponsors. You know what I mean? Wake up the next morning, drink a little liquid IV for the hangover, hire some people on ZipRecruiter, and it's a fucking day. How many of you flew from somewhere else to be here tonight? See, this is a regular thing here that we don't talk about very often. People are like, oh, you're going to move to Austin. Oh, there's going to be the same audience every night. Oh, fucking idiots. Now they're all in hell. All our favorite places are closing in LA. Anyway, who gives a fuck? Doesn't matter. We made the right decision. It's good to be here in beautiful Texas on a 135-degree day. Here's a little bit more about the amazing other sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey, y'all. Indeed, it is Tony Hinchcliffe here, telling you that I am back out on tour with my stand-up comedy, lugging a bunch of my funniest friends with me all around the country. We're back at it. Tampa, Florida, July 15th and 16th. Houston, Texas, July 28th, 29th, and the 30th. Dallas, Texas, the 12th and 13th of August, and August 26th and 27th. San Antonio, Texas. Nashville, Tennessee, making my long-awaited return September 29th, 30th, and October 1st. That's tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com, and we'll see how. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Ladies and gentlemen, two of the best comedians in the country, two return guests to Kill Tony. They are here from New York City. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Shane Gillis and Mark Norman. Oh my God. Oh shit. It's one of those nights. Mark Norman. One of the best in the world. And Shane Gillis, everybody. Holy shit. Just a random ass Monday in Austin, Texas.
Oh, I got you there. All right,
The
comedy.
city is wild, folks. These guys already taped an episode of the Joe Rogan Experience earlier today where Shane famously drank 18 beers.
Yeah, and Ari
Whoa.
died. Ari's dead.
Mark had a bunch of whiskeys, and
Oh, yeah.
Ari Shafir, there's a slight chance that you were here the day that Ari was supposed to be on the show with these two and passed away.
He was old. He was on his way out. That old Peeb.
He told Shane that he could stick with him.
He's in Jewish hell.
I don't think
Germany.
Oh, yeah. We're doing this shit tonight. Absolutely.
Yeah, we are.
You guys know how it works. You guys have been guests on the show numerous times. There's a bunch of people that signed up to get their chance to do 60 seconds uninterrupted. And then I interview them afterwards, and we all talk to them. We find out more about them. You know, the 60 seconds is up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear. And that's how that works. You guys ready to start tonight's episode, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, to start tonight's show, a man that has been kicking off every episode of the show for a year straight. One of the strongest Kill Tony regulars in the history of the show. This man writes and performs a brand new minute every week. It's the one and only Hans Kim.
Hey, what's up? I love talking to chicks, but I was talking to this one chick, and she kept talking about her PTSD, and I had to walk away from her because she was triggering my PTSD of listening to people with PTSD tell boring stories. Holy shit, cut to the chase. Sometimes shitty things happen to shitty storytellers. I don't know what to tell you. But I'm gonna be here in Texas, very hot. You know, I like how there's two temperatures. There's like feels like temperature and whatever the other temperature is, which I don't get the point of that because the only way I interact with temperature is by feeling it. The fuck is this other number doing? Feels like 72, but sounds like 45 and smells like 12. But good to be here. I think that if guns are legal, then traps should be legal. You should be able to trap a motherfucker. You know? If you bend down to pick up a Supreme hat, you should go up in a net. All right, thank you.
Hans Kim. All right. Hans really saving it there at the end. That was getting close. We were in Trek.
The following is a conversation with Nick Bostrom, a philosopher at University of Oxford and the director of the Future of Humanity Institute. He has worked on fascinating and important ideas in existential risk, simulation hypothesis, human enhancement ethics, and the risks of superintelligent AI systems, including in his book, Superintelligence. I can see talking to Nick multiple times in this podcast, many hours each time, because he has done some incredible work in artificial intelligence, in technology space, science, and really philosophy in general. We'll have to start somewhere. This conversation was recorded before the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic, that both Nick and I'm sure, will have a lot to say about next time we speak. And perhaps that is for the best, because the deepest lessons can be learned only in retrospect, when the storm has passed. I do recommend you read many of his papers on the topic of existential risk, including the technical report titled Global Catastrophic Risks Survey that he co-authored with Anders Sandberg. For everyone feeling the medical, psychological, and financial burden of this crisis, I'm sending love your way. Stay strong. We're in this together. We'll beat this thing. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcast, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter, Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Since Cash App is fractional share trading, let me mention that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next layer of abstraction over the stock market, making trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store, Google Play, and use the code LEXPODCAST, you get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, an organization that's helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Nick Bostrom. At the risk of asking the Beatles to play Yesterday or the Rolling Stones to play Satisfaction, let me ask you the basics. What is the simulation hypothesis?
That we are living in a computer simulation.
What is a computer simulation? How are we supposed to even think about that?
Well, so the hypothesis is meant to be understood in a literal sense, not that we can kind of metaphorically view the universe as an information processing physical system, but that there is some advanced civilization built a lot of computers, and that what we experience is an effect of what's going on inside one of those computers, so that the world around us, our own brains, everything we see and perceive and think and feel would exist because this computer is running certain programs.
Do you think of this computer as something similar to the computers of today, these deterministic sort of Turing machine type things? Is that what we're supposed to imagine, or we're supposed to think of something more like a quantum mechanical system, something much bigger, something much more complicated, something much more mysterious from our current perspective?
So the ones we have today would be quite a bit bigger. Certainly, you need more memory, more processing power. I don't think anything else would be required. Now, it might well be that they do have additional, maybe they have quantum computers and other things that would give them even more. It's kind of plausible, but I don't think it's a necessary assumption in order to get to the conclusion that a technologically mature civilization would be able to create these kinds of computer simulations with conscious beings inside them.
So do you think the simulation hypothesis is an idea that's most useful in philosophy, computer science, physics? So where do you see it having valuable kind of starting point in terms of the thought experiment of it?
Is it useful? I guess it's more informative and interesting and maybe important. But it's not designed to be useful for something else.
Okay, interesting, sure. But is it philosophically interesting, or is there some kind of implications of computer science and physics?
I think not so much for computer science or physics per se. Certainly it would be of interest in philosophy. I think also to say cosmology or physics, in as much as you're interested in the fundamental building blocks of the world and the rules that govern it. If we are in a simulation, there is then the possibility that, say, physics at the level where the computer running the simulation could be different from the physics governing phenomena in the simulation. So I think it might be interesting from the point of view of religion, or just for kind of trying to figure out what the heck is going on. So we mentioned the simulation hypothesis so far. There is also a simulation argument, which I tend to make a distinction. So simulation hypothesis, we are living in a computer simulation. Simulation argument, this argument that tries to show that one of three propositions is true, one of which is the simulation hypothesis, but there are two alternatives in the original simulation argument, which we can get to.
Yeah, let's go there. By the way, confusing terms. Because, people will, I think, probably naturally think simulation argument equals simulation hypothesis.
Yeah.
Just terminology-wise, but let's go there. So simulation hypothesis means that we are living in a simulation. The hypothesis that we're living in a simulation. Simulation argument has these three complete possibilities that cover all possibilities. So what are they?
Yeah, so it's like a disjunction. It says at least one of these three is true, although it doesn't on its own tell us which one. So the first one is that almost all civilizations at our current stage of technological development go extinct before they reach technological maturity. So there is some great filter that makes it so that basically none of the civilizations throughout, maybe vast cosmos will ever get to realize the full potential of technological development.
And this could be, theoretically speaking, this could be because most civilizations kill themselves too eagerly or destroy themselves too eagerly, or it might be super difficult to build a simulation. So the span of time.
Theoretically, it could be both. Now, I think it looks like we would technologically be able to get there in a time span that is short compared to, say, the lifetime of planets and other sort of astronomical processes.
Your intuition is that the simulation is not.
Well, so this is interesting concept of technological maturity. It's kind of an interesting concept to have for other purposes as well. We can see, even based on our current limited understanding, what some lower bound would be on the capabilities that you could realize by just developing technologies that we already see are possible. So, for example, one of my research fellows here, Eric Drexler, back in the 80s, studied molecular manufacturing. That is, you could analyze using theoretical tools and computer modeling the performance of various molecularly precise structures that we didn't then and still don't today have the ability to actually fabricate. But you could say that, well, if we could put these atoms together in this way, then the system would be stable and it would, rotate at this speed and have these computational characteristics. And he also outlined some pathways that would enable us to get to this kind of molecularly manufacturing in the fullness of time. And you could do other studies we've done. You could look at the speed at which it would be possible to colonize the galaxy if you had mature technology. We have an upper limit, which is the speed of light. We have sort of a lower current limit, which is how fast current rockets go. We know we can go faster than that by just, making them bigger and have more fuel and stuff. And you can then start to describe the technological affordances that would exist once a civilization has had enough time to develop even at least those technologies we already know are possible. Then maybe they would discover other new physical phenomena as well that we haven't realized that would enable them to do even more. But at least there is this kind of basic set of capabilities.
Can you just link on that? How do we jump from molecular manufacturing to deep space exploration to mature technology? Like, what's the connection?
Well, so these would be two examples of technological capability sets that we can have a high degree of confidence are physically possible in our universe, and that the civilization that was allowed to continue to develop its science and technology would eventually attain.
You can intuit, like, we can kind of see the set of breakthroughs that are likely to happen. So you can see, like, what would you call it, the technological set?
With computers, maybe it's easiest. The one is we could just imagine bigger computers using exactly the same parts that we have, so you can kind of scale things that way, right? But you could also make processors a bit faster if you had this molecular nanotechnology that Eric Drexler described. He characterized a kind of crude computer built with these parts that would perform, at a million times the human brain while being significantly smaller, the size of a sugar cube. And he made no claim that that's the optimum computing structure. Like, well, you could build faster computers that would be more efficient, but at least you could do that if you had the ability to do things that were atomically precise. I mean, so you can then combine these two. You could have this kind of nanomolecular ability to build things atom by atom, and then say at a spatial scale that would be attainable through space colonizing technology. You could then start, for example, to characterize a lower bound on the amount of computing power that technologically mature civilization would have if it could grab resources, planets and so forth, and then use this molecular nanotechnology to optimize them for computing. You get a very, very high lower bound on the amount of compute.
So sorry, just to define some terms. So technologically mature civilization is one that took that piece of technology to its lower bound. What is a technologically mature civilization?
Okay, so it's a strong concept that we really need for the simulation hypothesis. I just think it's interesting in its own right.
Yeah.
So it would be the idea that there is at some stage of technological development where you basically maxed out. You developed all those general purpose, widely useful technologies that could be developed, or at least kind of come very close to the 99.9% there or something. So that's an independent question. You can think either that there is such a ceiling, or you might think the technology tree just goes on forever.
Where does your sense fall?
I would guess that there is a maximum that you would start to asymptote toward.
So new things won't keep springing up. New ceilings.
And in terms of basic technological capabilities, I think that there's like a finite set of those that can exist in this universe. Moreover, I wouldn't be that surprised if we actually reached close to that level fairly shortly after we have, say, machine superintelligence. So I don't think it would take millions of years for a human originating civilization to begin to do this. It's like more likely to happen on historical timescales. But that's an independent speculation from the simulation argument. I mean, for the purpose of the simulation argument, it doesn't really matter whether it goes indefinitely far up or whether there is a ceiling, as long as we know we can at least get to a certain level. And it also doesn't matter whether that's going to happen in 100 years or 5,000 years or 50 million years. Like the timescales really don't make any difference.
Can you look on that a little bit? Like there's a big difference between 100 years and 10 million years.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really not matter, because you just said, does it matter if we jump scales to beyond historical scales? So we described that. So for the simulation argument, sort of, doesn't it matter that we if it takes 10 million years, it gives us a lot more opportunity to destroy civilization in the meantime?
Yeah, well, so it would shift around the probabilities between these three alternatives. That is, if we are very, very far away from being able to create these simulations, if it's like, say, billions of years into the future, then it's more likely that we will fail ever to get there. There's more time for us to kind of, give good things along the way. And so this is similarly for other civilizations.
So it is important to think about how hard it is to build a simulation.
In terms of figuring out which of the disjuncts. But for the simulation argument itself, which is agnostic as to which of these three alternatives is true.
Yeah, okay.
It's like you don't have to like the simulation argument would be true whether or not we thought this could be done in 500 years or it would take 500 million years.
No, for sure. The simulation argument stands. I mean, I'm sure there might be some people who oppose it, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's very nice, those three cases covered. The fun part is at least not saying what the probabilities are, but kind of thinking about, kind of intuiting, reasoning about like what's more likely, what are the kind of things that would make some of the arguments less and more. So like, but let's actually, I don't think we went through them. So number one is we destroy ourselves before we ever create simulation.
Right. So that's kind of sad, but we have to think not just what might destroy us. I mean, so that there could be some whatever disasters, some meteors slamming the Earth a few years from now that could destroy us, right? But you'd have to postulate, in order for this done to be true, that almost all civilizations throughout the cosmos also failed to reach technological maturity.
And the underlying assumption there is that there is likely a very large number of other intelligent civilizations.
Well, if there are, then they would virtually all have to succumb in the same way. I mean, and that leads off another. I guess there are a lot of little digressions that are interesting.
Let's go there.
So
go there.
Yeah,
Keep dragging us back.
Well, there is a set of basic questions that always come up in conversations with interesting people, like the Fermi paradox. Like you can almost define whether a person is interesting, whether at some point the question of the Fermi paradox comes up. Well, so for what it's worth, it looks to me that the universe is very big. I mean, in fact, according to the most popular current cosmological theory, is infinitely big. And so then it would follow pretty trivially that it would contain a lot of other civilizations, in fact, infinitely many. If you have some local stochasticity and infinitely many, it's like, infinitely many lumps of matter, one next to another. There's kind of random stuff in each one, then you're going to get all possible outcomes with probability 1, infinitely repeated. So then certainly there would be a lot of extraterrestrials out there. Even short of that, if the universe is very big, that might be a finite but large number. If we were literally the only one, then of course, if we went extinct, then all of civilizations at our current stage would have gone extinct before becoming technological mature. So then it kind of becomes trivially true that a very high fraction of those went extinct. But if we think there are many, I mean, it's interesting because there are certain things that possibly could kill us, like if you look at existential risks, and it might be a different, like the best answer to what would be most likely to kill us might be a different answer than the best answer to the question, if there is something that kills almost everyone, what would that be? Because that would have to be some risk factor that was kind of uniform overall possible civilization.
Yeah, so in this, for the sake of this argument, you have to think about not just us, but like every civilization dies out before they create the civilization.
Yeah, or something very close to everybody.
Okay, so what's number 2 in the?
Well, so number 2 is the convergence hypothesis. That is that maybe like some of these civilizations do make it through to technological maturity, but out of those who do get there, they all lose interest in creating these simulations. So they have the capability of doing it, but they choose not to. Not just a few of them decide not to, but out of the million, maybe not even a single one of them would do it.
And I think when you say lose interest, that sounds like unlikely because it's like they get bored or whatever, but it could be so many possibilities within that. I mean, losing interest could be it could be anything from it being exceptionally difficult to do to fundamentally changing the sort of the fabric of reality if you do it. There's ethical concerns, all those kinds of things could be exceptionally strong pressures.
Well, certainly, I mean, ethical concerns. I mean, not really too difficult to do. I mean, in a sense, that's the first assumption that you get to technological maturity where you would have the ability, using only a tiny fraction of your resources, to create many simulations. So would it be the case that they would need to spend half of their GDP forever in order to create one simulation, and they had this like difficult debate about whether they should, invest half of their GDP for this? It more be like, well, if any little fraction of the civilization feels like doing this at any point during maybe their, millions of years of existence, then there would be millions of simulations. But certainly there could be many conceivable reasons for why there would be this convergence. Many possible reasons for not running ancestor simulations or other computer simulations. even if you could do so cheaply.
By the way, what's an ancestor simulation?
Well, that would be a type of computer simulation that would contain people like us we think have lived on our planet in the past and like ourselves in terms of the types of experiences they have. And where those simulated people are conscious. So it's like not just simulated in the same sense that a non-player character would be simulated in a current computer game where it kind of has like an avatar body and then a very simple mechanism that moves it forward or backwards, but something where the simulated being has a brain, let's say, that's simulated at a sufficient level of granularity that that it would have the same subjective experiences as we have.
So where does consciousness fit into this? Do you think simulation, like, is there different ways to think about how this can be simulated, just like you're talking about now? Do we have to simulate each brain within the larger simulation? Is it enough to simulate just the brain, just the minds, and not the simulation, like not the big universe itself? Like, is there different ways to think about this?
Yeah, I guess there is a kind of premise in the simulation argument rolled in from philosophy of mind, that is that it would be possible to create a conscious mind in a computer, and that what determines whether some system is conscious or not is not like whether it's built from organic biological neurons, but maybe something like what the structure of the computation is that it implements. So we can discuss that if we want, but I think it would be, for what it's worth, my view would that it would be sufficient, say, if you had a computation that was identical to the computation in the human brain down to the level of neurons. So if you had a simulation with 100 billion neurons connected in the same way as the human brain, and you then roll that forward with the same kind of synaptic weights and so forth, so you actually had the same behavior coming out of this as a human with that brain would have done, then I think that would be conscious. Now, it's possible you could also generate consciousness without having that detailed assimilation. There I'm getting more uncertain exactly how much you could simplify or abstract away.
Can you look on that? What do you mean? So I missed where you're placing consciousness in this second.
Well, so if you are a computationalist, you think that what creates consciousness is the implementation of a computation.
Some property, emergent property of the computation.
Yeah, yeah, you can say that. But then the question is, what's the class of computations such that when they are run, consciousness emerges? So if you just have like something that adds 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, like a simple computation, you think maybe that's not going to have any consciousness. If on the other hand the computation is one like our human brains are performing, where as part of the computation there is like a global workspace, a sophisticated attention mechanism, there is like self-representations of other cognitive processes and a whole lot of other things that possibly would be conscious. And in fact, if it's exactly like ours, I think definitely it would. But exactly how much less than the full computation that the human brain is performing would be required is a little bit, I think, of an open question. You asked another interesting question as well, which is, would it be sufficient to just have, say, the brain, or would you need the environment?
Right, that's a nice one.
In order to generate the same kind of experiences that we have. And there is a bunch of stuff we don't know. I mean, if you look at, say, current virtual reality environments, one thing that's clear is that we don't have to simulate all details of them all the time in order for, say, the human player to have the perception that there is a full reality and that you can have, say, procedurally generated, where you might only render a scene when it's actually within the view of the player character. And so similarly, if this environment that we perceive is simulated, it might be that only the parts that come into our view are rendered at any given time, and a lot of aspects that never come into view, say the details of this microphone I'm talking into, exactly what each atom is doing at any given point in time, might not be part of the simulation, only a more coarse-grained representation.
So that to me is actually from an engineering perspective why the simulation hypothesis is really interesting to think about.
Right.
Is how difficult is it to fake sort of in a virtual reality context? I don't know if fake is the right word, but to construct a reality that is sufficiently real to us to be immersive in the way that the physical world is. I think that's actually probably an answerable question of psychology, of computer science. Where's the line where it becomes so immersive that you don't want to leave that world?
Yeah, or that you don't realize while you're in it that it is a virtual world.
Yeah, those are two actually questions. Yours is the more sort of the good question about the realism. But mine, from my perspective, what's interesting is it doesn't have to be real, but how can we construct a world that we wouldn't want to leave?
Yeah, I mean, I think that might be too low a bar. I mean, if you think, say, when people first had Pong or something like that, like, I'm sure there were people who wanted to keep playing it for a long time because it was fun, and they wanted to be in this little world. I'm not sure we'd say it's immersive. I mean, I guess in some sense it is, but like an absorbing activity doesn't even have to be.
But they left that world, though. That's so like, I think that bar is deceivingly high. So they eventually left. So you can play Pong or StarCraft or whatever more sophisticated games for hours, for months. While the work could be a big addiction, but eventually they escape that.
So you mean when it's absorbing enough that you would choose to spend your entire life in there,
and then thereby changing the concept of what reality is, because your reality becomes the game, not because you're fooled, but because you've made that choice.
Yeah, and it makes different people might have different preferences regarding that. Some might, even if you had any perfect virtual reality, might still prefer not to spend the rest of their lives there. I mean, in philosophy, there's this experience machine thought experiment. Have you come across this? So Robert Nozick had this thought experiment where you imagine some crazy super duper neuroscientists of the future have created a machine that could give you any experience you want if you step in there. And for the rest of your life, you can kind of pre-program it in different ways. So your fondest dreams could come true. You could, whatever you dream, you want to be a great artist, a great lover, like have a wonderful life, all of these things. If you step into the experience machine, will be your experiences. Constantly happy, and that you would kind of disconnect from the rest of reality, and you would float there in a tank. And so Nozick thought that most people would choose not to enter the experience machine. I mean, many might want to go there for a holiday, but they wouldn't want to check out of existence permanently. And so he thought that was an argument against certain views of value, according to what we value is a function of what we experience. And because in the experience machine you can have any experience you want, and yet many people would think that would not be much value. So therefore, what we value depends on other things than what we experience. So,
okay, can you take that argument further? I mean, what about the fact that maybe what we value is the up and down of life? So
you can have up and downs in the experience machine, right? But what can't you have in the experience machine? Well, I mean, that then becomes an interesting question to explore. But for example, real connection with other people, if the experience machine is a solo machine where it's only you, like that's something you wouldn't have there. You would have this objective experience that would be like fake people. But if you gave somebody flowers, there wouldn't be anybody there who actually got happy. It would just be a little simulation of somebody smiling, but the simulation would not be the kind of simulation I'm talking about in the simulation argument, where the simulated creature is conscious. It would just be a kind of smiley face that would look perfectly real to you.
So we're now drawing a distinction between appear to be perfectly real and actually being real.
Yeah. So that could be one thing. I mean, like a big impact on history maybe was also something you won't have if you check into this experience machine. So some people might actually feel the life I want to have for me is one where I have a big positive impact on how history unfolds. So you could kind of explore these different possible explanations for why it is you wouldn't want to go into the experience machine if that's what you feel. And one interesting observation regarding this Nozick thought experiment and the conclusions he wanted to draw from it is how much is a kind of a status quo effect. So a lot of people might not want to get this on current reality to plug into this P machine. But if they instead were told, well, what you've experienced up to this point was a dream. Now, do you want to disconnect from this and enter the real world when you have no idea what the real world is? Or maybe you could say, well, you're actually a farmer in Peru growing, peanuts, and you could live for the rest of your life in this. Or would you want to continue your dream life as Alex Friedman, going around the world, making podcasts and doing research? So if the status quo was that they were actually in the experience machine, I think a lot of people might have preferred to live the life that they're familiar with rather than sort of bail out into. So
the change itself, the leap.
Yeah,
whatever.
So it might not be so much the reality itself that we're after, but it's more that we are maybe involved in certain projects and relationships, and we have a self-identity and these things that our values are kind of connected with carrying that forward. And then whether it's inside a tank or outside a tank in Peru, or whether inside the computer or outside the computer, that's kind of less important to what we ultimately care about.
Yeah, but still, so just to linger on it, it is interesting. I find maybe people are different, but I find myself quite willing to take the leap to the farmer in Peru, especially as the virtual reality systems become more realistic. I find that possibility, and I think more people will take that leap.
But so in this topic, just to make sure we are on this, so in this case, the farmer in Peru would not be a virtual reality. That would be the real thing, your life, like before this whole experience machine started.
Well, I kind of assumed from that description, you're being very specific, but that kind of idea just like washes away the concept of what's real. I'm still a little hesitant about your kind of distinction between real and illusion, because when you can have an illusion that looks real, I don't know how you can definitively say something is real or not. Like, what's a good way to prove that something is real in that context?
Well, so I guess in this case it's more a stipulation. In one case, you're floating in a tank with these wires by the super duper neuroscientists plugging into your head, giving you like Streetman experiences. In the other, you're actually tilling the soil in Peru, growing peanuts, and then those peanuts are being eaten by other people all around the world who buy the exports. And that's so these are two different possible situations in the one and the same real world that you could choose to occupy.
But just to be clear, when you're in a vat with wires and neuroscientists, you could still go farming in Peru, right?
But well, you could. If you wanted to, you could have the experience of farming in Peru, but there wouldn't actually be any peanuts grown.
What makes a peanut? So a peanut can be grown, and you can feed things with that peanut. And why can't all of that be done in a simulation?
I hope, first of all, that they actually have peanut farms in Peru. I guess we'll get a lot of comments otherwise. I read the up to the point when you started talking about.
You should know you
can't
can't
realize
grow peanuts in that climate.
No, I mean, I think, in the simulation, I think there's a sense, the important sense, in which it would all be real. Nevertheless, there's a distinction between inside a simulation and outside a simulation, or in the case of no thought experiment, whether you're in the vat or outside the vat. And some of those differences may or may not be important. I mean, that goes down to your values and preferences. So if the experience machine only gives you the experience of throwing peanuts, but you're the only one in the experience machine.
So there's other, you can, within the experience machine, others can plug in.
Well, there are versions of the experience machine. So in fact, you might want to have distinguish different thought experiments, different versions of it. So in the original thought experiment, maybe it's only you, right? Just you. So, and you think, I wouldn't want to go in there. Well, that tells you something interesting about what you value and what you care about. Then you could say, well, what if you add the fact that there would be other people in there and you would interact with them? Well, start to make it more attractive, right? Then you could add in, well, what if you could also have important long-term effects on human history and the world, and you could actually do something useful even though you were in there? That makes it maybe even more attractive, like you could actually have a life that had a purpose and consequences. So as you sort of add more into it, it becomes more similar to the baseline reality that you were comparing it to.
Yeah, but I just think inside the experience machine, and without taking those steps you just mentioned, you still have an impact on long-term history of the creatures that live inside that, of the quote-unquote fake creatures that live inside that experience machine. And that, like, at a certain point, if there's a person waiting for you inside that experience machine, maybe your newly found wife, and she dies, she has fear, she has hopes, and she exists in that machine. When you plug out, when you unplug yourself and plug back in, she's still there, going on about her life.
Oh, well, in that case, yeah, it starts to have more of an independent existence.
Independent existence.
But it depends, I think, on how she's implemented in the experience machine. Take one limit case where all she is a static picture on the wall of photograph. You think, well, I can look at her, right? But that's it. There's no. But then you think, well, it doesn't really matter much what happens to that any more than a normal photograph. If you tear it up, right? It means you can't see it anymore, but you haven't harmed the person whose picture you tore up. But if it's actually implemented, say, at a neural level of detail, so that she's a fully realized digital mind with the same behavioral repertoire as you have, then very possibly she would be a conscious person like you are. And then you would, what you do in this experience machine would have real consequences for how this other mind felt. So you have to specify which of these experience machines you're talking about. I think it's not entirely obvious that it would be possible to have an experience machine that gave you a normal set of human experiences, which include experiences of interacting with other people, without that also generating consciousnesses corresponding to those other people. That is, if you create another entity that you perceive and interact with, that to you looks entirely realistic. Not just when you say hello, they say hello back, but you have a rich interaction, many days, deep conversations. Like it might be that the only possible way of implementing that could be one that also has a side effect, instantiated this other person in enough detail that you would have a second consciousness there. I think that's to some extent an open question.
So you don't think it's possible to fake consciousness, to fake?
Well, it might. I mean, I think you can certainly fake. If you have a very limited interaction with somebody, you could certainly fake that. That is, if all you have to go on is somebody said hello to you, that's not enough for you to tell whether there was a real person there or a pre-recorded message or, like a very superficial simulation that has no consciousness. That's something easy to fake. We could already fake it now. You can record a voice recording and, But if you have a richer set of interactions where you're allowed to ask open-ended questions and probe from different angles, that could sort of be, you could give canned answer to all of the possible ways that you could probe it. then it starts to become more plausible that the only way to realize this thing in such a way that you get the right answer from any which angle you probe it would be a way of instantiating it. We also instantiated the conscious mind.
Yeah, I'm with you on the intelligence part, but there's something about me that says consciousness is easier to fake. Like I've recently gotten my hands on a lot of Rubas. Don't ask me why or how, but and I've made them. There's just a nice robotic mobile platform for experience, and I made them scream or moan in pain, so on, just to see when they're responding to me. And it just does sort of psychological experiment on myself, and I think they appear consciously pretty quickly. Like to me, at least my brain can be tricked quite easily. So if I introspect, it's harder for me to be tricked that something is intelligent. So I just have this feeling that inside this experience machine, just saying that you're conscious and having certain qualities of the interaction, like being able to suffer, like being able to hurt, like being able to wonder about the essence of your own existence, not actually, creating the illusion that you're wondering about it is enough to create the consciousness and create the illusion of consciousness, and because of that, create a really immersive experience to where you feel like that is the real world.
Do you think there's a big gap between appearing conscious and being conscious? Or is it that you think it's very easy to be conscious?
I'm not actually sure what it means to be conscious. All I'm saying is the illusion of consciousness is enough for this to create a social interaction that's as good as if the thing was conscious. Meaning, I'm making it about myself.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess there are a few different things. One is how good the interaction is, which might mean if you don't really care about probing hard for whether the thing is conscious, but maybe it would be a satisfactory interaction. Whether or not you really thought it was conscious. Now, if you really care about it being conscious like inside this experience machine, how easy would it be to fake it? And you say it sounds fairly easy, but then the question is, would that also mean it's very easy to instantiate consciousness? Like it's much more widely spread in the world than we have thought. It doesn't require a big human brain with 100 billion neurons. All you need is some system that exhibits basic intentionality and can respond, and you already have consciousness. Like in that case, I guess you still have a close coupling. I guess then a case would be where they can come apart, where you could create the appearance of there being a conscious mind without actually not being another conscious mind. I'm somewhat agnostic exactly where these lines go. I think one observation that makes it possible that you could have very realistic appearances relatively simply, which also is relevant for the simulation argument and in terms of thinking about how realistic would a virtual reality model have to be in order for the simulated creature not to notice that anything was awry. Well, just think of our own humble brains during the wee hours of the night when we are dreaming. Many times, dreams are very immersive, but often you also don't realize that you're in a dream. And that's produced by simple, primitive, 3-pound lumps of neural matter effortlessly. So if a simple brain like this can create a virtual reality that seems pretty real to us, then how much easier would it be for a super intelligent civilization with planetary-sized computers optimized over the eons to create a realistic environment for you to interact with?
Yeah, by the way, behind that intuition is that our brain is not that impressive relative to the possibilities of what technology could bring. It's also possible that the brain is the epitome, is the ceiling. Like just
the ceiling. How is that possible?
Meaning, like, this is the smartest possible thing the universe could create.
So that seems unlikely to me. Yeah, I mean, for some of these reasons we alluded to earlier, in terms of the designs we already have for computers that would be faster by many orders of magnitude than the human brain.
Yeah, but it could be that the cognitive constraints themselves is what enables the intelligence. So the more powerful you make the computer, the less likely it is to become super intelligent. This is where I say dumb things to push back on.
I'm not sure I follow with my. Yeah, I mean, so there are different dimensions of intelligence. A simple one is just speed. Like if you can solve the same challenge faster, in some sense, you're like smarter. So there, I think we have very strong evidence for thinking that you could have a computer in this universe that would be much faster than the human brain, and therefore have speed superintelligence, like be completely superior, maybe 1,000,000 times faster. Then maybe there are other ways in which you could be smarter as well, maybe more qualitative ways, right? And there, the concepts are a little bit less clear-cut, so it's harder to make a very crisp, neat, firmly logical argument for why there could be qualitative superintelligence as opposed to just things that were faster, although I still think it's very plausible. And for various reasons that are less than watertight arguments. But you can sort of, for example, if you look at animals and and even within humans, like there seems to be like Einstein versus random person. Like it's not just that Einstein was a little bit faster, but like how long would it take a normal person to invent general relativity? It's like it's not 20% longer than it took Einstein or something like that. It's like I don't know whether they would do it at all or it would take millions of years or some totally bizarre. So,
but your intuition is that the compute size will get you increasing the size of the computer and the speed of the computer might create some much more powerful levels of intelligence that would enable some of the things we've been talking about with like the simulation, being able to simulate an ultra realistic environment, ultra realistic perception of reality.
Yeah, I mean, strictly speaking, it would not be necessary to have superintelligence in order to have, say, the technology to make these simulations, ancestry simulations, or other kinds of simulations. As a matter of fact, I think if we are in a simulation, it would most likely be one built by a civilization that had superintelligence. It definitely would help a lot. I mean, you could build more efficient, larger scale structures if you had superintelligence. I also think that if you have the technology to build these simulations, that's like a very advanced technology. It seems kind of easier to get the technology to superintelligence. So I'd expect by the time they could make these fully realistic simulations of human history with human brains in there, like before that they got to that stage, they would have figured out how to create machine superintelligence or maybe biological enhancements of their own brains if they were biological creatures to start with.
So we talked about the three parts of the simulation argument. One, we destroy ourselves before we ever create the simulation. Two, everybody somehow loses interest in creating simulation. Three, we're living in a simulation. So you've kind of, I don't know if your thinking has evolved on this point, but you kind of said that we know so little that these three cases might as well be equally probable. So probabilistically speaking, where do you stand on this?
Yeah, I don't think equal necessarily would be the most supported probability assignment.
So how would you, without assigning actual numbers, what's more or less likely?
Well, I mean, I've historically tended to punt on the question of like as between these three.
So maybe you ask another way is which kind of things would make it each of these more or less likely? What kind of,
I mean, certainly in general terms, if you take anything that say increases or reduces the probability of one of these, we tend to slosh probability around on the other. So if one becomes less probable, like the other would have to, because it's got to add up to one.
Yes.
So if we consider the first hypothesis, the first alternative that there's this filter that makes it so that virtually no civilization reaches technological maturity. In particular, our own civilization. If that's true, then it's like very unlikely that we would reach technological maturity. Because if almost no civilization at our stage does it, then it's unlikely that we do it. So hence,
Oh, sorry, game over on that for a second.
well, so if it's
What?
the case that almost all civilizations at our current stage of technological maturity at our current stage of technological development fail to reach maturity, that would give us very strong reason for thinking we will fail to reach technological maturity.
Oh, and also, so the flip side of that is the fact that we've reached it means that many other civilizations have reached
Yeah,
it.
so that means if we get closer and closer to actually reaching technological maturity, there's less and less distance left where we could go extinct before we are there. Therefore, the probability that we will reach increases as we get closer. And that would make it less likely to be true that almost all civilizations at our current stage fail to get there. Like we would have this, the one case we'd studied ourselves, we would be very close to getting there. That would be strong evidence that it's not somewhere to get to technological maturity. So to the extent that we, feel we're moving nearer to technological maturity, that would tend to reduce the probability of the first alternative and increase the probability of the other two. It doesn't need to be a monotonic change. Like if every once in a while some new threat comes into view, some bad new thing you could do with some novel technology, for example, that could change our probabilities in the other direction.
But that technology, again, you have to think about as that technology has to be able to equally, in an even way, affect every civilization out there.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, strictly speaking, it's not true. I mean, that could be two different existential risks, and every civilization, one or the other. But none of them kills more than 50%. But
gotcha.
Incidentally, so in some of my other work, on machine superintelligence, some existential risks related to sort of superintelligent AI and how we must make sure, to handle that wisely and carefully. It's not the right kind of existential catastrophe to make the first alternative true, though. It might be bad for us if the future lost a lot of value as a result of it being shaped by some process that optimized for some completely non-human value. But even if we got killed by machine superintelligence, that machine superintelligence might still attain technological maturity. So,
I see. So you're not human exclusive. This could be any intelligent species that achieves. It's all about the technological maturity. It's not that the humans have to attain it.
Right.
Superintelligence can replace us, and that's just as well for the simulation.
It could interact with the second alternative. If the thing that replaced us was either more likely or less likely than we would be to have an interest in creating ancestor simulations, that could affect probabilities. But so first order, if we all just die, then we won't produce any simulations because we are dead. But if we all die and get replaced by some other intelligent thing that then gets to technological maturity, the question remains, of course, if might not that thing then use some of its resources to do this stuff.
So can you reason about this stuff? So given how little we know about the universe, is it reasonable to reason about these probabilities? So how little, well, maybe you can disagree, but to me, it's not trivial to figure out how difficult it is to build a simulation. We kind of talked about it a little bit. We also don't know, as we try to start building it, start creating virtual worlds and so on, how that changes the fabric of society. There's all these things along the way that can fundamentally change so many aspects of our society, about our existence, that we don't know anything about. The kind of things we might discover when we understand to a greater degree the physics, the theory. If we have a breakthrough, have a theory and everything, how that changes stuff, how that changes deep space exploration and so on.
Yeah.
So is it still possible to reason about probabilities given how little we know?
Yes, I think there will be a large residual of uncertainty that we'll just have to acknowledge. And I think that's true for most of these big picture questions that we might wonder about. It's just we are small, short-lived, small-brained, cognitively very limited humans with little evidence, and it's amazing we can figure out as much as we can really about the cosmos.
But okay, so there's this cognitive trick that seems to happen when I look at the simulation argument, which for me it seems like case 1 and 2 feel unlikely. I want to say feel unlikely as opposed to sort of like it's not like I have too much scientific evidence to say that either 1 or 2 are not true. It just seems unlikely that every single civilization destroys itself, and it feels unlikely that the civilizations lose interest. So naturally, without necessarily explicitly doing it, but the simulation argument basically says it's very likely we're living in a simulation. Like, to me, my mind naturally goes there. I think the mind goes there for a lot of people. Is that the incorrect place for it to go?
Well, not necessarily. I think the second alternative, which has to do with the motivations and interests of technologically mature civilizations. I think there is much we don't understand about that.
Can you talk about that a little bit? What do you think? I mean, this is a question that pops up when you build an AGI system or build a general intelligence, or how does that change our motivation? Do you think it'll fundamentally transform our motivation?
So it doesn't seem that implausible that once you take this leap to technological maturity, I mean, I think like it involves creating machine superintelligence, possibly that would be sort of on the path for basically all civilizations, maybe before they are able to create large numbers of ancestor simulations. That possibly could be one of these things that quite radically changes the orientation of what a civilization is in fact optimizing for. There are other things as well. So at the moment we have not perfect control over our own being, our own mental states, our own experiences are not under our direct control. So for example, if you want to experience pleasure and happiness, you might have to do a whole host of things in the external world to try to get into the stage, into the mental state where you experience pleasure. Like when people get some pleasure from eating great food, well, they can't just turn that on. They have to kind of actually go to a nice restaurant, and then they have to make money to. So there's like all this kind of activity that maybe arises from the fact that we are trying to ultimately produce mental states, but the only way to do that is by a whole host of complicated activities in the external world. Now, at some level of technological development, I think we'll become omnipotent in the sense of gaining direct ability to choose our own internal configuration and enough knowledge and insight to be able to actually do that in a meaningful way. So then it could turn out that there are a lot of instrumental goals that would drop out of the picture and be replaced by other instrumental goals, because we could now serve some of these final goals in more direct ways. And who knows how all of that shakes out after civilizations reflect on that and converge on different attractors and so on and so forth. And that could be new instrumental considerations that come into view as well, that we are just oblivious to, that would maybe have a strong shaping effect on actions, like very strong reasons to do something or not to do something. And we just don't realize they're there because we are so dumb, bumbling through the universe. But if almost inevitably on route to attaining the ability to create many ancestor simulations, if you do have this cognitive enhancement or advice from superintelligences or you yourself, then maybe there's like this additional set of considerations coming into view. And yes, it's obvious that the thing that makes sense is to do X. Whereas right now it seems, you could X, Y, or Z, and different people will do different things, and we are kind of random in that sense.
Yeah, because at this time, with our limited technology, the impact of our decisions is minor. I mean, that's starting to change in some ways, but
well, I'm not sure it follows that the impact of our decisions is minor.
Well, it's starting to change. I mean, I suppose 100 years ago it was minor. It's starting to.
Well, it depends on how you view it. So, what people did 100 years ago still have effects on the world today.
Oh, I see, as a civilization in the together.
Yeah, so it might be that the greatest impact of individuals is not at technological maturity or very far down. It might be earlier on when there are different tracks, civilization could go down. Maybe the population is smaller, things still haven't settled out. If you count the indirect effects, those could be bigger than the direct effects that people have later on.
So part 3 of the argument says that so that leads us to a place where eventually somebody creates a simulation. Now, I think you had a conversation with Joe Rogan. I think there's some aspect here where you got stuck a little bit. How does that lead to we're likely living in a simulation? So this kind of probability argument, if somebody eventually creates a simulation, why does that mean that we're not in a simulation?
What you get to if you accept alternative 3 first is there would be more simulated people with our kinds of experiences than non-simulated ones. Like if if you look at the world as a whole, by the end of time, is it where you just count it up? There would be more simulated ones than non-simulated ones. Then there is an extra step to get from that. If you assume that, suppose for the sake of the argument that that's true, how do you get from that to the statement we are probably in a simulation? So here you're introducing an indexical statement, like it's that this person right now is in a simulation. There are all these other people, that are in simulations, so some that are not in a simulation. But what probability should you have that you yourself is one of the simulated ones? Given that setup. So I call it the bland principle of indifference, which is that in cases like this, when you have two, sets of observers, one of which is much larger than the other, and you can't, from any internal evidence you have, tell which set you belong to, you should assign a probability that's proportional to the size of these sets. So that if there are 10 times more simulated people with your kinds of experiences, you will be 10 times more likely to be one of those.
Is that as intuitive as it sounds? I mean, so that seems kind of, if you don't have enough information, you should rationally just assign the same probability as the size of the set.
It seems pretty plausible to me.
Where are the holes in this? Is it at the very beginning the assumption that everything stretches sort of infinite time, essentially?
You don't need infinite time.
You should need how long is the time?
But however long it takes, for a universe to produce an intelligent civilization that then attains the technology to run some ancestry simulations.
Gotcha. At some point, when the first simulation is created, that stretch of time just a little longer than they'll all start creating simulations. Kind of like
there might be different. It might, if you think of there being a lot of different planets, and some subset of them have life, and then some subset of those get intelligent life, and some of those maybe eventually start creating simulations. They might get started at quite different times. Like maybe on some planet it takes 1 billion years longer before you get monkeys, or before you get even bacteria, than on another planet. So that this might happen kind of at different cosmological epochs.
Is there a connection here to the doomsday argument and that sampling there?
Yeah, there is a connection in that they both involve an application of anthropic reasoning, that is reasoning about these kind of indexical propositions. But the assumption you need in the case of the simulation argument is much weaker, and the assumption you need to make the doomsday argument go through.
What is the doomsday argument? And maybe you can speak to the anthropic reasoning in more general.
Yeah, so that's a big and interesting topic in its own right, anthropic. But the doomsday argument is this really first discovered by Brandon Carter, who was a theoretical physicist, and then developed by philosopher John Leslie. I think it might have been discovered initially in the 70s or 80s, and Leslie wrote this book, I think, in 96. And there are some other versions as well, by Richard Gott, who's a physicist, but let's focus on the Carter-Leslie version, where it's an argument that we have systematically underestimated the probability that humanity will go extinct soon. Now, I should say most people probably think at the end of the day there is something wrong with this doomsday argument, that it doesn't really hold. It's like there's something wrong with it, but it proved hard to say exactly what is wrong with it. And different people have different accounts. My own view seems inconclusive. But I can say what the argument is.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, so maybe it's easiest to explain via an analogy to sampling from urns. So imagine you have a big, imagine you have two urns in front of you, and they have balls in them that have numbers. So there's the two urns look the same, but inside one there are 10 balls. Ball number 1, 2, 3, up to ball number 10. And then in the other urn, you have 1,000,000 balls, numbered 1 to 1,000,000. And somebody puts one of these urns in front of you and asks you to guess what's the chance it's the 10-ball urn. You say, well, 50-50. I can't tell which urn it is. But then you're allowed to reach in and pick a ball at random from the urn. And let's suppose you find that it's ball number 7. So that's strong evidence for the 10-ball hypothesis. Like, it's a lot more likely that you would get such a low numbered ball if there are only 10 balls in the urn. Like, it's in fact 10% then, right? Then if there are 1,000,000 balls, it's very likely you would get number 7. So you perform a Bayesian update, and if your prior was 50-50 that it was the 10-ball urn, you become virtually certain after finding the random sample was 7 that it only has 10 balls in it. So in the case of the urns, this is uncontroversial, just elementary probability theory. The doomsday argument says that you should reason in a similar way with respect to different hypotheses about how many balls there will be in the urn of humanity, how many humans there will ever be by the time we go extinct. So to simplify, let's suppose we only consider 2 hypotheses, either maybe 200 billion humans in total, or 200 trillion humans in total. You could fill in more hypotheses, but it doesn't change the principle here. So it's easiest to see if we just consider these 2. So you start with some prior based on ordinary empirical ideas about threats to civilization and so forth. And maybe you say it's a 5% chance that we will go extinct by the time there will have been 200 billion only. You're kind of optimistic, let's say. I think probably we'll make it through, colonize the universe. But then, according to this doomsday argument, you should take up your own birth rank as a random sample. So your birth rank is your sequence in the position of all humans that have ever existed. And it turns out you're about a human number of 100 billion. Give or take. That's like roughly how many people have been born before you.
That's fascinating because we each have a number. We
would each have a number in this. I mean, obviously, the exact number would depend on where you started counting, like which ancestors was human enough to count as human. But those are not really important. There are relatively few of them. So, so you're roughly 100 billion. Now, if there are only going to be 200 billion in total, that's a perfectly unremarkable number. You're somewhere in the middle, like run-of-the-mill human, completely unsurprising. Now, if they're going to be 200 trillion, you would be remarkably early. It's like, what are the chances out of these 200 trillion humans that you should be human number 100 billion, that seems it would have a much lower conditional probability. And so analogously to how in the EARN case, you thought after finding this low numbered random sample, you updated in favor of the EARN having few balls. Similarly, in this case, you should update in favor of the human species having a lower total number of members. That is doomed soon.
You said doom soon? That's
well, that with the hypothesis in this case that it will end.
Just like that term for that hypothesis.
So what it kind of crucially relies on, the doomsday argument, is the idea that you should reason as if you were a random sample from the set of all humans that will ever have existed. If you have that assumption, then I think the rest kind of follows. The question then is, why should you make that assumption? In fact, you know you're 100 billion, so where do you get this prior? And then there's like a literature on that with different ways of supporting that assumption. And
that's just one example of that type of reasoning, right? That seems to be kind of convenient when you think about humanity. When you think about sort of even like existential threats and so on, as it seems that quite naturally that you should assume that you're just an average case.
Yeah, that you're a kind of a typical random sample. Now, in the case of the doomsday argument, it seems to lead to what intuitively we think is the wrong conclusion, or at least many people have this reaction, that there's got to be something fishy about this argument, because from very, very weak premises, it gets this very striking implication that we have almost no chance of reaching size 200 trillion humans in the future. And how can we possibly get there just by reflecting on when we were born? It seems you would need sophisticated arguments about the impossibility of space colonization, blah, blah. So one might be tempted to reject this key assumption. I call it the self-sampling assumption. The idea that you should reason as if you're a random sample from all observers or in your some reference class. However, it turns out that in other domains, it looks like we need something like the self-sampling assumption to make sense of bona fide scientific inferences. In contemporary cosmology, for example, we have these multiverse theories. And according to a lot of those, all possible human observations are made. So, I mean, if you have a sufficiently large universe, you will have a lot of people observing all kinds of different things. So if you have two competing theories, say about the value of some constant, it could be true according to both of these theories that there would be some observers observing the value that corresponds to the other theory. Because there will be some observers that have hallucinations, so there's a local fluctuation or a statistically anomalous measurement. These things will happen. And if enough observers make enough different observations, there will be some that sort of by chance make these different ones. And so what we would want to say is, well, many more observers, a larger proportion of the observers will observe as it were the true value. And a few will observe the wrong value. If we think of ourselves as a random sample, we should expect with a wide probability to observe the true value, and that will then allow us to conclude that the evidence we actually have is evidence for the theories we think are supported. It kind of then is a way of making sense of these inferences that clearly seem correct, that we can make various observations and infer what the temperature of the cosmic background is and the fine structure constant and all of this. But it seems that without rolling in some assumption similar to the self-sampling assumption, this inference just doesn't go through. And there are other examples. So there are these scientific contexts where it looks like this kind of anthropic reasoning is needed and makes perfect sense. And yet, in the case of the doomsday argument, it has this weird consequence, and people might think there's something wrong with it there. So there's then this project that would consist in trying to figure out what are the legitimate ways of reasoning about these indexical facts when observer selection effects are in play. In other words, developing a theory of anthropics. And there are different views of looking at that, and it's a difficult methodological area. But to tie it back to the simulation argument, the key assumption there, this bland principle of indifference, is much weaker than the self-sampling assumption. So if you think about, in the case of the doomsday argument, it says you should reason as if you are a random sample from all humans that will have lived, even though in fact you know that you are about number 100 billion human and you're alive in the year 2020. Whereas in the case of the simulation argument, it says that, well, if you actually have no way of telling which one you are, then you should assign this kind of uniform probability.
Yeah. Your role as the observer in the simulation argument is different, it seems like. Who's the observer? I mean, I keep assigning the individual consciousness.
Yeah, I mean,
when you say you,
when a lot of observers in the simulation, in the context of the simulation argument,
but they're all
the relevant observers would be A, the people in original histories, and B, people in simulations. So this would be the class of observers that we, I mean, there are also maybe the simulators, but we can set those aside for this. So the question is, given that class of observers, a small set of original history observers and a large class of simulated observers, which one should you think is you? Where are you amongst this set of observers?
I'm maybe having a little bit of trouble wrapping my head around the intricacies of what it means to be an observer in the different instantiations of the anthropic reasoning cases that we mentioned. I mean, does it have to be?
No, I mean, it may be an easier way of putting it is just like, are you simulated or are you not simulated? Yeah. Given this assumption that these two groups of people exist.
Yeah, in the simulation case, it was pretty straightforward.
So the key point is the methodological assumption you need to make to get the simulation argument to where it wants to go is much weaker and less problematic than the methodological assumption you need to make to get the doomsday argument to its conclusion. Maybe the doomsday argument is sound or unsound, but you need to make a much stronger and more controversial assumption to make it go through. In the case of the doomsday argument, the simulation argument, I guess one maybe way intuition to like support this bland principle of indifference is to consider a sequence of different cases where the fraction of people who are simulated to non-simulated approaches 1. So in the limiting case, where everybody is simulated, right? Obviously you can deduce with certainty that you're simulated, right? If everybody with your experiences is simulated, and you know you're going to be one of those, you don't need the probability at all. You just kind of logically conclude it, right? Right. So then, as we move from a case where, say, 90% of everybody is simulated, 99%, 99.9%, it should seem possible that the probability assigned should sort of approach 1 certainty as the fraction approaches the case where everybody is in a simulation. Yeah, so like you wouldn't like expect that to be a discrete. Well, if there's one non-simulated person, then it's 50-50. But if we move that, then it's 100%. Like it should kind of. There are other arguments as well one can use to support this blind principle of indifference, but that might be enough.
But in general, when you start from time equals 0 and you go into the future, the fraction of simulated, if it's possible to create simulated worlds, the fraction of simulated worlds will go to 1.
Well, it won't
is that an obvious kind of
go all the way to 1. In reality, there would be some ratio, although maybe a technological mature civilization could run a lot of simulations using a small portion of its resources. It probably wouldn't be able to run infinitely. I mean, if we take, say, the observed, the physics in the observed universe, if we assume that that's also the physics at the level of the simulators, there would be limits to the amount of information processing that any one civilization could perform in its future trajectory. Right. And there's like, well, first of all, there's a limited amount of matter you can get your hands off, because with the positive cosmological constant, the universe is accelerating. There's like a finite sphere of stuff. Even if you travel with the speed of light that you could ever reach, you have a finite amount of stuff. And then if you think there's like a lower limit to the amount of loss you get when you perform an erasure of the computation, or if you think, for example, just matter gradually over cosmological timescales, decay, maybe protons decay, other things, and you radiate out gravitational waves. Like there's all kinds of seemingly unavoidable losses that occur. So eventually, we'll have something like a heat death of the universe or a cold death or whatever. But yeah,
So it's finite, but of course we don't know which if there's many ancestral simulations, we don't know which level we are. So there couldn't there be like an arbitrary number of simulations that spawned to ours, and those had more resources in terms of physical universe to work with?
So what do you mean that there could be?
Sort of okay, so if simulations spawn other simulations,
right,
it seems like each new spawn has fewer resources to work with.
Yeah.
But we don't know at which level, at which step along the way we are at. Right. Any one observer doesn't know whether we're in level 42 or 100 or 1. Or does that not matter for the resources?
It's true that there would be uncertainty as you can have stacked simulation.
Yes.
And there could then be uncertainty as to which level we are at. As you remarked also, all the computations performed in a simulation also have to be expanded at the level of the simulation. Right. The computer in basement reality, where all these simulations with the simulations are taking place, like that computer ultimately it's CPU or whatever it is, like that has to power this small tower, right? So if there is a finite compute power in basement reality, that would impose a limit to how tall this tower can be. And if each level kind of imposes a large extra overhead, you might think maybe the tower would not be very tall, that most people would be low down in the tower.
I love the term basement reality. Let me ask one of the popularizers. You said there's many do this. When you look at sort of the last few years of the simulation hypothesis, just like you said, it comes up every once in a while. Some new community discovers it and so on. But I would say one of the biggest popularizers of this idea is Elon Musk. Do you have any kind of intuition about what Elon thinks about when he thinks about simulation? Why is this of such interest? Is it all the things you've talked about, or is there some special kind of intuition about simulation that he has?
I mean, you might have a better. I think. I mean, why it's of interest. I think it's like seems pretty obvious why, if to the extent that one thinks the argument is credible, why it would be of interest. It would, if it's correct, tell us something very important about the world, one way or the other, whichever of the three alternatives for simulation. That seems like arguably one of the most fundamental discoveries, right? Now, interestingly, in the case of somebody like Elon, so there's like the standard argument for why you might want to take the simulation hypothesis seriously, the simulation argument, right? In the case that if you are actually Elon Musk, let's just say, there's a kind of an additional reason in that what are the chances you would be Elon Musk? Like, it seems like maybe there would be more interest in simulating the lives of very unusual and remarkable people. So if you consider not just the simulations where all of human history or the whole of human civilization are simulated, but also other kinds of simulations which only include some subsets of people. Like in those simulations that don't include a subset, it might be more likely that they would include subsets of people with unusually interesting or consequential lives.
You're Elon Musk.
You gotta wonder, right?
It's more likely.
Yeah, or if you are, like, if you are Donald Trump, or if you are Bill Gates, or you're like some particularly like distinctive character, you might think that. I mean, if you just think of yourself into the shoes, right? It's gotta be like an extra reason to think. That's kind of
so interesting.
Right.
So on a scale of like Farmer in Peru to Elon Musk, the more you get towards the Elon Musk, the higher the probability.
You'd imagine that would be some extra boost from that.
There's an extra boost. So he also asked the question of what he would ask an AGI, saying the question being, what's outside the simulation? Do you think about the answer to this question, if we are living in a simulation, what is outside the simulation? So the programmer of the simulation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it connects to the question of what's inside the simulation in that if you had views about the creators of the simulation, it might help you make predictions about what kind of simulation it is, what might happen, what happens after the simulation, if there is some after, but also like a kind of setup. So these two questions would be quite closely intertwined.
But do you think it would be very surprising to, like, is the stuff inside the simulation, is it possible for it to be fundamentally different than the stuff outside?
Yeah.
Like another way to put it, can the creatures inside the simulation be smart enough to even understand or have the cognitive capabilities or any kind of information processing capabilities enough to understand the mechanism that created them?
They might understand some aspects of it. I mean, it's a level of, it's kind of, there are levels of explanation, like degrees to which you can understand. So does your dog understand what it is to be human? Well, that's some idea, like humans are these physical objects that move around and do things. And a normal human would have a deeper understanding of what it is to be a human. And maybe some very experienced psychologist or great novelist might understand a little bit more about what it is to be human. And maybe super intelligence could see right through your soul. So similarly, I do think that we are quite limited in our ability to understand all of the relevant aspects of the larger context that we exist in.
But there might be hope for some.
I think we understand some aspects of it, but how much good is that? If there's like one key aspect that changes the significance of all the other aspects, we understand maybe 7 out of 10 key insights that you need, but the answer actually like varies completely depending on what like number 8, 9, and 10 insight is. It's like whether you want to suppose that the big task were to guess whether a certain number was odd or even, like a 10-digit number. And if it's even, the best thing for you to do in life is to go north, and if it's odd, the best thing for you is to go south. Now we are in a situation where maybe through our science and philosophy we figured out what the first 7 digits are. We have a lot of information, right? Most of it we figured out, but we are clueless about what the last 3 digits are. So we are still completely clueless about whether the number is odd or even, and therefore whether we should go north or go south. I feel that's an analogy, but I feel we're somewhat in that predicament. We know a lot about the universe. We've come maybe more than half of the way there to kind of fully understanding it, but the parts we're missing are plausibly ones that could completely change the overall upshot of the thing, and including change our overall view about what the scheme of priorities should be or which strategic direction would make sense to pursue.
Yeah, I think your analogy of us being the dog trying to understand human beings is an entertaining one. Probably correct. The closer the understanding tends from the dog's viewpoint to us human psychologists' viewpoint, the steps along the way there will have completely transformative ideas of what it means to be human. So the dog has a very shallow understanding. It's interesting to think that, to analogize that a dog's understanding of the human being is the same as our current understanding of the fundamental laws of physics in the universe. Man. Okay, we spent an hour and 40 minutes talking about the simulation. I like it. Let's talk about superintelligence, at least for a little bit. And let's start at the basics. What to you is intelligence?
Yeah, it doesn't. Not to get too stuck with the definitional question. I mean, the common sense understand, like the ability to solve complex problems, to learn from experience, to plan, to reason, some combination of things like that.
Is consciousness mixed up into that, or no? Is consciousness mixed up into that, or is it?
Well, I don't think. I think you could be fairly intelligent at least without being conscious, probably. And
So then, what is
I don't think
super
there's-
intelligence? So
Yeah, that would be like something that was much more had much more general cognitive capacity than we humans have. So if we talk about general superintelligence, it would be much faster learner, be able to reason much better, make plans that are more effective at achieving its goals, say in a wide range of complex, challenging environments.
in terms of as we turn our eye to the idea of sort of existential threats from superintelligence, do you think superintelligence has to exist in the physical world, or can it be digital only? Sort of, we think of our general intelligence as us humans, as an intelligence that's associated with the body, that's able to interact with the world, that's able to affect the world directly with physically.
I mean, digital only is perfectly fine. I think. I mean, it's physical in the sense that obviously the computers and the memories are physical,
but its capability to affect the world sort of
can be very strong, even if it has a limited set of actuators. If it can type text on the screen or something like that, that would be, I think, ample.
So, in terms of the concerns of existential threat of AI, how can an AI system that's in the digital world have existential risk? Sort of, what are the attack vectors for digital?
Well, I mean, I guess maybe to take one step back, so I should emphasize that I also think there's this positive potential from machine intelligence, including superintelligence, and I want to stress that because like some of my writing has focused on what can go wrong. And when I wrote the book Superintelligence, at that point, I felt that there was a kind of neglect of what would happen if AI succeeds, and in particular, a need to get a more granular understanding of where the pitfalls are, so we can avoid them. I think that since the book came out in 2014, there has been a much wider recognition of that, and a number of research groups are now actually working on developing, say, AI alignment techniques and so on and so forth. So, I'd like, I think now it's important to make sure we bring back onto the table the upside as well.
And there's a little bit of a neglect now on the upside, which is, I mean, if you look at, I was talking to a friend, if you look at the amount of information that is available, for people talking and people being excited about the positive possibilities of general intelligence, it's far outnumbered by the negative possibilities in terms of our public discourse.
Possibly, yeah. It's hard to measure.
So, can you linger on that for a little bit? What are some, to you, possible big positive impacts of general intelligence, superintelligence?
Well, superintelligence. So because I tend to also want to distinguish these two different contexts of thinking about AI and AI impacts, the kind of near-term and long-term, if you want, both of which I think are legitimate things to think about, and people should, discuss both of them. But they are different, and they often get mixed up, and then you get confusion. Like I think you get simultaneously like maybe an overhyping of the near term and then underhyping of the long term. And so I think as long as we keep them apart, we can have like two good conversations, but or we can mix them together and have one bad conversation.
Can you clarify just the two things we're talking about, the near term and the long term?
Yeah, and
what are the distinctions?
Well, it's a blurry distinction. But say the things I wrote about in this book, Superintelligence, long term. Things people are worrying about today with, I don't know, algorithmic discrimination or even things, self-driving cars and drones and stuff, more near term. Then of course, you could imagine some medium term where they kind of overlap and one evolves into the other. But at any rate, I think both, the issues look kind of somewhat different depending on which of these contexts.
So I think it would be nice if we could talk about the long term and think about a positive impact or a better world because of the existence of the long-term superintelligence.
Yeah.
Do you have views of such a world?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a little hard to articulate because it seems obvious that the world has a lot of problems as it currently stands. and it's hard to think of any one of those which it wouldn't be useful to have a friendly aligned superintelligence working on.
So from health to the economic system to be able to sort of improve the investment and trade and foreign policy decisions, all that kind of stuff.
All that kind of stuff, and a lot more.
I mean, what's the killer app?
Well, I don't think there is one. I think AI, especially artificial general intelligence, is really the ultimate general purpose technology. So it's not that there's this one problem, this one area where it will have a big impact. But if and when it succeeds, it will really apply across the board in all fields where human creativity and intelligence and problem solving is useful, which is pretty much all fields, right? The thing that it would do is give us a lot more control over nature. It wouldn't automatically solve the problems that arise from conflict between humans. Fundamentally political problems. Some subset of those might go away if we just had more resources and cooler tech, but some subset would require coordination that is not automatically achieved just by having more technological capability. But anything that's not of that sort, I think you just get like an enormous boost with this kind of cognitive technology once it goes all the way. Now, again, that doesn't mean I'm like thinking, people don't recognize what's possible with current technology, and like sometimes things get overhyped. But I mean, those are perfectly consistent views of the ultimate potential being enormous. And then it's a very different question of how far are we from that, or what can we do with near-term technology.
Yeah, so what's your intuition about the idea of intelligence explosion? So there's this, when you start to think about that leap from the near term to the long term, the natural inclination, like for me, sort of building machine learning systems today, it seems like it's a lot of work to get to general intelligence. But there's some intuition of exponential growth, of exponential improvement, of intelligence explosion. Can you maybe try to elucidate, try to talk about what's your intuition about the possibility of an intelligence explosion, that it won't be this gradual, slow process, that might be a phase shift?
Yeah, I think it's, we don't know how explosive it will be. I think for what it's worth, it seems fairly likely to be that at some point there will be some intelligence explosion, like some period of time where progress in AI becomes extremely rapid. Roughly in the area where you might say it's kind of humanish equivalent in core cognitive faculties, that the concept of human equivalent starts to break down when you look too close at it. But and just how explosive does something have to be for it to be called an intelligence explosion? Like, does it have to be like overnight, literally, or a few years? But overall, I guess if you plotted the opinions of different people in the world, I guess that would be somewhat more probability towards the intelligence explosion scenario than probably the average, AI researcher, I guess.
So, and then the other part of the intelligence explosion, or just forget explosion, progress, is once you achieve that gray area of human level intelligence, is it obvious to you that we should be able to proceed beyond it to get super intelligence?
Yeah, that seems, as much as any of these things can be obvious, given we've never had one, people have different views, more people have different views, there's like some degree of uncertainty that always remains for any big futuristic, philosophical, grand question, that just we realize humans are fallible, especially about these things. But it does seem, as far as I'm judging things based on my own impressions, that it seems very unlikely that there would be a ceiling at or near human cognitive capacity.
And that's such that's such a special moment. It's both terrifying and exciting to create a system that's beyond our intelligence. So maybe you can step back and say, like, how does that possibility make you feel? That we can create something. It feels like there's line beyond which it steps, it'll be able to outsmart you, and therefore it feels like a step where we lose control.
Well, I don't think the latter follows. That is, you could imagine, and in fact, this is what a number of people are working towards, making sure that we could ultimately project higher levels of problem-solving ability while still making sure that they are aligned, like they are in the service of human values. I mean, so losing control, I think, is not a given that would happen. I asked how it makes me feel. I mean, to some extent, I've lived with this for so long, since as long as I can remember. Being an adult or even a teenager, it seemed to me obvious that at some point AI will succeed.
And so I actually misspoke. I didn't mean control. I meant because the control problem is an interesting thing, and I think the hope is at least we should be able to maintain control over systems that are smarter than us. But we do lose our specialness.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of we'll lose our place as the smartest, coolest thing on Earth, and there's an ego involved with that humans are very good at dealing with. I mean, I value my intelligence as a human being. It seems like a big transformative step to realize there's something out there that's more intelligent. I mean, you don't see that as such fundamentally.
I think yes, although I think it would be small. I mean, I think there are already a lot of things out there that are. I mean, certainly if you think the universe is big, there's going to be other civilizations that already have super intelligences, or that just naturally have brains the size of beach balls and are like completely leaving us in the dust. And
we haven't come face to face with.
We haven't come face to face, but I mean that's not a question. What would happen in a kind of post-human world? Like how much day to day would these super intelligences be involved in the lives of one? I mean, you could imagine some scenario where it would be more like a background thing that would help protect against some things, but you wouldn't like that. They wouldn't be this intrusive kind of like making you feel bad by like making clever jokes on your experience. Like there's like all sorts of things that maybe in the human context would feel awkward about that. You don't want to be the dumbest kid in your class. Everybody picks it. Like a lot of those things, maybe you need to abstract away from. If you're thinking about this context where we have infrastructure that is in some sense beyond any or all humans. I mean, it's a little bit like, say, the scientific community as a whole, if you think of that as a mind. It's a little bit of a metaphor, but I mean, obviously it's going to be like way more capacious than any individual. So in some sense, there's this mind-like thing already out there that's like just vastly more intelligent than any individual is. And we think, okay, you just accept that as a fact.
That's the basic fabric of our existence. There's super intelligent.
Yeah, you get used to a lot of.
I mean, there's already Google and Twitter and Facebook, these recommender systems that are the basic fabric of our.
Yeah.
And I can see them becoming. I mean, do you think of the collective intelligence of these systems as already perhaps reaching super intelligence level?
Well, so here it comes to the concept of intelligence and the scale. And what human level means. The kind of vagueness and indeterminacy of those concepts starts to dominate how you would answer that question. So, like, say the Google search engine has a very high capacity of a certain kind, like remembering and retrieving information, particularly like text or images that are you have a kind of string, a word string key. That obviously superhuman at that, but a vast set of other things it can't even do at all. Not just not do well, but so you have these current AI systems that are superhuman in some limited domain, and then like radically subhuman in all other domains. So same with it, just like or just a simple computer that can multiply really large numbers, right? So it's gonna have this like one spike of superintelligence, and then kind of a zero level of capability across all other cognitive fields. And
Yeah, I don't necessarily think the generalness. I mean, I'm not so attached to it, but I consider it's a gray area and it's a feeling. But to me, sort of Alpha Zero is somehow much more intelligent, much more intelligent than Deep Blue.
Mm-hmm.
And to say which domain, you could say, well, these are both just board games. They're both just able to play board games. Who cares if they're going to do better or not? But there's something about the learning, the self-play, that makes it crosses over into that land of intelligence that doesn't necessarily need to be general. In the same way, Google is much closer to Deep Blue currently in terms of its search engine than it is to sort of the Alpha Zero. And the moment these recommender systems really become more like Alpha Zero, but being able to learn a lot without the constraints of being heavily constrained by human interaction, that seems like a special moment in time.
And certainly learning ability seems to be an important facet of general intelligence. That you can take some new domain that you haven't seen before and you weren't specifically pre-programmed for, and then figure out what's going on there and eventually become really good at it. So that's something Alpha Zero has much more of than Deep Blue had. And in fact, I mean, systems like Alpha Zero can learn not just Go, but other, like, in fact, probably Deep Blue in chess and so forth, right? So you did say this general, and it matches the intuition. We feel it's more intelligent, and it also has more of this general purpose learning ability. And if we get systems that have even more general purpose learning ability, it might also trigger an even stronger intuition that they're actually starting to get smart.
So if you were to pick a future, what do you think a utopia looks like with AGI systems? Sort of, is it the Neuralink brain-computer interface world where we're kind of really closely interlinked with AI systems? Is it possibly where AGI systems replace us completely while maintaining the values and the consciousness? Is it something like it's a completely invisible fabric, like you mentioned, a society where it just aids in a lot of stuff that we do, like curing diseases and so on? What is utopia if we get to pick?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question and a deep but difficult one. I'm quite interested in it. I don't have all the answers yet, or might never have, but I think there are some different observations one can make. One is if this scenario actually did come to pass, it would open up this vast space of possible modes of being. On one hand, material and resource constraints would just be like expanded dramatically. So there would be a big pie, let's say, right? Also, it would enable us to do things, including to ourselves, or like that. It would just open up this much larger design space and option space than we have ever had access to in human history. So I think two things follow from that. One is that we probably would need to make a fairly fundamental rethink of what ultimately we value. Like think things through more from first principles. The context would be so different from the familiar that we could have just take what we've always been doing and then like, oh well, we have this cleaning robot that like cleans the dishes in the sink and a few other small things. And like I think we would have to go back to first principles. And
so for healing from the individual level, go back to the first principles of what is the meaning of life, what is happiness, what is fulfillment.
Yeah. And then also connected to this large space of resources is that it would be possible, and I think something we should aim for is to do well by the light of more than one value system. That is, we wouldn't have to choose only one value criterion. That we're going to do something that scores really high on the metric of, say, hedonism, and then is like a zero by other criteria. like kind of wire-headed brains in a vat, and it's like a lot of pleasure. That's good, but then like no beauty, no achievement. Like I think to some significant, not unlimited sense, but a significant sense, it would be possible to do very well by many criteria. Like maybe you could get like 98% of the best according to several criteria at the same time, given this this great expansion of the option space. And so
to have competing value systems, competing criteria is forever, just like our Democrat versus Republican, there seems to be this always multiple parties that are useful for our progress in society, even though it might seem dysfunctional inside the moment, but having the multiple value systems seems to be beneficial for, I guess, a balance of power.
So that's not exactly what I have in mind. That it although it can be maybe in an indirect way it is, but that if you had the chance to do something that scored well on several different metrics, our first instinct should be to do that rather than immediately leap to the thing. Which ones of these value systems are we going to screw over? Like so I think our first let's first try to do very well by all of them.
Yeah.
Then it might be that you can't get 100% of all, and you would have to then like have the hard conversation about which one will only get 97%.
There you go. There's my cynicism that all of existence is always a trade-off. But you say, maybe it's not such a bad trade-off. Let's first at least try.
Well, this would be a distinctive context in which at least some of the constraints would be removed. So there's stupid trade-offs in the end. It's just that we should first make sure we at least take advantage of this abundance. So in terms of thinking about this, like one should think. I think in this kind of frame of mind of generosity and inclusiveness to different value systems, and see how far one can get there first. And I think one could do something that would be very good according to many different criteria.
We kind of talked about AGI fundamentally transforming the value system of our existence, the meaning of life. But today, what do you think is the meaning of life? The silliest, or perhaps the biggest question? What's the meaning of life? What's the meaning of existence? What gives your life fulfillment, purpose, happiness, meaning?
Yeah, I think these are like I guess a bunch of different related questions in there that one can ask.
Yes, happiness, meaning, all the.
I mean, like you could imagine somebody getting a lot of happiness from something that they think was meaningful, like mindless, like watching reruns of some television series, or eating junk food. Like maybe some people that gives pleasure, but they wouldn't think it had a lot of meaning. Whereas conversely, something that might be quite loaded with meaning might not be very fun always. Like some difficult achievement that really helps a lot of people maybe requires self-sacrifice and hard work, and so these things can, I think, come apart, which is something to bear in mind also if you're thinking about these utopia questions that you might to actually start to do some constructive thinking about that. You might have to isolate and distinguish these different kinds of things that might be valuable in different ways. Make sure you can sort of clearly perceive each one of them, and then you can think about how you can combine them.
And just as you said, hopefully come up with a way to maximize all of them together.
Yeah, or at least maximize or get like a very high score on a wide range of them, even if not literally all. You can always come up with values that are exactly opposed to one another, right? But I think for many values, they're kind of opposed with, if you place them within a certain dimensionality of your space, like there are shapes that are kind of, you can't untangle, like in a given dimensionality, but if you start adding dimensions, then it might, in many cases, just be that they're easy to pull apart, and you could. So we'll see how much space there is for that, but I think that there could be a lot in this context of radical abundance, if ever we get to that.
I don't think there's a better way to end it, Nick. You've influenced a huge number of people to work on what could very well be the most important problems of our time. So it's a huge honor. Thank you so much for talking.
Well, thank you for coming by, Lex. That's fun. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Nick Bostrom, and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Please consider supporting the podcast by downloading Cash App and using code LEXPODCAST. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Nick Bostrom. Our approach to existential risks cannot be one of trial and error. There's no opportunity to learn from errors. The reactive approach, see what happens, limit damages, and learn from experience, is unworkable. Rather, we must take a proactive approach. This requires foresight to anticipate new types of threats and a willingness to take decisive preventative action and to bear the costs, moral and economic, of such actions. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Sean Carroll. He's a theoretical physicist at Caltech, specializing in quantum mechanics, gravity, and cosmology. He's the author of several popular books. One on the arrow of time, called From Eternity to Here. One on the Higgs boson, called Particle at the End of the Universe. And one in Science and Philosophy, called The Big Picture, on the origins of life, meaning, and the universe itself. He has an upcoming book on quantum mechanics that you can pre-order now called Something Deeply Hidden. He writes one of my favorite blogs on his website, preposterousuniverse.com. I recommend clicking on the greatest hits link that lists accessible, interesting posts on the arrow of time, dark matter, dark energy, the Big Bang, general relativity, string theory, quantum mechanics, and the big meta questions about the philosophy of science, God, ethics, politics, academia, and much, much more. Finally, and perhaps most famously, he's the host of a podcast called Mindscape that you should subscribe to and support on Patreon. Along with the Joe Rogan Experience, Sam Harris's Making Sense, and Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, Sean's Mindscape podcast is one of my favorite ways to learn new ideas or explore different perspectives and ideas that I thought I understood. It was truly an honor to meet and spend a couple hours with Sean. It's a bit heartbreaking to say, but for the first time ever, the audio recorder for this podcast died in the middle of our conversation. There are technical reasons for this having to do with phantom power that I now understand and will avoid. It took me 1 hour to notice and fix the problem. So, much like the universe's 68% dark energy, roughly the same amount from this conversation was lost, except in the memories of the two people involved and in my notes. I'm sure we'll talk again and continue this conversation on this podcast or on Sean's. And of course, I look forward to it. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, here's my conversation with Sean Carroll. What do you think is more interesting and impactful? Understanding how the universe works at a fundamental level, or understanding how the human mind works?
You know, of course, this is a crazy, meaningless, unanswerable question in some sense, because they're both very interesting and there's no absolute scale of interestingness that we can rate them on. There's a glib answer that says the human brain is part of the universe, right? And therefore, understanding the universe is more fundamental than understanding the human brain.
But do you really believe that once we understand the fundamental way the universe works at the particle level, the forces, we will be able to understand how the mind works?
No, certainly not. We cannot understand how ice cream works just from understanding how particles work, right? So I'm a big believer in emergence. I'm a big believer that there are different ways of talking about the world beyond just the most fundamental microscopic one. You know, when we talk about tables and chairs and planets and people, we're not talking the language of particle physics and cosmology. So, but understanding the universe, you didn't say just at the most fundamental level, right? So understanding the universe at all levels is part of that. I do think, to be a little more fair to the question, there probably are general principles of complexity, biology, information processing, memory, knowledge, creativity that go beyond just the human brain, right? And maybe one can count understanding those as part of understanding the universe. The human brain, as far as we know, is the most complex thing in the universe. So it's certainly absurd to think that by understanding the fundamental laws of particle physics, you get any direct insight on how the brain works.
But then there's this step from the fundamentals of particle physics to information processing, which a lot of physicists and philosophers maybe a little bit carelessly take when they talk about artificial intelligence. Do you think of the universe as a kind of a computational device?
No. To be like the honest answer there is no. There's a sense in which the universe processes information, clearly. There's a sense in which the universe is like a computer, clearly. But in some sense, I think I tried to say this once on my blog and no one agreed with me, but the universe is more like a computation than a computer, because the universe happens once. A computer is a general purpose machine, right? That you can ask it different questions, even about the calculator, right? It's set up to answer certain kinds of questions. The universe isn't that. So information processing happens in the universe, but it's not what the universe is. Because I know your MIT colleague Seth Lloyd feels very differently about this, right?
Well, you're thinking of the universe as a closed system.
I am.
So what makes a computer more like a PC, like a computing machine, is that there's a human that everyone's comes up to it and moves the mouse around.
Yeah.
So gives it input, and that's why you're saying it's just a computation, a deterministic thing that's just unrolling. But the immense complexity of it is nevertheless like processing. There's a state, and then changes with rules. And there's a sense for a lot of people that if the human brain operates within that world, then it's simply just a small subset of that. And so there's no reason we can't build arbitrarily great intelligences.
Yeah.
Do you think of intelligence in this way?
Intelligence is tricky. I don't have a definition of it offhand. So I remember this panel discussion that I saw on YouTube. I wasn't there, but Seth Lloyd was on the panel, and so was Martin Rees, the famous astrophysicist. And Seth gave his shtick for why the universe is a computer, explained this, and Martin Rees said, so what is not a computer? And Seth was like, that's a good question. I'm not sure. Because if you have a sufficiently broad definition of what a computer is, then everything is, right? And similarly, or the analogy gains force when it excludes some things. Is the moon going around the Earth performing a computation? I can come up with definitions in which the answer is yes, but it's not a very useful computation. I think that it's absolutely helpful to think about the universe in certain situations, certain contexts, as an information processing device. I'm even guilty of writing a paper called Quantum Circuit Cosmology, where we modeled the whole universe as a quantum circuit. As a circuit, yeah. And
with qubits, kind of
with qubits, basically, right? Yeah. So qubits becoming more and more entangled. So do we want to digress a little bit? This is kind of fun. So here's a mystery about the universe that is so deep and profound that nobody talks about it. Space expands, right? And we talk about, in a certain region of space, a certain number of degrees of freedom, a certain number of ways that the quantum fields and the particles in that region can arrange themselves. That number, degrees of freedom in a region of space, is arguably finite. We actually don't know how many there are, but there's a very good argument that says it's a finite number. So as the universe expands and space gets bigger, are there more degrees of freedom? If it's an infinite number, it doesn't really matter. Infinity times 2 is still infinity. But if it's a finite number, then there's more space, there's more degrees of freedom. So where did they come from? That would mean the universe is not a closed system. There's more degrees of freedom popping into existence. So what we suggested was that there are more degrees of freedom. And it's not that they're not there to start, but they're not entangled to start. So the universe that you and I know of, the 3 dimensions around us that we see, we said that those are the entangled degrees of freedom making up space-time. As the universe expands, there is a whole bunch of qubits in their zero state that become entangled with the rest of space-time through the action of these quantum circuits.
So what does it mean that there's now more degrees of freedom as they become more entangled?
Yeah, so
as the universe expands.
That's right. So there's more and more degrees of freedom. They're entangled. They're playing the role of parts of entangled space-time structure. So the underlying philosophy is that space-time itself arises from the entanglement of some fundamental quantum degrees of freedom.
Wow. Okay. So at which point is most of the entanglement happening? Are we talking about close to the Big Bang? Or are we talking about throughout the time of the
history? Yeah. So the idea is that at the Big Bang, almost all the degrees of freedom that the universe could have were there. They were unentangled with anything else. And that's a reflection of the fact that the Big Bang had a low entropy, it was a very simple, very small place. And as space expands, more and more degrees of freedom become entangled with the rest of the world.
Well, I have to ask John Carroll, what do you think of the thought experiment from Nick Bostrom that we're living in a simulation? So I think, let me contextualize that a little bit more. I think people don't actually take this thought experiment. I think it's quite interesting. It's not very useful, but it's quite interesting. From the perspective of AI, a lot of the learning that can be done usually happens in simulation, in artificial examples. And so it's a constructive question to ask, how difficult is our real world to simulate, right? Which is kind of a dual part of, if we're living in a simulation, and somebody built that simulation, how hard, if you were to try to do it yourself, how hard would it be?
So obviously we could live in a simulation. If you just wanted the physical possibility, then I completely agree that it's physically possible. I don't think that we actually are. So take this one piece of data into consideration. We live in a big universe. Okay, there's 2 trillion galaxies in our observable universe, 200 billion stars in each galaxy, etc. It would seem to be a waste of resources to have a universe that big going on just to do a simulation. So in other words, I want to be a good Bayesian. I want to ask, under this hypothesis, what do I expect to see? So the first thing I would say is I wouldn't expect to see a universe that was that big. Okay. The second thing is, I wouldn't expect the resolution of the universe to be as good as it is. So it's always possible that if our superhuman simulators only have finite resources, that they don't render the entire universe, right? That the part that is out there, the 2 trillion galaxies, isn't actually being simulated fully. Okay. But then the obvious extrapolation of that is that only I am being simulated fully. Like the rest of you are just non-player characters, right? I'm the only thing that is real. The rest of you are just chatbots. Beyond this wall, I see the wall, but there is literally nothing on the other side of it. That is sort of Bayesian prediction of what it would be like to do an efficient simulation of me. So, like, none of that seems quite realistic. I don't see. I hear the argument that it's just possible and easy to simulate lots of things. I don't see any evidence from what we know about our universe that we look like a simulated universe. Now, maybe you could say, well, we don't know what it would look like, but that's just abandoning your Bayesian responsibilities. Like your job is to say, under this theory, here's what you expect to see.
Yes, so certainly, if you think about simulations, it's a thing that's like a video game where only a small subset is being rendered. But say all the laws of physics, the entire closed system of the quote-unquote universe, it had a creator.
Yeah, it's always possible.
Right, so that's not useful to think about when you think about physics. The way Nick Bostrom phrases it, if it's possible to simulate the universe, eventually we will do it, right? And you can use that, by the way, for a lot of things.
Well, yeah.
But I guess the question is, how hard is it to create a universe?
I wrote a little blog post about this, and maybe I'm missing something, but there's an argument that says not only that it might be possible to simulate a universe, but probably if you imagine that you actually attribute consciousness and agency to the little things that we're simulating, to our little artificial beings, there's probably a lot more of them than there are ordinary organic beings in the universe, or there will be in the future, right? So there's an argument not only is being a simulation possible, it's probable because in the space of all living consciousnesses, most of them are being simulated, right? Most of them are not at the top level. I think that argument must be wrong because it follows from that argument that, if we're simulated, we can also simulate other things. Well, but if we can simulate other things, they can simulate other things, right? If we give them enough power and resolution. And ultimately, we'll reach a bottom because the laws of physics in our universe have a bottom. We're made of atoms and so forth. So there will be the cheapest possible simulation. And if you believe the original argument, you should conclude that we should be in the cheapest possible simulation because that's where most people are. But we don't. It doesn't look at all like we're at the edge of resolution. That we're 16-bit, things. But it's much easier to make much lower level things than we are. So, and also, I question the whole approach to the anthropic principle that says we are typical observers of the universe. I think that's not actually. I think that there's a lot of selection that we can do that we're typical within things we already know, but not typical within all.
So, do you think there's intelligent life? However, you would like to find intelligent life out there in the universe?
My guess is that there is not intelligent life in the observable universe out there. Simply on the basis of the fact that the likely number of other intelligent species in the observable universe, there's two likely numbers, 0 or billion. And if there had been billions, we would have noticed it. For there to be literally like a small number, like, Star Trek, there's a dozen intelligent civilizations in our galaxy, but not a billion. That's weird. That's sort of bizarre to me. It's easy for me to imagine that there are 0 others because it's just a big bottleneck to making multicellular life or technological life or whatever. It's very hard for me to imagine that there's a whole bunch out there that have somehow been hidden from us.
The question I'd like to ask is, what would intelligent life look like? What I mean by that question and where it's going is, what if intelligent life is just fundamental, is in some very big ways different than the one that has on Earth? That there's all kinds of intelligent life that operates at different scales of both size and temporal.
Like, it's a great possibility because I think we should be humble about what intelligence is, what life is. We don't even agree on what life is, much less what intelligence is, right? So that's an argument for humility, saying there could be intelligent life of a very different character, right? But you can imagine the dolphins are intelligent but never invent space travel because they live in the ocean. They don't have thumbs, right? So they never invent technology. They never invent smelting. Maybe the universe is full of intelligent species that just don't make technology, right? That's compatible with the data, I think. And I think maybe what you're pointing at is even more out there versions of intelligence. Intelligence in intermolecular clouds, or on the surface of a neutron star, or in between the galaxies and giant things where the equivalent of a heartbeat is 100 million years. On the one hand, yes, we should be very open-minded about those things. On the other hand, we all of us share the same laws of physics. There might be something about the laws of physics, even though we don't currently know exactly what that thing would be, that makes meters and years the right length and time scales for intelligent life. Maybe not, but we're made of atoms. Atoms have a certain size, orbit stars, or stars have a certain lifetime. It's not impossible to me that there's a sweet spot for intelligent life that we find ourselves in. So I'm open-minded either way. I'm open-minded either being humble, and there's all sorts of different kinds of life, or no, there's a reason we just don't know it yet why life like ours is the kind of life that's out there.
Yeah, I'm of two minds too, but I often wonder if our brains are just designed to, quite obviously, to operate and see the world on these time scales, and we're almost blind, and the tools we've created for detecting things are blind to the kind of observation needed to see intelligent life at other scales.
Well, I'm totally open to that, but So here's another argument I would make. We have looked for intelligent life, but we've looked at for it in the dumbest way we can, right? By turning radio telescopes to the sky. And why in the world, in a super advanced civilization, randomly beam out radio signals wastefully in all directions into the universe? That just doesn't make any sense. Especially because in order to think that we would actually contact another civilization, you would have to do it forever. You'd have to keep doing it for millions of years. That sounds like a waste of resources. If you thought that there were other solar systems with planets around them where maybe intelligent life didn't yet exist but might someday, you wouldn't try to talk to it with radio waves. You would send a space out there and you would park it around it. And it would be like, from our point of view, it would be like 2001, where there's a monolith. But there could be an artifact. In fact, the other way works also, right? There could be artifacts in our solar system that have been put there by other technologically advanced civilizations, and that's how we would eventually contact them. We have just haven't explored the solar system well enough yet to find them. The reason why we don't think about that is because we're young and impatient, right? Like, it would take more than my lifetime to actually send something to another star system and wait for it to come back. So, but if we start thinking on hundreds of thousands of years or million-year timescales, it's clearly the right thing to do.
Are you excited by the thing that Elon Musk is doing with SpaceX in general? But the idea of space exploration, even though your species is young and impatient?
Yeah. No, I do think that space travel is crucially important, long term, even to other stars. And I think that many people overestimate the difficulty because they say, look, if you travel 1% the speed of light in the star system, we'll be dead before we get there, right? And I think that it's much easier, and therefore, when they write their science fiction stories, they imagine we go faster than the speed of light, because otherwise they're too impatient, right? We're not going to go faster than the speed of light, but we could easily imagine that the human lifespan gets extended to thousands of years. And once you do that, then the stars are much closer, effectively, right? I mean, what's a 100-year trip, right? So I think that that's going to be the future, the far future, not my lifetime once again, but baby steps.
Unless your lifetime gets extended.
Well, it's in a race against time, right? Yes. A friend of mine who actually thinks about these things said, you and I are going to die, but I don't know about our children. I don't know. Predicting the future is hard, but that's at least a plausible scenario. And so, I think that as we discussed earlier, there are threats to the Earth, known and unknown, right? Having spread humanity and biology elsewhere is a really important long-term goal.
What kind of questions can science not currently answer, but might soon? When you think about the problems and mysteries before us, that maybe within reach of science.
I think the obvious one is the origin of life. We don't know how that happened. There's a difficulty knowing how it happened historically, actually, literally on Earth. But starting life from non-life is something I kind of think we're close to, right? We're really
think so. How difficult is it to start life?
Well, I've talked to people, including on the podcast, about this. Life requires three things. So life as we know it. So there's a difference in life, who knows what it is, and life as we know it, which we can talk about with some intelligence. So life as we know it requires compartmentalization. You need like a little membrane around your cell. Metabolism, take in food, eat it, and let that make you do things. And then replication. Okay, so you need to have some information about who you are that you pass down to future generations. In the lab, compartmentalization seems pretty easy. Not hard to make lipid bilayers that come into little cellular walls pretty easily. Metabolism and replication are hard, but replication we're close to. People have made RNA-like molecules in the lab that I think the state of the art is they're not able to make one molecule that reproduces itself, but they're able to make two molecules that reproduce each other.
Yeah,
that's okay. That's pretty close. Yeah. Metabolism is harder, believe it or not, even though it's sort of the most obvious thing. We want some sort of controlled metabolism, and the actual cellular machinery in our bodies is quite complicated. It's hard to see it just popping into existence all by itself. But we're making progress. In fact, I don't think we're spending nearly enough money on it. If I were the NSF, I would flood this area with money because it would change our view of the world if we could actually make life in the lab and understand how it was made originally here on Earth.
And I'm sure it'd have some ripple effects that help cure diseases and so on. And just that
Well, that's right.
understanding.
So synthetic biology is a wonderful big frontier where we're making cells. Right now, the best way to do that is to borrow heavily from existing biology, right? Craig Venter, several years ago, created an artificial cell, but all he did was, not all he did, it was a tremendous accomplishment, but all he did was take out the DNA from the cell and put in entirely new DNA and let it boot up and go.
What about the leap to creating intelligent life on Earth?
Yeah.
However, again, we define intelligence, of course, but let's just even say Homo sapiens, the modern intelligence in our human, right? Do you have a sense of what's involved in that leap and how big of a leap that is?
So AI would count in this, or you really want life, you want really an organism in some sense?
AI would count.
Okay.
Of course AI would count. But
well, let's say artificial consciousness, right? So I do not think we are on the threshold of creating artificial consciousness. I think it's possible. I'm not, again, very educated about how close we are, but my impression is not that we're really close because we understand how little we understand of consciousness and what it is. So if we don't have any idea what it is, it's hard to imagine we're on the threshold of making it ourselves. But it's doable, it's possible. I don't see any obstacles in principle, so yeah, I would hold out some interest in that happening eventually.
I think in general, consciousness, I think we'll be just surprised how easy consciousness is once we create intelligence.
Yeah.
I think consciousness is a thing that that's just something we all fake.
Well, good. No, actually, I like this idea that in fact consciousness is way less mysterious than we think.
Yeah.
Because we're all at every time, at every moment, less conscious than we think we are, right? We can feel things. And I think that plus the idea that you not only have artificial intelligent systems, but you put them in a body, right? Give them a robot body. That will help the faking a lot.
Yeah, I think creating consciousness in artificial consciousness is as simple as asking a Roomba to say I'm conscious and refusing to be talked out of it.
Could be.
And I mean, I'm almost being silly, but that's what we do. That's what we do with each other. It's the kind of that consciousness is also a social construct. And a lot of our ideas of intelligence is a social construct. And so reaching that bar involves something that's beyond, doesn't necessarily involve the fundamental understanding of how you go from electrons to neurons to cognition.
No, actually, I think that is an extremely good point. And in fact, what it suggests is, so yeah, we referred to Kate Darling, who I had on the podcast, and who does these experiments with very simple robots, but they look like animals, and they can look like they're experiencing pain, and we human beings react very negatively to these little robots looking like they're experiencing pain. And what you want to say is, they're just robots, it's not really pain, right? It's just some electrons. But then you realize, you and I are just electrons going around, and that's what pain is also. And so what I would have an easy time to imagine is that there is a spectrum between these little robots that Kate works with and a human being, where there are things that sort of by some strict definition, Turing test level thing, are not conscious, but nevertheless walk and talk like they're conscious. And it could be that the future is, Siri is close, right? And so it might be the future has a lot more agents like that. And in fact, rather than someday going, aha, we have consciousness, we'll just creep up on it with more and more accurate reflections of what we expect.
And in the future, maybe the present, for example, we haven't met before, and you're basically assuming that I'm human. It's
a high point
at this time because but in the future there might be question marks on that, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Certainly, videos are almost to the point where you should trust them already. Photos you can't trust, right? Videos is easier to trust, but we're getting worse. We're getting better at faking that, right?
Getting better.
So physical body people, what's so hard about faking that? So it's very depressing, this conversation we're having right now. So,
No,
I mean,
to me, it's exciting.
to me, you're doing it, so it's exciting to you, but it's a sobering thought. We're very bad, right, at imagining what the next 50 years are going to be like when we're in the middle of a phase transition as we are right now.
Yeah, and in general, I'm not blind to all
love
threats.
Yeah.
I am excited by the power of technology to protect us against the threats as they evolve. I'm not as much as Steven Pinker optimistic about the world, but in everything I've seen, all the brilliant people in the world that I've met are good people. So the army of the good, in terms of the development of technology, is large.
Okay, you're way more optimistic than I am. I think that goodness and badness are equally distributed among intelligent and unintelligent people. I don't see much of a correlation.
Neither of us have proof.
Yeah, exactly. Again, opinions are free, right?
Nor definitions of good and evil. So we come without definitions or without opinions. So what kind of questions can science not currently answer and may never be able to answer in your view?
Well, the obvious one is what is good and bad. What is right and wrong. I think that there are questions that science tells us what happens, what the world is, and what it does. It doesn't say what the world should do or what we should do because we're part of the world. But we are part of the world, and we have the ability to feel like something's right, something's wrong. And to make a very long story very short, I think that the idea of moral philosophy is systematizing our intuitions of what is right and wrong. And science might be able to predict ahead of time what we will do, but it won't ever be able to judge whether we should have done it.
So, you're kind of unique in terms of scientists. It doesn't have to do with podcasts, but even just reaching out, I think you refer to as sort of doing interdisciplinary science. So you reach out and talk to people that are outside of your discipline, which I always hope that's what science was for. In fact, I was a little disillusioned when I realized that academia is very siloed. Yes. And so the question is, at your own level, how do you prepare for these conversations? How do you think about these conversations? How do you open your mind enough to have these conversations? And then maybe a little bit broader, how can you advise other scientists to have these kinds of conversations? Not at the podcast. The fact that you're doing a podcast is awesome. Other people get to hear them.
Yeah.
But it's also good to have it without mics, in general.
It's a good question, but a tough one to answer. I think about, a guy I know is a personal trainer, and he was asked on a podcast, how do we psych ourselves up to do a workout? How do we make that discipline to go and work out? And he's like, why are you asking me? Like, I can't stop working out. Like, I don't need to psych myself up. So, and likewise, he asked me, like, how do you get to have interdisciplinary conversations on all sorts of different things with all sorts of different people? I'm like, that's what makes me go, right? Like I couldn't stop doing that. I did that long before having them recorded. In fact, a lot of the motivation for starting recording it was making sure I would read all these books that I had purchased, right? Like all these books I wanted to read, not enough time to read them. And now if I have motivation because I'm going to interview Pat Churchland, I'm going to finally read her book, And it's absolutely true that academia is extraordinarily silent, right? We don't talk to people. We rarely do. And in fact, when we do, it's punished. Like the people who do it successfully generally first became very successful within their little silo discipline, and only then did they start expanding out. If you're a young person, I had graduate students. I try to be very, very candid with them about this. That it's most graduate students do not become faculty members, right? It's a tough road, and so live the life you want to live, but do it with your eyes open about what it does to your job chances. And the more broad you are, and the less time you spend hyper specializing in your field, the lower your job chances. That's just an academic reality. It's terrible. I don't like it, but it's a reality. And for some people, that's fine. Like, there's plenty of people who are wonderful scientists who have zero interest in branching out and talking to things, to anyone outside their field. But it is disillusioning to me. Some of the romantic notion I had of the intellectual academic life is belied by the reality of it. The idea that we should reach out beyond our discipline, and that is a positive good, is just so rare in universities that it may as well not exist at all.
But that said, even though you're saying you're doing it like the personal trainer because you just can't help it, you're also an inspiration to others. Like, I can speak for myself. You know, I also have a career I'm thinking about right now. And without your podcast, I may have not have been doing this at all, right? So it makes me realize that these kinds of conversations is kind of what science is about. In many ways, the reason we write papers, this exchange of ideas, is it's much harder to do interdisciplinary papers, I would say.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
And conversations are easier. So conversations is the beginning, and in the field of AI, that it's obvious that we should think outside of pure computer vision competitions on a particular data sets. We should think about the broader impact of how this could be, reaching out to physics, to psychology, to neuroscience, and having these conversations. So you're an inspiration, and so
well, thank you very much.
Never know how the world changes. I mean, the fact that this stuff is out there, and I've a huge number of people come up to me, grad students, really loving the podcast, inspired by it, and they will probably have that. There will be ripple effects when they become faculty. So we can end on a balance between pessimism and optimism. And Sean, thank you so much for talking today. It was awesome.
No, Lex, thank you very much for the conversation. It's great.
I go there as often as I can. I'm half an hour away from my new stuff, and I still live right out there. That's how good the food is. That slow cooked chicken and tri-tip salads, pastas, desserts, carrot cake, cheesecake. I mean, just
the following is a conversation with Raja Manga. He's an engineer and director at Google, leading the TensorFlow team. TensorFlow is an open source library at the center of much of the work going on in the world of deep learning, both the cutting edge research and the large scale application of learning based approaches. But it's quickly becoming much more than a software library. It's now an ecosystem of tools for the deployment of machine learning in the cloud, on the phone, in the browser, on both generic and specialized hardware, CPU, GPU, and so on. Plus, there's a big emphasis on growing a passionate community of developers. Raja, Jeff Dean, and a large team of engineers at Google Brain are working to define the future of machine learning with TensorFlow 2.0, which is now in the alpha. I think the decision to open source TensorFlow was a definitive moment in the tech industry. It showed that open innovation can be successful and inspire many companies to open source their code, to publish, and in general engage in the open exchange of ideas. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Raja Manga. You were involved with Google Brain since its start in 2011 with Jeff Dean. It started with Disbelief, the proprietary machine learning library, and turned into TensorFlow in 2014, the open source library. So what were the early days of Google Brain like? What were the goals, the missions? How do you even proceed forward when there's so much possibilities before you?
It was interesting back then, when I started, when you were just talking about it. The idea of deep learning was interesting and intriguing in some ways. It hadn't yet taken off, but it held some promise. It showed some very promising and early results. I think the idea where Andrew and Jeffrey started was, what if we can take this work people are doing in research and scale it to what Google has in terms of the compute power, and also put that kind of data together? What does it mean? And so far the results have been, if you scale the compute, scale the data, it does better and it might work. And so that was the first year to, can we prove that out? And with this belief, when we started the first year, we got some early wins, which is always great.
What were the wins like? What was the wins where you were, there's some promise to this is going to be good?
I think there are two early wins were, one was speech, that we collaborated very closely with the speech research team who was also getting interested in this. And the other one was images, where we, the cat paper, as we call it, that was covered by a lot of folks.
And the birth of Google Brain was around neural networks. It was deep learning from the very beginning. That was the whole mission.
Yeah.
So what would, in terms of scale, what was the sort of dream of what this could become? Like, were there echoes of this open source TensorFlow community that might be brought in? Was there a sense of TPUs? Was there a sense of like machine learning is now going to be at the core of the entire company? Is going to grow into that direction?
Yeah, I think so. So that was interesting. Like, if I think back to 2012 or 2011, and first was, can we scale it? In a year or so, we had started scaling it to hundreds and thousands of machines. In fact, we had some ones even going to 10,000 machines, and all of those shows great promise. In terms of machine learning at Google, the good thing was Google's been doing machine learning for a long time. Deep learning was new, but as we scaled this up, we showed that yes, that was possible, and it was going to impact lots of things. We started seeing real products wanting to use this. Again, speech was the first. There were image things that photos came out of, and many other products as well. So that was exciting. As we went into that a couple of years, externally also, academia started to, there was lots of push on, okay, deep learning is interesting, we should be doing more, and so on. And so by 2014, we were looking at, okay, this is a big thing, it's going to grow, and not just internally, externally as well. Yes, maybe Google's ahead of where everybody is, but there's a lot to do, so a lot of this stuff to make sense and come together.
So the decision to open source, I was just chatting with Chris Latin about this. The decision to open source with TensorFlow, I would say, so for me personally, seems to be one of the big seminal moments in all of software engineering ever. I think that's when a large company like Google decides to take a large project that many lawyers might argue has a lot of IP, just decide to go open source with it, and in so doing lead the entire world and saying, you know what, open innovation is a pretty powerful thing, and it's okay to do. That was, I mean, that's an incredible moment in time. So do you remember those discussions happening? Whether open source should be happening? What was that like?
I would say, I think, so the initial idea came from Jeff, who was a big proponent of this. I think it came off of two big things. One was research-wise, we were a research group. We were putting all our research out there. We were building on all this research, and we wanted to push the state-of-the-art forward. And part of that was to share the research. That's how I think deep learning and machine learning is really growing so fast. So the next step was, okay, now would software help with that? And it seemed like there were existing a few libraries out there, Tiano being one, Torch being another, and a few others. But they were all very lacking, and so the level was significantly different. The other one was, from a software perspective, Google had done lots of software that we used internally, and we published papers. Often there was an open source project that came out of that somebody else picked up that paper and implemented, and they were very successful. Back then, it was like, okay, there's Hadoop, which has come off of tech that we built. We know the tech we built is way better for a number of different reasons. We've invested a lot of effort in that. And turns out we have Google Cloud, and we are now not really providing our tech, but we are saying, okay, we have Bigtable, which is the original thing. We're going to now provide HPC APIs on top of that, which isn't as good, but that's what everybody's used to. So there's like, can we make something that is better and really just provide? Helps the community in lots of ways, but also helps push a good standard forward.
So how does cloud fit into that? There's a TensorFlow open source library, and how does the fact that you can use so many of the resources that Google provides in the cloud fit into that strategy?
So TensorFlow itself is open, and you can use it anywhere, right? And we want to make sure that continues to be the case. On Google Cloud, we do make sure that there's lots of integrations with everything else, and we want to make sure that it works really, really well there. So.
you're leading the TensorFlow effort, can you tell me the history and the timeline of TensorFlow project in terms of major design decisions, so like the open source decision, but really, what to include and not. There's this incredible ecosystem that I'd like to talk about. There's all these parts, but what just some sample moments that defined what TensorFlow eventually became through its. I don't know if you're allowed to say history when it's just, but in deep learning, everything moves so fast that in just a few years is already history.
Yes. So looking back, we were building TensorFlow. I guess we open sourced it in 2015, November 2015. We started on it in summer of 2014, I guess. And somewhere like late 2014, by then we decided that, okay, there's a high likelihood we'll open source it. So we started thinking about that and making sure we're heading down that path. By that point, we'd seen a few, lots of different use cases at Google. So there were things like, okay, yes, we want to run it at large scale in the data center. Yes, we need to support different kinds of hardware. We had GPUs at that point. We had our first TPU at that point was about to come out, roughly around that time. So the design sort of included those. We had started to push on mobile, so we were running models on mobile. At that point, people were customizing code, so we wanted to make sure TensorFlow could support that as well, so that sort of became part of that overall design.
When you say mobile, you mean like pretty complicated algorithms running on the phone?
That's correct. So when you have a model that you deploy on the phone and run it the right.
So already at that time, there was ideas of running machine learning on the phone.
That's correct. We already had a couple of products that we and in those cases, we had basically customized and crafted code or some internal libraries that we used.
So I was actually at Google during this time, parallel, I guess, universe, but we were using Piano and Cafe.
Yep.
Was there some degree to which you were balancing, like trying to see what Cafe was offering people, trying to see what Theano was offering, that you want to make sure you're delivering whatever that is, perhaps the Python part of things, maybe did that influence any design decisions?
Totally. So when we built this belief, and some of that was in parallel with some of these libraries coming up, and Theano itself is older, but we were building this belief focused on our internal thing because our systems are very different. By the time we got to this, we looked at a number of libraries that were out there. Theano, there were folks in the group who had experience with Torch, with Lua. There were folks here who had seen Cafe. I mean, actually, Yangqing was here as well. There's what other libraries? I think we looked at a number of things. Might even have looked at Chainer back then. I'm trying to remember if it was there. In fact, yeah, we did discuss ideas around, okay, should we have a graph or not? And they were, so putting all these together was definitely, there were key decisions that we wanted. We had seen limitations in our prior disbelief things. A few of them were just in terms of research was moving so fast. We wanted the flexibility. We wanted the hardware was changing fast. We expected to change that. So that those probably were two things. And yeah, I think the flexibility in terms of being able to express all kinds of crazy things is definitely a big one.
So what the graph decision? So now with moving towards TensorFlow 2.0. There's more, by default, it'll be eager execution. So sort of hiding the graph a little bit, because it's less intuitive in terms of the way people develop and so on. Well, what was that discussion like in terms of using graphs? It seemed it's kind of the Theano way. Did it seem the obvious choice?
So I think where it came from was our this belief had a graph-like thing as well. A much more simple. It wasn't a general graph. It was more like a straight line, thing. More like what you might think of Cafe, I guess, in that sense. But the graph was, and we always cared about the production stuff. Even with disbelief, we were deploying a whole bunch of stuff in production. So graph did come from that when we thought of, okay, should we do that in Python? We experimented with some ideas where it looked a lot simpler to use. but not having a graph think, okay, how do you deploy now? So that was probably what tilted the balance for us, and eventually we ended up with a graph.
And I guess the question there is, did you? I mean, production seems to be a really good thing to focus on. But did you even anticipate the other side of it, where there could be what are the numbers? Something crazy, 41 million downloads.
Yep.
I mean, was that even like a possibility in your mind that it would be as popular as it became?
So I think we did see a need for this a lot from the research perspective and like early days of deep learning in some ways. 41 billion, no, I don't think I imagine this number then. It seemed like there's a potential future where lots more people would be doing this, and how do we enable that? I would say this kind of growth probably started somewhat after the open sourcing, where we're like, okay, deep learning is actually growing way faster for a lot of different reasons, and we are in just the right place to push on that and leverage that and deliver on lots of things that people want.
So what changed once the open source? Like how, this incredible amount of attention from a global population of developers, how did the project start changing? I don't even actually remember it during those times. I know looking now, there's really good documentation. There's an ecosystem of tools. There's a community. Well, there's a YouTube channel now, right? It's very, very community driven. Back then, I guess 0.1 version. Is that the version?
I think we call it 0.6 or 5, something like that. I forget about that.
What changed leading into 1.0?
It's interesting. I think we've gone through a few things there. When we started out, when we first came out, people loved the documentation we have, because it was just a huge step up from everything else, because all of those are academic projects people doing who don't think about documentation. I think what that changed was, instead of deep learning doing a research thing, some people who were just developers could now suddenly take this out and do some interesting things with it, right? Who had no clue what machine learning was before then. And that, I think, really changed how things started to scale up in some ways and pushed on it. Over the next few months, as we looked at how do we stabilize things, as we look at not just researchers, now we want stability, people want to deploy things. That's how we started planning for the Nato. And there are certain needs for that perspective, and so again, documentation comes up, designs, kinds of things to put that together. And so that was exciting to get that to a stage where more and more enterprises wanted to buy in and really get behind that. And I think post 1.0 and with the next few releases, their enterprise adoption also started to take off. I would say between the initial release and 1.0, it was researchers, of course, then a lot of hobbyists and early interest, people excited about this who started to get on board, and then over the 1.x thing, lots of enterprises.
I imagine anything that's below 1.0 is pressure to be enterprise probably wants something that's stable.
Exactly.
And do you have a sense now the TensorFlow is stable? Like, it feels like deep learning in general is extremely dynamic field. So much is changing. Do you have and TensorFlow has been growing incredibly. Do you have a sense of stability at the helm of it? I mean, I know you're in the midst of it, but
yeah, it's. I think in the midst of it, it's often easy to forget what an enterprise wants and what some of the people on that side want. There's still people running models that are 3 years old, 4 years old. So Inception is still used by tons of people. Even ResNet 50 is a couple of years old now or more. But there are tons of people who use that, and they're fine. They don't need the last couple of bits of performance or quality. They want some stability and things that just work. And there is value in providing that with that kind of stability and making it really simple, because that allows a lot more to utilize. And then there's the research crowd, which wants, we want to do these crazy things exactly like you're saying, right? And not just deep learning in the straight up models that used to be there. They want RNNs, and even RNNs are maybe old. There are transformers now, and now it needs to combine with RL and MDNs and so on. So there's definitely that area, that like the boundary that's shifting and pushing the state of the art. But I think there's more and more of the past that's much more stable, and even stuff that was 2-3 years old is very, very usable by lots of people. So that part makes it a little easier.
So I imagine, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, one of the biggest use cases is essentially taking something like ResNet 50 and doing some kind of transfer learning on a very particular problem that you have. It's basically probably what majority of the world does. And you want to make that as easy as possible.
That's it. So I would say, for the hobbyist perspective, that's the most common case, right? In fact, the apps and phones and stuff that you'll see, the early ones, that's the most common case. I would say there are a couple of reasons for that. One is that everybody talks about that. It looks great on slides.
Yeah.
That's a visual presentation. Yeah, exactly. What enterprises want is, that is part of it, but that's not the big thing. Enterprises really have data that they want to make predictions on. This is often what they used to do with people who were doing ML was just regression models, regression, logistic regression, linear models, or maybe gradient boosted trees and so on. Some of them still benefit from deep learning, but they want that's the bread and butter, like the structured data and so on. So depending on the audience you can get, they're a little bit different.
And they just have, I mean, the best of enterprise probably just has a very large data set, or deep learning could probably shine.
That's good. Right. And then I think the other pieces that they want, again, with 2.0, the developer summit we put together is the TensorFlow extended piece, which is the entire pipeline. They care about stability across the entire thing. They want simplicity across the entire thing. I don't need to just train a model. I need to do that every day, again, over and over again.
I wonder to which degree you have a role in, I don't know, so I teach a course on deep learning. I have people like lawyers come up to me and say, say, when is machine learning going to enter the legal realm? The same thing in all kinds of disciplines, immigration, insurance. Often when I see what it boils down to is these companies are often a little bit old school in the way they organize the data. So the data is just not ready yet. It's not digitized. Do you also find yourself being in the role of an evangelist for, like, let's organize your data, folks, and then you'll get the big benefit of TensorFlow? Do you have those conversations?
So, yeah. I get all kinds of questions there from, okay, what do I need to make this work, right? Do you really need deep learning? I mean, there are all these things. I already use this linear model. Why would this help? I don't have enough data, let's say, or I want to use machine learning, but I'm not doing at the start. So it varies back to all the way to the experts who ask for very specific things. So it's interesting.
Is there a good answer? It boils down to oftentimes digitizing data. So whatever you want automated, whatever data you want to make prediction based on, you have to make sure that it's in an organized form. Like within the TensorFlow ecosystem, you're providing more and more data sets and more pre-trained models. Are you finding yourself also the organizer of data sets?
Yes, I think with TensorFlow data sets that we just released, that's definitely come up where people want these data sets. Can we organize them? Can we make that easier? So that's definitely one important thing. The other related thing I would say is I often tell people, you know what, don't think of the most fanciest thing, like the newest model that you see. Make something very basic work, and then you can improve it. There's just lots of things you can do with it.
Yeah, start with the basic. True. One of the big things that makes TensorFlow even more accessible was the appearance, whenever that happened, of Keras, the Keras standard, sort of outside of TensorFlow. I think it was Keras on top of Piano at first only, and then Keras became on top of TensorFlow. Do you know when Keras chose to also add TensorFlow as a backend? Was it just the community that drove that initially? Do you know if there was discussions, conversations?
Yeah, so Francois started Keras project before he was at Google, and the first thing was Theano. I don't remember if that was after TensorFlow was created or way before. And then at some point, when TensorFlow started becoming popular, there were enough similarities that he decided to create this interface and put TensorFlow as a backend. I believe that might still have been before he joined Google, so we weren't really talking about that. He decided on his own and thought that it was interesting and relevant to the community. In fact, I didn't find out about him being at Google until a few months after he was here. He was working on some research ideas and doing Keras on his nights and weekends projects.
Oh, interesting. So he wasn't like part of the TensorFlow. He didn't join initially.
He joined research and was doing some amazing research. He has some papers on that research. He's a great researcher as well. And at some point, we realized, he's doing this good stuff. He seemed to like the API, and he's right here. So we talked to him, and he said, okay, why don't I come over to our team and work with you for a quarter, and let's make that integration happen. And we talked to his manager, and he said, sure, my quarter's fine. And that quarter's been something like 2 years now. So he's fully on this.
So Keras got integrated into TensorFlow like in a deep way. And now with 2.0, TensorFlow 2.0, sort of Keras is kind of the recommended way for a beginner to interact with TensorFlow, which makes that initial sort of transfer learning or the basic use cases, even for enterprise, super simple. Right? That's good. So what was that decision like? That seems like it's kind of a bold decision as well.
We did spend a lot of time thinking about that one. We had a bunch of APIs, some built by us. There was a parallel layers API that we were building. And when we decided to do Keras in parallel, so they were like, okay, two things that we are looking at. And the first thing we were trying to do is just have them look similar, like be as integrated as possible, share all of that stuff. There were also like the other APIs that others had built over time because we didn't have a standard one. But one of the messages that we kept hearing from the community, okay, which one do we use? And they kept saying like, okay, here's a model in this one, and here's a model in this one, which you like. So that's sort of like, okay, we had to address that straight on with 2.0. The whole idea was we need to simplify. We had to pick one. Based on where we were like, okay, let's see what do the people like. And Keras was clearly one that lots of people loved. There were lots of great things about it. So we settled on that.
Organically, that's kind of the best way to do it. It was great. It was surprising, nevertheless, to sort of bring in an outside. I mean, there was a feeling like Keras might be almost like a competitor. And it's a certain kind of to TensorFlow, and in a sense, it became an empowering element of TensorFlow.
That's right. Yeah, it's interesting how you can put two things together which can align. In this case, I think Francois, the team, and I, a bunch of us have chatted, and I think we all want to see the same kind of things. We all care about making it easier for the huge set of developers out there, and that makes a difference.
So Python has Guido van Rossum, who until recently held the position of benevolent dictator for life, right? So does a huge, successful open source project like TensorFlow need one person who makes a final decision? So you've did a pretty successful TensorFlow Dev Summit just now, last couple of days. There's clearly a lot of different new features that be incorporated in amazing ecosystem and so on. How are those design decisions made? Is there a BDFL in TensorFlow, and or is it more distributed organic?
I think it's somewhat different. I would say I've always been involved in the key design directions, but there are lots of things that are distributed where there are a number of people, Martin Wick being one who's really driven a lot of our open source stuff, the APIs, and there are a number of other people who've been, pushed and been responsible for different parts of it. We do have regular design reviews. Over the last year, we've really spent a lot of time opening up to the community and adding transparency. We're setting more processes in place, so RFCs, special interest groups, really grow that community and scale that. I think the kind of scale that the ecosystem is in, I don't think we could scale with having me as the sole point of decision maker. So
I got it. So yeah, the growth of that ecosystem. Maybe you can talk about it a little bit. First of all, when I started with Andre Karpathy when he first did ComNet.js, the fact that you could train a neural network in the browser in JavaScript was incredible.
Yep.
So now TensorFlow.js is really making that a serious, like a legit thing, a way to operate, whether it's in the back end or the front end. Then there's the TensorFlow Extended, like you mentioned. There's TensorFlow Lite for mobile. And all of it, as far as I can tell, it's really converging towards being able to, save models in the same kind of way. You can move around, you can train on the desktop and then move it to mobile and so on. Like, there's that cohesiveness. So can you maybe give me whatever I missed, a bigger overview of the mission of the ecosystem that's trying to be built and where is it moving forward?
Yeah. So in short, the way I like to think of this is our goal is to enable machine learning, and in a couple of ways. One is we have lots of exciting things going on in ML today. We started with deep learning, but we now support a bunch of other algorithms too. So one is to, on the research side, keep pushing on the state of the art. How do we enable researchers to build the next amazing thing? So BERT came out recently. It's great that people are able to do new kinds of research. And there are lots of amazing research that happens across the world. So that's one direction. The other is, how do you take that across all the people outside who take that research and do some great things with it and integrate it to build real products to have a real impact on people. And so if that's the other axis in some ways. At a high level, one way I think about it is there are a crazy number of compute devices across the world. And we often used to think of ML and training and all of this as something we do either in the workstation or the data center or cloud. But we see things running on the phones, we see things running on really tiny chips, and we had some demos at the Developer Summit. And so the way I think about this ecosystem is, how do we help get machine learning on every device that has a compute capability? And that continues to grow. And so in some ways, this ecosystem is looked at various aspects of that and grown over time to cover more of those, and we continue to push the boundaries. In some areas, we built more tooling and things around that to help you. And the first tool we started was TensorBoard. You wanted to learn just the training piece. TFX, TensorFlow Extended, to really do your entire ML pipelines if you're care about all that production stuff. But then going to the edge, going to different kinds of things. And it's not just us. If you're a place where there are lots of libraries being built on top, so there's some for research, maybe things like TensorFlow agents and TensorFlow probability that started as research things, or for researchers who are focusing on certain kinds of algorithms. They're also being deployed or used by production folks. And some have come from within Google, just teams across Google who wanted to build these things. Others have come from just the community, because there are different pieces that different parts of the community care about. And I see our goal as enabling even that. Right? It's not, we cannot and won't build every single thing. That just doesn't make sense. But if we can enable others to build the things that they care about, and there's a broader community that cares about that, and we can help encourage that, and that's great. That really helps the entire ecosystem, not just those. One of the big things about 2.0 that we're pushing on is, okay, we have these so many different pieces, right? How do we help make all of them work well together? So there are a few key pieces there that we're pushing on. One being the core format, and then how we share models themselves through stable model and TensorFlow Hub and so on. and a few of the pieces that we didn't put this together.
I was very skeptical that that's, when TensorFlow.js came out, I didn't see, or Deep Learning JS.
Yeah, that was the first.
It seemed like technically a very difficult project. As a standalone, it's not as difficult, but as a thing that integrates into the ecosystem, it is very difficult. So, I mean, there's a lot of aspects of this you're making look easy, but on the technical side, how many challenges have to be overcome here?
A lot.
And still have to be overcome.
Yes,
That's
yes.
the question here, too.
There are lots of steps to it. Right? And we've iterated over the last few years, so there's a lot we've learned. Often when things come together well, things look easy, and that's exactly the point. It should be easy for the end user, but there are lots of things that go behind that. If I think about still challenges ahead, there are, we have a lot more devices coming on board, for example, from the hardware perspective. How do we make it really easy for these vendors to integrate with something like TensorFlow, right? So there's a lot of compiler stuff that others are working on. There are things we can do in terms of our APIs and so on that we can do. As we, TensorFlow started as a very monolithic system, and to some extent it still is. There are lots of tools around it, but the core is still pretty large and monolithic. One of the key challenges for us to scale that out is how do we break that apart with clearer interfaces. It's in some ways it's software engineering 101, but for a system that's now 4 years old, I guess, or more, and that's still rapidly evolving and that you're not slowing down with, it's hard to change and modify and really break apart. It's sort of like, as people say, right? It's like changing things with the car running or fit benefits. That's exactly what we're going to do.
So there's a challenge here because the downside of so many people being excited about TensorFlow and coming to rely on it in many of their applications is that you're kind of responsible. Like it's a technical debt. You're responsible for previous versions to some degree still working. So when you're trying to innovate, I mean, it's probably easier just to start from scratch every few months.
Absolutely.
So do you feel the pain of that? 2.0 does break some back compatibility, but not too much. It seems like the conversion is pretty straightforward. Do you think that's still important given how quickly deep learning is changing? Can you just the things that you've learned, can you just start over, or is there pressure to not?
It's a tricky balance. So if it was just a researcher writing a paper who a year later will not look at that code again, sure, it doesn't matter. There are a lot of production systems that rely on TensorFlow, both at Google and across the world, and people worry about this. And these systems run for a long time, so it is important to keep that compatibility and so on. And yes, it does come with a huge cost. We have to think about a lot of things as we do new things and make new changes. I think it's a trade-off, right? You might slow certain kinds of things down, but the overall value you're bringing because of that is much bigger, because it's not just about breaking the person yesterday. It's also about telling the person tomorrow, like, you know what, this is how we do things. We're not going to break you when you come on board, because there are lots of new people who are also going to come on board. One way I like to think about this, and I always push the team to think about as well, when you want to do new things, you want to start with a clean slate. Design with a clean slate in mind, and then we'll figure out how to make sure all the other things work. And yes, we do make compromises occasionally, but unless you design with the clean slate and not worry about that, you'll never get to a good place.
Oh, that's brilliant. So even if you are responsible when you're in the idea stage, when you're thinking of new, just put all that behind you. That's right. Okay, that's really well put. So I have to ask this because a lot of students, developers ask me how I feel about PyTorch versus TensorFlow. So I've recently completely switched my research group to TensorFlow. I wish everybody would just use the same thing, and TensorFlow is as close to that, I believe, as we have. But Do you enjoy competition? So TensorFlow is leading in many ways, many dimensions, in terms of the ecosystem, in terms of the number of users, momentum, power, production level, so on. But a lot of researchers are now also using PyTorch. Do you enjoy that kind of competition, or do you just ignore it and focus on making TensorFlow the best that it can be?
So just like research or anything people are doing, right, it's great to get different kinds of ideas. And when we started with TensorFlow, like I was saying earlier, it was very important for us to also have production in mind. We didn't want just research, right? And that's why we chose certain things. Now, PyTorch came along and said, you know what, I only care about research. This is what I'm trying to do. What's the best thing I can do for this? And it started iterating and said, okay, I don't need to worry about graphs. Let me just run things. I don't care if it's not as fast as it can be, but let me just make this part easy. And there are things you can learn from that, right? They again had the benefit of seeing what had come before, but also exploring certain different kinds of spaces, and they had some good things there, building on, say, things like chain error and so on before that. So competition is definitely interesting. It made us, this is an area that we had thought about, like I said, very early on. Over time, we had revisited this a couple of times. Should we add this again? At some point, we said, you know what? It seems like this can be done well, so let's try it again. And that's how we started pushing on unit execution and how do we combine those two together, which has finally come very well together in 2.0, but it took us a while to get all the things together and so on.
So let me ask, put another way, I think eager execution is a really powerful thing that was added. You think it wouldn't have been, Muhammad Ali versus Frazier, right? You think it wouldn't have been added as quickly if PyTorch wasn't there?
It might have taken longer. Yeah, it was. I mean, we tried some variants of that before, so I'm sure it would have happened, but it might have.
I'm grateful that TensorFlow spawned the way they did. Just doing some incredible work last couple of years. What other things that we didn't talk about are you looking forward in 2.0 that comes to mind? So we talked about some of the ecosystem stuff, making it easily accessible through Keras, eager execution. Is there other things that we missed?
Yeah, so I would say one is just where 2.0 is, and all the things that we've talked about. I think as we think beyond that, there are lots of other things that it enables us to do and that we're excited about. So what it's setting us up for, okay, here are these really clean APIs. We've cleaned up the surface for what the users want. What it also allows us to do a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes once we are ready with 2.0. So for example, in TensorFlow with graphs and all the things you could do, you could always get a lot of good performance if you spend the time to do it. Right? And we've clearly shown that, lots of people do that. With 2.0, with these APIs, where we can give you a lot of performance just with whatever you do. Because we see these, it's much cleaner. We know most people are going to do things this way. We can really optimize for that and get a lot of those things out of the box. And it really allows us, both for single machine and distributed and so on, to really explore other spaces behind the scenes after on the future versions as well. So right now the team's really excited about that over time I think we'll see that. The other piece that I was talking about in terms of just restructuring the monolithic thing into more pieces and making it more modular, I think that's going to be really important for a lot of the other people in the ecosystem, the organizations and so on that want to build things.
Can you elaborate a little bit what you mean by making TensorFlow more ecosystem more modular?
So the way it's organized today is there are lots of repositories in the TensorFlow organization at GitHub. The core one where we have TensorFlow, it has the execution engine, it has the key backends for CPUs and GPUs, it has the work to do distributed stuff, and all of these just work together in a single library or binary. There's no way to split them apart. There are some interfaces, but they're not very clear. In a perfect world, you would have clean interfaces where okay, I want to run it on my fancy cluster with some custom networking. Just implement this and do that. I mean, we kind of support that, but it's hard for people to. I think as we are starting to see more interesting things in some of these spaces, having that clean separation will really start to help. And again, going to the large size of the ecosystem and the different groups involved there, enabling people to evolve and push on things more independently just allows it to scale better.
And by people, you mean individual developers and
organizations.
So the hope is that everybody sort of major, I don't know, Pepsi or something uses, like major corporations go to TensorFlow, do this kind of.
Yeah, if you look at enterprises like Pepsi or these, a lot of them are already using TensorFlow. They are not the ones that do the development or changes in the code. Some of them do, but a lot of them don't. I mean, they have small pieces. There are lots of these, some of them being, let's say, hardware vendors who are building their custom hardware and they want their own pieces, or some of them being bigger companies, say IBM. They're involved in some of our special interest groups, and they see a lot of users who want certain things and they want to optimize for that. So folks like that often.
Autonomous vehicle companies, perhaps.
Exactly, yes.
So, yeah, like I mentioned, TensorFlow has been downloaded 41 billion times, 50,000 commits, almost 10,000 pull requests, and 1,800 contributors. So, I'm not sure if you can explain it, but what does it take to build a community like that? What, if in retrospect, what do you think? What is the critical thing that allowed for this growth to happen, and how does that growth continue?
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting question. I wish I had all the answers there, I guess, so we could replicate it. I think there are a number of things that need to come together, right? One, just like anything, it is about there's a sweet spot of timing, what's needed, does it grow with what's needed? So in this case, for example, TensorFlow is not just grown because it is a good tool, it's also grown with the growth of deep learning itself. So those factors come into play. Other than that, though, I think just listening to the community, to what they need, being open to, like in terms of external contributions, we've spent a lot of time in making sure we can accept those contributions well, we can help the contributors in adding those, putting the right process in place, getting the right kind of community, welcoming them, and so on. Like over the last year, we've really pushed on transparency. That's important for an open source project. People want to know where things are going, and we're like, okay, here's the process where you can do that, here are RFCs and so on. Thinking through, there are lots of community aspects that come into that you can really work on. As a small project, it's maybe easy to do because there's like 2 developers and you can do those. As you grow, putting more of these processes in place, thinking about the documentation, thinking about what do developers care about, what kind of tools would they want to use, all of these kind of things.
So one of the big things I think that feeds the TensorFlow fire is people building something on TensorFlow, and implement a particular architecture that does something cool or useful, and they put that on GitHub, and so it just feeds this growth. Do you have a sense that 2.0 and 1.0 that may be a little bit of a partitioning, like there's with Python 2 and 3, that there'll be a code base in the older versions of TensorFlow that will not be as compatible easily? Or are you pretty confident that this kind of conversion is pretty natural and easy to do?
So we're definitely working hard to make that very easy to do. There's lots of tooling that we talked about at the Developer Summit this week, and we continue to invest in that tooling. It's when you think of these significant version changes, that's always a risk, and we're really pushing hard to make that transition very, very smooth. I think so at some level, people want to move when they see the value in the new thing. They don't want to move just because it's a new thing. And some people do, but most people want a really good thing. And I think over the next few months, as people start to see the value, we'll definitely see that shift happening. So pretty excited and confident that we'll see people moving. As you said earlier, the speed is also moving rapidly, so that'll help because we can do more things, and all the new things will clearly happen in 2.x, so people will have lots of good reasons to move.
So what do you think TensorFlow 3.0 is there are things happening so crazily that even at the end of this year seems impossible to plan for? Or is it possible to plan for the next 5 years?
I think it's tricky. There are some things that we can expect in terms of, okay, change. Yes, change is going to happen. Are there some things going to stick around and some things not going to stick around? I would say the basics of deep learning, say convolutional models or the basic kind of things, they'll probably be around in some form still in 5 years. Will RL and CAD stay? Very likely, based on where they are. Will we have new things? Probably, but those are hard to predict. And some things that we can see is, things that we're starting to do right with some of our projects right now is just combining good execution in graphs, where you're starting to make it more like just your natural programming language. You're not trying to program something else. Similarly with Swift for TensorFlow, we're taking that approach. Can you do something round up, right? So some of those ideas seem like, okay, that's the right direction. In 5 years, we expect to see more in that area. Other things we don't know is, will hardware accelerators be the same? Will we be able to train with 4 bits instead of 32 bits?
And I think the TPU side of things is one. I mean, TPU is already on version 3. It seems that the evolution of TPU and TensorFlow are sort of they're co-evolving almost in terms of both are learning from each other and from the community and from the applications where the biggest benefit is achieved. That's right. You've been trying to sort of, with Keras, to make TensorFlow as accessible and easy to use as possible. What do you think for beginners is the biggest thing they struggle with? Have you encountered that? Or is basically what Keras is solving is that eager, like we talked about?
Yeah, for some of them, like you said, right, the beginners want to just be able to take some image model. They don't care if it's Inception or ResNet or something else, and do some training or transfer learning on their kind of model. Being able to make that easy is important. So in some ways, we do that by providing them the models with, say, in comp or so on. They don't care about what's inside that box, but they want to be able to use it. So we're pushing on, I think, different levels. If you look at just a component that you get, which has the layers already smushed in, the beginners probably just want that. Then the next step is, okay, look at finding layers with layers. If you go on to research, then they are probably finding custom layers themselves or their own groups. So there's a whole spectrum there.
And then providing the pre-trained models seems to really decrease the time from you trying to start. So you could basically in the Colab notebook achieve what you need. So I'm basically answering my own question because I think what TensorFlow delivered on recently is trivial for beginners. So I was just wondering if there was other pain points you tried to ease, but I'm not sure there would.
No, those are probably the big ones. I mean, I see high schoolers doing a whole bunch of things now, which is pretty amazing.
It's both amazing and terrifying. So,
yes.
In a sense that when they grow up, it's some incredible ideas will be coming from them. So there's certainly a technical aspect to your work, but you also have a management aspect to your role with TensorFlow, leading the project, a large number of developers and people. So what do you look for in a good team? What do you think? Google's been at the forefront of exploring what it takes to build a good team, and TensorFlow is one of the most cutting edge technologies in the world. So in this context, what do you think makes for a good team?
It's definitely something I think a fair bit about. I think in terms of the team being able to deliver something well, one of the things that's important is a cohesion across the team. So being able to execute together. It's not like at this scale, an individual engineer can only do so much. There's a lot more that they can do together, even though we have some amazing superstars across Google in the team. But there's, often the way I see it is the product of what the team generates is way larger than the whole or individual put together. And so how do we have all of them work together with the culture of the team itself? Hiring good people is important. But part of that is it's not just that, okay, we hire a bunch of smart people and throw them together and let them do things. It's also people have to care about what they're building. People have to be motivated for the right kind of things. That's often an important factor. And finally, how do you put that together with somewhat unified vision where we want to go? So are we all looking in the same direction, or is us going all over? And sometimes it's a mix. Google's a very bottom-up organization in some sense, also research even more so, and that's how we started. But as we've become this larger product and ecosystem, I think it's also important to combine that well with mix of, okay, here's the direction we want to go in. There is exploration we'll do around that, but let's keep staying in that direction, not just all over the place.
And is there a way you monitor the health of the team? Sort of like, is there a way you did a good job? The team is good. Like, you're saying nice things, but it's sometimes difficult to determine how aligned.
Yes,
because it's not binary. It's not like it's there's tensions and complexities and so on. And the other element of this is you mentioned superstars. There's so much, even at Google, such a large percentage of work is done by individual superstars too. So there's and sometimes those superstars can be against the dynamic of the team and those tensions. And I'm sure TensorFlow might be a little bit easier because the mission of the project is so beautiful. You're at the cutting edge, so it's exciting.
Yeah.
But have you had struggled with that? Has there been challenges?
There are always people challenges in different kinds of ways. That said, I think we've been what's good about getting people who care and are have the same kind of culture, and that's Google in general to a large extent. But also, like you said, given that the project has had so many exciting things to do, there's been room for lots of people to do different kinds of things and grow, which does make the problem a bit easier, I guess.
Yeah.
And it allows people, depending on what they're doing, if there's room around them, then that's fine. But yes, we do care about whether a superstar or not, that they need to work well with the team across Google.
That's interesting to hear. So it's like superstar or not, the productivity broadly is about the team.
Yeah. I mean, they might add a lot of value, but if they're hurting the team, then that's a problem.
So in hiring engineers, it's so interesting, right? The hiring process. What do you look for? How do you determine a good developer or a good member of a team from just a few minutes or hours together?
So,
again, no magic answers, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, Google has a hiring process that we've refined over the last 20 years, I guess, and that you've probably heard and seen a lot about. So we do work with the same hiring process, and that's really helped. For me in particular, I would say, in addition to the core technical skills, what does matter is their motivation in what they want to do. Because if that doesn't align well with where we want to go, that's not going to lead to long-term success for either them or the team. And I think that becomes more important the more senior the person is, but it's important at every level. Like even the junior most engineer, if they're not motivated to do well at what they're trying to do, however smart they are, it's going to be hard for them to succeed.
Does the Google hiring process touch on that passion? So like trying to determine, because I think as far as I understand, maybe you can speak to it, the Google hiring process sort of helps in the initial, like determines the skill set there. Is your puzzle solving ability, problem solving ability good? But like, I'm not sure, but it seems that the determining whether the person has like fire inside them, that wants to do anything, really, it doesn't really matter. It's just some cool stuff. I'm going to do it. that I don't know. Is that something that ultimately ends up when they have a conversation with you, or once it gets closer to the sales?
So one of the things we do have as part of the process is just a culture fit, like part of the interview process itself, in addition to just the technical skills. And each engineer or whoever the interviewer is supposed to rate the personal culture and the culture fit with Google and so on. So that is definitely part of the process. Now, there are various kinds of projects and different kinds of things, so there might be variants of the kind of culture you want there and so on. And yes, that does vary. So, for example, TensorFlow has always been a fast-moving project, and we want people who are comfortable with that. But at the same time now, for example, we are at a place where we are also a very full-fledged product, and we want to make sure things that work really work. Right? You can't cut corners all the time. So balancing that out and finding the people who are the right fit for those is important. And I think those kind of things do vary a bit across projects and teams and product areas across Google, and so you'll see some differences there in the final checklist. But a lot of the core culture, it comes along with just engineering excellence and so on.
What is the hardest part of your job? I'll take your pick, I guess.
It's fun, I would say. Like hard, yes. I mean, lots of things at different times. I think that does vary.
So let me clarify that difficult things are fun.
Yeah,
when you solve them, right? So it's fun in that sense.
I think the key to a successful thing across the board, and in this case it's a large ecosystem now, but even a small product, is striking that fine balance across different aspects of it. Sometimes it's how fast you go versus how perfect it is. Sometimes it's how do you involve this huge community? Who do you involve, or do you decide, okay, now is not a good time to involve them because it's not the right fit? Sometimes it's saying that there's certain kinds of things. Those are often the hard decisions. Some of them you make quickly because you don't have the time. Some of them you get time to think about them, but they're always hard.
Well, both choices are pretty good. It's those decisions. What about deadlines? Do you find TensorFlow to be driven by deadlines to a degree that a product might, or is there still a balance to where it's less deadline? You had the Dev Summit. Yeah, they came together incredibly. It looked like there's a lot of moving pieces and so on. So that did that deadline make people rise to the occasion, releasing TensorFlow 2.0 Alpha? Yeah, I'm sure that was done last minute as well. I mean, like up to the best point.
Again, it's one of those things that's you need to strike the good balance. There's some value that deadlines bring that does bring a sense of urgency to get the right things together instead of getting the perfect thing out. You need something that's good and works well, and the team definitely did a great job in putting that together. So I was very amazed and excited by everything, how that came together. That said, across the year, we try not to put artificial deadlines. We focus on key things that are important, figure out how much of it's important, and when we are developing in the open, what internally and externally, everything's available to everybody, so they can look at where things are. We do releases at a regular cadence, so fine if something doesn't necessarily end up with this month, it'll end up with the next release in a month or two, and that's okay. But we want to keep moving as fast as we can in these different areas. Because we can iterate and improve on things, sometimes it's okay to put things out that aren't fully ready. We make sure it's clear that, okay, this is experimental, but it's out there if you want to try and give feedback. That's very, very useful. I think that quick cycle and quick iteration is important. That's what we often focus on rather than here's a deadline where you get everything else.
Is 2.0, is there pressure to make that stable? Or, like, for example, WordPress 5.0 just came out, and there was no pressure to. It was a lot of build updates delivered way too late, and they said, okay, but we're going to release a lot of updates really quickly to improve it. Do you see TensorFlow 2.0 in that same kind of way, or is there this pressure to once it hits 2.0, once you get to the release candidate and then you get to the final, that's going to be the stable thing?
So it's going to be stable in just like when Alex was, where every API that's there is going to remain in work. It doesn't mean we can't change things under the covers. It doesn't mean we can't add things. So there's still a lot more for us to do, and we continue to have more releases. So in that sense, there's still. I don't think we'll be done in like 2 months. Maybe.
I don't know if you could say, but is there, there's not external deadlines for TensorFlow 2.0, but is there internal deadlines, artificial or otherwise, that you try and just set for yourself? Or is it whenever it's ready?
So we want it to be a great product, and that's a big important piece for us. TensorFlow is already out there. We have 41 million downloads for $1, so it's not like we have to have this. Yeah, exactly. So it's not like a lot of the features that we've really polishing and putting them together are there. We don't have to rush that just because. So in that sense, we want to get it right and very focused on it. That said, we have said that we are looking to get this out in the next few months, in the next quarter, and as far as possible, we left it right.
Yeah, my favorite line was spring is a relative concept. I love it.
Yes.
Spoken like a true developer. So, something I'm really interested in your previous line of work is, before TensorFlow, you led a team at Google on search ads. I think this is a very interesting topic on every level, on a technical level, because if their best ads connect people to the things they want and need.
Yep.
And at their worst, they're just these things that annoy the heck out of you, to the point of ruining the entire user experience of whatever you're actually doing. So they have a bad rep, I guess. And so on the other hand, so this connecting users to the thing they need and want is a beautiful opportunity for machine learning to shine. Like huge amounts of data that's personalized, and you kind of map to the thing they actually won't get annoyed. So what have you learned from this Google that's leading the world in this aspect? What have you learned from that experience? And what do you think is the future of ads? Take you back to the
Yes, it's been a while, but I totally agree with what you said. I think the search ads, the way it was always looked at, and I believe it still is it's an extension of what search is trying to do. The goal is to make the information, make the world's information accessible. That it's not just information, but it can be products or other things that people care about. And so it's really important for them to align with what the users need. And in search ads, there's a minimum quality level before that ad can be shown. If we don't have an ad that hits that quality, then it will not be shown. Even if we have it, and okay, maybe we lose somebody there, that's fine. That is really, really important, and I think that is something I really liked about being there. Advertising is a key part. As a model, it's been around for ages, right? It's not a new model. It's been adapted to the web and became a core part of search and many other search engines across the world. I do hope, like I said, there are aspects of ads that are annoying, and I go to a website and if it just keeps popping an ad in my face not to let me read, that's going to be annoying, clearly. So I hope we can strike that balance between showing a good ad where it's valuable to the user and provides the monetization to the service. And this might be search, this might be a website, all of these. They do need the monetization for them to provide that service. But if it's done in that good balance between showing just some random stuff that's distracting versus showing something that's actually valuable.
So do you see it moving forward as to continue being a model that that funds businesses like Google? That's a significant revenue stream. Because that's one of the most exciting things, but also limiting things in the internet is nobody wants to pay for anything.
Yeah.
And advertisements, again, coupled at their best, are actually really useful and not annoying. Do you see that continuing and growing and improving? Or do you see sort of more Netflix type models where you have to start to pay for content?
I think it's a mix. I think it's going to take a long while for everything to be paid at the if at all. Probably not. I think there's always going to be things that are sort of monetized with things like ads. But over the last few years, I would say we've definitely seen that transition towards more paid services across the web, and people are willing to pay for them because they do see the value. Netflix is a great example. We have YouTube doing things. People pay for the apps they buy. More people I find are willing to pay for newspaper content, for the good news websites across the web. That wasn't the case even a few years ago, I would say. And I just see that changing myself as well, and just lots of people around me. So definitely hopeful that we'll transition to that mixed model where maybe you get to try something out for free, maybe with ads, but then there's a more clear revenue model that sort of helps go beyond that.
So, speaking of revenue, how is it that a person can use the TPU in a Google Colab for free? So what's I guess the question is, what's the future of TensorFlow in terms of empowering, say, I teach a class of 300 students, and they amassed by MIT, what is going to be the future of them being able to do their homework in TensorFlow? Like, where are they going to train these networks, right?
Right.
What's that future look like with TPUs, with cloud services, and so on?
I think a number of things there. I mean, TensorFlow, open source, you can run it wherever. You can run it on your desktop, and your desktops always keep getting more powerful, so maybe you can do more. My phone is like, I don't know how many times more powerful than my first desktop.
You probably train it on your phone now, yeah. That's
right. So in that sense, the power you have in your hands is a lot more. Clouds are actually very interesting from, say, students or courses perspective because they make it very easy to get started. Colab, the great thing about it is go to a website and it just works. No installation needed, nothing to, you're just there and things are working. That's really the power of cloud as well. And so I do expect that to grow. Again, Colab is a free service. It's great to get started, to play with things, to explore things. That said, with free you can only get so much. Yeah. So just like we were talking about, free versus paid, and there are services you can pay for and get a lot more.
Great. So if I'm a complete beginner interested in machine learning and TensorFlow, what should I do?
Probably start with going to our website and playing there.
Just go to tensorflow.org and start clicking on things.
Yep. Check out tutorials and guides. There's stuff you can just click there and go to a Colab and do things. No installation. You can get started right there.
Okay, awesome. Roger, thank you so much for talking today.
Thank you, Lex.
Fun, it's great.
When people stop going to church, in our cases, because the kids were no longer involved, because they went to day school there. And so it's a direct correlation. Organized religion, people who are in organized religion meet at church or synagogue or mosques where they have potlucks.
The following is a conversation with Peter Rabbi. He's a professor at UC Berkeley and the director of the Berkeley Robotics Learning Lab. He's one of the top researchers in the world working on how we make robots understand and interact with the world around them, especially using imitation and deep reinforcement learning. This conversation is part of the MIT course in Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence podcast. If you enjoy it, please subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or your podcast provider of choice, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Peter Rabbi. You've mentioned that if there was one person you could meet, it would be Roger Federer. So let me ask, when do you think we'll have a robot that fully autonomously can beat Roger Federer at tennis? Roger Federer level player at tennis?
Well, first, if you could make it happen for me to meet Roger, let me know. In terms of getting a robot to beat him at tennis, it's kind of an interesting question because for a lot of the challenges we think about in AI, the software is really the missing piece. But for something like this, the hardware is nowhere near either. To really have a robot that can physically run around, Boston Dynamics robots are starting to get there, but still not really human level ability to run around and then swing a racket.
So you think that's a hardware problem?
I don't think it's a hardware problem only. I think it's a hardware and a software problem. I think it's both. And I think they'll have independent progress. So I'd say the hardware maybe in 10, 15 years.
On the grass.
With the sliding.
Yeah.
Oh, the play, I'm not sure what's harder, grass or clay. The clay involves sliding, which might be harder to master, actually. Yeah.
But you're not limited to bipedal. I mean, I'm sure there's
Well, if we can build a machine, it's a whole different question, of course. You know, if you can say, okay, this robot can be on wheels, it can move around on wheels, and can be designed differently, then I think that can be done sooner probably than a full humanoid type of setup.
What do you think of swing a rack? So you've worked at basic manipulation. How hard do you think is the task of swinging a racket with be able to hit a nice backhand or a forehand?
Let's say we just set up stationary, a nice robot arm, let's say, standard industrial arm, and can watch the ball come and then swing the racket. It's a good question. I'm not sure it would be super hard to do. I mean, I'm sure it would require a lot. If we do it with reinforcement learning, it would require a lot of trial and error. It's not going to swing it right the first time around, but yeah, I don't see why I couldn't.
So you think it's
swing it right? I think it's learnable. I think if you set up a ball machine, let's say on one side, and then a robot with a tennis racket on the other side, I think it's learnable. And maybe a little bit of pre-training and simulation. Yeah, I think that's feasible. I think the swinging the racket is feasible. It'd be very interesting to see how much precision it can get. Because I mean that's where some of the human players can hit it on the lines, which is very high precision.
With spin, the spin is an interesting. Whether RL can learn to put a spin on the ball.
Oh, you got me interested. Maybe someday we'll set this up.
Sure.
But then,
your answer is basically, okay, for this problem it sounds fascinating, but for the general problem of a tennis player, we might be a little bit farther away. What's the most impressive thing you've seen a robot do in the physical world?
So, physically, for me, it's the Boston Dynamics videos. Always just bring home and just super impressed. Recently, the robot running up the stairs, doing the parkour type thing. I mean, yes, we don't know what's underneath. They don't really write a lot of detail, but even if it's hard-coded underneath, which it might or might not be, just the physical abilities of doing that parkour, that's a very impressive.
So,
right there.
Have you met Spot Mini or any of those robots in person?
Met Spot Mini last year in April at the Mars event that Jeff Bezos organizes. They brought it out there, and he was nicely following around Jeff. When Jeff left the room, they had it follow him along, which is pretty impressive.
So I think there's some confidence to know that there's no learning going on in those robots. The psychology of it, so while knowing there's not, if there's any learning going on, it's very limited. I met Spot Mini earlier this year, and knowing everything that's going on, having one-on-one interactions, so I get to spend some time alone. And there's immediately a deep connection on the psychological level. Even though you know the fundamentals, how it works, there's something magical. So do you think about the psychology of interacting with robots in the physical world? Even you just showed me the PR2, the robot, and there's a little bit something like a face, and a little bit something like a face. There's something that immediately draws you to it. Do you think about that aspect of the robotics problem?
Well, it's very hard with Brett here. We'll give him a name, Berkeley Robot for the Elimination of Tedious Tasks. It's very hard to not think of the robot as a person. And it seems like everybody calls him a he for whatever reason, but that also makes it more a person than if it was a it. And it seems pretty natural to think of it that way. This past weekend really struck me. I've seen Pepper many times on videos, but then I was at an event organized by Fidelity, and they had scripted Pepper to help moderate some sessions, and they had scripted Pepper to have the personality of a child a little bit, and it was very hard to not think of it as its own person in some sense, because it was just kind of it would just jump into conversation, making it very interactive. Moderator would be saying, Pepper would just jump in, hold on, how about me? Can I participate in this too? And you're just like, okay, this is like a person. And that was 100% scripted. And even then it was hard not to have that sense of somehow there was something there.
So as we have robots interact in this physical world, is that a signal that could be used in reinforcement learning? You've worked a little bit in this direction, but do you think that psychology could be somehow pulled in?
Yes, that's a question. Let's say a lot of people ask, and I think part of why they ask is they're thinking about how unique are we really still as people. Like after they see some results, they see a computer play Go, they see a computer do this, that. They're like, okay, but can it really have emotion? Can it really interact with us in that way? And then once you're around robots, you already start feeling it. And I think the kind of maybe methodologically, the way that I think of it is, if you run something like reinforcement learning, it's about optimizing some objective. And there's no reason that the objective couldn't be tied into how much does a person like interacting with this system, and why could not the reinforcement learning system optimize for the robot being fun to be around? And why wouldn't it then naturally become more and more interactive and more maybe like a person or like a pet? I don't know what it would exactly be, but more and more have those features and acquire them automatically.
As long as you can formalize an objective of what it means to like something, how you exhibit, what's the ground truth? How do you get the reward from human? Do you have to somehow collect that information from human? But you're saying if you can formulate it as an objective, it can be learned.
There's no reason it couldn't emerge through learning, and maybe one way to formulate as an objective, you wouldn't have to necessarily score it explicitly. So standard rewards are numbers. Numbers are hard to come by. This is a 1.5 or 1.7 on some scale. It's very hard to do for a person. But much easier is for a person to say, okay, what you did the last 5 minutes was much nicer than what you did the previous 5 minutes. And that now gives a comparison. And in fact, there have been some results on that. For example, Paul Cristiano and collaborators at OpenAI had the Hopper, Mujoko Hopper, a one-legged robot that learns to do backflips purely from feedback. I like this better than that. That's kind of equally good. And after a bunch of interactions, it figured out what it was the person was asking for, namely a backflip. And so I think the same thing.
Oh, it wasn't trying to do a backflip. It was just getting a score from the comparison score from the person based on
the person having in mind, in their own mind, I wanted to do a backflip, but the robot didn't know what it was supposed to be doing. It just knew that sometimes the person said this is better, this is worse, and then the robot figured out what the person was actually after was a backflip. And I'd imagine the same would be true for things like more interactive robots, that the robot would figure out over time, oh, this kind of thing apparently is appreciated more than this other kind of thing.
So when I first picked up Richard Sutton's reinforcement learning book, before sort of this deep learning, before the reemergence of neural networks as a powerful mechanism for machine learning, RL seemed to me like magic. It was beautiful. So that seemed like what intelligence is, RL, reinforcement learning. So how do you think you can possibly learn anything about the world when the reward for the actions is delayed, is so sparse? Like, why do you think RL works? Why do you think you can learn anything under such sparse rewards, whether it's regular reinforcement learning or deep reinforcement learning? It's your intuition.
The counterpart of that is, why is RL, why does it need so many samples, so many experiences to learn from? Because really what's happening is when you have a sparse reward, you do something, maybe for like, I don't know, you take 100 actions and then you get a reward. And maybe you get like a score of 3. Now, like, okay, 3. Not sure what that means. You go again and now you get 2. And now you know that that sequence of 100 actions that you did the second time around somehow was worse than the sequence of 100 actions you did the first time around. But that's tough to now know which one of those were better or worse. Some might have been good and bad in either one. And so that's why I need so many experiences. But once you have enough experiences, effectively RL is teasing that apart. It's trying to say, okay, what is consistently there when you get a higher reward and what's consistently there when you get a lower reward? And then kind of the magic of sometimes the policy gradient update is to say, now let's update the neural network to make the actions that were kind of present when things are good more likely, and make the actions that are present when things are not as good less likely.
So that is the counterpoint, but it seems like you would need to run it a lot more than you do. Even though right now people could say that RL is very inefficient, but it seems to be way more efficient than one would imagine on paper. That the simple updates to the policy gradient, that somehow you can learn exactly as you just said, what are the common actions that seem to produce some good results, that somehow can learn anything. It seems counterintuitive, at least. Is there some intuition behind that?
Yeah, so I think there's a few ways to think about this. The way I tend to think about it mostly originally when we started working on deep reinforcement learning here at Berkeley, it's maybe 2011, 12, 13, around that time. John Schulman was a PhD student initially kind of driving it forward here. And the way we thought about it at the time was, if you think about rectified linear units or kind of rectifier type neural networks, what do you get? You get something that's piecewise linear feedback control. And if you look at the literature, linear feedback control is extremely successful. It can solve many, many problems surprisingly well. I remember, for example, when we did helicopter flight, if you're in a stationary flight regime, not a non-stationary, but a stationary flight regime like hover, you can use linear feedback control to stabilize a helicopter. Very complex dynamical system, but the controller is relatively simple. And so I think that's a big part, is that if you do feedback control, even though the system you control can be very, very complex, often relatively simple control architectures can already do a lot, but then also just linear is not good enough. And so one way you can think of these neural networks is that they tile the space, which people were already trying to do more by hand or with finite state machines. Say, this linear controller here, this linear controller here. Neural network learns to tile the space and say linear controller here, another linear controller here, but it's more subtle than that. And so it's benefiting from this linear control aspect, it's benefiting from the tiling, but it's somehow tiling it one dimension at a time. Because if, let's say, you have a 2-layer network, given that hidden layer, you make a transition from active to inactive or the other way around. That is essentially one axis, but not axis aligned, but one direction that you change. And so you have this kind of very gradual tiling of the space where you have a lot of sharing between the linear controllers that tile the space. And that was always my intuition as to why to expect that this might work pretty well. It's essentially leveraging the fact that linear feedback control is so good, but of course not enough. And this is a gradual tiling of the space with linear feedback controls that share a lot of expertise across them.
So that's really nice intuition. Do you think that scales to the more and more general problems? So we start going up the number of control dimensions when you start going down in terms of how often you get a clean reward signal. Does that intuition carry forward to those crazier, weirder worlds that we think of as the real world?
So I think where things get really tricky in the real world compared to the things we've looked at so far with great success in reinforcement learning is the time scales, which takes us to an extreme. So when you think about real world, I mean, I don't know, maybe some student decided to do a PhD here, right? Okay, that's a decision, that's a very high level decision. But if you think about their lives, I mean, any person's life, it's a sequence of muscle fiber contractions and relaxations, and that's how you interact with the world. And that's a very high frequency control thing, but it's ultimately what you do and how you affect the world. Until I guess we have brain readings, you can maybe do it slightly differently, but typically that's how you affect the world. And the decision of doing a PhD is like so abstract relative to what you're actually doing in the world. And I think that's where credit assignment becomes just completely beyond what any current RL algorithm can do. And we need hierarchical reasoning at a level that is just not available at all yet.
Where do you think we can pick up hierarchical reasoning? By which mechanisms?
Yeah, so maybe let me highlight what I think the limitations are of what already was done 20, 30 years ago. In fact, you'll find reasoning systems that reason over relatively long horizons. The problem is that they were not grounded in the real world. So people would have to hand design some kind of logical, dynamical descriptions of the world, and that didn't tie into perception, and so it didn't tie into real objects and so forth. And so that was a big gap. Now with deep learning, we start having the ability to really see with sensors, process that, and understand what's in the world. And so it's a good time to try to bring these things together. And I see a few ways of getting there. One way to get there would be to say deep learning can get bolted on somehow to some of these more traditional approaches. Now, bolted on would probably mean you need to do some kind of end-to-end training where you say, my deep learning processing somehow leads to a representation that in turn uses some kind of traditional underlying dynamical systems that can be used for planning. And that's, for example, the direction Aviv Tamar and Bernard Kuritage here have been pushing with causal implicant, and of course other people too. That's one way. Can we somehow force it into the form factor that is amenable to reasoning? Another direction we've been thinking about for a long time and didn't make any progress on was more information theoretic approaches. So the idea there was that what it means to take high-level action is to take and choose a latent variable now that tells you a lot about what's going to be the case in the future, because that's what it means to take a high-level action. So when I decide I'm going to navigate to the gas station because I need to get gas for my car, well, that'll now take 5 minutes to get there. But the fact that I get there, I could already tell that from the high-level action I took much earlier. That we had a very hard time getting success with. Not saying it's a dead end necessarily, but we had a lot of trouble getting that to work. And then we started revisiting the notion of what are we really trying to achieve? What we're trying to achieve is not necessarily hierarchy per se, but you can think about what does hierarchy give us? We hope it would give us is better credit assignment. Kind of what does better credit assignment is giving us? It gives us faster learning, right? And so faster learning is ultimately maybe what we're after. And so that's what we ended up with the RL squared paper on learning to reinforcement learn, which at the time Rocket One led. And that's exactly the meta learning approach where you say, okay, we don't know how to design hierarchy. We know what we want to get from it. Let's just end-to-end optimize for what we want to get from it and see if it might emerge. And we saw things emerge. The maze navigation had consistent motion down hallways, which is what we want. Hierarchical control should say, I want to go down this hallway, and then when there is an option to take a turn, I can decide whether to take a turn or not and repeat. Even had the notion of where have you been before or not, to not revisit places you've been before. It still didn't scale yet to the real world kind of scenarios I think you had in mind, but it was some sign of life that maybe you could meta learn these hierarchical concepts.
I mean, it seems like through these meta learning concepts, get at what I think is one of the hardest and most important problems of AI, which is transfer learning. So it's generalization. How far along this journey towards building general systems are we? Being able to do transfer learning well. So there's some signs that you can generalize a little bit, but do you think we're on the right path, or totally different breakthroughs are needed to be able to transfer knowledge between different learning models?
Yeah, I'm pretty torn on this. And I think there are some very impressive. Well, there's just some very impressive results already, right? I mean, yes. I would say even with the initial kind of big breakthrough in 2012 with AlexNet, right? The initial thing is, okay, great. this does better on ImageNet, hence image recognition. But then immediately thereafter, there was, of course, the notion that, wow, what was learned on ImageNet and you now want to solve a new task, you can fine-tune AlexNet for new tasks. And that was often found to be the even bigger deal, that you learned something that was reusable, which was not often the case before. Usually machine learning, you learn something for one scenario and that was it.
And that's really exciting. I mean, that's a huge application. That's probably the biggest success of transfer learning today, in terms of scope. And then
that was a huge breakthrough. And then recently, I feel like similar kind of, by scaling things up, it seems like this has been expanded upon. Like people training even bigger networks, they might transfer even better. If you looked at, for example, some of the OpenAI results on language models and some of the recent Google results on language models, they're learned for just prediction, and then they get reused for other tasks. And so I think there is something there where somehow if you train a big enough model and enough things, it seems to transfer some DeepMind results that I thought were very impressive, the Unreal results, where it was learning to navigate mazes in ways where it wasn't just doing reinforcement learning, but it had other objectives, was optimizing for. So I think there's a lot of interesting results already. I think maybe where it's hard to wrap my head around is to which extent or when do we call something generalization, right? Or the levels of generalization involved in these different tasks, right? So
you draw this, by the way, just to frame things. I've heard you say somewhere, it's the difference between learning to master versus learning to generalize. That it's a nice line to think about, and I guess you're saying this gray area of what learning to master and learning to generalize, where one starts.
I think I might have heard this. I might have heard it somewhere else, and I think it might have been one of your interviews, maybe the one with Yoshua Benjamin. I'm not 100% sure, but I like the example. I'm not sure who it was, but the example was essentially if you use current deep learning techniques, what we're doing to predict, let's say, the relative motion of our planets, it would do pretty well. But then now, if a massive new mass enters our solar system, it would probably not predict what will happen, right? And that's a different kind of generalization. That's a generalization that relies on the ultimate simplest explanation that we have available today to explain the motion of planets, whereas just pattern recognition could predict our current solar system motion pretty well, no problem. And so I think that's an example of a kind of generalization that is a little different from what we've achieved so far. And it's not clear if just, regularizing more and forcing it to come up with a simpler explanation. Say, look, this is not simple. But that's what physics researchers do, right? They say, can I make this even simpler? How simple can I get this? What's the simplest equation that can explain everything, right? The master equation for the entire dynamics of the universe. We haven't really pushed that direction as hard in deep learning, I would say. Not sure if it should be pushed, but it seems the kind of generalization you get from that you don't get in our current methods so far.
So I just talked to Vladimir Vapnik, for example, who was a statistician, statistical learning, and he kind of dreams of creating the E equals MC squared for learning, right? The general theory of learning. Do you think that's a fruitless pursuit in near term, within the next several decades?
I think that's a really interesting pursuit in the following sense, that there's a lot of evidence that the brain is pretty modular. And so I wouldn't maybe think of it as a theory, maybe, the underlying theory, but more kind of the principle, where there have been findings where people who are blind will use the part of the brain usually used for vision for other functions. And even after some kind of people get rewired in some way, they might be able to reuse parts of their brain for other functions. And so what that suggests is some kind of modularity. And I think it is a pretty natural thing to strive for, to see, can we find that modularity? Can we find this thing? Of course, it's not every part of the brain is not exactly the same. Not everything can be rewired arbitrarily. But if you think of things like the neocortex, which is a pretty big part of the brain, that seems fairly modular from what the findings so far. Can you design something equally modular, and if you can just grow it, it becomes more capable probably? I think that would be the kind of interesting underlying principle to shoot for that is not unrealistic.
Do you think you prefer math or empirical trial and error for the discovery of the essence of what it means to do something intelligent? So reinforcement learning embodies both groups, right? Prove that something converges, prove the bounds, and then at the same time, a lot of those successes are, well, let's try this and see if it works. So which do you gravitate towards? How do you think of those two parts of your brain?
So maybe I would prefer we could make the progress with mathematics. And the reason maybe I would prefer that is because often if you have something you can mathematically formalize, you can leapfrog a lot of experimentation. And experimentation takes a long time to get through. And a lot of trial and error kind of reinforcement in your research process. But you need to do a lot of trial and error before you get to a success. So if you can leapfrog that, to my mind, that's what the math is about. And hopefully once you do a bunch of experiments, you start seeing a pattern. You can do some derivations now, leapfrog some experiments. But I agree with you. I mean, in practice, a lot of the progress has been such that we have not been able to find the math that allows us to leapfrog ahead. And we are kind of making gradual progress one step at a time. New experiment here, new experiment there that gives us new insights and gradually building up, but not getting to something yet where we're just, okay, here's an equation that now explains how, that would be like 2 years of experimentation to get there, but this tells us what the result's going to be. Unfortunately, not so much yet.
Not so much yet, but your hope is there. In trying to teach robots or systems to do everyday tasks or even in simulation, what do you think you're more excited about? Imitation learning or self-play? So letting robots learn from humans, or letting robots play on their own, try to figure out in their own way, and eventually interact with humans or solve whatever problem is. What's the more exciting to you? What's more promising, you think, as a research direction?
So when we look at self-play, what's so beautiful about it goes back to the challenges in reinforcement learning. So the challenge in reinforcement learning is getting signal. And if you never succeed, you don't get any signal. In self-play, you're on both sides. So one of you succeeds. And the beauty is also one of you fails. And so you see the contrast. You see the one version of me that did better than the other version. And so every time you play yourself, you get signal. And so whenever you can turn something into self-play, you're in a beautiful situation where you can naturally learn much more quickly than in most other reinforcement learning environments. So I think if somehow we can turn more reinforcement learning problems into self-play formulations, that would go really, really far. So far, self-play has been largely around games where there's natural opponents. But if we could do self-play for other things, let's say, I don't know, a robot learns to build a house. I mean, that's a pretty advanced thing to try to do for a robot, but maybe it tries to build a hut or something. If that can be done through self-play, it would learn a lot more quickly if somebody can figure that out. And I think that would be something where it goes closer to kind of the mathematical leapfrogging, where somebody figures out a formalism to say, okay, any RL problem by playing this and this idea, you can turn it into a self-play problem where you get signal a lot more easily. Reality is, many problems we don't know how to turn to self-play, and so either we need to provide detailed reward that doesn't just reward for achieving a goal, but rewards for making progress, and that becomes time-consuming. And once you're starting to do that, let's say you want a robot to do something, you need to give all this detailed reward, well, why not just give a demonstration? Because why not just show the robot? And now the question is, how do you show the robot? One way to show is to tally operate the robot, and then the robot really experiences things. And that's nice because that's really high signal-to-noise ratio data. And we've done a lot of that. And you teach the robot skills in just 10 minutes. You can teach your robot a new basic skill. Like, okay, pick up the bottle, place it somewhere else. That's a skill. No matter where the bottle starts, maybe it always goes onto a target or something. That's fairly easy to teach your robot with teleop. Now, what's even more interesting is we can now teach the robot through third person learning, where the robot watches you do something and doesn't experience it, but just watches it and says, okay, well, if you're showing me that, that means I should be doing this. And I'm not going to be using your hand because I don't get to control your hand, but I'm going to use my hand and do that mapping. And so that's where I think one of the big breakthroughs has happened this year. This was led by Chelsea Finn here. It's almost like learning a machine translation for demonstrations, where you have a human demonstration, the robot learns to translate it into what it means for the robot to do it. And that was a meta-learning formulation. Learn from one to get the other. And that, I think, opens up a lot of opportunities to learn a lot more quickly.
So my focus is on autonomous vehicles. Do you think this approach of third-person watching, the autonomous driving, is amenable to this kind of approach?
So for autonomous driving, I would say it's third person is slightly easier. And the reason I'm going to say it's slightly easier to do with third person is because the power dynamics are very well understood. So
easier than first person, or
I think the distinction between third person and first person is not a very important distinction for autonomous driving. They're very similar, because the distinction is really about who turns the steering wheel, and or maybe let me put it differently: how to get from a point where you are now to a point, let's say, a couple of meters in front of you. And that's a problem that's very well understood. And that's the only distinction between third and first person there. Whereas with robot manipulation, interaction forces are very complex, and it's still a very different thing. For autonomous driving, I think there's still the question, imitation versus RL. So imitation gives you a lot more signal. I think where imitation is lacking and needs some extra machinery is it doesn't, in its normal format, doesn't think about goals or objectives. And of course, there are versions of imitation learning, inverse reinforcement learning type imitation learning, which also thinks about goals. I think then we're getting much closer. But I think it's very hard to think of a fully reactive car generalizing well. If it really doesn't have a notion of objectives to generalize well to the kind of generality that you would want. You'd want more than just that reactivity that you get from just behavioral cloning / supervised learning.
So a lot of the work, whether it's self-play or even imitation learning, would benefit significantly from simulation, from effective simulation. And you're doing a lot of stuff in the physical world and in simulation. Do you have hope for greater and greater power of simulation being boundless eventually, to where most of what we need to operate in the physical world could be simulated to a degree that's directly transferable to the physical world? Or are we still very far away from that?
So I think we could even rephrase that question in some sense.
Please.
And then, so the power of simulation, right? As simulators get better and better, of course, becomes stronger, and we can learn more in simulation. But there's also another version, which is where you say the simulator doesn't even have to be that precise, as long as it's somewhat representative. And instead of trying to get one simulator that is sufficiently precise to learn and transfer really well to the real world, I'm going to build many simulators.
Ensemble of simulators.
Ensemble of simulators. Not any single one of them is sufficiently representative of the real world such that it would work if you train in there. But if you train in all of them, then there is something that's good in all of them. The real world will just be, another one of them that's, not identical to any one of them, but just another one of them.
Another sample from the distribution of simulators.
Exactly.
We do live in a simulation, so this is just one other one.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah. It's definitely a very advanced simulator if it is.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. I've talked to Russell. It's something you think about a little bit too. Of course, you're really trying to build these systems, but do you think about the future of AI? A lot of people have concern about safety. How do you think about AI safety as you build robots that operate in the physical world? What is how do you approach this problem in an engineering kind of way, in a systematic way?
So, when a robot is doing things, you kind of have a few notions of safety to worry about. One is that the robot is physically strong and, of course, could do a lot of damage. Same for cars, which you can think of as robots do in some way. And this could be completely unintentional. So it could be not the kind of long-term AI safety concerns that, okay, AI is smarter than us and now what do we do? But it could be just very practical. Okay, this robot, if it makes a mistake, what are the results going to be? Of course, simulation comes in a lot there to test in simulation. It's a difficult question. And I'm always wondering, let's say you look at, let's go back to driving, because a lot of people know driving well, of course. What do we do to test somebody for driving, right? To get a driver's license? What do they really do? I mean, you fill out some tests, and then you drive. And I mean, in suburban California, a driving test is just you drive around the block, pull over, you do a stop sign successfully, and then you pull over again, and you're pretty much done. And you're like, okay, if a self-driving car did that, would you trust it that it can drive? I'd be like, no, that's not enough for me to trust it. But somehow for humans, we've figured out that somebody being able to do that is representative of them being able to do a lot of other things. And so I think somehow for humans, we figured out representative tests of what it means if you can do this, what you can really do. Of course, testing humans don't want to be tested at all times. Self-driving cars or robots could be tested more often, probably. You can have replicas that get tested that are known to be identical because they use the same neural net and so forth. But still, I feel like we don't have this kind of unit tests or proper tests for robots. And I think there's something very interesting to be thought about there, especially as you update things. Your software improves. You have a better self-driving car suite. You update it. How do you know it's indeed more capable on everything than what you had before, that you didn't have any bad things creep into it? So I think that's a very interesting direction of research that there is no real solution yet, except that somehow for humans we do. Because we say, okay, you have a driving test, you passed. You can go on the road now, and humans have accidents every 1 million or 10 million miles, something pretty phenomenal compared to that short test that is being done.
So let me ask, you mentioned that Andrew Ng, by example, showed you the value of kindness. And do you think the space of good policies for humans and for AI is populated by policies that with kindness or ones that are the opposite, exploitation, human evil? So if you just look at the sea of policies we operate under as human beings, or if AI system had to operate in this real world, do you think it's really easy to find policies that are full of kindness that would naturally fall into them? Or is it like a very hard optimization problem?
I mean, there's kind of two optimizations happening for humans, right? So for humans, there's kind of the very long-term optimization, which evolution has done for us, and we're kind of predisposed to like certain things. And that's in some sense what makes our learning easier, because I mean, we know things like pain and hunger and thirst. And the fact that we know about those is not something that we were taught. That's kind of innate. When we're hungry, we're unhappy. When we're thirsty, we're unhappy. When we have pain, we're unhappy. And ultimately, evolution built that into us to think about those things. And so I think there is a notion that it seems somehow humans evolved in general to prefer to get along in some ways, but at the same time also to be very territorial and kind of centric to their own tribe. It seems like that's the kind of space we converge onto. I mean, I'm not an expert in anthropology, but it seems like we're very kind of good within our own tribe, but need to be taught to be nice to other tribes.
Well, if you look at Steven Pinker, he highlights this pretty nicely in Better Angels of Our Nature, where he talks about violence decreasing over time consistently. So whatever tension, whatever teams we pick, it seems that the long arc of history goes towards us getting along more and more. So,
I hope so.
So do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robots this kind of kindness, this kind of ability to interact with humans, this kind of policy, even to let me ask a fun one. Do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robot to love a human being and to inspire the human to love the robot back. So to like a RL-based algorithm that leads to a happy marriage.
That's an interesting question. Maybe I'll answer it with another question, right? I mean, but I'll come back to it. So another question you can have is, okay, I mean, how close does some people's happiness get from interacting with just a really nice dog? Like, I mean, dogs, you come home, that's what dogs do. They greet you. They're excited. It makes you happy when you come home to your dog. You're just like, okay, this is exciting. They're always happy when I'm here. And if they don't greet you, because maybe whatever, your partner took on a trip or something, you might not be nearly as happy when you get home, right? And so the kind of, it seems like the level of reasoning a dog has is pretty sophisticated, but then it's still not yet at the level of human reasoning. And so it seems like we don't even need to achieve human level reasoning to get like very strong affection with humans. And so my thinking is, why not, right? Why couldn't, with an AI, couldn't we achieve the kind of level of affection that humans feel among each other or with friendly animals and so forth? It's a question. Is it a good thing for us or not? That's another thing, right? Because, I mean, but I don't see why not.
Why not? Yeah. So Elon Musk says love is the answer. Maybe he should say love is the objective function, and then RL is the answer, right?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, Peter, thank you so much. I don't want to take up more of your time. Thank you so much for talking today.
Well, thanks for coming by. Great to have you visit.
People we've worked with for 20 years and sitting there and saying, okay, now we're going to go around the table and say a fun fact about you. What would you even say? No, I'm talking about myself. Like, what fun fact would you say about me? I'm not saying I hate the people. I'm saying that's awful to have everyone's attention on you. You're supposed to unveil something fun that nobody knows about you.
130 plus of them in there that would take forever to go through, even if all they did was say, what's your name, where are you from, and what's your favorite state?
But you know that that's a thing that's happening right now in the real world. Like Zoom calls with fun facts about you.
Yeah, the real world doesn't.
Do you want to unveil what your fun fact is?
I don't know. I would be in the same position as you. I don't know. I don't know what's fun about this.
See, that's what I'm thinking.
The 133 Cardinals, at least those that are under the age of 80, marched in this solemn procession, sounding the prayers to go into the Sistine Chapel.
You can say you have a T-shirt collection.
I just would say I have T-shirts.
That's not fun. A collection.
That makes it sound like it's a curated. I have carefully selected all of them, when in fact all I've done is not thrown them away or given them away.
I'm a hoarder. That's my fun fact.
There is an interesting thing about it because about what conclave is. Most of these cardinals have never met each other, so maybe that icebreaker thing isn't too far off.
Well, that was the thing with Pope Francis. We talked about that. That's why I said icebreakers, because Pope Francis did not have these get-togethers like popes of the past did. Popes in the past would invite the cardinals to the Vatican all the time. Maybe not all the time, but periodically. And so they all kind of knew each other. This pope did not. So when they all descended upon the Vatican after he died, it is a getting to know you process.
Well, I think in those days, it's been a couple of weeks now since Pope Francis died, they had the opportunity to meet each other. They've had the opportunity. They can meet each other and do the icebreaker thing without discussing who they think should be the next pope. Although, I don't know if it's like an election from the 1950s where you walk around with little pins and you're like,
well, I think they knew obviously they knew of each other. Sure. It's like we, Dick and Sandy, who do the radio show in Milwaukee, we know of them.
We've never met them.
But we never met them. So, it's like, we know that they sound like they're great people, but are they great enough people to lead the world of Catholics?
There are a lot of things that Francis did that did not sit well with some Catholics. He was, in terms of Catholic popes, or in terms of popes, I should say, redundant, he was pretty progressive, and he opened up, perhaps, Catholic Church, at least the doctrine, to things like LGBTQ members. His famous quote of "Who am I to judge?" He also talked about cautiously opening up to other religions, which other people, some strong-line, hard-line Catholics, are not cool with because they're afraid that that is going to dilute Catholicism. Vocational crisis. Very few people now are entering the priesthood. Is there a push at some point in 2025 to allow women to be ordained in the Catholic Church?
Let's talk about women. It's making me uncomfortable. Can we talk about the history when women are not an issue? Because many of the rituals of the conclaves are relatively modern. Like, why is it the Sistine Chapel? Why the black smoke? We have all these answers. Even the modern name and Latin of papal elections. One of my favorite things to read about the lengthiest conclave there in 1268, when you have a fight between the Italians and the French, is that they removed the roof at one point to allow the Holy Spirit to have direct access to the cardinals. Like somebody's Bob in some sort of conference room came up with this idea and raised his hand, like, yes, Bob, what's your idea about how to move this along? He's like, how about we take the roof off? Holy Spirit gets right in, and everyone's like, yes, Bob, let's do that. How'd that get signed off on? Does that make sense?
Theologically,
I mean, thank God, but I've been chuckling that one. All right, we'll talk about the history of the conclave. There's a lot of fun facts in this, much more fun than us.
Heather Brooker is live on the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. A fourth case of measles has been reported in LA County. Officials say the infected person traveled to LA from another country and have been told they were not contagious. A real ID is now required to fly domestic or go onto a federal government property. TSA Federal Security Director Jason Pantages at LAX says most people traveling today have had acceptable ID. Looks like it's going well so far. Southland weather from KFI. Sunny later on today. High should be the upper 60s to 70 in Metro LA and OC. This report is brought to you by iRealestate.com. Let's go to a crash on 15 in Corona.
Right on Terry Mountain crash there, and traffic's really slow. Head northbound on that 15 all the way back pretty much from Tabasco Canyon Road is where the slowing starts. That's a long stretch of brake lights. Also very slow on the 5 in Orange County to the northbound side. We had an earlier problem right there. 5 second man, there is a crash on 55 transition. 5 northbound. East 1 lane is still blocked. Traffic on 5 jammed up all the way back from Jeffrey Road. The 55 also slow starting in Edinger southbound side of the 5 road slow out of Orange County or out of Anaheim, I should say, starting at about the 22. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I will finish right. Tariffs and your money. We just offered our thoughts on the most recent episode of the Housing Money Podcast. Let's say you do live in a state that gives you a tax rate of $539. That's great. Don't invest those dollars once you put them in. All about investing in a $549 tax. Before that tax, they manage money to grow. But as you get close to needing to spend money, you risk exposure. And certain financial times, House Money is here to help. Open a free iHeartRadio app, search House Money, and start listening today. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off again this week is Yellow Jackets on Paramount Plus with Showtime. That's followed by The Studio on Apple TV Plus. The romantic drama Ransom Canyon on Netflix is up 1 to 8 this week. The White Lotus on HBO and Max slips back to 7 with the debut of the 4th season starring Tina Fey and Steve Carell on Netflix and at 6. Slipping back to 5 is the medical drama The Pit on Max with Andor on Disney Plus, moving up to 4. Kicking off the top 3 is the drama Mobland on Paramount Plus. Your Friends and Neighbors on Apple TV Plus falls back 1 spot to 2 this week, which means The Last of Us on HBO and Max jumps up to the top, your #1 stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio brings you New TV streaming edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the launch of the new comedy series Bad Thoughts, starring Tom Segura, as well as the documentary film Untold, The River King. Next Wednesday on Netflix, the debut of the docuseries American Mankind, Osama bin Laden, comedy competition series Poland, as well as the Mexican comedy series Snakes and Ladders. Next Thursday, the premiere of the Netflix teen drama Pen, the fourth season of Love and Robots, as well as the mystery drama Secrets We Keep. Next Friday on Netflix, the debut of the documentary film The Filters. Next Monday on Paramount Plus, the launch of the British comedy Hard Truths. Next Wednesday on Peacock, the debut of Joe Rivers' Dead Bunny All-Star Tribute. Next Thursday on Hulu, the second season premiere of The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Next Thursday over on Paramount Plus, the third season of Scotland. Next Friday on Hulu, the debut of the stand-up special Mateo Lane, the Al Dente Special. Next Friday over on Paramount Plus with Showtime, the seventh season premiere of The Shot. Next Tuesday on Amazon Prime Video, the documentary film The Sudan, King of Kingdom. Next Thursday on Amazon Prime Video, the launch of the new college comedy series Overcompensated. Next Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern on Max, the debut of the new action drama Duster, starring Josh Holloway, Rachel Hilson, produced by J.J. Abrams. Next Friday on Apple TV Plus, the debut of the action comedy Burger Bot, starring Alexander Skarsgård. And next Friday on Max, the streaming premiere of the Oscar.
And that's the interview on iHeartRadio. Happy Tuesday.
Want the truth about shopping for new floors? Big box stores might have floor compartments, but Empire today has floor experts. There's a huge difference. At a big box store, you might be getting help from someone who's in floor today, but was stocking toilets yesterday. With Empire, you'll work with a dedicated floor expert. We bring the store to your home, help find the right floors for your lifestyle, and answer questions. All while you view hundreds of samples of your own furniture, decor, and lighting. You'll get all-inclusive price estimate and schedule installation as soon as the next day for install status. That's Empire's whole floor advantage. Working with experts who specialize in floor fitting. For a limited time, use code RADIO and get $500 off your contract. $3,500 or more when you call or visit EmpireToday.com. That's $500 off with code RADIO. You know the number.
The following is a conversation with Peter Rabbi. He's a professor at UC Berkeley and the director of the Berkeley Robotics Learning Lab. He's one of the top researchers in the world working on how to make robots understand and interact with the world around them, especially using imitation and deep reinforcement learning. This conversation is part of the MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence podcast. If you enjoy it, please subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or your podcast provider of choice, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Peter Rabbi. You've mentioned that if there was one person you could meet, it would be Roger Federer. So let me ask, when do you think we'll have a robot that fully autonomously can beat Roger Federer at tennis? Roger Federer level player at tennis?
Well, first, if you could make it happen for me to meet Roger, let me know. In terms of getting a robot to beat him at tennis, it's kind of an interesting question because for a lot of the challenges we think about in AI, the software is really the missing piece. But for something like this, the hardware is nowhere near either. To really have a robot that can physically run around, the Boston Dynamics robots are starting to get there, but still not really human level ability to run around and then swing a racket.
So you think that's a hardware problem?
I don't think it's a hardware problem only. I think it's a hardware and a software problem. I think it's both. And I think they'll have independent progress. So I'd say the hardware maybe in 10, 15 years.
On the play, not grass. I mean, grass
With the sliding?
Yeah.
Well, the play, I'm not sure what's harder, grass or clay. The clay involves sliding, which might be harder to master, actually. Yeah.
But you're not limited to bipedal. I mean, I'm sure there's
Well, if we can build a machine, it's a whole different question, of course. You know, if we can say, okay, this robot can be on wheels, it can move around on wheels, and can be designed differently, then I think that can be done sooner probably than a full humanoid type of setup.
What do you think? Swing a racket? So you've worked at basic manipulation. How hard do you think is the task of swinging a racket with be able to hit a nice backhand or a forehand?
Let's say we just set up stationary, a nice robot arm. Let's say standard industrial arm, and can watch the ball come and then swing the racket. It's a good question. I'm not sure it would be super hard to do. I mean, I'm sure it would require a lot. If we do it with reinforcement learning, it would require a lot of trial and error. It's not going to swing it right the first time around, but yeah, I don't see why I couldn't.
So you think it's
swing it the right way. I think it's learnable. I think if you set up a ball machine, let's say on one side, and then a robot with a tennis racket on the other side, I think it's learnable, and maybe a little bit of pre-training and simulation. Yeah, I think that's feasible. I think the swinging the racket is feasible. It'd be very interesting to see how much precision it can get. Because I mean that's where some of the human players can hit it on the lines, which is very high precision.
With spin, the spin is an interesting. Whether RL can learn to put a spin on the ball.
Well, you got me interested. Maybe someday we'll set this up.
Sure.
But then, got me intrigued.
Your answer is basically, okay, for this problem it sounds fascinating, but for the general problem of a tennis player, we might be a little bit farther away. What's the most impressive thing you've seen a robot do in the physical world?
So, physically, for me, it's the Boston Dynamics videos. Always just bring home and just super impressed. Recently, the robot running up the stairs, doing the parkour type thing. I mean, yes, we don't know what's underneath. They don't really write a lot of detail, but even if it's hard-coded underneath, which it might or might not be, just the physical abilities of doing that parkour, that's a very impressive.
So,
right there.
Have you met Spot Mini or any of those robots in person?
Met Spot Mini last year in April at the Mars event that Jeff Bezos organizes. They brought it out there, and he was nicely following around Jeff. When Jeff left the room, they had it follow him along, which is pretty impressive.
So I think there's some confidence to know that there's no learning going on in those robots. The psychology of it, so while knowing there's not, if there's any learning going on, it's very limited. I met Spot Mini earlier this year, and knowing everything that's going on, having one-on-one interactions, I got to spend some time alone. And there's immediately a deep connection on the psychological level. Even though you know the fundamentals, how it works, there's something magical. So, do you think about the psychology of interacting with robots in the physical world? Even you just showed me the PR2, the robot, and there was a little bit something like a face. Had a little bit like a face. There's something that immediately draws you to it. Do you think about that aspect of the robotics problem?
Well, it's very hard with Brett here. If we'll give him a name, Berkeley Robot for the elimination of tedious tasks. It's very hard to not think of the robot as a person, and it seems like everybody calls him a he for whatever reason, but that also makes it more a person than if it was a it. And it seems pretty natural to think of it that way. This past weekend really struck me. I've seen Pepper many times on videos, but then I was at an event organized by Fidelity, and they had scripted Pepper to help moderate some sessions, and they had scripted Pepper to have the personality of a child a little bit, and it was very hard to not think of it as its own person in some sense, because it was just going to jump in. It would just jump in the conversation, making it very interactive. Moderator was saying, it would just jump in. Hold on, how about me? Can I participate in this too? And you're just like, okay, this is like a person. And that was 100% scripted. And even then, it was hard not to have that sense of somehow there was something there.
So as we have robots interact in this physical world, is that a signal that can be used in reinforcement learning? You've worked a little bit in this direction, but do you think that psychology can be somehow pulled in?
Yes, that's a question I would say a lot of people ask. And I think part of why they ask is they're thinking about how unique are we really still as people. Like after they see some results, they see a computer play Go, they see a computer do this, that, they're like, okay, but can it really have emotion? Can it really interact with us in that way? And then once you're around robots, you already start feeling it. And I think the kind of maybe methodologically, the way that I think of it is, if you run something like reinforcement learning, it's about optimizing some objective. And there's no reason that the objective couldn't be tied into how much does a person like interacting with this system, and why could not the reinforcement learning system optimize for the robot being fun to be around? And why wouldn't it then naturally become more and more interactive and more maybe like a person or like a pet? I don't know what it would exactly be, but more and more have those features and acquire them automatically.
As long as you can formalize an objective of what it means to like something, how you exhibit, what's the ground truth? How do you get the reward from human? You have to somehow collect that information from you. But you're saying if you can formulate it as an objective, it can be learned.
There's no reason it couldn't emerge through learning, and maybe one way to formulate as an objective, you wouldn't have to necessarily score it explicitly. So standard rewards are numbers. Numbers are hard to come by. This is a 1.5 or 1.7 on some scale. It's very hard to do for a person. But much easier is for a person to say, okay, what you did the last 5 minutes was much nicer than what you did the previous 5 minutes. And that now gives a comparison. And in fact, there have been some results on that. For example, Paul Cristiano and collaborators at OpenAI had the Hopper, Joko Hopper, one-legged robot that learns little backflips.
Yeah.
Purely from feedback, I like this better than that. That's kind of equally good. And after a bunch of interactions, it figured out what it was the person was asking for, namely a backflip. And so I think the same thing.
Oh, it wasn't trying to do a backflip. It was just getting a score a comparison score from the person based on
the person having in mind, in their own mind, I wanted to do a backflip, but the robot didn't know what it was supposed to be doing. It just knew that sometimes the person said, this is better, this is worse. And then the robot figured out what the person was actually after was a backflip. And I'd imagine the same would be true for things like more interactive robots, that the robot would figure out over time, oh, this kind of thing apparently is appreciated more than this other kind of thing.
So when I first picked up Richard Sutton's reinforcement learning book, before sort of this deep learning, before the reemergence of neural networks as a powerful mechanism for machine learning, RL seemed to me like magic. It was beautiful. So that seemed like what intelligence is, the RL, reinforcement learning. So how do you think you can possibly learn anything about the world when the reward for the actions is delayed, is so sparse? Like why do you think RL works? Why do you think you can learn anything under such sparse rewards, whether it's regular reinforcement learning or deep reinforcement learning? It's your intuition.
The counterpart of that is, why is RL, why does it need so many samples, so many experiences to learn from? Because really what's happening is when you have a sparse reward, you do something, maybe for like, I don't know, you take 100 actions and then you get a reward. Or maybe you get like a score of 3. Now you're like, okay, 3, not sure what that means. You go again and now I get 2. And now you know that sequence of 100 actions that you did the second time around somehow was worse than the sequence of 100 actions you did the first time around. But that's tough to now know which one of those were better or worse. Some might have been good and bad in either one. And so that's why I need so many experiences. But once you have enough experiences, effectively RL is teasing that apart. It's trying to say, okay, what is consistently there when you get a higher reward, and what's consistently there when you get a lower reward? And then kind of the magic of sometimes the policy gradient update is to say, now let's update the neural network to make the actions that were kind of present when things are good more likely, and make the actions that are present when things are not as good less likely.
So that is the counterpoint, but it seems like you would need to run it a lot more than you do. Even though right now people could say that RL is very inefficient, but it seems to be way more efficient than one would imagine on paper. That the simple updates to the policy gradient, that somehow you can learn exactly as you just said, what are the common actions that seem to produce some good results. That somehow can learn anything. It seems counterintuitive, at least. Is there some intuition behind that?
Yeah, so I think there's a few ways to think about this. The way I tended to think about it mostly originally when So when we started working on deep reinforcement learning here at Berkeley, it was maybe 2011, 12, 13, around that time. John Schulman was a PhD student initially kind of driving it forward here. And the way we thought about it at the time was, if you think about rectified linear units or kind of rectifier type neural networks, what do you get? You get something that's piecewise linear feedback control. And if you look at the literature, linear feedback control is extremely successful. It can solve many, many problems surprisingly well. I remember, for example, when we did helicopter flight, if you're in a stationary flight regime, not a non-stationary, but a stationary flight regime like hover, you can use linear feedback control to stabilize a helicopter. Very complex dynamical system, but the controller is relatively simple. And so I think that's a big part, is that if you do feedback control, even though the system you control can be very, very complex, often relatively simple control architectures can already do a lot, but then also just linear is not good enough. And so one way you can think of these neural networks is that in some sense they tile the space, which people were already trying to do more by hand or with finite state machines. Say, this linear controller here, this linear controller here. Neural network learns to tile the space, say linear controller here, another linear controller here, but it's more subtle than that. And so it's benefiting from this linear control aspect, it's benefiting from the tiling, but it's somehow tiling it one dimension at a time. Because if, let's say, you have a two-layer network, even that hidden layer, you make a transition from active to inactive or the other way around. That is essentially one axis, but not axis aligned, but one direction that you change. And so you have this kind of very gradual tiling of the space where you have a lot of sharing between the linear controllers that tile the space. And that was always my intuition as to why to expect that this might work pretty well. It's essentially leveraging the fact that linear feedback control is so good, but of course not enough. And this is a gradual tiling of the space with linear feedback controls that share a lot of expertise across them.
So that's really nice intuition. But do you think that scales to the more and more general problems of we start going up the number of dimensions when you start going down in terms of how often you get a clean reward signal? Does that intuition carry forward to those crazier, weirder worlds that we think of as the real world?
So I think where things get really tricky in the real world compared to the things we've looked at so far with great success in reinforcement learning is the time scales, which takes us to an extreme. So when you think about real world, I don't know, maybe some student decided to do a PhD here, right? Okay, that's a decision. That's a very high level decision. But if you think about their lives, I mean, any person's life, it's a sequence of muscle fiber contractions and relaxations, and that's how you interact with the world. And that's a very high frequency control thing, but it's ultimately what you do, how you affect the world. Until I guess we have brain readings, you can maybe do it slightly differently, but typically that's how you affect the world. And the decision of doing a PhD is like so abstract relative to what you're actually doing in the world. And I think that's where credit assignment becomes just completely beyond what any current RL algorithm can do. And we need hierarchical reasoning at a level that is just not available at all yet.
Where do you think we can pick up hierarchical reasoning? By which mechanisms?
Yeah, so maybe let me highlight what I think the limitations are of what already was done 20, 30 years ago. In fact, you'll find reasoning systems that reason over relatively long horizons. The problem is that they were not grounded in the real world. So people would have to hand design some kind of logical, dynamical descriptions of the world, and that didn't tie into perception. And so it didn't tie into real objects and so forth. And so that was a big gap. Now with deep learning, we start having the ability to really see with sensors, process that, and understand what's in the world. And so it's a good time to try to bring these things together. I see a few ways of getting there. One way to get there would be to say deep learning can get bolted on somehow to some of these more traditional approaches. Now, bolted on would probably mean you need to do some kind of end-to-end training where you say, my deep learning processing somehow leads to a representation that in turn uses some kind of traditional underlying dynamical systems that can be used for planning. And that's, for example, the direction Aviv Tamar and Bernard Kuritage here have been pushing with causal infogram, and of course other people too. That's one way. Can we somehow force it into the form factor that is amenable to reasoning? Another direction we've been thinking about for a long time and didn't make any progress on was more information theoretic approaches. So the idea there was that what it means to take high-level action is to take and choose a latent variable now that tells you a lot about what's going to be the case in the future, because that's what it means to take a high-level action. So when I decide I'm going to navigate to the gas station because I need to get gas from my car, well, that will now take 5 minutes to get there. But the fact that I get there, I could already tell that from the high-level action I took much earlier. That we had a very hard time getting success with. Not saying it's a dead end necessarily, but we had a lot of trouble getting that to work. And then we started revisiting the notion of what are we really trying to achieve? What we're trying to achieve is not necessarily hierarchy. Today we could think about what does hierarchy give us? We hope it would give us is better credit assignment. Kind of what does better credit assignment is giving us? It gives us faster learning, right? And so faster learning is ultimately maybe what we're after. And so that's what we ended up with the RL squared paper on learning to reinforcement learn, which at the time Rothschild 1 led. And that's exactly the meta-learning approach where you say, okay, we don't know how to design hierarchy. We know what we want to get from it. Let's just end-to-end optimize for what we want to get from it and see if it might emerge. And we saw things emerge. The maze navigation had consistent motion down hallways, which is what we want. A hierarchical controller should say, I want to go down this hallway. And then when there is an option to take a turn, I can decide whether to take a turn or not and repeat. Even had the notion of where have you been before or not, to not revisit places you've been before. It still didn't scale yet to the real world kind of scenarios I think you had in mind, but it was some sign of life that maybe you could meta learn these hierarchical concepts.
I mean, it seems like through these meta learning concepts, you get at what I think is one of the hardest and most important problems of AI, which is transfer learning. So it's generalization. How far along this journey towards building general systems are we? Being able to do transfer learning well. So there's some signs that you can generalize a little bit, but do you think we're on the right path, or is totally different breakthroughs are needed to be able to transfer knowledge between different learned models?
Yeah, I'm pretty torn on this. Now, I think there are some very impressive. Well, there's just some very impressive results already, right? I mean, I would say even with the initial kind of big breakthrough in 2012 with AlexNet, right? The initial thing is, okay, great. This does better on ImageNet, hence image recognition. But then immediately thereafter, there was, of course, the notion that, wow, what was learned on ImageNet and you now want to solve a new task, you can fine-tune AlexNet for new tasks. And that was often found to be the even bigger deal, that you learn something that was reusable, which was not often the case before. Usually machine learning, you learn something for one scenario and that was it.
And that's really exciting. I mean, that's just a huge application. That's probably the biggest success of transfer learning to date, in terms of scope. And then
that was a huge breakthrough. And then recently, I feel like similar kind of, by scaling things up, it seems like this has been expanded upon. Like people training even bigger networks, they might transfer even better. If you looked at, for example, some of the OpenAI results on language models and some of the recent Google results on language models, they are learned for just prediction, and then they get reused for other tasks. And so I think there is something there where somehow if you train a big enough model and enough things, it seems to transfer some DeepMind results that I thought were very impressive, the Unreal results, where it was learned to navigate mazes in ways where it wasn't just doing reinforcement learning, but it had other objectives, was optimizing for. So I think there's a lot of interesting results already. I think maybe where it's hard to wrap my head around is to which extent or when do we call something generalization, right? Or the levels of generalization involved in these different tasks, right? So
you draw this, by the way, just to frame things. I've heard you say somewhere, it's the difference between learning to master versus learning to generalize. That it's a nice line to think about, and I guess you're saying this gray area of what learning to master and learning to generalize, where one
I
starts.
think I might have heard this. I might have heard it somewhere else, and I think it might have been one of your interviews, maybe the one with Yoshua Benjamin. I'm not 100% sure, but I like the example. And I'm not sure who it was, but the example was essentially if you use current deep learning techniques, what we're doing to predict, let's say, the relative motion of our planets, it would do pretty well. But then now, if a massive new mass enters our solar system, it would probably not predict what will happen, right? And that's a different kind of generalization. That's a generalization that relies on the ultimate simplest explanation that we have available today to explain the motion of planets, whereas just pattern recognition could predict our current solar system motion pretty well, no problem. And so I think that's an example of a kind of generalization that is a little different from what we've achieved so far. And it's not clear if just, regularizing more and forcing it to come up with a simpler explanation. Say, look, this is not simple. But that's what physics researchers do, right? They say, can I make this even simpler? How simple can I get this? What's the simplest equation that can explain everything, right? The master equation for the entire dynamics of the universe. We haven't really pushed that direction as hard in deep learning, I would say. Not sure if it should be pushed, but it seems a kind of generalization you get from that you don't get in our current methods so far.
So I just talked to Vladimir Vapnik, for example, who was a statistician, statistical learning, and he kind of dreams of creating the E equals MC squared for learning, right? The general theory of learning. Do you think that's a fruitless pursuit in near term, within the next several decades?
I think that's a really interesting pursuit, and in the following sense, that there's a lot of evidence that the brain is pretty modular, and so I wouldn't maybe think of it as a theory, maybe the underlying theory, but more kind of the principle, where there have been findings where people who are blind will use the part of the brain usually used for vision or other functions. And even after some kind of people get rewired in some way, they might be able to reuse parts of their brain for other functions. And so what that suggests is some kind of modularity. And I think it is a pretty natural thing to strive for, to see, can we find that modularity? Can we find this thing? Of course, it's not every part of the brain is not exactly the same. Not everything can be rewired arbitrarily. But if you think of things like the neocortex, which is a pretty big part of the brain, that seems fairly modular from the findings so far. Can you design something equally modular? And if you can just grow it, it becomes more capable, probably. I think that would be the kind of interesting underlying principle to shoot for that is not unrealistic.
Do you think you prefer math or empirical trial and error for the discovery of the essence of what it means to do something intelligent? So reinforcement learning embodies both groups, right? To prove that something converges, prove the bounds, and then at the same time, a lot of the successes are, well, let's try this and see if it works. So which do you gravitate towards? How do you think of those two parts of your brain?
So maybe I would prefer we could make the progress with mathematics. And the reason maybe I would prefer that is because often if you have something you can mathematically formalize, you can leapfrog a lot of experimentation. And experimentation takes a long time to get through. And a lot of trial and error kind of reinforces your research process. But you need to do a lot of trial and error before you get to a success. So if you can leapfrog that, to my mind, that's what the math is about. And hopefully once you do a bunch of experiments, you start seeing a pattern. You can do some derivations that leapfrog some experiments. But I agree with you. I mean, in practice, a lot of the progress has been such that we have not been able to find the map that allows it to leapfrog ahead, and we are kind of making gradual progress one step at a time. A new experiment here, a new experiment there that gives us new insights, and gradually building up, but not getting to something yet where we're just, okay, here's an equation that now explains how, that would have been 2 years of experimentation to get there, but this tells us what the result's going to be. Unfortunately, not so much yet.
Not so much yet, but your hope is there. In trying to teach robots or systems to do everyday tasks or even in simulation, what do you think you're more excited about? Imitation learning or self-play? So letting robots learn from humans, or letting robots play on their own, try to figure out in their own way, and eventually interact with humans or solve whatever problem is. What's the more exciting to you? What's more promising, you think, as a research direction?
So when we look at self-play, what's so beautiful about it goes back to kind of the challenges of reinforcement learning. So the challenge of reinforcement learning is getting signal. And if you never succeed, you don't get any signal. In self-play, you're on both sides. So one of you succeeds. And the beauty is also one of you fails. And so you see the contrast. You see the one version of me that did better than the other version. And so every time you play yourself, you get signal. And so whenever you can turn something into self-play, you're in a beautiful situation where you can naturally learn much more quickly than in most other reinforcement learning environments. So I think if somehow we can turn more reinforcement learning problems into self-play formulations, that would go really, really far. So far, self-play has been largely around games where there's natural opponents. But if we could do self-play for other things, let's say, I don't know, a robot learns to build a house. I mean, that's a pretty advanced thing to try to do for a robot, but maybe it tries to build a hut or something. If that can be done through self-play, it would learn a lot more quickly if somebody can figure that out. And I think that would be something where it goes closer to kind of the mathematical leapfrogging, where somebody figures out a formalism to say, okay, any RL problem by playing this and this idea, you can turn it into a self-play problem where you get signal a lot more easily. Reality is, many problems we don't know how to turn to self-play, and so either we need to provide detailed reward that doesn't just reward for achieving a goal, but rewards for making progress, and that becomes time-consuming. And once you're starting to do that, let's say you want a robot to do something, you need to give all this detailed reward. Well, why not just give a demonstration? Because why not just show the robot? And now the question is, how do you show the robot? One way to show is to tally-operate the robot, and then the robot really experiences things. And that's nice because that's really high signal-to-noise ratio data. And we've done a lot of that, and you teach your robot skills. In just 10 minutes, you can teach your robot a new basic skill. Like, okay, pick up the bottle, place it somewhere else. That's a skill. No matter where the bottle starts, maybe it always goes onto a target or something. That's fairly easy to teach your robot with tally-op. Now, what's even more interesting if you can now teach your robot through third-person learning, where the robot watches you do something and doesn't experience it, but just watches it and says, okay, well, if you're showing me that, that means I should be doing this. And I'm not going to be using your hand because I don't get to control your hand, but I'm going to use my hand. I do that mapping. And so that's where I think one of the big breakthroughs has happened this year. This was led by Chelsea Finn here. It's almost like learning a machine translation for demonstrations, where you have a human demonstration and the robot learns to translate it into what it means for the robot to do it. And that was a meta-learning formulation. Learn from one to get the other. And that, I think, opens up a lot of opportunities to learn a lot more quickly.
So my focus is on autonomous vehicles. Do you think this approach of third-person watching, the autonomous driving, is amenable to this kind of approach?
So for autonomous driving, I would say it's third person is slightly easier. And the reason I'm going to say it's slightly easier to do with third person is because the car dynamics are very well understood. So
easier than first person, or
I think the distinction between third person and first person is not a very important distinction for autonomous driving. They're very similar, because the distinction is really about who turns the steering wheel, or maybe let me put it differently: how to get from a point where you are now to a point, let's say, a couple meters in front of you, And that's a problem that's very well understood. And that's the only distinction between third and first person there. Whereas with robot manipulation, interaction forces are very complex, and it's still a very different thing. For autonomous driving, I think there's still the question, imitation versus RL. So imitation gives you a lot more signal. I think where imitation is lacking and needs some extra machinery is it doesn't, in its normal format, doesn't think about goals or objectives. And of course, there are versions of imitation learning, inverse reinforcement learning type imitation learning, which also thinks about goals. I think then we're getting much closer. But I think it's very hard to think of a fully reactive car generalizing well. If it really doesn't have enough objectives to generalize well to
Welcome.
generality you want.
What up, Fluff Jam?
Reactivity that you get from being able to.
How you living, pimp? What's good? Flip jamming. Yo, bro. How you living, pimp? How are you? How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? Yeah, we met like a month ago or something like that. How'd you find out about me? Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. How are you? Tight. What's new? Playing Scrabble? Yo, dog, what'd you say? Yeah, I couldn't fucking hear you.
Cloning supervised learning.
So a lot of the work, whether it's self-play or even imitation learning, would benefit significantly from simulation, effective simulation. And you're doing a lot of stuff in the
What
physical
up,
world
dog?
and in simulation. Do you have hope? Power
I
of
can't hear
simulation
you.
being boundless eventually, to where most of what we need to operate in the physical world is simulated to a degree that's directly transferable to the physical world, or are we still very far away from that?
So I think we could even rephrase that question in some sense.
Please.
And then so the power of simulation, right? As simulators get better and better, of course, becomes stronger, and we can learn more simulation. But there's also another version, which is where you say the simulator doesn't even have to be that precise, as long as it's somewhat representative. And instead of trying to get one simulator that is sufficiently precise to learn and transfer really well to the real world, I'm going to build many simulators.
Ensemble of simulators?
Ensemble of simulators. Not any single one of them is sufficiently representative of the real world such that it would work if you train in there. But if you train in all of them, then there is something that's good in all of them. The real world will just be, another one. That's, not identical to any one of them, but just another one of them.
Another sample from the distribution of simulators.
Exactly.
We do live in a simulation, so this is just one other one.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah. Definitely a very advanced simulator if it is.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. I've talked to Russell. It's something you think about a little bit too. Of course, you're really trying to build these systems, but do you think about the future of AI? A lot of people have concern about safety. How do you think about AI safety as you build robots that are operating in the physical world? What is how do you approach this problem in an engineering kind of way, in a systematic way?
So, what a robot is doing, things kind of have a few notions of safety to worry about. One is that the robot is physically strong and, of course, could do a lot of damage. Same for cars, which we can think of as robots too in some way. And this could be completely unintentional. So it could be not the kind of long-term AI safety concerns that, okay, AI is smarter than us and now what do we do? But it could be just very practical. Okay, this robot, if it makes a mistake, what are the results going to? Of course, simulation comes in a lot there to test in simulation. It's a difficult question. And I'm always wondering, let's say you look at, let's go back to driving, because a lot of people know driving well, of course. What do we do to test somebody for driving, right? To get a driver's license? What do they really do? I mean, you fill out some tests, and then you drive. And I mean, in suburban California, that driving test is just you drive around the block, pull over, you do a stop sign successfully, and then you pull over again, and you're pretty much done. And you're like, okay, if a self-driving car did that, would you trust it that it can drive? And I'd be like, no, that's not enough for me to trust it. But somehow for humans, we've figured out that somebody being able to do that is representative of them being able to do a lot of other things. And so I think somehow for humans, we figured out representative tests of what it means if you can do this, what you can really do. Of course, testing humans don't want to be tested at all times. Self-driving cars or robots can be tested more often, probably. You can have replicas that get tested and they're known to be identical because they use the same neural net and so forth. But still, I feel like we don't have this kind of unit tests or proper tests for robots. And I think there's something very interesting to be thought about there, especially as you update things. Your software improves. You have a better self-driving car suite. You update it. How do you know it's indeed more capable on everything than what you had before, that you didn't have any bad things creep into it? So I think that's a very interesting direction of research that there is no real solution yet, except that somehow for humans we do, because we say, okay, you have a driving test, you passed, you can go on the road now, and humans have accidents every like a million or 10 million miles, something pretty phenomenal compared to that short test that is being done.
So let me ask, you mentioned that Andrew Ng, by example, showed you the value of kindness. And do you think the space of good policies for humans and for AI is populated by policies that with kindness, or ones that are the opposite, exploitation, even evil? So if you just look at the sea of policies we operate under as human beings, or if AI system had to operate in this real world, do you think it's really easy to find policies that are full of kindness that could naturally fall into them? Or is it like a very hard optimization problem?
I mean, there's kind of two optimizations happening for humans, right? So for humans, there's kind of the very long-term optimization, which evolution has done for us, and we're kind of predisposed to like certain things. And that's in some sense what makes our learning easier, because I mean, we know things like pain and hunger and thirst. And the fact that we know about those is not something that we were taught. That's kind of innate. When we're hungry, we're unhappy. When we're thirsty, we're unhappy. When we have pain, we're unhappy. And ultimately, evolution built that into us to think about those things. And so I think there is a notion that it seems somehow humans evolved in general to prefer to get along in some ways, but at the same time also to be very territorial and kind of centric to their own tribe. It seems like that's the kind of space we converged onto. I mean, I'm not an expert in anthropology, but it seems like we're very kind of good within our own tribe, but need to be taught to be nice to other tribes.
Well, if you look at Steven Pinker, he highlights this pretty nicely in Better Angels of Our Nature, where he talks about violence decreasing over time consistently. So whatever tension, whatever teams we pick, it seems that the long arc of history goes towards us getting along more and more. So,
I hope so.
So do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robots this kind of kindness, this kind of ability to interact with humans, this kind of policy, even to let me ask. Hold on. Do you think it's possible to teach RL-based robot to love a human being and to inspire that human to love the robot back? So to like a RL-based algorithm that leads to a happy marriage.
That's an interesting question. Maybe I'll answer it with another question, right? Because I mean, but I'll come back to it. So another question that you can have is, okay, I mean, how close does some people's happiness get from interacting with just a really nice dog? Like, I mean, dogs, you come home, that's what dogs do. They greet you. They're excited. It makes you happy when you come home to your dog. You're just like, okay, this is exciting. They're always happy when I'm here. And if they don't greet you, because maybe whatever, your partner took them on a trip or something, you might not be nearly as happy when you get home, right? And so the kind of, it seems like the level of reasoning a dog has is pretty sophisticated, but then it's still not yet at the level of human reasoning. And so it seems like we don't even need to achieve human level reasoning to get like very strong affection with humans. And so my thinking is, why not, right? Why couldn't, with an AI, couldn't we achieve the kind of level of affection that humans feel among each other or with friendly animals and so forth? It's a question, is it a good thing for us or not? That's another thing, right? Because, I mean, but I don't see why not.
Why not? Yeah. So Elon Musk says love is the answer. Maybe he should say love is the objective function, and then RL is the answer, right?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, Peter, thank you so much. I don't want to take up more of your time. Thank you so much for talking today.
Well, Mike, thanks for coming by. Great to have you visit.
Some additional slowing should get out of the quick pass. Sun Valley, we still have this work on the southbound side of 5 from Sheldon to right lanes blocked. Traffic slow from Grand Boulevard. The eastbound or southbound side of the 101 terrible with closure to hit the brakes right around. Stay slow.
The following is a conversation with Thomas Sandholm. He's a professor at SAMU and co-creator of Labradas, which is the first AI system to beat top human players in the game of heads-up, no-limit Texas Hold'em. He has published over 450 papers on game theory and machine learning, including a best paper in 2017 at NIPS, now renamed to New Rips, which is where I caught up with him for this conversation. His research companies have had wide-reaching impact in the real world, especially because he and his group not only propose new ideas, but also build systems to prove that these ideas work in the real world. This conversation is part of the MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Thomas Sandholm. Can you describe the high level, the game of poker, Texas Hold'em, heads up Texas Hold'em, for people who might not be familiar with this card game?
Yeah, happy to. So heads up no limit Texas Hold'em has really emerged in the AI community as main benchmark for testing these application-independent algorithms for imperfect information game solving. And this is a game that's actually played by humans. You don't see that much on TV or casinos because, well, for various reasons, but you do see it in some expert-level casinos, and you see it in the best poker movies of all time. It's actually an event in the World Series of Poker, but mostly it's played online, and typically for big sums of money. And this is a game that usually only experts play. So if you go to your home game on a Friday night, it probably is not going to be heads up no limit Texas Hold'em. It might be no limit Texas Hold'em in some cases, but typically for a big group, but it's not as competitive. While heads up means it's two players, so it's really like me against you. Am I better or are you better? Much like chess or Go in that sense, but an imperfect information game, which makes it much harder because I have to deal with issues of you knowing things that I don't know, and I know things that you don't know, instead of pieces being nicely laid on the board for both of us to see.
So in Texas Hold'em, there's two cards that you only see that belong to you, and there is They gradually lay out some cards that end up overall to 5 cards that everybody can see.
Yeah.
So the imperfect nature of the information is the 2 cards that you're holding
up front. Yeah. So as you said, you first get 2 cards in private each, and then there's a betting round. Then you get 3 cards in public on the table. Then there's a betting round. Then you get the 4th card in public on the table. There's a betting round. Then you get the 5th card on the table. There's a betting round. So there's a total of 4 betting rounds and 4 tranches of information revelation, if you will. Only the first tranche is private, and then it's public from there.
And this is probably by far the most popular game in AI and just the general public in terms of imperfect information. So it's probably the most popular spectator game to watch, right? So, which is why it's a super exciting game to tackle. So it's on the order of chess, I would say, in terms of popularity, in terms of AI setting it as the bar of what is intelligence. So in 2017, Libratus beat
Latin there.
A little bit of Latin. Libratus beat a few 4 expert human players. Can you describe that event? What you learned from it? What was it like? What was the process in general for people who have not read the papers and studied?
Yeah. So the event was that we invited 4 of the top 10 players. These are specialist players in Texas Knowledge and Texas Hold'em, which is very important because this game is actually quite different than the multiplayer version. We brought them in to Pittsburgh to play at the Reverse Casino for 20 days. We wanted to get 120,000 hands in because we wanted to get statistical significance. So it's a lot of hands for humans to play, even for these top pros who play fairly quickly normally. So we couldn't just have one of them play so many hands. 20 days they were playing basically morning to evening, and it raised 200,000 as a little incentive for them to play. And the setting was so that they didn't all get 50,000. We actually paid them out based on how they did against the AI each. So they had an incentive to play as hard as they could, whether they're way ahead or way behind or right at the mark of beating the AI.
And you don't make any money, unfortunately.
Right, no, we can't make any money. So originally, a couple of years earlier, I actually explored whether we could actually play for money, because that would be, of course, interesting as well, to play against the top people for money, but the Pennsylvania Gaming Board said no. So we couldn't. So this is much like an exhibit, like for a musician or a boxer or something like that.
Nevertheless, you're keeping track of the money, and Libratus won close to $2 million, I think. So if it was for real money, if you were able to earn money, that was a quite impressive and inspiring achievement. Just a few details. What were the players looking at? I mean, were they behind a computer? What was the interface like?
Yes, they were playing much like they normally do. These top players, when they play this game, they play mostly online. So they used to play through a UI. Yes. And they did the same thing here. So there was this layout. You can imagine it. There's a table on the screen. There's the human sitting there, and then there's the AI sitting there, and the screen shows everything that's happening, the cards coming out, and shows the bets being made. And we also have the betting history for the human. So if the human forgot what had happened in the hand so far, they could actually reference back and so forth.
Is there a reason they were given access to the betting history? Or?
Well, we just it didn't really matter. They wouldn't have forgotten anyway. These are top quality people, but we just wanted to put out there so it's not a question of the human forgetting and the AI somehow trying to get advantage of better memory.
So what was that like? I mean, that was an incredible accomplishment. So what did it feel like before the event? Did you have doubt, hope, or where was your confidence at?
Yeah, that's great. Great question. So 18 months earlier, I had organized a similar Brains versus AI competition with our previous AI called Cloudical, and we couldn't beat the humans. So this time around, it was only 18 months later, and I knew that this new AI Libratus was way stronger, but it's hard to say how you'll do against the top humans before you try. So I thought we had about a 50-50 shot. And the international betting sites put us as a 4-1 or 5-1 underdog. So it's kind of interesting that people really believe in people and over AI. Not just people don't just over believe in themselves, but they have overconfidence in other people as well compared to the performance of AI. And so we were a 4-1 or 5-1 underdog. And even after 3 days of beating the humans in a row, we were still 50-50 on the international betting sites.
Do you think there's something special and magical about poker in the way people think about it? In the sense, even in chess, there's no Hollywood movies. Poker is the star of many movies. And there's this feeling that certain human facial expressions and body language, eye movement, all these tells are critical to poker. Like you can look into somebody's soul and understand their betting strategy and so on. So that's probably why, do you think that is why people have a confidence that humans will outperform? Because AI systems cannot, in this construct, perceive these kinds of tells. They're only looking at betting patterns and nothing else, the betting patterns and statistics. So what's more important to you if you step back on human players, human versus human? What's the role of these tells, these ideas that are romanticized?
Yeah, so I'll split it into 2 parts. So one is, why do humans trust humans more than AI and have overconfidence in humans? I think that's not really related to the tell question. It's just that they've seen these top players, how good they are, and they're really fantastic. So it's just hard to believe that an AI could beat them. So I think that's where that comes from. And then that's actually maybe a more general lesson about AI, that until you've seen it overperform a human, it's hard to believe that it could. But then the tells, a lot of these top players, they're so good at hiding tells that among the top players, it's actually not really worth it for them to invest a lot of effort trying to find tells in each other, because they're so good at hiding. So yes, at the kind of Friday evening game, tells are going to be a huge thing. You can read other people, and if you're a good reader, you read them like an open book. But at the top levels of poker now, the tells become a much smaller and smaller aspect of the game as you go to the top levels.
The amount of strategies, the amount of possible actions is very large, 10 to the power of 100 plus. So there has to be some. I've read a few of the papers related. It has to form some abstractions of various hands and actions. So, what kind of abstractions are effective for the game of poker?
Yeah, so you're exactly right. So when you go from a game tree that's 10 to the 161, especially in an imperfect information game, it's way too large to solve directly, even with our fastest equilibrium finding algorithms. So you want to abstract it first. And abstraction in games is much trickier than abstraction in NDPs or other single-agent studies. Because you have these abstraction pathologies, that if I have a finer-grained abstraction, the strategy that I can get from that for the real game might actually be worse than the strategy I can get from the coarse-grained abstraction. So you have to be very careful.
Now, the kinds of abstractions, just to zoom out, we're talking about, there's the hands abstractions, and then there's betting strategies.
Betting actions, yeah.
Betting actions.
So there's information abstraction. To talk about general games. Information abstraction, which is the abstraction of what chance does, and this would be the cards in the case of poker. And then there's action abstraction, which is abstracting the actions of the actual players, which would be bets in the case of poker.
Yourself and the other players?
Yes, yourself and the other players. And for information abstraction, we were completely automated. So these are algorithms. They do what we call potential aware abstraction, where we don't just look at the value of the hand, but also how it might materialize in the good or bad hands over time. And it's a certain kind of bottom-up process with integer programming there and clustering and various aspects. How do you build build this abstraction. And then in the action abstraction, there it's largely based on how humans and other AIs have played this game in the past. But in the beginning, we actually use an automated action abstraction technology, which is provably convergent, that it finds the optimal combination of bed sizes, but it's not very scalable. So we couldn't use it for the whole game, but we use it for the first couple of betting actions.
So what's more important, the strength of the hand, so the information abstraction, or the how you play them, the actions? Does it, the romanticized notion again is that it doesn't matter what hands you have, that the actions, the betting, may be the way you win no matter what hands you have.
So that's why you have to play a lot of hands, so that the roll of luck gets small. So you could otherwise get lucky and get some good hands, and then you're going to win the match. Even with thousands of hands, you can get lucky, because there's so much variance in No Limit Texas Hold'em. Because if we both go all in, it's a huge stack of variance. So there are these massive swings in No Limit Texas Hold'em. So that's why you have to play not just thousands, but over 100,000 hands to get statistical significance.
So let me ask another way this question. If you didn't even look at your hands, but they didn't know that, your opponents didn't know that, how well would you be able to do?
That's a good question. There's actually, I heard this story that there's this Norwegian female poker player called Annette Otterstad, who's actually won a tournament by doing exactly that. But that would be extremely rare. So you cannot really play well that way.
No, okay. So the hands do have some role to play. Okay.
Yes.
So Lebradas does not use, as far as I understand, use learning methods, deep learning. Is there room for learning in there's no reason why Lebradas doesn't, combine with an AlphaGo type approach for estimating the quality or function estimator. What are your thoughts on this? Maybe as compared to another algorithm, which I'm not that familiar with, DeepStack, the engine that does use deep learning. It's unclear how well it does, but nevertheless uses deep learning. So what are your thoughts about learning methods to aid in the way that Lebradas plays the game of poker?
Yeah, so as you said, Lebradas did not use learning methods and played very well without them. Since then, we have actually here, we have a couple of papers on things that do use learning techniques and so on. And deep learning in particular. And sort of the way you're talking about, where it's learning an evaluation function. But in imperfect information games, unlike, let's say, Go or now also in chess and shogi, it's not sufficient to learn an evaluation for a state, because the value of an information set depends not only on the exact state, but it also depends on both players' beliefs. Like, if I have a bad hand, I'm much better off if the opponent thinks I have a good hand. And vice versa, if I have a good hand, I'm much better off if the opponent believes I have a bad hand. So the value of a state is not just a function of the cards. It depends on, if you will, the path of play, but only to the extent that is captured in the belief distributions. So that's why it's not as simple as it is in perfect information games. And I don't want to say it's simple there either. It's of course very complicated computationally there too. But at least conceptually, it's very straightforward. There's a state, there's an evaluation function. You can try to learn it. Here, you have to do something more. What we do is, in one of these papers, we're looking at where we allow the opponent to actually take different strategies at the leaf of the search tree, as if you will. And that is a different way of doing it, and it doesn't assume, therefore, a particular way that the opponent plays, but it allows the opponent to choose from a set of different continuation strategies, and that forces us to not be too optimistic in a look-ahead search. And that's one way you can do sound look-ahead search in imperfect information games, which is very difficult. And you were asking about DeepStack. What they did was very different than what we do. either in Legatus or in this new world. They were randomly generating various situations in the game. Then they were doing the look ahead from there to the end of the game, as if that was the start of a different game. And then they were using deep learning to learn those values of those states, but the states were not just the physical states, they include the belief distributions.
When you talk about look ahead for Deep Stack or Legatus, does it mean considering every possibility that the game can evolve? Are we talking about extremely sort of like this exponentially growth of a tree?
Yes. So we're talking about exactly that. Much like you do with alpha beta search or on-the-cloud research, but with different techniques. So there's a different search algorithm, and then we have to deal with the leaves differently. So if you think about what Legatus did, we didn't have to worry about this because we only did it at the end of the game. So we would always terminate into a real situation, and we would know what the payout is. It didn't do these depth limited look-aheads, but now with this new paper, which is called depth limited, I think it's called depth limited search for imperfect information games, we can actually do sound depth limited look-ahead. So we can actually start to do the look-ahead from the beginning of the game on, because that's too complicated to do for this whole long game. So with Legatus, we were just doing it for the end.
So, and then the other side, this belief distribution. So is it explicitly modeled what kind of beliefs that the opponent might have?
Yeah, it is explicitly modeled, but it's not assumed. The beliefs are actually output, not input. Of course, the starting beliefs are input, but they just fall from the rules of the game because we know that the dealer deals uniformly from the deck. So I know that every pair of cards that you might have is equally likely. I know that for a fact. That just follows from the rules of the game. Of course, except the 2 cards that I have. I know you don't have those.
Yeah.
You have to take that into account. That's called card removal, and that's very important.
Is the dealing always coming from a single deck in heads up? So you can assume
single deck. So you know that if I have the ace of spades, I know you don't have an ace of spades.
Right. So in the beginning, your belief is basically the fact that it's fair dealing of hands, but how do you start to adjust that belief?
Well, that's where this beauty of game theory comes. So Nash equilibrium, which John Nash introduced in 1950, introduces what rational play is when you have more than one player. And these are pairs of strategies, where strategies are contingency plans, one for each player, so that neither player wants to deviate to a different strategy, given that the other doesn't deviate. But as a side effect, you get the beliefs from base rule. So Nash equilibrium really isn't just deriving in these imperfect information games. Nash equilibrium, it doesn't just define strategies, it also defines beliefs for both of us. And it defines beliefs for each state. So each state, they call information sets. At each information set in the game, there's a set of different states that we might be in, but I don't know which one we're in. Nash equilibrium tells me exactly what is the probability distribution over those real-world states in my mind.
How does Nash equilibrium give you that distribution? So why?
I'll do a simple example. So you know the game rock, paper, scissors. So we can draw it as player 1 moves first, and then player 2 moves. But of course, it's important that player 2 doesn't know what player 1 moved. Otherwise, player 2 would win every time. So we can draw that as an information set where player 1 makes 1 of 3 moves first, and then there's an information set for player 2. So player 2 doesn't know which of those nodes the world is in. But once we know the strategy for player 1, Nash equilibrium will say that you play 1/3 rock, 1/3 paper, 1/3 scissors. From that, I can derive my beliefs of the information set that they're 1/5, 1/5, 1/5.
So Bayes gives you that. Bayes gives you. But is that specific to a particular player, or is it something you quickly update with the specific player?
The game theory isn't really player specific. So that's also why we don't need any data. We don't need any history how these particular humans played in the past or how any AI or human had played before. It's all about rationality. So we just think the AI just thinks about what would a rational opponent do, and what would I do if I were Russian, I am rational. And that's the idea of game theory. So it's really a data-free, opponent-free approach.
So it comes from the design of the game as opposed to the design of the player.
Exactly. There's no opponent modeling per se. I mean, we've done some work on combining opponent modeling with game theory so you can exploit weak players even more, but that's another strand, and in Librados we didn't turn that on. So I decided that these players are too good, and when you start to exploit an opponent, you typically open yourself up to exploitation. And these guys have so few holes to exploit, and they're world's leading experts in counter-exploitation. So I decided that we're not going to turn that stuff on.
Actually, I saw a few papers on exploiting opponents. It sounded very interesting to explore. Do you think there's room for exploitation generally outside of Librados? Is there a subject or people differences that could be exploited? Maybe not just in poker, but in general interactions and negotiations, all these other domains that you're considering?
Yeah, definitely. We've done some work on that, and I really like the work that hybridizes the two. So you figure out what would a rational opponent do. And by the way, that's safe in these zero-sum games, two-player zero-sum games, because if the opponent does something irrational, yes, it might throw off my beliefs, but the amount that the player can gain by throwing off my belief is always less than they lose by playing poorly. So it's safe. But still, if somebody's weak as a player, you might want to play differently to exploit them more. So that you can think about it this way: a game theoretic strategy is unbeatable, but it doesn't maximally beat the other opponent. So the winnings per hand might be better with a different strategy. And the hybrid is that you start from a game theoretic approach, and then as you gain data from about the opponent in certain parts of the game tree, then in those parts of the game tree, you start to tweak your strategy more and more towards exploitation, while still staying fairly close to the game theoretic strategy so as to not open yourself up to exploitation too much.
How do you do that? Do you try to vary up strategies, make it unpredictable? It's like, what is it, tit for tat strategies in Prisoner's Dilemma? Or
well, that's a repeated game.
Repeated games.
Simple Prisoner's Dilemma, repeated games.
Yeah.
But even there's no proof that says that that's the best thing. But experimentally, it actually does well.
So what kind of games are there, first of all? I don't know if this is something that you could just summarize. There's perfect information games where all the information is on the table. There is imperfect information games. There's repeated games you play over and over. There's zero-sum games. There's non-zero-sum games.
Yeah.
And there's a really important distinction in making two-player versus more players. So what other games are there, and what's the difference, for example, with this two-player game versus more players?
Yeah.
What are the key differences?
Right. So let me start from the basics. So a repeated game is a game where the same exact game is played over and over. In these extensive form games, where you think about tree form, maybe with these information sets to represent complete information, you can have kind of repetitive interactions. Even repeated games are a special case of that, by the way. But the game doesn't have to be exactly the same. It's like in sourcing auctions. Yes, we're going to see the same supply base year to year. What I'm buying is a little different every time, and the supply base is a little different every time, and so on. So it's not really repeated. So to find a purely repeated game is actually very rare in the world. So they're really a very coarse model of what's going on. Then, if you move up from just simple repeated matrix games, not all the way to extensive form games, but in between, there's stochastic games, where there's these. Think about it like these little matrix games, and when you take an action and your opponent takes an action, they determine not which next state I'm going to, next game I'm going to, but the distribution over next games where I might be going to. So that's the stochastic game, but it's like matrix games repeated, stochastic games, extensive form games. That is a from less to more general. And poker is an example of the last one. So it's really the most general setting, extensive form games, and that's kind of what the AI community has been working on and being benchmarked on with this heads up problem in Texas Hold'em.
Can you describe extensive form games? What's the motto here?
Yeah, so if you're familiar with the tree form, so it's really the tree form. Like in chess, there's the search tree
versus a matrix.
There is a matrix, yeah. And that the matrix is called the matrix form or bimatrix form or normal form game. And here the tree form, so you can actually do certain types of reasoning there that you lose the information when you go to normal form. There's a certain form of equivalence, like if you go from tree form and you say every possible contingency plan is a strategy, then I can actually go back to the normal form, but I lose some information from the lack of sequentiality. Then the multiplayer versus two-player distinction is an important one. So two-player games in zero-sum are conceptually easier and computationally easier. They're still huge like this one, but they're conceptually easier and computationally easier in that conceptually you don't have to worry about which equilibrium is the other guy going to play when there are multiple, because any equilibrium strategy is a best response to any other equilibrium strategy. So I can play a different equilibrium from you and we'll still get the right values at the game. That falls apart even with two players when you have general sum games.
Even without cooperation.
Even without cooperation. So there's a big gap from two-player zero-sum to two-player general sum, or even to three-player zero-sum. That's a big gap, at least in theory.
Can you maybe non-mathematically provide the intuition why it all falls apart with three or more players? It seems like you should still be able to have a Nash equilibrium that's instructive, that holds.
Okay, so it is true that all finite games have a Nash equilibrium. So this is what John Nash actually proved. So they do have a Nash equilibrium. That's not the problem. The problem is that there can be many. And then there's a question of which equilibrium to select. So, and if you select your strategy from a different equilibrium and I select mine, then what does that mean? And in these non-zero-sum games, we may lose some joint benefit by being just simply stupid. We could actually both be better off if we did something else. Yes. And in three-player, you get other problems also like collusion. Like maybe you and I can get up on a third player and we can do radically better on collusion. So there are lots of issues that come up there.
So No Brown, the student you work with on this, has mentioned, I looked through the AMA on Reddit, he mentioned that the ability of poker players to collaborate would make the game. He was asked the question of, how would you make the game of poker, or both of you were asked the question, how would you make the game of poker beyond being solvable by current AI methods? And he said that there's not many ways of making poker more difficult, but collaboration or cooperation between players would make it extremely difficult. So can you provide the intuition behind why that is, if you agree with that idea?
Yeah, so I've done a lot of work coalitional games. And we actually have a paper here with my other student, Gabriele Farina, and some other collaborators on at NIPS on that. Actually just came back from the poster session where we presented this. But so when you have collusion, it's a different problem. And it typically gets even harder then. Even the game representations, some of the game representations don't really allow good computation. So we actually introduced a new game representation. For that.
Is that kind of cooperation part of the model? Do you have information about the fact that other players are cooperating, or is it just this chaos where nothing is known?
So there's some things unknown.
Can you give an example of a collusion type game, or is it usually
so like Breach? Yeah. So think about Breach. It's like when you and I are on a team, our payoffs are the same. The problem is that we can't talk. So when I get my cards, I can't whisper to you what my cards are. That would not be allowed. So we have to somehow coordinate our strategies ahead of time and only ahead of time. And then there's certain signals we can talk about, but they have to be such that the other team also understands them. So that's an example where the coordination is already built into the rules of the game. But in many other situations, like auctions or negotiations or diplomatic relationships, poker, it's not really built in, but it still can be very helpful for the colluders.
I've read, you read somewhere, with negotiations, you come to the table with prior, like a strategy that you're willing to do and not willing to do, those kinds of things. So how do you start to, now moving away from poker, moving beyond poker into other applications like negotiations, how do you start applying this to other domains?
Yeah,
even real world domains that you've worked on.
Yeah, I actually have 2 startup companies doing exactly that. One is called Strategic Machine, and that's for kind of business applications, gaming, sports, all sorts of things like that. Any applications of this business and to sports and to gaming, to various types of things, finance, electricity markets, and so on. And the other is called Strategy Robot, where we are taking this to military security, cybersecurity, and intelligence applications.
I think you worked a little bit in how do you put it, advertisement, sort of suggesting ads kind of thing.
Yes,
auction.
and that's another company, Optimized Markets. But that's much more about a combinatorial market and optimization-based technology. That's not using these game theoretic reasoning technologies.
I see. Okay, so what high level do you think about our ability to use game theoretic concepts to model human behavior? Do you think human behavior is amenable to this kind of modeling, so outside of the poker games, and where have you seen it done successfully?
I'm not sure. The goal really is modeling humans. Like for example, if I'm playing a zero-sum game, I don't really care that the opponent is actually following my model of rational behavior, because if they're not, that's even better for me.
Right. So see, with the opponents in games, the prerequisite is that you formalize the interaction in a way that can be amenable to analysis. I mean, you've done this amazing work with mechanism design, designing games that have certain outcomes. But so I'll tell you an example from my world of autonomous vehicles. Right, okay. We're studying pedestrians and cars negotiate in this nonverbal communication. There's this weird game dance of tension where pedestrians are basically saying, "I trust that you won't kill me," and so as a jaywalker, I will step onto the road even though I'm breaking the law. And there's this tension, and the question is, we really don't know how to model that well in trying to model intent. And so people sometimes bring up ideas of game theory and so on. Do you think that aspect of human behavior can use these kinds of imperfect information approaches, modeling? How do you start to attack a problem like that when you don't even know how the game design the game to describe the situation in order to solve it?
So I haven't really thought about jaywalking, but one thing that I think would be a good application in autonomous vehicles is the following. So let's say that you have fleets of autonomous cars operating by different companies. So maybe here's a Waymo fleet and here's a Uber fleet. If you think about the rules of the road, they define certain legal rules, but that still leaves a huge strategy space open. Like as a simple example, when cars merge, how humans merge, they slow down and look at each other and try to merge. Wouldn't it be better if these situations would already be pre-negotiated, so we can actually merge at full speed and we know that this is the situation, this is how we do it, and it's all going to be faster. But there are way too many situations to negotiate manually. So you could use automated negotiation. This is the idea, at least. You could use automated negotiation to negotiate all of these situations, or many of them, in advance. And of course, it might be that, hey, maybe you're not going to always let me go first. Maybe you said, okay, well, in these situations, I'll let you go first, but in exchange, you're going to give me 200, you're going to let me go first in these situations. So it's this huge combinatorial negotiation.
And do you think there's room in that example of merging to model this whole situation as an imperfect information game, or do you really want to consider it to be imperfect?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
Do you pay the price of assuming that you don't know everything?
Yeah, I don't know. It's certainly much easier. Games with perfect information are much easier. So if you can get away with it, you should. But if the real situation is of imperfect information, then you're going to have to deal with imperfect information.
Great. So what lessons have you learned? The annual computer poker competition, an incredible accomplishment of AI. You know, you look at the history of Deep Blue, AlphaGo, these kind of moments when AI stepped up in an engineering effort and a scientific effort combined to beat the best of the human players. So what do you take away from this whole experience? What have you learned about designing AI systems that play these kinds of games, and what does that mean for AI in general, for the future of AI development?
Yeah, so that's a good question. There's so much to say about it. I do like this type of performance-oriented research. Although in my group we go all the way from like idea to theory to experiments to big system building to commercialization. So we span that spectrum. But I think that in a lot of situations in AI, you really have to build the big systems and evaluate them at scale before you know what works and doesn't. And we've seen that in the computational game theory community, that there are a lot of techniques that look good in the small, but then they cease to look good in the large. And we've also seen that there are a lot of techniques that look superior in theory, and I really mean in terms of convergence rates, better, like first order methods, better convergence rates like the CFR-based test algorithms. Yet the CFR-based algorithms are the fastest in practice. So it really tells me that you have to test this in reality. The theory isn't tight enough, if you will, to tell you which algorithms are better than the others. And you have to look at these things in the large, because any sort of projections you do from the small can, at least in this domain, be very misleading. So that's kind of from a kind of a science and engineering perspective. From personal perspective, it's been just a wild experience in that with the first poker competition, the first brains versus AI and machine poker competition that we organized. There had been, by the way, for other poker games, there had been previous competitions, but this was, for Heads Up No Limit, this was the first. And I probably became the most hated person in the world of poker. And I didn't mean it. I
Besides that, cracking the game for some.
Yeah, it was a lot of people felt that it was a real threat to the whole game, the whole existence of the game. If AI becomes better than humans, people would be scared to play poker because there are these superhuman AIs running around taking their money and all of that. So it's just really aggressive. The comments were super aggressive. I got everything just short of death threats.
Do you think the same was true for chess? Because right now they just completed the world championships in chess, and humans just started ignoring the fact that there's AI systems now that outperform humans, and they still enjoy the game. It's still a beautiful game.
That's what I think. And I think the same thing happens in poker. And so I didn't think of myself as somebody who's going to kill the game, and I don't think I did.
Yeah.
I've really learned to love this game. I wasn't a poker player before, but learned so many nuances about it from these AIs. And they really changed how the game is played, by the way. So they have these very Martian ways of playing poker, and the top humans are now incorporating those types of strategies into their own play. So if anything, to me, our work has made poker a richer, more interesting game for humans to play, not something that is going to steer humans away from it entirely.
Just a quick comment on something you said, which is, if I may say so, in academia is a little bit rare sometimes. It's pretty brave to put your ideas to the test in the way you described. Saying that sometimes good ideas don't work when you actually try to apply them at scale. So where does that come from? I mean, what if you could do advice for people? What drives you in that sense? Were you always this way? I mean, it takes a brave person, I guess is what I'm saying, to test their ideas and to see if this thing actually works against top human players and so on.
Yeah, I don't know about brave. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work and a lot of time to organize, to make something big and to organize an event and stuff like that.
And what drives you in that effort? Because you could still, I would argue, get the best paper award at NIPS as you did in 17 without doing this.
That's right, yes.
So
in general, I believe it's very important to do things in the real world and at scale. And that's really where the pudding, if you will, proof is in the pudding. That's where it is. In this particular case, it was kind of a competition between different groups for many years as to who can be the first one to beat the top humans at Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em. So it became kind of like a competition who can get there.
Yeah, so a little friendly competition can do wonders for progress.
Yes, absolutely.
So the topic of mechanism design, which is really interesting, also kind of new to me, except as an observer of, I don't know, politics and I'm an observer of mechanisms, but you write in your paper on automated mechanism design that I quickly read. So mechanism design is designing the rules of the game so you get a certain desirable outcome. And you have this work on doing so in an automatic fashion as opposed to fine-tuning it. So what have you learned from those efforts? If you look, say, I don't know, at complexes like our political system, can we design our political system to have, in an automated fashion, to have outcomes that you want? Can we design something like traffic lights to be smart, where it gets outcomes that we want? So what are the lessons that you draw from that work?
Yeah, so I still very much believe in the automated mechanism design direction.
Yes.
But it's not a panacea. There are impossibility results in mechanism design, saying that there is no mechanism that accomplishes objective X in class C. So it's not going to, there's no way using any mechanism design tools, manual or automated, to do certain things in mechanism.
Can you describe that again? So, meaning it's impossible to achieve that?
There's certainly impossible. So these are not statements about human ingenuity who might come up with something smart. These are proofs that if you want to accomplish properties X in class C, that is not doable with any mechanism. The good thing about automated mechanism design is that we're not really designing for a class, we're designing for specific settings at a time. So even if there's a possibility to result for the whole class, it doesn't mean that all of the cases in the class are impossible. It just means that some of the cases are impossible. So we can actually carve these islands of possibility within these non-impossible classes. And we've actually done that. So one of the famous results in mechanism design is the Myers-Satterthwaite theorem by Roger Myers and Mark Satterthwaite from 1983. It's an impossibility of efficient trade under imperfect information. We show that you can in many settings avoid that and get efficient trade anyway.
Depending on how you design the game. Okay, so
depending how you design the game, and of course, it doesn't in any way contradict the impossibility result. The impossibility result is still there, but it just finds spots within this impossible class where in those spots you don't have that possibility.
Sorry if I'm going a bit philosophical, but what lessons do you draw towards, like I mentioned, politics or the human interaction and designing mechanisms for outside of just these kinds of trading or auctioning or purely formal games or human interaction, like a political system? Do you think it's applicable to politics or to business, to negotiations, these kinds of things, designing rules that have certain outcomes?
Yeah, I do think so.
Have you seen that successfully done?
Oh, you mean mechanism design or automated mechanism?
Automated mechanism design.
So mechanism design itself has had fairly limited success so far. There are certain cases, but most of the real-world situations are actually not sound from a mechanism design perspective, even in those cases where they've been designed by very knowledgeable mechanism design people, the people are typically just taking some insights from the theory and applying those insights into the real world, rather than applying the mechanisms directly. So one famous example of it is the FCC spectrum auctions. So I've also had a small role in that. And, very good economists have been excellent economists have been working on that with no game theory. Yet the rules that are designed in practice there, they're such that being truthful is not the best strategy. Usually in mechanism design we try to make things easy for the participants, so telling the truth is the best strategy. But even in those very high stakes auctions where they have tens of billions of dollars worth of spectrum auctions, truth telling is not the best strategy. and by the way, nobody knows even a single optimal bidding strategy for those auctions.
What's the challenge of coming up with an optimal? Because there's a lot of players and there's
not so much that there's a lot of players, but many items for sale. And these mechanisms are such that even with just two items or one item, pretty truthfully wouldn't be the best strategy.
If you look at the history of AI, it's marked by seminal events. AlphaGo being a world champion, Go player. I would put Libratus winning the Heads Up No Limit Hold'em as one of such events.
Thank you.
And what do you think is the next such event? Whether it's in your life or in the broadly AI community that you think might be out there that would surprise the world?
So that's a great question, and I don't really know the answer. In terms of game solving, the Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em really was the one remaining widely agreed upon benchmark. So that was the big milestone. Now, are there other things? Yeah, certainly there are, but there's not one that the community has kind of focused on. So what could be other things? There are groups working on StarCraft. There are groups working on Dota 2. These are video games.
Yes.
Or you could have like Diplomacy or Hanabi, things like that. These are like recreational games, but none of them are really acknowledged as kind of the main next challenge problem, like chess or Go or Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em was. So I don't really know in the game solving space what is or what will be the next benchmark. I kind of hope that there will be a next benchmark, because really the different groups working on the same problem really drove these application-dependent techniques forward very quickly over 10 years.
Do you think there's an open problem that excites you, that you start moving away from games into real-world games, like, say, the stock market trading?
Yeah, so that's kind of how I am. So I am probably not going to work as hard on these recreational benchmarks. I'm doing 2 startups on game solving technology, strategic machine and strategy robot, and we're really interested in pushing this stuff into practice.
What do you think would be really, a powerful result that would be surprising, that would be, if you can say, I mean, it's 5 years, 10 years from now, something that statistically you would say is not very likely, but if there's a breakthrough, would achieve?
Yeah, so I think that overall we're in a very different situation in game theory than we are in, let's say, machine learning. So in machine learning, it's a fairly mature technology and it's very broadly applied and proven success in the real world. In game solving, there are almost no applications yet. We have just become superhuman, which machine learning, you could argue, happened in the 90s, if not earlier. And at least in supervised learning and certain complex supervised learning applications. Now, I think the next challenge problem, I know you're not asking about it this way, you're asking about the technology breakthrough, but I think the big breakthrough is to be able to show that, hey, maybe most of, let's say, military planning, most of business strategy will actually be done strategically using computational game theory. That's what I would like to see as a next 5 or 10 year goal.
Maybe you can explain to me again, forgive me if this is an obvious question, but machine learning methods, neural networks suffer from not being transparent, not being explainable. Game theoretic methods, Nash equilibria, do they generally, when you see the different solutions, are they, when you talk about military operations, are they, once you see the strategies, do they make sense? Are they explainable, or do they suffer from the same problems as neural networks do?
So that's a good question. I would say a little bit yes and no. And what I mean by that is that these game theoretic strategies, let's say Nash equilibrium, it has provable properties. So it's unlike, let's say, deep learning, where you kind of cross your fingers, hopefully it'll work, and then after the fact, when you have the weights, you're still crossing your fingers, and I hope it will work. Right? Here, you know that the solution quality is there. There's provable solution quality guarantees. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the strategies are even understandable. That's a whole other problem. So I think that deep learning and computational game theory are in the same boat in that sense, that both are difficult to understand. But at least the game theory techniques, they have these guarantees of solution quality.
So did you see business operations, strategic operations, and the military in the future being at least the strong candidates being proposed by automated systems? Do you see that?
Yeah, I do. But that's more of a belief than a substantiated fact.
Depending on where you land in optimism or pessimism, that's to me, that's an exciting future, especially if they're provable things in terms of optimality. So, looking into the future, there's a few folks worried about especially you look at the game of poker, which is probably one of the last benchmarks in terms of games being solved. They worry about the future and the existential threats of artificial intelligence, so the negative impact in whatever form on society. Is that something that concerns you as much, or are you more optimistic about the positive impacts of AI?
Well, I am much more optimistic about the positive impacts. So just in my own work, what we've done so far, we run the nationwide kidney exchange. Hundreds of people are walking around alive today who could be, and it's increased employment. You have a lot of people now running kidney exchanges and at transplant centers, interacting with the kidney exchange. You have extra surgeons, nurses, anesthesiologists, hospitals, all of that. So employment is increasing from that, and the world is becoming a better place. Another example is combinatorial sourcing auctions. We did 800 large-scale combinatorial sourcing auctions from 2001 to 2010 in a previous startup of mine called Combined. And we increased the supply chain efficiency of that $60 billion of spend by 12.6%. So that's over $6 billion of efficiency improvement in the world. And this is not like shifting value from somebody to somebody else, just efficiency improvement. Like in trucking, less empty driving, so there's less waste, less carbon footprint, and so on.
It's a huge positive impact in the near term, but sort of to stay in it for a little longer, because I think game theory has a role to play here.
Well, let me actually come back on that as one thing. I think AI is also going to make the world much safer. So that's another aspect that often gets overlooked.
Let me ask this question. Maybe you can speak to the safer. So I talked to Max Tegmark, Stuart Russell, who are very concerned about existential threats of AI, and often the concern is about value misalignment. So AI systems basically operating towards goals that are not the same as human civilization, human beings. So it seems like game theory has a role to play there to make sure the values are aligned with human beings. I don't know if that's how you think about it. If not, how do you think AI might help with this problem? How do you think AI might make the world safer?
Yeah, I think this value misalignment is a fairly theoretical worry, and I haven't really seen it because I do a lot of real applications. I don't see it anywhere. The closest I've seen it was the following type of mental exercise, really, where I had this argument in the late 80s when we were building these transportation optimization systems, and somebody had heard that it's a good idea to have high utilization of assets. So they told me, hey, why don't you put that as objective? And we didn't even put it as an objective because I just showed him that, if you had that as your objective, the solution would be to load your trucks full and drive in circles. Nothing would ever get delivered. You'd have 100% utilization. So yeah, I know this phenomenon. I've known this for over 30 years, but I've never seen it actually be a problem in reality. And yes, if you have the wrong objective, the AI will optimize that to the hilt, and it's going to hurt more than some human who's kind of trying to solve it in a half-baked way with some human insight to it. But I just haven't seen that materialize in practice.
There's this gap that you actually put your finger on very clearly just now between theory and reality. That's very difficult to put into words, I think. It's what you can theoretically imagine, the worst possible case, or even, bad cases, and what usually happens in reality. So, for example, to me, maybe it's something you can comment on. I grew up in the Soviet Union. There's currently 10,000 nuclear weapons in the world, and for many decades, it's theoretically surprising to me that the nuclear war is not broken out. Do you think about this aspect from a game theoretic perspective in general? Why is that true? Why, in theory, you can see how things would go terribly wrong, but somehow yet they have not.
Yeah, what do you think so? So I do think about that a lot. I think the biggest two threats that we're facing as mankind, one is climate change, and the other is nuclear war. So those are my main two worries that I worry about. And I tried to do something about climate, and I thought about trying to do something for climate change twice, actually. For two of my startups, I've actually commissioned studies of what we could do on those things, and we didn't really find a sweet spot, but I'm still keeping an eye out on that. If there's something where we could actually provide a market solution or optimization solution or some other technology solution to problems. Right now, for example, pollution credit markets was what we were looking at there, and it was much more lack of political will by those markets who were not so successful rather than bad market design. So I could go in and make a better market design, but that wouldn't really move the needle on the world very much if there's no political will. And in the US, the market, at least the Chicago market, was just shut down and so on. So it doesn't really help how great your market design was.
And on the nuclear side, it's more, so global warming is a more encroaching problem. Nuclear weapons have been here. It's an obvious problem that's just been sitting there. So how do you think about what is the mechanism design there that just made everything seem stable? And are you still extremely worried?
I am still extremely worried. So you probably know the simple game theory of MAD. So this was a mutually assured destruction, and it doesn't require any computation. And with small matrices, you can actually convince yourself that the game is such that nobody wants to initiate. Yeah, that's a very coarse-grained analysis, and it really works in a situation where you have two superpowers, a small number of superpowers. Now things are very different. You have a smaller nuke, so the threshold of initiating is smaller, and you have smaller countries and non-nation actors who make it happen nukes and so on. So I think it's riskier now than it was maybe ever before.
And what idea, application AI, we've talked about it a little bit, but what is the most exciting to you right now? I mean, you're here at NIPS, NeurIPS now. You have a few excellent pieces of work, but what are you thinking into the future? With several companies you're doing, what's the most exciting thing, or one of the exciting things?
The number one thing for me right now is coming up with these scalable techniques for game solving and applying them into the real world. I'm still very interested in market design as well, and we're doing that in the optimized markets. But I'm most interested in number one right now is strategic machine strategy robot, getting that technology out there and seeing, as you were in the trenches doing applications, what needs to be actually built, what technology gaps still need to be filled. So it's so hard to just put your feet on the table and imagine what needs to be done. But when you're actually doing real applications, the applications tell you what needs to be done. And I really enjoy that interaction.
Is it a challenging process to apply some of the state-of-the-art techniques you're working on and having the various players in industry or the military or people who could really benefit from it actually use it. What's that process like? With, in autonomous vehicles, we work with automotive companies, and they're in many ways are a little bit old-fashioned. It's difficult. We really want to use this technology. There's clearly will have a significant benefit, but the systems aren't quite in place to easily have them integrated in terms of data, in terms of compute, in terms of all this kind of thing. So is that one of the bigger challenges that you're facing, and how do you tackle that challenge?
Yeah, I think that's always a challenge. That's kind of slowness and inertia, really. So let's do things the way we've always done it. You just have to find the internal champions at the customer who understand that, hey, it can't be the same way in the future. Otherwise, bad things are going to happen. And it's in autonomous vehicles. It's actually very interesting that the car makers are doing that. They're very traditional. But at the same time, you have companies who have nothing to do with cars or transportation, like Google and Baidu, really pushing on autonomous cars. I find that fascinating.
Clearly, you're super excited about actually the ideas having an impact in the world. In terms of the technology, in terms of ideas and research, are there directions that you're also excited about? Whether that's on some of the approaches you talked about for imperfect information games, whether it's applying deep learning to some of these problems, is there something that you're excited in the research side of things?
Yeah. Lots of different things in the game solving. So solving even bigger games, games where you have more hidden action of the player actions as well. Poker is a game where really chance actions are hidden, or some of them are hidden, but the player actions are covered. Multiplayer games of various sorts, collusion, opponent exploitation, and even longer games. Some games that basically go forever, but they're not repeated. So extensive form games that go forever. What would that even look like? How do you represent that? How do you solve that?
What's an example of a game like that? This is some of the stochastic games that you mentioned.
Let's say business strategy. So it's and not just modeling like a particular interaction, but thinking about the business from here to eternity. Or let's say military strategies. But it's not like war is going to go away. How do you then think about military strategy that's going to go forever? How do you even model that? How do you know whether a move was good that somebody made, and so on? So that's kind of one direction. I'm also very interested in learning much more scalable techniques for integer programming. So we had an ICML paper this summer on that, the first automated algorithm configuration paper that has theoretical generalization guarantees. So if I see this many training examples and I tool my algorithm in this way, it's going to have good performance on the real distribution, which I've not seen. So it's kind of interesting that innovation has been going on now for at least 17 years seriously, and there has not been any generalization theory before.
Well, this is really exciting, and it's a huge honor to talk to you. Thank you so much, Tomas. Thank you for bringing robotics to the world and all the great work you're doing.
Well, thank you very much. It's been fun. Good questions.
Following is a conversation with Thomas Sandholm. He's a professor at SAMU and co-creator of Labradas, which is the first AI system to beat top human players in the game of Heads Up No Limit Texas Hold'em. He has published over 450 papers on game theory and machine learning, including a best paper in 2017 at NIPS, now renamed to NeurIPS, which is where I caught up with him for this conversation. His research and companies have had wide-reaching impact in the real world, especially because he and his group not only propose new ideas, but also build systems to prove that these ideas work in the real world. This conversation is part of the MIT course on Artificial General Intelligence and the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter.
President Xi talking to President Trump, who is the highest level person that they can talk to and stop us. It's not a giant surprise that the Treasury Secretary would be the guy.
You can't send in Marco Rubio for crying out loud, being tasked with a number of things.
I mean, I suppose there was a question where maybe it could have been Howard Lutnick, who's Commerce Secretary.
His hands full with the complete agenda of tariffs, right? Stateside, yeah. Well, you'll be happy to know we're stepping up our intelligence gathering efforts. Where? You're thinking China, Pakistan, Russia, North Korea, Greenland.
Oh,
yes.
Several high-ranking officials under the Director of National Intelligence have issued a collection emphasis message to the intelligence agency heads this week. The Wall Street Journal says they were directed to learn more about Greenland's independence.
What is this about Greenland and their independence? Tell me more.
And it added to its own American resource extraction from the island.
Do we keep taking their stuff, or are they pissed about that?
This message, a collection emphasis message, helps set priorities for these different intelligence agencies. This went to the agencies including CIA, the DIA, the NSA, and underscores the apparent commitment to seeking control of Greenland.
We're going to learn a lot about snowshoes.
Snowshoes, ice picks.
Where we're going, there are no roads.
What's happening, you bad motherfucker?
It's just ice.
Yeah.
The Danish embassy in Washington did not comment on this revelation from the Wall Street Journal. The Prime Minister of Greenland also didn't immediately respond for a request.
What's happening, you beautiful savages? The church is in session. Tuesday, the 6th of May. Looking good, feeling good. Everybody's ready to rock. Lee Sayat's here looking handsome as a devil. We'll be back, guys. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, every once in a while you need a little boost in the bedroom. Like me the other night. It was like 15 seconds and I blew a gasket. You know what I'm saying? Blue Chew is the OG brand offering chewable tablets for better sex, and it's now better than ever. Trust me when I'm telling you. Introducing Blue Chew Max, which combines the active ingredients of Viagra, Cialis into one powerful chewable. Bam! Listen, you take one of these things, you put it in your wallet, you bump into a pigeon on the pond, and there you have it. You pop one of these pills, she asks you what it is, you tell her it's a breath mint, and then you go fucking bananas. Great sex is just a few clicks away. Sign up on their website, answer a few questions. It's very easy, all right? And if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days. The mailman delivers it, nobody knows nothing, not even your mother. Maybe you live with your grandmother in the basement because you're a moof who slings dick. You know what I'm saying? Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church family on a Tuesday morning. You ready for this? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey. Joey, Joey. Ladies, if you're listening to this, go ahead. What are you going to tell them? Put 5 of those in your little purse. You go down the shore, you keep up and down with your men. They're a little lame. They're drinking cocktails. You blast them with some coffee, and you hit them with a Blue Chew. Forget about it. 12 minutes later, you're in the bedroom getting your head pulled. You follow me? Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. And I want to thank you guys also. Enjoy the episode. What's happening, beautiful people? We haven't seen you in a while. Where you been, Lee?
I know. It's been in fucking May.
14 days I haven't seen you.
It's been 14 days. Well, close to it, yeah.
Close to it, yeah.
10 days, yeah.
My heart, you know. I miss my little Jewy. But
you miss torturing somebody.
you know, I always miss you. I worry about things could happen. I don't know if you got fucked yet. So,
trust me, that's like the biggest question on the internet right now.
What do you mean? You brought it up. We want to mug you somewhere. Like people are like, you know what? We're just going to mug them under the wrong state. Like next time you go away with John, we'll go mug you at Virginia. That's exactly what it means. May 30th. There you go. See, I can feel it. I can fucking feel it. Yeah, it's been a great couple weeks. Last week I didn't do shit. I was not feeling it at all. Yeah, I wasn't feeling it last week. I didn't do comedy. I wrote a little bit, but basically just worked out, stayed at home with the girls. I was pretty quiet all weekend too. I didn't do anything until last night. Last night was the first night I said, you know what? Let me wash my muffler and get out of the house.
No, when you say you didn't do anything, how many milligrams were you taking?
You
The
know,
only I didn't do shit. I did do 1,000 milligrams a night.
Friday night, I think I just did like a half a mushroom chocolate bar. Like that was it. And I got a little giggly, whatever. But it was just like a passing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Nothing really stuck me. There was no anchor to the ground. But Saturday, I went to a computer party and started up warm. And I knew it was going to be good food.
Oh, yeah.
Fresh to 600 milligrams at about 11 o'clock in the morning. Just to be ready, tip-top Magoo as soon as I walked in there, one. No stories. Sure enough, I sat down. I did a couple sangrias just to loosen up the fucking whatever.
But then, like, none of whenever if I ever am that high and there's food there, I'm not gonna say hi to people when I walk in. I'm just gonna walk straight to the food.
No. I walked in, sat down, so long, gave the kid his fucking time. You know me, why fuck around?
Dude, you saw me at their house a couple of years ago. I walked in, didn't say a word, and then bagels appeared, and it like saved my life. But
it's a good fucking thing.
Yeah, if they come in a brown paper, I've never seen bagels come in a brown paper bag.
That's the old school way. That's when you know they're real. But you never deliver a fucking silver container. A Jew shows up with a brown paper bag he's been carrying for years. There's everything in there. Mofongo powder, everything, just to keep everything alive.
Well, that's
What? God damn it! What's up?
I had some bagels like in Maine, and because before people would be like, "Oh, I had like it sounded." I didn't know what they meant. It was my first like not New York bagel, and I was like, "Oh yeah, this is what they're talking about."
You've been eating non-New York bagels since I fucking knew you.
Yeah, but then I didn't
buy the
live
Sarah Lee bagels, the ones you bring home and put in the toaster. I'm like, please, you can't do that shit. Again, you live in the great. This is what I'm talking about. Even when you're in the greatest city, you still take the dumbest thing. You should start hanging out with my brother George more often. Both these. I don't know what's going on. The circuitry. You don't eat a bagel. You live on fucking. What do you live? Times Square, right? A couple blocks from Times Square. You live. Okay. You don't, and all of a sudden you go to Maine, and now you decide you want a fucking bagel off a bagel.
I eat bagels here. I'm just saying.
What is Maine known for? Grapes.
They actually are known for blueberries. I didn't know that.
Blueberries, yeah, I knew grapes, something like that. You know, so what makes you want to eat those things?
They brought it to the office.
Well, then just because they brought it. If I brought a piece of shit in a fucking hot dog, do you eat it? No. You're Jewish. You wanted to save the $10. So you hop it in on the food they brought in.
I gotta be honest, not even the money they.
You don't even eat breakfast. You're fucking.
Unless it's free in there.
Oh, okay. Unless it's free in there.
Dude,
that was like bagels. You're a New Yorker. Maintain it. You're a fucking Marine. Maintain it. No more Puffy bagels. No more Sarah Lee bagels. None of that shit. You're in New York. You're a Jew. Act like it.
So what should I like? Pick it up and throw it away?
When you see, don't even pick it up. Just go. I gotta go get a bagel. I go. Why? This bagel's no. This is mushai. This is dog shit. This is dog shit. I'm on the East Coast. I don't deserve to do this to myself anymore. I did it for fucking 23 years in California. I'm not doing this.
Right.
I'm not doing this. And you walk out and slam the door like a fucking like police. And make sure you put your scarf on it. That's when they know you fucking mean business.
I should start wearing a scarf. Why don't I wear a scarf?
Listen, I don't know. You wear a scarf on stand. You put it in. I went to this fucking thing. I was plastic waste and tires of perfume. Schools never man-made continuous microwave pyrolysis reactor. 2 plastic waste. What the fuck is going on? This That's good? Oh my God, it fucked me up. I really had the edibles. First, I started off slow. The tomatoes off the mozzarella. Because I love the tomatoes. So I just ate the tomatoes. I wanted to start off slow. The basic national food. Just too many one pioneered a method to convert plastic waste into usable food right from his backyard. He uses a technique called microwave freeze. Yeah, no, I the plan of what? In bread. That's like eating a 400-pound chicken. You gotta find the clip. You gotta find it. You know, nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to play find the clip. You know, it's the same fucking thing, right? Nobody wants to play that game. Okay, it's tough enough to find the juice string when it's in there. It gets cupped in between a little fat leg over here. And you gotta pull it out with a fucking scissor. I don't like the biblical cord.
None of the Chippy girls that had any of them. It was very, you gotta wait.
Listen, the song is it's a size small.
Yeah.
Listen to the calls of the flight of accident right after
You buy a chair. That's a fucking day on my feet.
Julian is now working on a software version of his vehicle. Just like I never left, he's hoping that this thing's going to change the game. Plastic waste can just be placed into one of these machines. Outcomes usable fuel. Plastic waste will actually become available because plastic is made out of these petroleum products in the first place. With over 3.4 billion plastic items discarded daily, Julian's invention could be a game changer in our fight against pollution, especially.
Oh, it was a banquet hall. I thought it was a house. I don't know.
Not our landfills. In Julian's own words, he states, I'm not just building machines, I'm building a future where waste becomes
big. First night, it was different. You're like, oh shit, there's no grease. I must have ate a whole fucking bag there. Like, every table had a bag of them. Kept going over every table to steal one big one. It was white ones. By my area, there was a circle of white powder. It was like 1987 in my fucking area. There was white powder everywhere on my sweats, my fucking shirt, jeans. I ate a whole bag of those fucking things. Delicious. I'm gonna tell you what else I ate. I told you I could sit behind you on that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see what these Krispy Kremes are all about. It's not with McDonald's. They're glazed Krispy Kreme. So, tell you what, not bad. I don't even know if I did the rest of the girl when we drove out to the state.
Were they hot? Or did they warm them up?
They went there a little thing. I mean, listen, not bad.
Well, of course, it's a Krispy Kreme. It's always going to be good.
But they only got 3 brands. They got the white one, the clear, the chocolate, the sprinkled, and maybe something else.
Yeah, but it's McDonald's. Like, that's how you know they want us dead. If they had Krispy Kreme at McDonald's when I was going to McDonald's 4 or 5 times a week, I would be dead right now.
Listen, they should just put a casket outside. Like the first part is you get like a business called McDorkins and put it next to McDonald's and we don't problem. And then like bury people in their favorite like quarter-pounder casket. Fucking
McNuggets.
McNugget casket. The whole fucking thing. It wouldn't be like right now if you fucking open up a funeral and just put like caskets made out of
No French fries, yeah, you can put a whole family together in French fries.
Put a whole family together. You can put them in the car, eat the French fries, bury them. Bury them. In 200 years from now, exhume them. The skeletons will be dust, and the French fries will still be there in the package, and one finger would be stuck on the bone. By the time you go get it, it just dissolves.
Dude, that's the crazy. Have you seen that? Where like scientists will have like a McDonald's meal under a glass for like 30 years, and there's not even mold on it. Like that's how there's like 3 or 4 of these that I eat. I think I ate more fast food than like, you know how they have like that Spotify rap where you're in the top 1% of YouTube listeners? I think I was probably for a while in the top 1% of. I would eat fast food every day when I was 2 years old. I love fast food, and it's disgusting, and I still like it.
I heard somebody saying that Wendy's is just.
Oh, they ruined it. Was the best. It was Wendy's was #1 when I was growing up, and the cups were yellow. and they had a, it was small, they were talking about this in all these barbers. They had a salad bar that had pudding and jello on it for free, and then you could, and then the spicy chicken sandwich. This sandwich used to be big, and now it looks like they microwave. I hate that. Wendy's was number one, and now it's chili. I never had chili. Wendy's had chili.
I don't think the Department of Justice has, or at least the Attorney General does have them turned them over. The President ordered them released. The Attorney General ordered them released. We all know they have not been released. And one of my biggest fears that I had, and I expressed this with Crash Patel and a lot of people, Stephen Miller, and a lot of people going into the new administration. I'm like, I hope they're not trading documents right now. This was 2 weeks before the transition. I said, I hope they're not trading documents. You all need to go on that first day and try to get all this stuff released, because my fear is what I dealt with in the investigation in communication with this deep state apparatus. If they're probably in there trading documents. So hopefully someone has a copy of that. And I hope we find out, because our task force has done everything led by Anna Polina Luna. You had her over there getting up. I mean, she's relentless. She's pretty frustrated right now.
It's Sunset. Oh, is it the? It's not the Chinese theater, is it? Order. Is that the fucking? I don't know where anything is.
Sunset was great. You assume that somebody in the deep state said, okay, we'll just put things in a file back here. This is incriminating evidence on everybody, and maybe the next administration can do whatever they want to do.
There was 1,000 things in that drawer. They taught karate upstairs. They taught then across the street was the other head shop.
So they're just going to let the incriminating evidence sit there smoldering. Maybe not all in prison.
And her husband was like,
I wish they should.
we were going there every day to make copies. And they
you and I dealt with them. Maybe you covered the deep state as well as anyone. I mean, they covered it right. And it's just hard for me to believe they're going to leave. If the government was involved, if the government wasn't involved, I don't think they would have any reason to protect Bill Clinton. They're never going to be elected anything. And I don't think they would have any reason to protect Bill Gates or anybody else. The turn on was the government involved? Did the government know? Was the government using Epstein and the videos to blackmail the influential people around the world? If that's the case, that they knew that were victims of sex crimes,
go there and you can get like the lunch special.
They did nothing. So,
how is it? Did you get anxiety about that? Like, because I know you didn't. It didn't seem like you minded being broke when you were back.
I don't believe it's because of any love affair or affection for the family. Just like I never believed they were hiding things over with the Bidens because they loved Joe Biden. They hated Donald Trump. They didn't want their agencies to be disrupted. The same thing with the Epstein file. I don't know this. My concern is that the government may have known a lot more and may have been an active participant.
That number
maybe with the intentions of intelligence gathering. Who knows? But at the end of the day, I don't think American people would be okay if the government knew that crimes against young women were occurring, and yet they did nothing to intervene.
I'm being broke. My cat swallowed a fucking needle. And we had to scrape up $600 and take 10 credit cards. Like 32 off one, 18 off the other. But that's the things that set you back. When you're trying to get that off your fucking run. It's that fucking flat tire. And they can't get it now. It's a $250 tire. That destroys you.
And it always happened, at least to me, it would always happen like right when I thought I was doing well. Like it would be like a couple weeks or a month of like, okay, I'm ahead now, it's okay.
Anyway, I still done my tank, groceries, and then you have a fucking, you hit a pole. I remember one day I hit something. And I told Rabbi, there was no way. I just called him the truth. I don't have a dime. I got no tires. And there ain't no way I can make a living or get anything paid. He's like, oh, good year. Good year, whatever. Tell him I sent you. Tell him to call me up. I'll give my credit card. Go. How to do that? It was just, there was no hope. There was no way I was going to get 4 tires. Even if I went to Las Filas and went to those little Mexican shops with tires at $20, even at that, I couldn't afford $80.
Right. Because I've thought about that a lot. Because I've been very blessed. That, like, things get expensive and money gets tight. But you think about that, like a single mom or anybody, where they're like, hey, you got towed, it's $200. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah. The car's done.
There's no way I'm going to get
$200. The car's done. I'll never see that thing again. Because if I do get $100 and then I'm looking for another $100, I'll buy a gram of Coke just with the price. Because I didn't get $100. There's always some guys, there's always something. There comes a time in your life, you go, okay, I'm in this debt. College, like I had a friend of mine a couple of weeks ago, and she has been out of college 10 years, maybe, even longer. She was saying she's throwing us $50.
Oh, yeah.
You walk around every day with a student loan. I'm not judging.
That's probably
I
low.
walk around with a debt of $400,000 and not answer my phone. I couldn't even get a phone. It took me 12 years to get credit. So it started with Sprint. That's why I'm very loyal to Sprint. Because Sprint signed me for $200 a month. My package was $189. So every time I went over, they'd shut my fucking phone off and I had to run down and pay $2.25. But Sprint built me back up. Right. Terry put me on the loan, I paid it back and stuff like that. There was just so many things to it. I disappeared with them. Those cards started collapsing in '92. I disappeared. I was like, I'm getting a pager. If these credit card people get a number of pages, I'm hired. They're fucking the because they would call me anyway. I go to the back with me. The phone will ring. You Joe? Yeah. Somebody wants to talk to you. Hey, it's Visa. Tom from Visa. Where you been? You were supposed to send that check last week. We never got it. Listen, your card's going to get cut down this Friday. You got to get a minimum payment and real quick to keep it here. And you're like, minimum payment? It's Friday. I got to make rent. Yeah. Your minimum payment is going to a fucking landlord.
And they're like, they don't work with you at all, really. I've noticed.
No, who's gonna work with you? You're a bum. You didn't pay the light bill.
No, but even if you do pay, like
you didn't pay the water bill, you're a bum. You didn't pay it for 6 months, and then you did this. You're a bum in their eyes.
Right.
I sold cars, so I remember the credit reports, how the banks were giving credit reports, and how every time, there's so many things to affect your credit rating to make it stronger, and there's a lot of things you can do that works against it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, let's say you're on the other side. Let's say you start doing one. You can start making payments, and you get busy. You're working, and you're late by 2 days. And like, sorry, we're gonna dig your credit report. Sorry, late charge.
Listen, but you've been working.
Every once in a while, but some of them are assholes.
So I know it's like, all right, people tell you not to file for bankruptcy, but if you call those consolidation places, they're fucking worse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they cut a deal, they get it wiped out. So, listen, in my situation, when you look at a bankruptcy, if you're dead for 75 years, that's a long time to be dead for. That's dead. I was dead for like 13 years.
And was it hard for you to like get? I mean, we weren't even.
I had a credit card that was $250.
Okay.
That was 82%. So if I put a sandwich on at the airport, it was just to travel. My wife got me a $250 card just to travel, but it was 30%. So if I got a cheeseburger, it was $42. And that shit was ticking. That's another company that would call me and go, hey, you're at $298. You gotta make a payment right now. We're gonna shut down the car. It was fucking brutal. And then I had that. The pager doesn't fucking get you anything. And then I don't even, a friend of ours opened up a Sprint store, Hollywood on Sunset, right by the comic store where we did the podcast at.
Yeah.
Right there. There used to be a Sprint store there.
Okay.
Let me just come in and get you too much. Come in. Fucking did it. Then that goes a little bit. And, guys, I just, to this day, I'm still leery of credit cards.
They're very scary.
I'm leery of credit cards. I'm happy they're right here. I'm happy that when you go, you got the money in the bank. That's it. It's yours, not yours. But that other shit, that's the quickest way to shoot yourself in the head. Like the other day. And listen, you guys are going to look at me and go, Joe, you're a hypocrite. No, I'm going to tell you the truth. You're down. It's fucking sporting. That's just weird. There's a sports betting on the TV. And I go, Terry, this is it. Listen, when you grew up in this area as a child, guys gambled all the time. So eventually you put in that first $5 night, which was $5 to win 25 or lose 30. And you get, I grew up with 3 or 4 people that to gambling problems. But I predict in the next 10 years, 5 years, the gambling problem is going to be worse than it's ever been. Because it's introduced to these kids at a young age and it's accepted. When I was 18, you had to call a guy, I had a black Cavalier. Now, you just put 200 on your books and you're ready to run. At 18, 19, little Joey. The kid around the corner had 3 or 4 accounts. He's fucking 10. He's 10. FanDuel, another one, And these kids figure it out. I don't give a fuck. The same way we figured out how to get somebody to buy liquor for us, they figure out how to open up. They'll go in front of the mother and take their hand while they're sleeping. And there's 1,000 things, right?
And even then, I'm sure kids get credit cards on their phones now, and they bank you. All you have to do is attach it to a bank account. And luckily, a lot of these major people they verify everything, but you never know. They could get into their parents' accounts and place bets. I'm sure that happens. It's the whole even just everything the phone brings to kids is crazy.
Everything in your world is on your phone. Somebody steals your phone, they're crappy, you're done. You're done because they've allowed that. They've allowed it. To put Apple Pay, this Pay, Google Pay. I don't pay nothing on my fucking phone. I got an ATM card, I got a pocket. And that's where I pay. I don't need to. Game like a fucking idiot to be cool in front of your friend. I don't need that. I don't need to order ahead.
You don't order ahead?
No, I don't want them to know I'm coming. Why are you going to offer me? Let them know I'm coming. You're going to shoot me. I'm coming right into your hand. You want to poison me with that coffee or whatever. Nobody does. I don't do none of that. I show up and you put the order in and you watch them. You look in their eyes. You blackball. Because they don't know. Who's the order for? A league. Okay, I don't know. You like to go in every day. You start a relationship with them. But today, nobody calls. They go to a counter, right? There's a food. They put a bag on the thing. Right? You walk in, you look at it, thank you, you walk out. You don't know. They don't know you from Adam.
No, people steal that stuff all the time.
Yeah, I wouldn't go. Can you imagine in my day? Shit, I'd be for free like a motherfucker right now. Like the Starbucks bucket lifted. I see it all the time. And people they leave it there. They wait for the Uber. How many times have I been at Starbucks with my daughter? And there's a couple of those drinks and fucking cherry drinks. And all of a sudden some fucking dude walks in like he just ran out of a track. He just getting chased out of the racetrack in Freehold, which is closed. But he comes out and he's like, the Uber. So Uber picks up coffee for you. Uber will pick up anything you want. I'm too old. I can't do it. No, I don't order ahead. Unless if I have to order, there's 2 or 3 things I could order from my favorite restaurant. I could order chicken parm and they'll cook it for me. I could order anything and they'll pick it up. I trust that. Right. Everybody else. I want to go there and order and see what they do and how they act. Like with a Chinese restaurant. Right. I want to see them make it. It's right there, the kitchen.
But you can't usually see into the kitchen.
There's 2 restaurants in my neighborhood you can see in the kitchen, Chinese place.
I had no idea that was part of the.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. They get the food on the wok, the cat. They throw gasoline on that motherfucker. This thing blows up. They're yelling, ow, ow.
Do they ever get mad at you for just staring at them? Or are you like,
No, I'm fucking amazed by it. Listen, if I go to how many restaurants you go to there, a la fresco, whatever the fuck, where the kitchen's wide open, I would never work with them.
No?
Like if I was a chef, listen, this is what I need is a bunch of fucking jerk-offs looking at me. Go fuck yourself. El Nino has 3 tables for VIPs that you just look in the kitchen.
Yeah, they
No.
in the kitchen too much.
No, I'm not doing that. I gotta perform like a seal now. It's hard enough. I gotta cook. I gotta have 3 idiots like, looking at me with a fucking glass of I forgot it was Cinco de Mayo yesterday. What a fucking fucked up.
You didn't like Cinco de Mayo?
Well, it's like a bullshit holiday because even Mexicans don't do it. It's for white people to drink margaritas. Like right now, if you go anywhere on Route 22, those Mexican explosion, that's what you're gonna see. A bunch of white girls about to get raped. You know what I'm saying? With that fucking tequila and shit, letting themselves off. Somebody slips a roofie with a tequila, you're done. You wake up, what happened? Yeah, I'll tell you what happened. You dumb fuck. You should have stayed home.
It is kind of amazing how, like, there's so many holidays that if you boil them down, people want to get fucked up.
But you don't know. You only know 1 year when you puke on that house. When you puke on Cinco de Mayo and you wake up the next morning and look, I went to a bar, there was no Mexicans. There was not one Mexican jumping up and down. The only Mexican was the busboy. And they treated him like shit. They were whipping the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, and like, what about like St. Patrick's Day? Isn't that really not like, do Irish people really care about that?
Yeah, but listen, you don't understand what the Irish.
What happens with the Irish?
It's that day, St. Patrick is Italian, right? That's how fucked up it is. So just don't worry about it. If they offer you a drink, you take it. Like Mother's Day is bullshit. It just makes me sentimental. What the fuck? Mother's Day is everything. Right? In your world, Mother's Day is every other day. Call them, think about them, whatever. Right? And the Father's Day, that's the worst. That's the worst of all the fucking holidays.
You don't like it?
No. I fight hard every day for that little fucking country.
So what, you don't want, I don't know, it's not nice.
We got this little bar to go around.
It's a grill.
Happy Father's Day, let's go eat. There's nothing there. It's a homemade holiday.
That's true.
It's like, I think they're going to change a bunch of holidays back. They're going to bring back Columbus Day, something else. No more Androgynous Day. That shit got cut out. That's it.
There's one change that I saw that I wanted to get your opinion on, which is they're opening Alcatraz. Let's just say they do. Could you imagine being sent there? It's fucked up.
After the guy mugs you, they'll send him there.
That's what, yeah. Okay.
Have you been down to Alcatraz?
Yeah.
Me too. I've been like 2 times. It's tremendous. You take the fucking boat out there. I don't think people would survive out there now.
Yeah,
I think it's been a big difference in weather, climate. That's a cold motherfucker out there.
Probably.
I'm going to repeat it. That's a cold motherfucker out there. I'm going to repeat it. That's a cold motherfucker. September, you go to those stadiums and you freeze. I can't even think about October when Barry Bonds was into the ocean, whatever the fuck.
Right.
Those games were fucking, you freeze to death. You would see those people out there like freezing.
I mean, California, I knew it was a little colder. I didn't know it was that cold. I mean,
Dog, I remember I went up there with Felicia. I left Burbank Airport, it was 100 degrees. I had a white t-shirt on. And I landed in San Francisco, and I had to stop the Fisherman's Wharf and get one of those Welcome to San Francisco sweatshirts. In July, it was fucking 60 and freezing because that wind comes off that ocean, blazing. Yeah. Remember, what's the famous writer? The coldest winter I ever spent was the summer in San Francisco.
Oh shit, I don't know.
Yeah, the coldest winter I ever spent was the summer in San Francisco. Mark Twain, there you go. So Alcatraz is a prison unless they reheat it. You know, it's so outfunctioned now.
Yeah, no, they couldn't put people there now.
It doesn't listen. Here's what the purpose of the prison is punishment.
Right.
It's not for you to go to a vacation or anything like that. That's the real purpose of the fucking prison. And to try to get rehabilitated, they don't give a fuck about it. They can put you in a hole with no windows. Who's going to rehabilitate you? Right, you know what I'm saying? But, like, what's that Colorado Supermax? You don't even see sunlight there.
Really?
That's under the fucking ground. They built it in.
Oh, shit.
There's like 2 or 3 floors in.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I wish we had all this shit used so we could show people. But all that shit was a prison that was built down. So it's like either 2 or 3 floors. That's where America's working at. All the terrorists, all the people, that's where they put them. You're not ever going to see fucking daylight again.
They might like Alcatraz then. It's kind of pretty.
Yeah.
Like to go from in the ground? I didn't know it was in the ground. I'm not even trying to be funny.
No. I'm not talking about Alcatraz. I'm talking about the one in Colorado. Right. Supermax, whatever the fuck. And then you're going to open up Alcatraz, which again, it doesn't pertain to me because I'm not planning on doing any crimes.
No, I think not.
There's 2 or 3 I'd like to do. I'd like to do it.
That's all. I don't know if you way more.
That's it. So if they open it, listen, prison in this country is a business. There's no end to topic to it. There's maybe 3 people who will tell you that, yeah, we could do it. People can get better. No, it's not. It's just a business. They open up halfway houses, prisons. You know, it's a business. So, yeah, we got more criminals, so you might as well open up more prisons.
I can't imagine. I mean, just to be in Alcatraz just be extra scary. I didn't.
It's 24 hours.
It's like no one's ever escaped.
Well, they did. Police could escape.
I apologize.
Nobody caught that dude. Nobody found the body. They just found the shackles years later. Okay. The sharks could have fucking ate him, but that dude was never found. So let's just say he didn't really escape. He tried. He tried.
There were a bunch of people. I think it was like 12 or 14, I think I read today.
And nobody.
No, only that one guy who, like, they didn't find him. But it's, I don't know, but, like, the amount of money it would cost to rebuild it, like you said, prison is a business. I think we should be spending, like, on money on, like, really, I don't know, that's just fucked up.
I mean, who's going to cover all these people?
I guess.
You're on their own island. Homeless island up there. Send the migrant out there with them.
Oh,
you see, today they didn't have the sweatshirts. They had the camouflage hat. I smell like creams. The camouflage hat, my favorite migrants. But no, all jokes aside, listen. It's like anything else. If you build it, they'll come. Right here. You build Alcatraz, rebuild it. I know what it's going to cost. You might have construction. This is the first I heard of it.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. Listen, keep opening them up. And there's a bunch of other prisons that are fucking shut down, maybe. Ratty. Listen, it's prison. It's not supposed to be the Four Seasons. It's fucking prison. Yeah, you got your little wild top for the Italians up there. Northern California, go up there and learn how to play tennis and ride horses. You got the one on the East Coast, I forget what it is. You got prison camps for the fucking pretty nice. You paid for the 30.
Welcome.
You know what I'm saying? You made
How are you, Maria?
now it's time to celebrate.
Hello.
But you've got to be against 12. Right. So, you know me, though. I ain't planning on going back to jail, but I don't think and then you have the one in Cuba they use.
Oh, Guantanamo.
Oh, they use it Guantanamo, too. What's that? Oh, it's just the migrant?
I didn't know that, yeah.
But why are we building, see again, I don't want to get to politics, but why are we building a jail for migrants? Send them back. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. See, when you're like let's say I did have paper and I came from Cuba 14 months ago. I do something wrong, anything. I throw a wrapper on the floor, the cop pulls me over, takes me down. It's a whatever violation. They can take you back to Cuba.
Damn.
Okay. You get in trouble, you're not throwing a piece of wrap. You know what I'm saying? Like if I commit a heavy duty crime and they take me down to immigration, they can pull me out of here. And then for now, those people are going to just shoot. That's all they do. They just shoot you. You're a traitor to the country. You came here. You left on a raft.
Oh, they send you back to Cuba?
Yeah, they send you back to Cuba. They just shoot you. And everybody knows that. That's why they have all these fucking people trying to get the human rights violations down there. There's tons of them. They don't give a fuck. They're a communist country. You think they're fucking, their prisons have TVs and remote controls, and they give you 3 eggs for breakfast, and it's club fed. You think that's what they got down there? No. So they're brutal. There's no air conditioning. It gets hot. Power goes out. They was in jail that they would just make them walk around naked. Can you imagine being in a prison with men naked? And there's a hole in the floor and that's you shit in the face. Good luck getting to that fucking hole.
Especially where I am now. Like, I can't. If you grew up there, like I don't know. If you grew up there, is it less crazy, or is it just as crazy?
If you grew up in Cuba,
yeah.
Well, half the people in Cuban prison aren't there because they're real criminals. It's because they broke a political policy.
Oh, there's people like that in that kind of prison? I thought this was like Superman.
No. They have a couple prisons in Cuba. They have many detention centers and shit like that. But on every province, as they call it, they only have a prison. Okay. But if you don't go to school, like, I forget what the rules are. If you didn't go to work like 3 days in a row, they put you in jail. They do a ton of shit we don't know about. What some of us do. They do. Well, I know when I met people 40 years ago that would just get out of Cuba from Mariel, it was brutal. On Saturdays and Sundays, you had to go to a meeting place. And the dust took 8 to 10 hours. And you have to stand in the heat. And there's people watching in the audience to see if you're falling asleep. You have to clap after everything he said. You have to do all that shit. If people saw you not clapping, they come over, get you, throw you in fucking jail, give you a beat. It's fucking brutal. And to think that we're 90 miles from that, and it's close to 60 years, 70 years, 60 years, that nobody has done shit.
Right? I mean, and that's like, it's a hard question. You know, I don't want to get too much into it. But like, there has to be some fine line. Like, you were an immigrant. Like, so you understand where these people are coming from. Like, a lot of people are in different situations. And like, that's kind of what America was built on. But it obviously went like a little bit, a lot too far.
It's really weird how I feel about all that stuff. When I first moved to Jersey, a couple miles away is a club 35. 35 Triple I. It's a club that my friends own. It's just a strip club that's Buckle. But the first time I went in there to see him, he said, all those girls over there are Cuban. So after a couple minutes, one of them always come up here and talk to me, and I started talking to one that was young and nice. She was about 25. I was looking at this girl, and she's beautiful. She's beautiful on these streets. Dressed her up, shaved her eyebrows, and got her tightened up. She's a fucking nut. She was blonde, she was funny. And I would give her like $30 just sit here. So I would ask creepy questions. And she would wait for me sometimes. She goes, one thing, the whole thing, I liked it. I don't know. Ever since the club closed down, I don't know what those fucking people are doing. But I would talk to her about it, and it would make me really fucking sad. Why? That place is still doing that. Like, these people get on. Like, yeah, now you can leave. Now if you do paperwork, you can leave. You gotta leave somebody down there. Like, this girl has her mother down there. Her father lived in Miami, but her mother was down there. And she was taking trips once a month to go down there. That's why she's tripping. But they're hookers. They've been hookers. In Cuba. 14, 13, they're out there for the tourists and all these fucking animals that go down and fuck 14-year-old hookers. I didn't know that. And these girls come up here and they're buck wild. Cuban chicks, they go off the rails, get buck wild. They'll say shit to you and you're like, oh my God, Like she was talking about sucking my ball with my asshole, sucking the true sperm out of it. And I'm like, why are you talking about this? Ain't gonna happen. They're on a different fucking level. And now we're talking about how long have you been doing this for? Since I was 14. Sometimes I'd be sitting there watching the game and she'd come over like nothing and go, come on, we'll have a good time. We'll get your dick something. Get in one of these chicks or something. And it was fucking insane. I mean, that's the mentality. But I would ask them, like, different things, the food. And man, it's not good. It's not good. What happened? Just that I have no meat. Really? Yeah, you get like a laundry list every month of shit. 3 cans of ginger ale, 8 eggs. You got, you know, got 30 days. We eat 2 eggs a day, right? 30 days. That's 60 eggs. They get 8 eggs for a month. They can probably get like 2 cups of coffee for a month. You got to keep reusing the filter. Figure out they call it white coffee. That's what they call it, white coffee or some shit. They only have the coffee. The soil where all the fucking those great tobaccos are grown. That soil has been abused. There's no good soil left. They've been banking on that soil since fucking 1920. In 2025, that soil is fucking. That's why they're not. They're from the Dominican Republic. They're not because like Dominican cigars are big. Really? You know, yeah. That's, you know, they got a grid. It hasn't been built. There's been, I think, a pirate built it. The electrical grid. Every time there's a storm, they lose power for 3 or 4 days. And it's still a communist country. It's still a communist country. But on the other side of that, again, I'm talking hypocrisy because my cousins do it. Okay? My cousins belong to a national Cuban band. And guess what? They don't suffer. They don't suffer. They have beautiful homes, swimming pools. They get great money. My cousin performs everything. I'm not talking shit about it. I'm just telling you the realities of that fucking communist country. These people, they barely eat. They got no shoes. You see the cars in Cuba? Fucking a Cuban can fucking fix a car up, bro.
Right, they're all like 70-year-old cars, right?
Yeah, 70-year-old fucking cars. They still got them on the road with duct tape and elbow grease.
And I just don't know. Our problem is they're a communist kind of like, so we don't let anything go in. It's like, is that the deal?
We have an embargo. So nothing Americans can go in there. We can't help them. We can't do anything. So they would maintain for years off of Russia. And then Russia gets broke, and then they cut them off. So I think the only thing Cuba has is sugar. Yeah. They trade, it's not sufficient. The government takes all the big packages. You know what I'm saying? They just give you little bugs. Oh, yeah. You know, but then again, we're not, listen, we can sit here and talk about Cuba. There's places in Africa that are like that. I mean, listen, man, we do Pharrell and all that. But what's Dallas going to do? You know, think about all these places now on Earth. Think about what our fucking freedoms are. We get up and do it out there. We get up and fucking go smoke pot or something like that. You know, there's these fucking people that, and they have to think about, like, how lucky was I that God let me be born in the United States? Oh, yeah. Like, did you ever think about, you could be born in Africa with flies on you? And people come up to you with a dish in their mouth trying to talk to you a bit. You're like, I don't know what the fuck. And I'm not saying that's bad. They might be looking at us. Yeah. Don't look at those Billy Goats in America with everything. But you ever think of that? That's when it really gets scary. But I wasn't born during fucking, you know, in India during the fucking the cow scare of 1922 or whatever the fuck it is. You know, you guys don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, absolutely. You have to at times go, why was I so lucky that I was born in this country instead of Switzerland or fucking somewhere that's not kosher? Where you see people, like, you ever see that late night commercial? You know, those people have the fucked up lips. You gotta send them money, you know. They close out or whatever. How lucky it was. So when you start thinking about that, you go, you know what? I gotta do something for fucking life. Yeah. We're very lucky. It's pretty fucking interesting. Let's take a breather. We're talking about a couple things today. DraftKings, Nick, Blue Chew. You know how we do it. We'll be back. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, I'm trying to class up my life, and that includes nicotine pouches. Nick is the best, so that's what Uncle Joey's gonna use. Let me tell you something, these pouches are made with natural coconut fiber instead of wood pulp, and the flavors are amazing. Right now, I'm gonna pop my favorite over here. This little raspberry lemonade is tremendous. My favorite. Listen, they got a bunch of flavors and nicotine strength to choose from. So the world is your oyster. They even have a 0 milligram option available this month, so you can dial in the perfect experience. Listen to me. It's time to upgrade your nicotine pouches with Nick, just like I did. Right now, today, my listeners, the church family, get 35% off when you order through my exclusive link at nykdpouches.com/church. CHURCH. You can use the code up to 3 times. 3 times. Don't wait. Get 35% off right now on nykdpouches.com/church. And check out the church bundle with my favorite flavors. That's nykdpouches.com/church. NYKD products are only for adults of legal age, you little young hooligans. And every order is age verified. Don't even try it. This product contains nicotine. And warning, it's an addictive chemical. But listen, get down with Nick, Jack. Yo, Uncle Joey's here, and UFC 315 is almost here. I almost made that like a little rhyme. We got 2 big title fights with Muhammad versus Della Madelana and Valentin Shevchenko versus Marion Fiora. It's going to be a good time, so you better get those bets in with DraftKings Sportsbook and official sports betting partner of the UFC. If you're brand new to DraftKings, here's something big. New customers can bet $5 and get $200. Bang, bang, with those bonus bets. That's insane, but we got it going on over at DraftKings. Where else can you get $200 to bet out of nowhere? That's right. Do you want to sit on the sidelines, or you want to get in on the right there, under the action? Hear the punches, the kicks. DraftKings got over. DraftKings got how they're going to win. TKO, decision, or a knockout, or submission. It's tremendous. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Pressing code Joey, Joey, to get it on the UFC 315 action. That's code Joey for new customers. New customers to score 200 bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
We're back, bitches. Anyway, Lee Sayat is fucking done. Because he took a week off, he went to training, everything was good. He went up there with his girlfriend, that means they on 5 milligram edibles, and the whole thing. And
Do I ever get to defend myself?
Then
No, it's not
another surprise party.
400 milligrams.
Yeah, but that's why.
Yeah, but what do you mean that's
We
why?
got to shock the fucking system. You took 10 days off, didn't even bring an edible up there with you. Dicked around for 2 fucking weeks. You know, that's how you want to tell me. I know what I'm talking about. My mother sent me some, listen, leave me alone, right? You ate Puerto Rican food at some white people's house.
No, I Puerto Rican food.
Nah, white Puerto Rican.
So yeah, dude, if anyone had 400 milligrams, people come up to me and they tell me, like, I've had doctors come up to me and be like, we're surprised what you're okay.
Oh, tell people fuck themselves. They're all pussies. These fucking things. They're a bunch of fucking pussies. They don't know dick about dick.
They know something.
I'm surprised you're still alive. Well, if they knew so much, how come when I took 800 milligrams in the hospital and my heart rate was up above the floor? They couldn't figure it out. And they looked at my eyes. Like 10 minutes, they were looking at my eyes. Damn, I said, man. I'm like, you find the fucking helmet, you fucking. They couldn't find it. So don't believe it. They don't know dick about the THC world. I've been involved in the team. I'm 62 years old. You gotta, at this point, you gotta say he's been doing something for 50 fucking years. Because 12 is usually starting. I've been in this shit for 50 years. Nobody's died. Nobody's OD. Nope. There's a couple people who become retarded. But God loves them too. You know what I'm saying? God loves the retards too, and I'm one of them. I know it's affected me, but fuck, you know, you're not going to come to me with some Chinese story about reef. Maybe anything else, or pills or whatever. Not reef. I've been living proof and all across the country. All across the country. From Taiwan in 83 here, all the way over there to the ship in the Golden Triangle before it was even the Golden Triangle. What's the Golden Triangle? I can tell you. It's those 4 cities like up in Northern California by Humboldt, the other one, they grow weed up there. Okay. It looked like fucking coke in the 80s. That's how many white powders was in the fucking bag. So now people are going to come tell me about THC. I don't fucking think so. That's why when I go to weed stores, I just get aggravated. When people tell me that, oh, it's 29% because you have terpenes. Listen, these terpenes don't do nothing. I need torpedoes, not terpenes. Terpenes are faggots. I need torpedoes to shoot in my fucking. You know, we don't even get high on 29, 30% weed. I don't. No. I got to put it up there and add my food gets used to it. Fucking, we've worked hard for this tolerance, and I'm fucking proud of it. So fuck you and fuck them. And fuck the doctor too, I'm gonna tell you. I hate when people listen. You're not gonna tell me that you got a license to smoke weed because your foot hurts. Listen, I'm too old. Just look me in the eye and go, listen, I like getting fucking high. Okay then. Don't tell me you get high, not you. No, I know. Like I'm accusing you. I'm not accusing you. You're good at it. Thank you. Now you know the fucking, you know, people going right away. Well, he's been smoking pot. I'm sick and tired of people blaming everything on fucking drugs. You know, maybe you were a retard when you started and you should have done drugs. Did you ever think of that? Because I know that was my problem. I wasn't ready for drugs. I indulged in them and then went deep. And I wasn't ready for it. It broke me. And somewhere I made it back. I don't know where the fuck I made it back. I'm not all there, but I'm not fucked up either, hearing things. I live a very normal life. It's not like I'm fucking, you know. What do I care? If the weed keeps my powder dry, so be it. You have to figure out in life what keeps your powder dry. For some people, it's reading a book. For some people, it's jumping off a fucking building. For some people, it's getting their dicks up. And for some people, like me, I'm very content when I can smoke weed. Very content. Very content.
And is it something you see yourself doing for the rest of your life?
Fuck yeah. I'm in that fucking recovery room with the ear cancer and the fucking, you can't smoke in here. The oxygen. Go fuck yourself. I'm blowing the whole place up. Yeah, I'm blowing the whole fucking place up. I'm not going sour tonight. I'm Uncle Joey's bitch. Speaking of which, we've discussed this person on the show again over the last couple of months because it's my entertainment right now. I don't have much entertainment. My form of entertainment is to torture certain people. I've been waiting 8 months to torture this girl, and she finally gave me the answer. This morning, I wake up at Monday morning like I do every fucking Monday, 6:15, and I just picked up my phone. I have my Whoop on there to sleep. So I usually do that when I wait for the coffee to brew. I hit the Whoop button. It tells me how hours I slept, how many times I woke up in the middle of the night. And usually, because I don't do drugs anymore, I don't have anybody calling me. Every person, I got somebody from California. There's a guy that's a writer that hits me up. He fucking forgets. Like I get the text message at 3 in the morning. This guy's a fight. He's from New York. That's what really burned me up. He still texts me at 12 o'clock thinking it's 9 here. That's how retarded he is. So I gotta hit him up every once in a while. What the fuck? You know, so this morning I woke up to 3 texts. And one of them was this crazy girl. And I opened it up. And she goes, good morning. I just want to let you know I went to see Rita, one of those people. And he said that you should be in my life. And he told me, or she told me that I'm from a different planet. And I always knew I was from a different planet. But then I went home and told my mother, and she said that she's honored that that planet let her raise this girl. Hold on. Dogs, I don't know what this is. So I put the fucking phone down. I get my glass of water with 22 ice cubes. I drink like 3 glasses of water. I go outside. It was raining this morning, but I still went outside. I had a hooded sweatshirt. So I went outside. I thank God for giving me another day. I'm thankful for what I got, for what I don't got. And then I deal with it. And after I finish that cup of coffee, I deal with the world. I didn't even deal with it then. I went downstairs and I sprayed the shit in my lungs and fucking read Yahoo or something. I wanted to see if Houston won last night. I was looking for all that. And I finally went out, I smoked. I came in, I go, now I'm ready to look at this fucking text message. Because sometimes I think I can't read. Sometimes I'll get text messages and I don't even know for seconds. Like sometimes I can't see that. It's dark in my room. When I get up and I just go to the bathroom, beat my sweats on. So I look at this message again. I got a message from a buddy of mine, some other lunatic. And I look at her message. This is the one I wanted to see again. And again, I read. I went to see a hand reader or whatever the fuck. And he says that we should stay friends. And fucking, I'm from another planet. I always go, I was from another planet. Something just crazy. I put my glasses to actually look at it. And that she told her mother, and the mother said she's honored that the planet gave her to raise. And I'm like, wow, this is fucked up. I didn't even answer it. I just erased it because it was too heavy and I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. It was not 12 years old. She's going to come down the stairs any minute with some fucking nonsense. And I sit there and take it. You know, up to that point where I just turn the chair around and sit there and watch her just spiel about something that I have no idea what she's talking about. Yeah, but then I thought about that. I go to the torture. You get like one of those lights that people put up in one of those clubs in front of New York. You know what I'm saying? When you pull up in your limo and the lights going around. Right. You put one of those things in front of the house, 50 yards, like a beam of light that just shines through the window and watching TV. And we'll set it up like that little by little. We like washing shit up in the car or something. You're going to have like a car, she's going to go nuts. So, who cares? She's already nuts. If somebody goes to a park reader, if I went to a park reader as a group, this motherfucker told me that was from another planet. What do I do? Yeah. I don't know. I don't fucking know, but I would believe it. You know, I mean, well, all you want to get mad at conspiracy. It's just fucking weird what's happening in America today. It really gets Did you see that? He just had his hand up like Chilla Peter. He had that little Jew hook up. Like he was scared. He couldn't even know what this is 400 million. And I ate like 6, this motherfucker. I didn't see you eat 6. I ate 2 here with you. And I ate 1 on the way up. And I smoked a blunt on the way up because there was a bunch of traffic. And I couldn't see. So I said, fuck it. If you walk on ice, you might as well stand. If you're not going to see with all this rain, I had this half a blunt left over. I smoked it yesterday at my daughter's game on the way to the game. Because I was running late. I was fucked up. My wife got McDonald's for her, but I killed that shit. And me and her were both sick last night. We had stomach aches. I had like 6 of those McNuggets and some fries. And I popped the pit, and I was fucking fucked. I missed the pit. Whatever, Dr. Pepper, I don't even know. You're not going to give me the hand? You got the hook. Who is right? Yeah, I told you. We ain't fucking around anymore. We're adults now. You know what I'm saying? The church in LA was something different. You took 2-3 years off. And I told you, we're going to kick it back up again. And then you started fucking around with those edibles from New Hampshire, the faggy bagels, the whole fucking deal. And then now this is why you like this. You can eat 400 and fucking do backflips from that day. You know, first of all, no, I couldn't. Yes, you could. Now you eat 400, look at you. Now you're going to remember the score of the Celtic game. That's how fucked up you are, cocksucker. It's not going to be good. No, but it's okay. You need this once in a while. You eat too much of it. What do you mean? That's what you had a faggy week. That's bullshit. Work, a surprise party for mom, Come on, we gotta pick it up. We gotta talk about some sex clubs. I gotta have Eric come back here and take you to a sex club. That's what you need.
I don't want to go to a sex club, but I love to see
You
her.
need something. You need something because you're too,
Dude, there was one.
You live in the city, you eat a bagel in New Hampshire. I've never seen it. What?
There was a sex club that opened up in Connecticut right next to a church they just found.
Did you join?
No.
Then why you buying? Did you bring me a coupon so you can follow them from harassment?
No, they were clothing it just like right next to a church.
I don't understand. They work in strength. So if you want freaks, go to a church. That's all the freaky. All those people that pray to God, they're the ones that fuck little hookers on Tuesday nights after bingo and all that shit. They go down there and fuck a black chick even though they tell their wife they're racist. That's what Christians and Catholics do. They're disgusting people. So a fucking hooker house next to a church would be the perfect thing.
Well, it wasn't a hooker house, but yeah.
But anyway, they're gonna take in this girl like an Eddie Bravo Brown. Like running an all assault phone video, tapping through a house, make little fucking like make those noises, outside the window.
Isn't she gonna fucking watch this?
Huh?
Isn't she gonna hear this?
She won't.
Wouldn't she hear this?
No, she don't watch it. She wouldn't even put this on. Even though they, just do.
How long does it take this assault will take?
Right now, it's May 6th. By the time I get the wheels rolling, it's torches because you can't just hit them with one torch. You gotta hit them with 3 in a row, like something in the car, like they got like a beam of light in the car. That's easy. That's easy. It's around the corner. I don't know where she lives. That's the problem. That's the only thing. I gotta follow her home with her, like your wife's car or something. Fucking, yeah.
It's so secretive. It's my wife.
I just gotta. When somebody tells me that they're from another planet, now we gotta work this. We gotta work this. We gotta put like a little, like the hat Norton wore when he thought he was Captain Video, and those hats, the Space Rangers, the space hats that you put on. Right? You should put one on your car, just to let them know we're coming for you or whatever. Well, I gotta watch that movie with the Martians and the old people. What's that movie with the Martians come to the old folks' home? They get all the energy to fucking swim. Come on, none of you motherfuckers ever saw that movie? One of the greatest movies of all time. Yeah, they're old people, they're in their old folks' home, and Martians came and put the eggs in their swimming pool. So if you swam in the fucking pool, you got the strength of the Martians. And these guys were 60, 70, fucking breakdancing. That's right, I did see that, yeah. That's right, with, Wilford Brimley and the guy from 48 Hours. The old guy from 48 Hours. He is a Cocoon. Cocoon is a badass fucking movie. So I could put something like that. You gotta watch Cocoon to see how the Martians attack. Maybe War of the Worlds. But I really think they come with satellites and shit. So I gotta work it different. You gotta hit it from a different perspective.
Or you could just leave her alone and hope she goes and tells someone else about this stuff.
Nah, it's too much fun. We gotta push her over the hill. One time we gotta just a little push over the hill to make her believe she's a Martian. Oh my God, that's what we need to do. I need to make her believe that she's really from the planet, and she'll fucking listen. I don't need to do anything. I can just move on. You're right. But I haven't had that type of fun since Eddie Bravo with the CIA. You know what I'm saying? When I told Eddie about the Joe with the CIA, that was my best one to date. When I used to call you and tell you not to pick up the phone because the cops are going to call you, don't say a word, hang up on you, same thing. They're all done. You go to a house and steal one of her shoes. It's like, why you break in the house and steal all her shoes, only the right one.
Oh my God, that's diabolical.
Leave them know the Martians only dance on one foot. See, I'm thinking already. This is what I need. I need a little groupie to help me. We can fucking do this correctly. Which row of the cops leaves the state?
And the
Mexico, wait for Martians.
Is that the goal? Like the goal to get her to leave?
I have no clue. It's like, no, man, I just want to giggle, smoke dope. It's fucking insane how Friday night, I want to tell you guys, I was really upset. I told my wife, she got on Friday. I told her right to her face, I go, I did this, I did that. Went to the weed store, you know, I did a couple of things. She goes, why? I went to see a play Friday night. She goes, why did you go out? Why didn't you? And I was like, I sat there thinking about what I was going to do. And then I said, you know what? I got Patreon. Like Patreon money that I never spent. Maybe I can cash it out and go to a strip club and just throw a bunch of singles up in the air. Right? Like, I even thought of that. I'm like, nah. And I was thinking about only I go up north. Maybe I just walk into a disco. I was thinking about going to that fight. Now I kick myself in the air. You know, it was at that fight at Times Square. Bro. And Tyson was there, bro. Man, I would have died just, because there were VIP seats. I would have just sat next to Roberto Duran and picked his fucking mind. He loves fucking Spanish, whatever he could remember. Yeah. Huh? Garcia lost. What do you think it's fucking? That was Monday, not Sunday. The other guy, even the Birds by now came over and told me, hey, Garcia lost. But, you know, I just felt bad. Like, I could see, like, weekends, I used to lose my mind. Like, when I robbed the lady downstairs, the lady upstairs, it was a Sunday. Because I get bored. Weekends, I don't listen. You know, leave on Wednesday, don't bother. I don't smoke pot on Wednesday, don't bother. But on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you gotta be doing something. You gotta smoke some dope, some food, and that's when I would just rock. Like, by Friday, I did my worst crimes on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I just didn't even have the patience. Like, enough of this shit. I'm eating a steak, I'm getting Chinese, Szechuan beef, and all I wanted was Szechuan beef, pork fried rice, and egg roll, and a $20 bag of reefer. I don't ask for much. I can see if I was saying, well, I wanted to club Venetian and walking with a helicopter. No, I didn't want all that shit. I just wanted shredded beef, that Chinese restaurant in Fort Lee, pork fried rice, and egg rolls, a little wonton soup with some noodles, and I'd walk across the bridge. How's that, Dave? I'd walk across the bridge to stay on bus money and burn the calories of eating that fucking Chinese food. Black and white, just, and this Friday, it hit me. My wife came home, it was this close to crying. And going, what type of man got 60? And I told her, like, I call that fucking Bourbon Street and don't put singles up in the air. That money's not going anywhere, it's just single money. I could just throw it up in the air, like $1,800, and just go, whoa, make believe I'm a big shot. Like, no. Why would I want to do that? I mean, nothing seems good.
It's nothing like, what about? No trip you'd like to take?
No what? Trip on a Friday night at 8 o'clock, at 7:30 at night. There's no fucking trip. I'm talking about immediate. What can I do to get my fucking whistle on and to keep my powder dry on a Friday night? There was really nothing. I mean, I'm not going to one of those Jersey restaurants with the chubby chick with smoke around her, and she's doing some belly dance routine, and they got the John Wick music when they shot the Italian chick. Oh, in the back. I don't want to see that shit. Like, what's her name? Lori with the chick from North Bergen that goes out every week with the hairpiece. It's got the fucking hairpiece and the whole thing. And she goes to they go to some club in like Teaneck, and there's always that chubby Arab dancing. I don't want to see no chick dancing with her stomach out when I'm trying to eat fucking food. And they got that creepy John Wick music in the back. All these New Jersey people that are fucking basically white trash. I was sitting there making believe there's a bunch of folks walking around with giant shirts on a Friday night with hats, jet hats, and tattoos. I'm like, nobody's getting pussy. Like, look at the shape of that fucking place. Ain't nobody getting a fucking piece of darkness. No. So I was like, hey, Harry, you didn't do that. I went out and ran, I did this. You know, it's just like, I couldn't get myself. There's some days, bro, I love to eat at a restaurant. You guys, I fucking love it. If I didn't have to eat it, I'd be the happiest man in the world. But every time we go to a restaurant, it's drunk. Except when we go to a Hollywood restaurant. We even like a chicken noodle soup. What am I 80? 62. Fucking give me some love. But every time, like if you go to the restaurant, it's what water do you want? You want a cocktail? Just give me the fucking food. Yeah, I got a selfie. You know what, man? I'm just trying to fucking eat, you know? So I don't even go out. Friday nights is a shitty night to go out anyway, Friday. All the restaurants are packed. There's a wait list. You want to go fight people. It's not even worth it. Food comes late. They don't come at all. Yeah. Look at my fucking steak. You want a steak? No. I'm sitting here because fucking, Moses is making a comeback. The fuck is wrong with people?
And it would be better to do it on a sore night because I went when it was busy. It was really loud, so it was hard to hear people talk.
Yeah, you went on Friday night. Yes, with 80 people in the room, you don't know you fuck. Anyway,
I'm just saying it's hard to hear. So we went on.
Sure, I can't hear anything in the it. Like, if you have a conversation with somebody I can't hear, I'm lost. So never mind music, John Wood music, whatever that shit they listen. I'm supposed to be impressed. Oh, I love this. You're from fucking Cardi. Okay? Knock it off. You're from Cardi. You've been sucking dick since you were 8. And now you want to tell me about fucking, the fuck is wrong with people? You don't need to have an idea, my brother. It's another week. What do you got
this week? I have a couple of shows. I have a show, actually. I had a temple on the Lower East Side on Thursday.
Bomb alert. Bomb alert. There's big cops out there.
And then on the 9th, I'm going to be at Morristown at the Colonial Comedy Show.
That's not the Dojo?
No, it's next to the Dojo. Or it's near to the Dojo. It's cool. I got it patterned by Vic. It's cool. I'm not. I'll give him a call about
Ali Akbar! Anyway. That's what you're going to hear outside your little Jew show Thursday night. Ali Akbar, the spitball.
But, yeah. And then I will be with Josh Wolf in Virginia at the end of the month.
That's the end of the month. Why are you confusing people?
See, you brought it up earlier. Huh? You brought it up earlier.
No, May 17th is done. We got next Wednesday, Thursday, we're at the Dojo. We'll be on the show. This Thursday, I'm going to stop by Alpha Grover on Thursday night. George will be done. We have to stretch my maybe Thursday night. See my brother Al. Wednesday, maybe the Dojo. I got to get my shit together. Slipping. Last week was just the stitches got loose. I started my court case last week on fucking Zoom. Listen, I don't know if you've been to court. When you go to court on Zoom, that's a complete different fucking sound. I don't know who I'm looking at. And the judge looked like me, but she was a woman, glasses on. And when she popped up on the screen, I'm looking at my wife going, these motherfuckers, that's a meme. That's a meme with me with glasses on. And the judge is like, hi, good afternoon. Thank God she didn't hear me. Thank God. What happened? Because I'm like, she didn't move. She just came on the screen and was looking at me. That motherfucker's playing for me with glasses. Got a bunch of wrinkly face like mine. I'm like, what's going on with this fucking woman? What's going on? She goes, she wasn't really a judge. She was a mediator. So in LA, you have to have a mediation first. Go run a mediation. Okay. And then it goes to trial June 30th. See, I started trial June 30th. Every day after 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock, it's 2 o'clock. So June 30th, 2 o'clock, and it's not criminal charges, but it's a civil suit. It's a weekend, like 4 of them for using my likeness. This motherfucker went off. He went off.
I don't know. I don't know what I can add. So I don't know.
God damn it!
You have to like sit in and you're gonna watch a trial go on.
It's not. I don't know if they're doing jury. It's just a judge, and now we're gonna sell it. That's it. Cool.
That's cool.
Yeah. I'm not gonna get rich. It's not like I'm gonna be a millionaire, but at least I make this guy fucking pay. That was the most important thing. He gave me his word, the whole thing. Thank God I got an attorney, and he put it on contract. And then the guy tried to play a Louis LeBron. My attorney was like, nope, not this time, motherfucker. And it's heavy duty. He's got nowhere to go. Because if he doesn't pay it, they take his license. And even if he doesn't pay it, then they go into the weed store and we sell weed and make a profit until we get our money. And then there's taxes and attorney fees. Like I said, this is why when people say to me, do you want to get into a weed business? I tell everybody no. I tell everybody it's not, I don't have the time. If I had the time, and if I knew what I was doing, like I had a scientist next to me that was going to weed, we just combined forces, I would be interested. But I'm not. And people, first of all, I hate when people ask me to go into business with them and they show up to like 25%. Obviously, we got to listen. So, we failed. We failed already. I've been around 12 years preaching the same shit, smoking the same amount of weed as anybody, except that idiot in Jersey City that gave us that fucking, that fertilizer. 20 bags, 23%. You know, you didn't know. You didn't know, so I don't even want to do business with you. Because you didn't even take the time to study that my tolerance is going to change. And you're showing up with that bad breath weed, 23%, that don't do nothing to fucking nobody. I got to give it away. Right? And they're all so the same. All this stuff's going to kill you. Listen, this stuff ain't going to do a fucking thing for me. I'm up there. My tolerance is up there. You know, I was telling the chick at the weed store, when they gave me that RSO, first thing I put it on was the edibles that George gives me, the 2,500 milligram chocolate bar. They wanted me to put on a 5 milligram. I'm like, a 5 milligram doesn't even go in my mouth. Just out of principle. Because I failed myself. So I would break them, and each piece would be $12.50, and I put that thing on it. If I make the s'mores crunch, I put another piece on it, and a fucking another leg, and I ate it one afternoon. Oh my God. Was it a fucking mistake? It was a mistake and a half late. A big boy.
It wasn't a mistake. You like purposely made this sandwich. That's so.
Let me ask you a question. What? When you went to McDonald's and got the fish sandwich, and you looked at it and said, okay, whatever, it's the same thing. I choose to edible myself to death and didn't think about it. You looked at a waffle and said, okay, this is my third waffle. This ain't gonna do nothing to me. Same.
Dude, yeah. But I've never heard of an RSO sandwich. That's what you want, 8,000 milligrams?
Whatever it is, it is. C'est la vie. Life is, you know, you can't walk on one leg. Pretty soon we're gonna be dead. Did you ever think about that? I'm fucking pissed off. I'm 62 and I got a bunch of life left. So I have a bunch of life. Seriously, like I have a bunch of life left. I feel like having a party and finding like 10 hookers, stabbing 8 of them, and pulling their hairs and fucking and sucking, you know. But I can't. I'm a fucking old man. I can't. I have a hard on for 8 minutes, and then it disappears for 2 hours. The chicks are sitting around fighting their nails on my fucking money. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of fucking things going on, and I feel good about it. I never thought that I would have like that. Why is he prepared? I have nothing. I have a podcast, a comedy show, but I have a lot of things going on, and I really like it. This is a whole new set of life. I always ask myself, what would I rather be doing? That's my game I'm playing, man. What would I rather be sitting here? Would I rather be somewhere blowing bottle rockets out of my asshole? That's the game. Well, what's worth it? I'm really happy, man. I can't believe I tell you this. I remember when I would have friends, I would ask them, why do you leave that? Bro, good for it. You gotta have a in your house. You got a full day TV, a VCR. This is back in like 2000, 90s. It used to drive me crazy when people went out. Now you always say, I can't wait to have a house. You'll never see my Cuban house. And that's exactly what's happening.
Why would you want to leave your house? It's everything you like, no matter what it is there.
I'm a lazy fuck in the sense that I can come up here and try to get you. I won't. It's 2 hours out of my life. I don't have it. I don't have. It's not like the old motherfuckers that come up and one and there's 18 people on the street and the sandwiches somewhere. It's not like that. But at the same time, I like everything in my house. As long as everything could be 10 minutes from my house, 15 minutes.
But you're not like that's where we were talking about like the delivery. You don't do that. Like that's one level you don't. Because there's people who don't do that at all.
No, listen, that's okay. That is business. I'm talking about getting up at 7, reading, drinking coffee, writing a little bit. You have to go to work, whatever. You have to leave the fucking house, okay? Those are losers. Those people are fucking losers, okay? You gotta wash your pussy every time. Because those are the people that complain the most about life. And I'll tell you, get in the fucking shower. You know, I look at the contract. I look at the difference. I think about 94 when I would wake up with not a dime in my time. Not a dime. Hungry, puking the night before, did everything I did in college, sold every CD I got. So before I get started, I got to walk to the hill and steal a Bruce Springsteen album and walk into the store and sell it to get 12 bucks so I can eat breakfast. Now it's a different scenario. Now I wake up and I get whatever. But every morning, the first sign of depression starts when you don't shower. That's number one. Get up, don't shower, go on the road all day. Do that 3 days. So I do that in 3 days. You know? The first thing I do after I finish that coffee is I wash my pussy. You open up that curtain and go, God dang, you give me a fucking another day. I'm going to be better than I was yesterday. I'm going to be stoner than I was yesterday. My king. You thought I was high yesterday, God, wait till you see me today. This Forest Whitaker eye is going to be all the way down by 6:30. I give 0 fucks, Jack. But it's crazy. Like, then you do what you got to do. For me, listen, I always have a good day if I go to the gym. And if I have good numbers at the gym, my day gets hard.
Good numbers in terms of what? Like what your workout?
I went to boxing today. My thing was 14.25. It's never been 14.25. And the year I've been.
Oh, you're on your whoop or something?
Yeah, my whoop. It's just a strain off. Just because I'm doing, I see the exercises and I get my heart. So what I did was I wanted to get my heart at 175 and stay there.
Why is that?
Because that's what doubles. I should be at 150, but I'm going to improve my cardiac intake. So I go to 175 and keep it over 20 minutes. It's like a long pace, you know? So that's what I did. That's my best day. I stop, I get a fucking freshly made juice. I go home, I take the garbage out, I do whatever errands my wife needs me to do. Sometimes I gotta go food shopping, sometimes I gotta go fucking CVS and get 18. You know, I gotta do shit at the house too. That's not bad. I mean, after like 3 o'clock, if I go home and I'm like, Mercy's home, my wife is home, the cat's home, I got 2 bags a week. Where we go? Here's just chicken on the biscuit upstairs. I got those cookies last week, old school chicken on the biscuit. You put that cancer cheese on it. I should be getting a lump on my neck any fucking day now. Tremendous. It was so fucking good, George. You know? And that's, listen, you have a home, have a computer there, have 4 TVs. People watch TV anyway, you old TVs. I got the TV I bought with Terry in 2001 in my bedroom. Yeah, so that's the first TV we bought together. The fuck? You don't throw that shit out. That's the first thing we ever bought together. Took a year. We got a new TV. $250. I went to one of those gigs up north. On the way back, I stopped at one of those out. The TV weighs 200 pounds. 8 people to carry this fucking thing. But dog, it's still that motherfucker still works. And it still looks good. Yeah, you just can't get the other thing. Sound? No. Sound, you mobile. The other thing, you know. What? Yeah, I can't get that. What's it called? Roku. Oh, okay, I can't get Roku on it, but I have Netflix on it, and I got HBO. Yeah, Netflix is on the remote. So. When I find comfort, I got a punching bag in my garage. I got kettlebells. I got a fucking thing that connects music now. It's loud. Fuck. So I go in the garage and I hit the bag. Fucking Bob Lingus just sent me a great book about Rodney Dangerfield. I went to like the second chapter. I went to talk to him. Thank him. get back into reading. It's different. I don't want to be around a lot of people. You know, I still haven't been to New York to become a 5 Why not? Just that thing going over the bridge just scares me. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll break the fucking. We could probably make it over to do average shows. You're in good shape. No, I look at the shape of you guys. Like I said, I got nothing this week. They're all guest spots if I do anything. I've been right. I'm really excited about the 27th. Really excited about Philly on the 17th. Then July we'll figure out what the fuck they got. I'm trying to get a little ball in my house. Something close to my house. It has to be 20 minutes. I can go there each week, bring a comedian down, pay him, and do 30.
It would be cool. Like if there's a coffee shop or something that's closed, usually at night.
Yeah, but I want people to drink. I want people to drink coffee. What is this? I want people to feel loose. I want people to be able to get an appetizer if they want. It doesn't I want this bar that's huge with like a hole in it so people can hear them. The side room, the back, like when you're telling me your buddies, Cafe Tivoli, I'm just not making that hour drive. I'm not making the hour drive. That's not going to happen. Right? So, yeah, I'm on. Well, at least I'm on. At least I'm fucking out. It's not, that's why. If I'm going to make the hour drive, I might as well go over. You know what I'm saying? Right, so it's 10 minutes by my house. So the brass rail has an upstairs. But then people got to go down those stairs. And that's what scares me. You have to throw somebody out and they fall. Or my fat ass falls. You know, so this is what I don't want. I want something that has a back room, 85 people. It's nice. Give me a waiter or a waitress. Give them a little appetizer. Let's do it right, sound. And we can start building something little by little. But I don't want to do 800 students now. Just like Willie Barstow in Los Feliz, upstairs in a Mexican restaurant. And every Monday, I had 20 people go off and eat, drink margaritas and tacos. We did it every Monday. 10 o'clock show. And that's what I'm looking for. So, if I could get my hand on something like that, I would be real. That would take a big chunk of responsibility. And I had a definite place to perform once a week. The hour, 25 minutes, that shit ain't gonna work. I want something in my neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? So, but that's it. That's that. It's another interesting episode of the New Testament. I don't know what happened to Lee today. You know what I'm saying?
You don't know what happened.
All I saw was a little claw hand.
What happened?
All I saw was a little claw hand.
I have no idea. You came in here. Here's two.
Two what?
The 200 ABX.
Yeah, because I told you we were going to shop the system.
Why?
Because you're fucking around going to surprise parties for 7-year-olds and shit. And eat with you on a Saturday night.
I had a party for my mom
and eat bagels and shit. God damn it, from New Hampshire. This is, you know, it's just bad. It's just very bad. So you got to shop your systems, right? Hopefully, when you get home tonight, you go down the stairs and get a nice piece of real bacon to get you back on track. And that's it. I don't know what to tell you, motherfuckers, anymore. We will have 10 guests next week, and we'll be back. Julie gave you his gift. He looked like Netanyahu. He attacked yesterday. Yeah, Netanyahu's going off again. Oh, he is? Yeah, that's it. They did something yesterday. By the airport. You know, he's giving them a thousand Hoochies. The Hoochies. Those motherfuckers. I think I bump into one of you Hoochie motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? Shooting down ships and shit. They're the same people that killed Tom Hanks in that movie, right? It's what about the fucking, they stole the boat, the actor with no Pete Henry. Who gives a fuck? The New Testament will be back next week. We love you. Stay black. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, Every once in a while, you need a little boost in the bedroom. Like me the other night. It was like 15 seconds when I blew a gasket. You know what I'm saying? Blue Chew is the OG brand offering chewable tablets for better sex, and it's now better than ever. Trust me when I'm telling you. Introducing Blue Chew Max, which combines the active ingredients of Viagra, Cialis into one powerful chewable. Bam! Listen, you take one of these things, you put it in your wallet, you bump into a pigeon on the pond, and there you have it. You pop one of these pills, she asks you what it is, you tell her it's a breakfast, and then you go fucking bananas. Great sex is just a few clicks away. Sign up on their website, answer a few questions. It's very easy, all right? And if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days. The mailman delivers, nobody knows nothing, not even your mother. Maybe you live with your grandmother in the basement because you're a mook who slings dick. You know what I'm saying? Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church family on a Tuesday morning. You ready for this? Try your first month of Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey. Joey, Joey. Ladies, if you're listening to this, go ahead. What are you going to tell them? Put 5 of those in your little purse. You go down the shore, you jump up and down with your men. They're a little lame. They're drinking cocktails. You blast them with some coffee, and you hit them with a Blue Chew. Forget about it. 12 minutes later, you're in the bedroom getting your head pulled. You follow me? Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. And I want to thank you guys also. What's happening, beautiful people? It's Tuesday, the 29th of April. We're almost done with this month, baby. Bring on the dancing girls. It's the Church New Testament coming at you live on a Tuesday morning. Welcome back to church! What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey with his beautiful and Jewish co-host, Isaiah. Shalom. Looking beautiful on a Tuesday morning. What's happening?
I've been good. I've been missing the Netanyahu minute. You've slowed down a little bit on that.
Listen, man, information's coming in very cloudy. I don't want to say stuff, and then people say Joey's putting out misinformation.
Could you imagine if you were like, what is that called? Where like you're a plant for Israel? You're an industry plant for Israel?
Yeah, no, I'm not an industry plant for nobody. I'm just a fucking guy trying to get together. You know what I'm saying? I'm old. I'm just trying to do some stand-up. I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. I was telling you on the way in, he had a situation last week with the fucking friend of mine. I'd like to say dear friend of mine, but I feel bad because she calls, and I could see that it was a setup to something, and then finally the clouds parted and showed me the true color of the sky. She's like, can you come over here for my birthday and buy dinner? Like, that was the last fucking thing. And I just felt like, like I was telling these guys, if I see you every day, you're like, come over and buy me dinner for my birthday, or come over for my birthday dinner, I'll go over there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I haven't seen this person in 2 or 3 months. 2 months tops.
I can't, I don't get angry at a lot of people. There's a big difference between come over for my birthday and come over and buy me dinner for my. I hate more than anything people assuming that you're going to do something for them. I'm a generous. You're very generous. I'm not as generous as you, but I would buy a friend something just because I wanted to. For anyone who would ask me for that, I don't think would be my friend. To be very honest with you, that's a terrible thing to ask.
They're fucking wacky. They have certain expectations and stuff, but it was all the wacky, and I didn't even get mad about it until like Tuesday.
Because you didn't realize what you did.
I didn't even think about it. Like, I had so much going on in my coconut that I just realized on the drive now, a week later, that fucking this is what went down. I'm like, that was the weirdest, because I never heard from her again. What a coincidence that you don't call the next day and go, hey, I'm sorry that I came off.
Right.
I was just goofing with you. No, never again. That's why it proved to me that that's what they call for you to just go buy a dinner and make believe you're their friend for life,
And those
take
people,
pictures and balloons and shit.
she didn't buy you dinner for your birthday.
I didn't even see it for my
Right,
birthday.
exactly. Like, that's such a fucking bullshit thing to ask somebody.
I didn't even hear from her on my birthday, I don't think. I didn't. But I'm the type of guy I don't worry about that.
Right, of course you don't.
Listen, people have lives. How many times have you sat there and it's 11:30 at night and you're watching the news or you're about to watch, after the news, and that guy that always comes on, hi, it's Wednesday, April 30th, and you're like, April 30th. That's a familiar fucking date. And all of a sudden you're like, oh shit. That's my best friend's birthday. I'm so busy all day. Now what are you going to do? Pick up the phone at 12:30 and call him? No, you got to call the next day and go, dog, how long have we been friends? I'm sorry. And so if you don't think that happens in my world, it happens. When people call me a week later and go, dog, I didn't even realize it was your birthday. You think I sit there and hang up on them? No. Listen, life is so fast and quick. Life is fast and fucking quick, man. And after a certain age, you're like, I don't even worry about birthdays. Bro, you're a kid. You know what I'm saying? But your friends, you just call them up and say happy birthday. You put it on the Facebook page, right? Happy birthday with explosions or whatever the fuck they put on there, Listen, that's my deed for the day. I go on Facebook in the morning, somebody's birthday, I fucking send them a happy birthday. That's more than anything. Going, what the fuck, this guy? How come he said, I grew up with you. You fed me once. Something happened and just propelled me to fucking happy birthday you.
And that should be more than, like, dude, I can't tell. I'm a weird person, I guess, but I'm busy. And for my birthday, what I love more than anything is to not have to do anything. Is to just stay home and get like something I want to eat and not have to do shit like that. To have like a birthday month and they have like 8 activities planned.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that shit. I have people who celebrate that birthday. Let's say their birthday's on Thursday, they start Wednesday night, then they go straight to Sunday's like the big day, and you're like, you're not gonna get me on that day. You got 1 day out of me. I'm not doing 4 days because it's your fucking goofy birthday.
No.
It's 1 fucking day. Unless you got a pound to blow. Then we go till we go. You know what I'm saying? Then we go till we go. But I'm not going to sit there and listen, man, some people are really weird about their birthday. Right. Everybody loves having those birthday dinners. And the problem with those birthday dinners is that 10 to 12 people show up. And then it's a fucking challenge when the check comes. It's a challenge. The people who are like, well, I had 2 drinks at $12.95. Well, bitch, there's a thing called tax and tip. Okay, so $12.95, that's $26 right there. I expect to see a 40 out of you. Without even hesitation. You bring out the criminal. That's the thing that kills me. That's why I don't get involved in those. That's why when I go to those, I make sure I pick up the tab. Because I don't want to sit there when Jeopardy happens. And they pass it to each other. Yeah, well, and then they put the calculator. Listen, either take the card out or don't put the fucking calculator out. You're fucking embarrassing. Oh, it's the worst. Just put the fucking card out. So if you go to dinner with 12 people and 100 is shot, 3 of them got to be out these. Right? Oh, yeah. 4 of them out of 12 got to be, they're going to sneaking drinks, $16 martinis, trying to get one on you. Now you got, that's $1,200 plus, that's $1,600. Right. I can't cover it. I'll tell you, it's all to suck my dick. $1,500. No, fuck 600, 500. I'll cover on the American Express. Tell my wife a lie and fucking, But that shit of 12 people, I don't go to those. No. Once it's more than 4 people, I don't want to. Because once the check comes, everybody, I don't know what happened. They start talking about the past, the future. I gave you a gift last year. I gave you a pet elephant. Listen, that was last year, motherfucker. The tab just came. And right now, I saw you over there having a good time drinking zombos and fucking, eating everybody's food and shit. Now the check comes out. Those people who show up to your birthday thing and they're like, I'm not going to eat. I'm not going to eat. I'm not hungry. I've been on dieting lately. I've been fasting. Wait till that first fucking Chinese spare rib. Let's have one. And they have one. Then they have a piece of egg roll. Then your fat sister can't finish the fucking lo mein. Fat people always get lo mein. We really do. They love lo mein, fat people. The fucking bag of fucking spaghetti. And then, then the check comes and nobody knows nothing. Then she sits there. I just drank water. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You ain't half the fucking check here in cat morsels. and just come. You can't draw at least $50.
And it's always, have you ever had this where like they act like they're a big baller and then like comes time to tip? Like I was just out to dinner with somebody and it was like a $200 tab and he was like, he wanted to pay like $20 for the tip, and it took me a minute and I was like, hold on. He's like, that's enough, and he's like, it's in cash, they're gonna love it. And I was like, wait a second, that's like 10 per. You can't, and I don't know the server, but like, I would feel so terrible doing that. Like, I just saw, it was just in a hotel, and that episode of The Sopranos was on where that server came out talking shit to Chris and Paulie, I think, and they hit him in the head with a brick and killed him.
Yeah.
And then like, dude, I can't imagine. I as a server, I would want to yell at people, and I never did. And I can't, like, the people who under tip piss me off just as much as those people.
I was never a server. If you know anything about me, people under tip piss the shit out of me.
Oh yeah, it's like the worst thing.
I always need an extra tip. Like if I go out with three families, and one of them decides that, well, you know what, I pulled the chick aside, especially if there's kids at the table.
Oh yeah.
If there's kids at my table, I'll always tip happy, and I'll pull her aside. Not the fucking bus boy, because that shit'll go back to the door, whatever the fuck. You know what's crazy about those migrants? They really like their little backpacks, don't they? They're like half retarded. You always see them with their little fucking backpacks. I just saw like 10 of them. They all got that military hairdo. Like, I don't know who cuts that. It's not even a flow beat. It's something else, because it's a flow beat unleashed or some shit. It's like goes straight up this way, but all of them are like half momos with these fucking backpacks. I don't get it. I can't. You put a backpack on. I can't put a backpack on.
What do you mean you can't put a backpack on?
Fuck, you're like such a retard. When I see somebody with a backpack, that kid I would have mugged in high school, or even now I'd mug him, just for general purposes.
What do you do with your shit?
If you gotta carry that much shit, then you need a new life. Where the fuck are you going with all that shit?
They're looking for new lives. That's all they
Where the
fucking
fuck
have.
are you going? They got those bags, and it's like they're in the Marines, and they're walking down, 8th Avenue. Where you going? Where the fuck are you going? I'm just curious. Where the fuck are you going?
Yeah.
What's in that fucking thing?
Supplies?
What kind of supplies? A computer? Okay.
A computer? Oh, for me or for? Because I love a backpack.
Yeah, I can tell. But you see me, I've had a backpack for years. I put something in it, and I carry it like a man. I'm not going to put it on my back like fucking.
But what?
Agent
That's why
Orange.
you have it. You flew to Texas, and all you had was, I think, all you had was your sleep apnea machine as your carry-on. Like, you didn't have headphones.
And headphones.
What if you don't like carrying a sweater?
It's on
a charger.
It's in my sleep apnea bag.
Now, what about, because I've never had, knock on wood, but like, what if they lost your bag and you don't have shit? You don't worry about that.
Listen, I always got weed on me. Just in case
What about
luggage.
clothes?
What clothes? We can always buy clothes. You can't get the weed with flying. You know what I'm saying? You can't smoke that weed. So there's always weed. There's always edibles in that bag, and that goes right to security. They don't even stop.
No.
I put the weed in my sneakers now. They don't give a fuck.
Well, dude, we just had the DEA guy on. He said they don't give a shit about anything.
No.
Which is crazy.
But they do. They do, but they don't. You're not going to go through the airport with a pound of weed on your shoulder.
Right.
But you got to hide it a little bit, dope it up, not let it stink.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's weed in my bag. So if the weed gets there, the only thing I need from that bag is a hose. I could borrow one of those. I get one from Amazon, deliver it to the hotel, 8 hours.
Oh, what, for the sleep apnea machine?
Yeah, so the only thing I don't put in there is my hose. But everything else is in there. Computer, glasses, wallet, nicotine gum, even for a day, just in case. Well, I'm here. Sometimes you get to the airport, and they tell you got a 9-hour delay. What are you going to sit there like a fucking Momo? Nah, now you go back to the hotel room. Go up the street, go right back, listen. And on the way back, you got no gel, you buy a hat. I got like 3 hats from places that I wouldn't even put a hat on. I just went to the airport, I doped it up before it pops back up, the monkey spit wears off. I put a fucking hat on there, and that's it. I'm looking good.
I really don't have that problem, but I can't find a hat that fits my head.
No, look at it. Look at the size of that fucking thing.
Never. Oh, And I bought a hat recently, and I like it, but I feel like such a douchebag.
Oh, that little Puerto Rican hat?
Yeah. It's like an old Jewish man's hat. What am I'm trying to
fucking faggot on roller skates. Roller skates.
Dude, could you imagine me on roller skates in New York City? I would die immediately.
Oh, you pick $10,000 in a minute.
Well, how?
Renting that asshole on roller skates. There's nothing more than a fag like the fucking ass while you're on roller skates. You give him some roller skates and he's behind you. He's fucking in the ass just like fever.
Just on the way to work.
Just staying alive up the ass. You could be doing that fucking thing. What are those people doing in the Olympics? With the skates and shit.
The synchronized skating or something?
Yeah, staying alive. And he's just fucking with got a whistle, Judas Priest hat. Forget about it. Who's better than Lee with roller skates? I would pay to see two faggots fucking on roller skates.
Yeah, I think so.
You think this episode ain't gonna get 18 and under?
Fuck
It's all
now.
over.
Oh my god.
Listen, guys, if you're sick of this 18 and under shit, just go to Spotify and Apple. We're trying our best, but obviously it's not working no more. They want to put us on 18 and under. We don't even smoke pot on the fucking show. We don't even play music. We're taking away so many fucking things because, it's a shame.
It's crazy how far YouTube has fallen.
So you could use music on Spotify if you subscribe to Spotify.
Yeah,
you could use their music on a podcast or something.
Yeah,
there's something weird. So can we stream on Spotify or fucking?
We can put video on there. I don't think they do live streaming yet.
This is you can't say what's in your heart no more. And I'm not gonna sit here and amend it. The freedom of speech. That's bullshit. Okay, that's bullshit in my fucking world. That's the comics that want to just make something up. We're Avengers. Yeah, okay, good. You haven't paid your taxes in 3 years. But you're trying to fucking normalize life by fucking saying some fucking amendment or some rule. I don't even know what the fucking thing is.
But dude, it's because think about it. When we started podcasting, whatever it was,
on fire, farting.
Oh my god,
we were doing everything, and then something happened. And listen, this is what it is now. I'm not mad at YouTube. They went corporate. Rules tightened up, and this is the way it's going to be.
It is, but it's also because I don't know if you knew this. YouTube right now is the number one. It's the number one place in the world where people watch and listen to podcasts. And the reason why people love podcasts is because of the hosts. They have a relationship with them. And podcasts like ours started like that. We're the reason why YouTube is up so high. I mean, yeah, a lot of it, but and then for them to be so short-sighted, yeah, I understand if you want them to be 18 plus, but don't hide us. Don't not tell people that we put up a video. We're not even doing anything that crazy. It's so wild where things have gone.
And then what the consumer doesn't understand is they watch an old podcast and they watch one of these and they go, these guys changed. We didn't change. Just the rules changed.
Yeah.
If there was no foul, no foul, guys, I'd have a 3-foot bar in here. I got one somewhere. I got the power one. Don't we have the power one with the fucking hoses and shit?
Oh shit.
I mean, this is it. Don't you think I like to talk about music? We had Dina. We didn't talk about music. Didn't even put it on.
Yeah.
That's not us. It's not that we're lame. It's the rules that they... Listen, I spoke to my friend who has the highest podcast in the world. And they 18 him all over when they see podcasts. So, guys, this is the business. We have to find a platform. We could go nuts or maybe put one up like that once a week somewhere. We could just go nuts and, naked women and whatever the fuck. That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
I want to get some naked women in here. I want to get a guy and a girl and roller skate dancing and fucking around. You know me, dog. I'm a freedom fighter. But this is bullshit.
And it is correct. You know what? Maybe we should put it up on Pornhub. Because Pornhub doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Yeah, but nobody wants to see me and you on Pornhub.
Can you imagine how disappointed he'd be?
You get home drunk and look at the jerk off. You pop up a site and all of a sudden that fucking headless head.
My big head's right there.
Forget about it. You gotta have light on fire when it's in your head. That's it. Next time you promote a date.
Why do I want it to be on my head when it's on fire?
Because that's the best thing you can do. You're sitting there, you have a control in your hand, and light it up with a bit. Watch the smoke come out. People will fucking love it.
Yeah, but my head will turn on fire.
Who gives a fuck? I have no hair. If you had hair, then you don't forget.
Yeah, but my had hair, then it would hide the burns.
Spots once a month from sun. This summer you get something. You gotta go to a jacuzzi. The girls will take you somewhere. You're gonna get the fucking dead eye.
I haven't gotten spot. I haven't been in a jacuzzi probably since then. And yeah, the spots. Oh, dude, if I don't wash my face like 3 times a day, I'm fucked. I don't know.
You washing your face 3-4 times a day.
No, but with like I bought like special shit.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I never had to do that. It's not soap. It's soap.
You scrub that skin off your face and let the new fucking face revitalize. God damn it. You know, I don't even go with the loofah no more. That's a ripoff. That's for white people. Fuck no. I get fucking shit that's coarse. And that's how I make my asshole one. I cut that in half and put it on a stick and you rub your little muffler, get that gunpowder out from your eyes.
You really need to start selling that. The asshole cleaner that you have.
I'm trying to patent it, so relax. Don't give the fucking
I apologize.
I don't want the cat to get out of the bag here, but I get that hard. I've always loved those hard towels. And you scrub and you.
Holy SOS pads? What are you talking about?
No. SOS pads where you scrub your fucking balls with after a long night in Vegas. No, I'm talking about the hand towels.
Okay.
There's some that are very soft and there's some that are coarse, like a little coarser.
You like hard ones?
I like because you want to get that dead skin off. That's what you're opting for. You want to exfoliate your legs. All that skin comes off. All that dead skin comes off. So you want to get like my ears. Some girl tells me that my ears are very shiny. I love that. People tell you ears are shiny. That means you're fucking getting in there with that cloth and you're scrubbing it. It gives you a nice little shine. Then you put some cream on there.
I know, dude. Have you ever had a girl or a woman like wash you in the shower? It was one of the weirdest.
Very nice.
It was nice, but it was one of the weirdest things over the summer when I was in Indiana. This girl I was hooking up with just like decided that she was like, and she looked at me hard. Like it was.
Yeah, because she wanted to get the dead Jew germs off your shit. That bitch is smart. When a bitch washes you, it's because she knows you're a filthy motherfucker, and she wants to make sure that asshole whose balls are clean before she puts her beautiful mouth on.
But no, it was after sex.
The what?
It was after sex.
That's right. She doesn't want you to take her over with her like a cat.
Oh my god, that was wild. I never had anybody do that before.
It's tremendous. When a woman bathes you, you just sit there. But by the time they go to bathe your knees, you get a hard on. It's all over. You know what I'm saying? They never get to your feet, those women. They never get under your knees. Once they bend over, you see the head in the area. Your dick just gradually stands up like a Ouija board, like those fucking Indian things. You know, what are you going to do? Then it's all over. They never get to do your feet. Anyway, back to the migrants with the backpacks.
Okay.
What the fuck? Why do they have backpacks? Can somebody please fix this microphone? No, don't get up. It's just a joke. I don't want to talk about the migrants with backpacks either. I don't know what they carry those things. They brought those from Mexico.
They must have some food in there, you would think. Like, they could probably set up a taco stand pretty quickly.
Anyway, they can set up. They have no knives. There's no pots.
They definitely have knives.
Well, well, they're Spanish. They definitely have knives. But I don't see a frying pan.
Yeah, you're right. It's sort of like an Oregon Trail. You don't see that?
Yeah, no. They're not going camping, these people. They're not camping. Well, they live in the mountains, these poor people. They jump through rivers, mountains, and shit. But they should be the real crossfitters, those motherfuckers.
You're going to start a whole fitness trend of like just send white people to cross over the Mexican border.
What a great idea, the migrant worker. 7 and 9 every day. You climb hills, you jump out of a burning building. You run away from fucking coyotes, you run away from more Mexican people. They chase you in Central Park. That's got to be good. You fucking, they throw you in a mud bug. You got to see if every time you see a green truck, you got to dive on the wall and shit and do a burpee. Every time you see an immigrant truck, you got to do a burpee. That's a good idea, guys. Don't be stealing my idea, immigrant fitness. Shit is on fire. That's it, workout. That's everything.
Yeah, you could have George Perez be the trainer.
That's right. You have to run the fucking hills with the backpack.
Right.
Come on, dog. I'm always thinking. Thank God I smoke weed. I'm always.
You can have one for each country. Can have a different workout. If you think about it, the Cubans can have swimming. The migrant Olympics.
Oh my God, that's even better. What you get? And those Hondurans in that jail, they just go until they live or die. It's like a Spanish Squid Game for those fucking. They just sit there all day with fuck. They just sit there all day with underwear and tattoos, hugging each other. You see those little fucking people in that jail? They just sit there, 50 fucking Mexicans sniffing each other's farts with their legs open in between each other. That's demoralizing.
Yeah,
that system is meant to break you, motherfucker.
And dude, have you seen
that system is meant to break. It's like a Cuban jail, no clothes on. You want to shit that hole in the floor. Paper, toilet paper. Good luck. That's why those two hands are for.
Oh my God, are you serious?
And Moro, fuck yeah, dog.
You've told me about the shitting in the hole.
It's like when these people come here, Russians, Yugoslavians, all these people, they go to our prisons. They're like, you fucking get them. This is Club Med. You gotta fight for your food in those prisons. There's no food. They throw out like a chicken leg, and there's 8 guys in there. Somebody's dying.
Fuck that. Have you seen? I forget if it was Mexico or somewhere, but like they were just on like the gangsters, like the cartel or whatever, still runs the prison.
Yeah.
Like they have one of them had like their families were still there. That's wild. I can't imagine. What about like going to like a country like that and going to prison there just by accident? You were on vacation.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Oh,
I wouldn't wish that on anybody. That's why people say, I'm leaving the country. Listen, don't buy no coke. Don't buy no weed from China. Thailand, don't they kill you?
One of those, yeah.
One of those, they just kill you to death. You don't know.
I think it's the Philippines.
Yeah, I'm not in the mood to know that shit. I know what happens here. And nobody's going to throw me in jail for smoking dope here. Nobody's going to hit me in the knees. And you think, Joe, you're shallow. I am. Because I don't want to get in trouble and the kiss of death. All I do is go to a fucking hotel. The guy pushes me. I say something. Next thing you know, I'm getting beheaded. I'm doing 15 years. The government's on TV begging for me. Nobody wants me. The Cubans, the Pope will feed Joe Diaz live. I don't need this.
You don't think the government would come and try to exchange you?
Dog, the government don't give 2 fucks about you. That's why I was talking about Rothschild the other day. Because when his fucking people got kidnapped, his employees, he got a guy that was retired to train his other employees to save the ones that were locked in. And he made a promise to their families to have them back by Christmas Day, and he did. Really? And that's why in my world, I like Americans like Rothschild. Because everybody else will tell you a fucking story. Kissinger was trying to block him. He went around Kissinger. He was like, fuck this. My people are not going to spend the holidays in that fucking Iranian jet.
Oh, that was the Iranian Contra thing or whatever?
Well, this is more like
that Ben Affleck movie?
No, I don't think it was. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. But there was something else, weren't there?
I'm not really good at
forget what that was. I'll find it. I got to get that book again. I read that book in prison. The Ross Perot story on Wings of Eagle. That's the name of the book. They made a series on NBC. 3-part series on NBC. I was already lost in jail.
I'm gonna have to go look at it because I don't.
Jail didn't have NBC. You know what I'm saying? So
that's fucked up. So he was just a business owner.
Ross Perot?
Yeah.
He was. He did something. Oil. I don't know.
No, we'll have to look it up.
He's a Texas guy.
Oh, of course.
And they went over there to do something. They held him, and he promised the family he'd be home by Christmas. And he did it. He had his own people break into the fucking jail over there with that dude. He was supposed to be like a Marlon Brando and Apocalypse Now type of dude.
Oh, okay. Jesus Christ.
One of those commando type motherfuckers. Very interesting.
I forget if
Yeah, he ran for president. He lost to Clinton.
I thought I knew the name, so I didn't realize he was a business guy before that.
Come out and go, these guys are paying for this with your money. I'm paying for this with my money. Because we looked it up on the Rogan podcast. He was worth a couple billion.
Dude, I like him a lot now.
Oh, he was tough. He had big ears and shit. Tough, little guy. He fucking meant what he said. He said what he meant. Old school American. Old school fucking dude from Texas. Just old school. This is old school. When they say something to you, they fucking do it.
I can't imagine getting like your employee out of fucking prison.
Well, I got 2 old guys that I would have lived like that if I had that money. Him and that other dude that married the fucking Playboy bunny when he was 90, that'd be me. If I had all that money and my wife was dead.
The one who died like a week later or whatever it was?
Whatever.
And Nicole
She had to suck his dick one time. I don't think they had Viagra then. That's the problem. Like, he couldn't put it to the test. But with that kind of money, I'll go to New York and make them give me an implant that squirts and fucking things come out of the ceiling and fireworks, that type of shit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm having a good time.
So those are the only two options for you. Either you're going to be a guy training his employees to save his other ones.
No, I don't have parole money. I'm just saying if I did have parole money, I would live like he lived. But I also like Marshall. That was his name. Edgar Marshall, something like that. Marshall.
I would go that way.
Fucking old. The guy had fucking blood spots on his head. He went into a strip club. He saw it. He just fell in love with it. He gave her like a fucking diamond ring. When you could give a woman something and not even miss it.
Oh my God.
Like when I can take $2 million out to buy a woman something and it doesn't even put a crack in my account.
And even if it did, at his age, he knew he was dying. He was like, I'm gonna have a fun, whatever it was.
I'm gonna die my way, motherfucker.
Yeah, why? Fuck your kids.
My rules. I'm not gonna die sitting in a room with ukuleles, priests, taking my money. I'm gonna get myself a big, fat, fucking looking blonde with a big ass and big titties.
Yeah.
Who doesn't have a conscience and wants to live comfortably for the rest of her life. Like, listen, man, I'll give you my $60 million fortune, but you're gonna suck dick until I drop. When I drop, you're gonna be licking my nutsack with fucking whipped cream on it.
And good for her. How much? Like, I think that's worth it.
Fuck yeah, to suck an old dick and have 60 million, and then at the end she got nothing.
Did she really got nothing?
No.
I didn't follow
the son took everything from son. They got pissed. They're like, we don't think he was in the right mental state, which he wasn't. He's 90, and she's putting that 23-year-old fucking monkey in his face that smells like barbecue chicken and God knows what else. Forget about it. He's a union.
I think he was in the exact right mental state. His kids probably weren't helping him, hanging around, visiting him like once a month or something.
The dude did that. What was that team when the guy told her she couldn't date black people?
The Clippers.
The Clippers. He was old too, but he just fucking said, I'm getting myself a young chick. You know what? I don't get a hard on, but it's better than looking at my old fat wife. I'm going to get her to dance for me with bikinis on and shit.
I think women are doing it too. Aren't they doing it now? Like I hear a lot of like, maybe not as big of an age difference, but like women are going for like 20-year-old guys when they're 50 to 20. I would do it too.
I love an old woman. I always have. There's a woman today I saw at the dentist this morning who had to be 58, 59, just stunning. Still had a little body, still had cute little feet. You know, usually when their feet start going, that's it. When they start getting those bunions and it goes crooked and shit.
Right, but dude, if you're in your 60s,
but you gotta see my feet. They ain't no portrait of Europe either. I was looking at my feet the other night. That's not. I have to go like a foot specialist, and they gotta start from scratch. They gotta pull nails off.
They have to pull nails off?
I got a nail that points up, like it goes north.
What did he do to your feet?
I don't know. I don't listen to fungi. They've done everything, and every time I eat mushrooms, they grow. Like I think the mushrooms from the fucking mushrooms go into my toenails. Because the other night I buffed them out and I got high in the room. I was seeing shit. I buff them out and it lands on my finger. You gotta smell that finger. It is god awful.
So you get secondhand smoke from your toenail dust?
Oh yeah.
That is fucked up.
And I sprinkle them on the edibles. I give them to you. So
I know you do. You keep saying, he keeps giving me these coconut ones that have this white powder on it.
That's it.
That look like they were like you packaged them.
And it had a weird taste to it.
Yeah, they taste like they're sugar. They don't taste like sugar.
Yeah, that was like, you know, the nectarine, whatever they put.
Oh my God.
The sugar substitute.
Oh my God. Fucking crazy, dude.
What are you gonna do? We're getting older, you know?
Yeah, but
my feet are fucked up. I mean, I looked at them the other day, I put cream on them. I got like blood spot. It's a nightmare. Like if I ever turn 90 and get a 16-year-old girlfriend, whatever that dude was doing, 23-year-old girlfriend, I'm not to get my dick sucked with socks on. You know how embarrassing that is?
You don't like doing that?
With socks on the backpack. No.
Look at Bill Belichick. He's 73. She's 24.
No, that's abuse. That's abuse.
Dude, she has a joke.
This is a joke here. Okay, this is a joke. I don't think I can show my balls for a year. Listen, if you're 55, yeah, you can look at my balls. That's what you see every day of your life. When you're 55, but when you're 26, you don't deserve that as a woman.
She's running for like Miss America, but she's like as Miss New Hampshire or Miss Maine. One of those two I just read. She has a job at the University of North Carolina.
Right, he got her a job.
And she was in the Dunkin' Donuts Super Bowl commercials.
Right, because he put her in there, not because
No, exactly. So I'm saying,
so it's a
his
fucking
balls
scam.
must not be that bad.
The what?
His balls must not be that bad.
No, they are bad. That's why he's had guys to do all those jobs for to stick around. He's given us 3 different fucking incomes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's no, it just doesn't work. Like I know he's got a daughter or a son, and they have a hard time with that.
Oh yeah,
they have a hard time with that.
He has multiple kids.
So, yeah, so I mean, when you have a 24-year-old girlfriend and your daughter is 38, it's just some shit that just doesn't look good.
Obviously, I know you're married. Nothing's ever gonna change. But like, I had a rule when I was last single that I didn't want to go under 25. If in a different world at 62, what do you think the youngest you would go is?
45.
Okay.
I have something to discuss with her.
Right.
I have something to discuss. What am I going to do with a 30? Well, listen, 30-year-olds are great. They're great. They're cute. They're silly. But come on. There's not a lot of 30-year-olds that are going to hold you every day. That you're going to hold the conversation every day. Now you're going, Joey, who the fuck are you kidding? You're ready for the blowjob. No, you don't. Because I come in a minute. What am I going to do for another 23 fucking hours? Okay? I mean, that's how you can look at it. I had a rule when I was young. And as much people want to know or not, when I was doing coke in the 90s, before I met my wife, that whole 9-year run, I had a rule, man. And it's a simple rule. Look at her and talk to her. If you can wake up to her in the morning, bring her home with you. But if she's going to annoy the shit out of you, you might as well go home and jerk off. If she's already starting to get annoying late in the night and drunk, now she's going to go back to your house. She's going to be even drunker. And then she's going to pass out. And you're not going to get. Then you got to wake up to her with that drama in the morning, with that alcohol breath, and God knows what else. Now you got to give her a ride home and shit. Think about it. Oh, so after I was like 30, after I left Bold, I had more control of my mind like that. I had more control of what am I getting myself involved in. Because when I left Boulder, I was sleeping with women, but there was nothing. They call me at 2. Hey, you have any blow? Yeah. Can I come over? I have a book, and some of them were walking up with my girlfriend. No. Because then I got to work 2 chubbies. I'm saying no.
So did the rules change?
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed these girls calling you at 2, or you going to a bar and seeing them and going, hey man, I got a gram of coke, and like, let's go back to your place. But after a while, I got old because there was nothing there. I'd see him a week later, and it was like nothing was there. Listen, everybody likes to have sex when they're coked up and shit. But it wasn't working for me anymore. I was fucking by the age of 32, when I left Bold, I'm like, when I get a girlfriend, I'm getting a girl. And I met a girl. I dated her for 4 years. It was okay. And then after that, I went off for 2 years. And again, I was bumping into comedian chicks, on the road, whatever. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? Then I met Derek.
Oh, I hated just dating for exactly the reason why you said it.
I like listening. You want me to tell you what I like?
Yes.
I like picking you up, or you picking me up, smoking a joint, going and getting something to eat, going someplace else and getting a couple cocktails, talking a little bit. Listen, we all want to bang on the first night.
Of course.
But then again, now people are banging in 2 nights.
Listen, dude,
people are banging in 2 or 1 night.
They're banging in an hour.
In an hour. So it's kind of very, I always like working for it. I don't mind working for it. When something's too easy, you're not going to do anything with her anyway. When a chick tells you, okay, I love to suck dick, you're not going to get your dick sucked at all. That's just stupidity coming out of a fucking mouth, and your little ears get clogged up. You're buying her drinks at the bar. The next thing you know, she leaves with a chubby dude with a missing foot. And fucking, you're drinking that. You're like, dude, I like this trouble. I like meeting a woman and talking to her, and meeting her mom and talking to the mom and the dad. And that's another thing. Talking to them and seeing what you're going on. And then, you want to eat their ass and have fun. That's something else. But at least you got something out of it. Right. Even if it don't work tomorrow. When I see you next time, it's going to be cool. I didn't do it for a month. I didn't do it for 6 months and get everybody going and starting. It was just little things. It was just weird. After I got married, divorced, And then I went through that shit for 2 or 3 years of just coke chicks. Very seldom did I ask a chick out for dinner.
You just didn't want to?
I didn't meet them in that capacity. I would always meet chicks out at night when they were doing coke. Nobody wanted to eat it, but they're doing coke. I can't even take it for a cheeseburger.
And so none of those coke nights ever turned into like, hey, let's actually go and be in a relationship, or all of those are like
2 or 3 times we hooked up after that. Maybe I'd go to the house and smoke a joint one day. I was walking in the mountains, and I would go by the house and smoke a joint or something, and then, you know, a week later, she's at a show with some other dude. Then a week later, they're calling me up. Going, hey, can I come over at 3:30? No, yeah, what the fuck? I'm sitting here with my dick in my hand. You might as well come over.
Right, but then like, do they even stay the night, or are they just as soon as
some of them
coke's
stay
gone,
the
they're
night.
done?
Some of them boogie at 4 or 5 in the morning after the deed was done and the coke was done.
Because what you said, I think, is exactly right. If you're annoyed with them, or if there's not someone you want to hang out with, it's always going to be that. It's like what you were saying, like, well, of course guys want to get laid. I'm sure women do too.
Yeah, they go out, they get dressed up, they did their toenails, their fingernails. They don't want to go out to talk to somebody about insurance.
But that's different. That's different. Going to a club or a bar and hooking up, I think, is different than the dating apps. And because if you hook up with me, I've had a couple women just come right over on the dating apps, and none of them were anybody that I should have. And it was not like I was 200 pounds too.
Late at night and you invited them to your house.
Yeah, no, I was 100% on. I'm not blaming them, but I'm just saying.
Meet them at McDonald's. See if they can order what they order. They order the fish sandwich. They smell like shit. Just keep going. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, if I got into McDonald's, just come home. Right? Dude, remember there was a girl you called Milkshake, and she wants my other friend, same girl. Her nickname was Tater Tots because she Uber Eats tater tots and then got into an Uber to my house. Like people like, and at that point I wasn't a prize either.
Uber Eats tater tots.
Oh, plenty of people.
That's some fucked up shit.
Oh yeah, the crazy one to me is Starbucks. Just getting coffee delivered.
I see that. And listen, man, people live in that world. I don't like nobody touching my shit, so I'm cool with it. It's really weird that I'm telling you guys this because it's a true story. Like, when I met Terry, I was ready for Terry. I was so ready for Terry. And I didn't get serious with Terry at all. Like 2 months. It was sporadic. We did coffee. I would go to her house for lunch. I would see her at the comedy store at night. Some nights if she was working, I wouldn't go down there. Then I'd disappear for 2 weeks. I wasn't really with her at the beginning.
You were like building a friendship?
Yes and no. We were swapping spit. You know,
okay.
Shit. But I still remember one, like, 2 months in. Like, and this is when I knew. I go, I got to get my life together. 2 months in, I finally started hooking up with her. And one night, we met at Ralphie's house. I told her I wouldn't see her for a couple of days. I was coming to New York. I go, I'm not going to see you for a few days, but I'll definitely see you when I get back. And she showed up at Ralphie's like 2:30 in the morning. She goes, you know what? I want to hang out with you. And we hung out. We stayed up the whole night. I'll never forget. I had made 4 cigarettes. That's the time I came through Denver and went behind the bar and just bought a pack of cigarettes from one of those coffee shops. Right. Yeah, that's how broke I was. Probably had 4 cigarettes, maybe a joint, maybe $20. It was like a Tuesday night when I was leaving. It was her slowest night. Like Wednesday night, she made like $35. She gave me a whole 30 minutes. And I go, what are you going to do for the day? She goes, I got change. And I'm probably going to sleep after the day anyway. And that's when I go, you know what? I got to get my life together. When I come back, I got to start dating. She just gave me the last money out of her purse, the last pack of cigarettes she had, and she drove me to the fucking airport.
And dude,
and usually you're embarrassed in front of a girl.
Yeah.
If you need to do that. You're fucking embarrassed, okay?
And you didn't ask for it, I'm sure.
I didn't ask for it.
And like, just to like tie this back into what we started the podcast with like your friend who was like, come buy me dinner for my birthday. That's why you married Terry. And it's like that kind of like, yeah, I'm sure you must think about that all the time. I would.
All the time. She gave me that money, and I remember coming to New York and going, I got to get my life together. Like, this is something that she's okay, you know. I got to do something. And after that. I think I moved in with her maybe a month or two after that. And she still tells the story that when we got there, she goes, bring your clothes and your stuff. And I showed up with one bag. And she goes, where's the rest of your stuff? I go, this is it. And she goes, don't you have a lamp? A radio, a TV, anything? And I'm like, no. This is it. I had a bag, guys. Fuck. And I moved in with my wife. I had a fucking bag.
And it probably wasn't that big. Like, it was just a duffel bag, right?
It was a fucking army duffel bag. 4 pair of pants, a couple sweatshirts, a CD player, some socks, toothbrush, gel. I had no underwear. I couldn't afford it.
Well,
there was no underwear in those days. It was cocaine or underwear.
I was going to say, you could have afforded it.
Was window number 2.
Because, by the way, underwear is like a one-time expense. It doesn't have to be like a weekly.
But still,
like, you buy a couple bags of underwear.
Why waste the $8 on 3 of them? You know what I'm saying? $8 to every 3 months, that's what? Fucking,
every 3 months you're buying underwear?
Yeah, every 3 months you're buying underwear. You're disgusting. I got big balls. My fucking, you know. But there's a picture today. I saw a video of my balls. So we put it on Instagram. The one from when I took my balls out to the Comedy Store.
Okay.
And
oh, yeah.
It's on YouTube. It's got like 92 million hits. I haven't gotten a dime. Fucking balls, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they probably demonetized it.
Yeah, they demonetized it. They kept all of mine. I guarantee there's 20 ads on my balls. Fucking DB fucks. But yeah, man, that was, you know, it's weird that I'm about to have an anniversary this year. And I've been thinking a lot about that. But we got to cut to a break real quick. We're going to talk to you about DraftKings, Yule, and Nick. All right? We'll be right back, cocksuckers. Hey, I want to welcome Yule to the church family. Listen, if you want the taste of a real milkshake without the extra pounds of a milkshake, you need Yule. Yule is a complete meal in a bottle that tastes just like a milkshake, but it's good for you. It has 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals that keep you going all day long. Me, I love the chocolate. I haven't tasted the vanilla yet, but the chocolate is scrumptious. You know what I'm saying? Choose between chocolate and vanilla, because both of them are incredible. Join the community of hooligans with this exclusive offer for new customers, okay? 15% off plus a free gift when you press in code CHURCH, CHURCH, at Yule.com. Again, 15% off plus a free gift for new customers with code CHURCH at Yule.com. See our show notes for terms and conditions. But do me a favor, unlock a healthier, easier way to eat with Yule. You're on a run. You're on a move. You're the real deal. You ain't got time to look at it. 35 grams of protein, 27 minerals, and vitamins. Nutritionally complete meals in minutes, so you can focus on what really matters. Yo, DraftKings, get excited because the NBA playoffs are here. If you're looking to score some cash, try your hand at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. If it doesn't have to be crazy, just start out by placing a bet on your favorite player's performance. Like tonight, I got whatever to do over 25 points. Not bad. Think they'll drop 30? Put your money where your mouth is. You could win big. Listen, you know me. I love DraftKings. The same game parlay, NBA. They got the pool. You got the casino. It don't stop. You got to check this out. They got something special for first timers. You ready? New DraftKings customers. Right now, new people. You're going to bet $5 to get your 200 in bonus bets just like that. 200 bonus bets instantly is a lot of money during NBA playoff time. So make it to a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and press code Joey, J-O-E-Y. That's code Joey, J-O-E-Y, for new customers to get 200 bonus bets when you bet just $5 instantly. Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here for Nick. Listen, if you want the easiest way to get that nicotine fix, Nick Pouches is where it's at. They're made with natural coconut fibers, so they're not going to slice up your gums, and they come in a bunch of great flavors, like strawberry, watermelon ice, which is tremendous, wintergreen, and berry lemon ice. Me, I like the berry lemonade, tremendous. You get to choose your nicotine strength, whether you want 3, 6, or 12. Are you kidding me, or what? Nick has you covered. Coming soon, they even got an option with 0 milligrams of nicotine. So if you're trying to cut back, use one of those every so often. Now listen, I love this berry ice. You put it on the heel. Heaven. It's time to upgrade to Nick Nicotine Pouches, just like I did. Right now, church listeners get 35% off when you order through my link, nykdpouches.com/church. Again, nykdpouches.com/church. Use this code up to 3 times. Don't wait. Get 35% off now of Nick Pouches, nykdpouches.com/church. And check out the church bundle with some of Uncle Joey's favorite flavors. That's right. nykdpouches.com/church. Again, remember, NYKD products only for adults of legal age. Every order is age verified, so don't try it. Also, this product contains nicotine, but you already know that, because nicotine is an addictive chemical. How's that for you? Right now, get some Nick products and get the party started. We're back in black. You know, I was talking before the break about that this year, this June, will be 25 years. They're crazy.
That's crazy. 25
years. When she mentioned it to me like 2 months ago, what are we doing for anniversary? I'm like, what anniversary? She's like, July. We've been together 25 years, Joe. And it destroyed my inside. I'm like, how the fuck did I last 25 years with a woman? I never thought I could make it past 4 years. Like, I lasted 4 years with my ex-wife. I lasted 4 years with the girl after that. But, you know, I was a 4-year man.
I love you, but do you ever think, because like for Terry to put it, like to deal with, because Joey Diaz, 24 hours a day, like that's 25 years, like I don't think a lot of people would have made it. Like, and you're great. I'm not saying you do anything wrong.
Bad as you think. It's not like it's.
I'm not saying you're, but I'm just saying it's to last, for anybody to last. But you know, like you've talked, and this is not a negative thing about you at all. But you've talked about, like, especially at the beginning, how wild you were to last through those years. It's not easy.
For 7 years, she didn't know if I was coming home or not.
That's crazy.
Even when I was home, she's like, when is this motherfucker? When is the phone going to ring? And when is he going to leave again? She used to get really upset. Like, you were home at 12. When I went to bed, you were home. I got up at 7 to go to work, and you were not home. Where would you go? I would fucking go out in Hollywood.
You just didn't like being home, or like?
Oh, I had a drug problem.
Oh, okay.
When you have a drug problem, you don't want to be a fucking home. I would bring the drugs home, do them, and then go, what am I doing here? I got to get out of here. And then get back, wait till I sober up a little bit, make some calls, and get the fuck out of there. And in those days, there was always somebody up in Hollywood. Always. I had a friend over on whatever. She was a drunk, and there'd be people over there. She went to the bar. So at 3, she'd go home hammered, bring gay guys over there. They'd be doing coke and shit. And I'd slip by there. I had a couple of my favorites. I'd slip by his house at 2. In those days, there was always action. the guys at the store would hook up together too and go to some parties and shit. And I would let them know, and they'd call me. It was a different world, man. And then, like, by 2005, the paranoia started to hit me different. I wasn't going out after I got home with that. It slowed down a lot. Then I got off in 2007. The rest was... But it's funny, I was thinking about that neighborhood. That one night I went downstairs to meet. I had 3 dealers at the time. I didn't want them to know what I was doing. I didn't want them to know how much I was doing, so I would go to all 3 of them instead of just sticking to one. And the guy at night, he was a bartender. His name was Johnny Blade. I used to call him Johnny Blade. And he would come home on a motorcycle. He got out of work at 2. He'd be by my house like 2:25. I could time him every night. Because it was 2 blocks away. And I'd be downstairs. One night, I'm waiting for him. And I'm out there on the steps looking. And there used to be a light. Not on my block, at a YMCA, but down the block there was a light. I'm looking at this light. And I'm looking at this car, and the light turns red, and he's in no danger of stopping. I could hear the engine going, and he's like, oh, and he flew past me. And that 2 seconds after, the car was chasing him with a shoot with a gun. And you could hear the bullets, and I'm out there, fuck. Maybe I should go inside, fuck. No, I'm waving my coat. No, I don't give a fuck who gets shot. Holy shit. Like, that neighborhood used to be fucking insane. That's what I'm saying to you. I was out. I would go to Sergio's house. Sergio always had parties late night over there. He would fall asleep, and I'd take the coke out of his pocket. And then he'd call me in the morning. What happened, man? I had an 8 ball in my pocket. Somebody took it out. That chick. White chick. Blame it on her. Oh, it was just a different fucking world, Hollywood back then. I made some spots at the store, and that's where the party started. Right. It was at the store where the party originated, you know, in those days.
And meanwhile, you're like starting a relationship with Terry. So yeah, I mean that. And then there's been a few different phases because then like you stopped doing coke.
Terry was phases because I still remember Terry waking me up one morning like after breakfast. Why I need to talk to you. In those days, Marilyn Martinez would call the house every night at 3 in the morning. Like just to see it. Those days, Dice used to call the house at 3 in the morning.
And was it a house phone or a cell phone?
It was a house phone. So the whole house would ring. And one night, I wasn't home. And Marilyn called at 3 in the morning. And when my wife answered, she goes, cocksucker. And Terry fucking blew her gasket. Terry, my wife loved Marilyn. God rest her soul. But she kind of got a little like, you know.
At 3 in the morning, cocksucker's a little bit much.
Yeah, the next morning we had breakfast and she's like, I gotta talk to you about something. She goes, you know, I've dated guys, but this is fucking insane, Johnny. The phone rings, you gotta go out, fights at the comedy store, fucking. And that was the heyday of the comedy store. She was watching everything. Remember, I would host on Sunday nights, so she was watching everything. There was always a dilemma up there. There was always an argument. I was always torturing those fucking guys. And she would deal with all this. She would have to deal with all this shit. You know, and, you know, there was a lot of times when you're at the comedy store, man. You're at the fucking comedy store. You do a set. You get off. Women are going to talk to you. And the other waitress is running. Look, Joey's talking to the girl in the hallway. Look, if I was talking, even if I was talking to her outside, I'm talking in the hallway, so she would know. That's why my wife don't give a fuck about money now. Because my wife was at the store those first 4 years, and she saw it. Right. She saw it. She saw the life of a comic, and then she came home with me. So she saw the life of a comic from the inside out. Like she saw it, and she understood it. And she heard about what the other comics were doing, and then she just let me the fuck alone. Until this day, I have, as a husband, I have one of the longest ropes in the world. If I call my wife right now and go, hey, I'm not coming home tonight, I'm going to stay at the office, she wouldn't say nothing. She trusts me that much. So she would go, okay, just be careful. You're going to go out. You go out drinking. We don't even talk about drinking. Right. But there's no, like, she doesn't. She walked into Osteria one night. I was talking to 2 women. And she came right over. I introduced them. The women were like, oh, my God. You know, she knows. She fucking knows. I tell her pretty much everything, even though sometimes it takes me a week or 2. But I still tell her. And she giggles, and, she likes it. I tell her about stupid chicks. She fucking giggles, and she's building me. Dog, she was with me at dinner one night when a fucking girl said something to me. And she was pissed. She was like, how dare that woman say that?
A girl hit on you in front of your wife?
Oh, yeah.
And she's alive?
We went to a big restaurant, the girls in the house.
Oh, okay.
Kids there and shit. I got up to go to the bathroom. And when I was coming out, there was two girls, and we take a picture. So my wife was in the back with the girls, and my wife heard the whole fucking thing. I even said to my wife, "Honey, I'm gonna take a picture and get to the table." She was, "Don't worry, I gotta go into the thing with one of the girls in the morning." As she was walking, that's when the girl said it in my ear. Said something really like out of control. Like I just let her was a confused girl. I showed my balls. She's gonna faint 3 times and gag. But she had to be a prostitute. She was really good looking, very flamboyant. She looked like she was a prostitute.
If she's talking about that stuff with your wife right next to you,
oh,
she's something.
Like they say crazy shit. My wife giggles. You gotta remember the people I hang out with in my neighborhood. I hang out with 2 women pretty much in my neighborhood.
You always hang out with women.
They're both married. I have a great time with them. I made one of my partners make little stupid videos for goalie and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Steve's wife.
Of course.
And then Rabbi. I always talk to Rabbi every 2 days about something.
You know what? I don't think we've ever talked about. How did you feel about dating her when she worked at the store? Because that doesn't seem like something you would allow. Not
something that I wouldn't allow.
Just for yourself personally, like just dating someone where you work with her.
Listen, I've been going to, when I met Terry, I've been going to the store for 3 years. I was a regular there. Never really had any drama there. I know rules. There's rules of conduct, especially on the road. Rule number 1 is don't hit on the waitress. Even if they like you, don't hit on them. Because that club only watches everything. And eventually he's going to fire her, and then you're not going to be able to go there, especially as a feature act. Because feature acts are wild. When I was a feature act, I had to do 30 minutes and just hang out by the bathroom.
You hang out by the bathroom?
Yeah, wait for girls to come over. Hi, that was funny. Oh my God. Especially when I opened for Rogan.
Wow. Yeah.
Just they would come up to you. Oh my God, can you introduce me to Rogan? Yeah, but I'm just saying that it was when you're a feature act, you're buck wild. You make mistakes, man. Right. And I made them, and I never went back to those clubs. They would make 1,000 excuses, but at the end of the day, I used a coke with a waitress. I slept with a waitress. It's just little rules, and I wasn't paying attention. Well, I love to tell you, I was paying attention. In those days, I didn't give a fuck. If it wasn't the improv or fucking the theater, I didn't give a fuck. I would never think. I never thought I was going to get back. So I wouldn't mind burning a bridge from time to time. But back to your question, which is a very interesting question. When I saw Terry, there was something about Terry. I liked her eyes. And we started talking, and I was like off the kilter. And that's why I was like hitting on it kind of lightly. Because I know Mitzi didn't allow it. I know Mitzi didn't allow it, and she didn't like it. But if you were in already, and she found out, she wouldn't care.
Right.
You didn't find out that we were already living together. It was too late. I already told Mitzi we're living together.
Would she have been mad if she found out not from you?
Yeah.
That's wild. That's crazy. That's a whole nother
I didn't
thing.
like it either. Listen, if you think I like dating a girl that I live with at the fucking comedy store, you're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But in reality, it kept an eye on me.
Right.
It watched over my career because I got to make a bad mistake those years. And she was right there to justify it and go, no. And it was funny. After she started working at the store, there was still some nights of craziness. Don't get me wrong.
Right,
Some
I'm sure.
stuff that she saw, not from me. Not from me. So she started understanding the game. And then she would put labels on it. Like, if that happens to you, Joey, she's not here. We would discuss it. So she got to see that also. The craziness was women in the audience. when they're there with a man and they come up to you and go and fuck you upstairs and then go back to sit with that man. That never happened to me. But it happened with the store. It's a reality that it fucking happened. So, listen, I don't know how it worked. There's days I'm like, fucking 25 years and a kid. And a kid. I had a woman who ran from me. When we got divorced, she fucking ran like her asshole was on fire. Ran. Talked about me, fucking tortured me in the courtroom, tortured me in life. I took a beat. I didn't ever want to get married. And I didn't ever want to have a child again. But I met Terry. And in the relationship, I was like, this ain't gonna last. This ain't gonna last. Because I'm a fucking animal. At that time, I was out there with a busted drum. But she calmed me down a little bit. And then I got off the coke. And then, like a year after I got off the coke, there were some problems at the house. She was like, I'm getting old and nothing's happening yet. And I was like, I told you when we hooked up, there's no marriage in this fucking house. I already did it. I failed. No reason to do it again. Once you fail at something like that, like marriage, like I failed the most basic thing you could fail at, communication. That's basic. Communication is basic. And we get together with women for different reasons. And yes, it's okay if you don't like somebody after 8 fucking years. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with you. But in that situation, I failed because I had everything in front of me. I had a job with her. I liked her family. But I also wanted to do fucking comedy. I also wanted to do comedy in a bad way. There was no way I was going to go fucking sell roofs for the rest of my life. I had to at least know that I failed at comedy, and then I would go back to a job anyway. But there was no way at that age I wasn't going to get into comedy. It had been on my mind for too long, you know?
Right. And then, you know, I don't necessarily think you fail. It wasn't a great end to the relationship. But I think it's better. I honestly think it's better to break up than to stick around for the kids.
I see it now when I go to softball games. Parents who don't communicate. The kid knows.
100%.
The fucking kid always knows. So in my house, listen, when you walk in my house, especially with my daughter and shit, I wanted my house to be completely opposite of the house I grew up. Mm-hmm. We all do, right? Like, I didn't like that about my house. I didn't like that about my house. I didn't like that about my house. If I get a house someday, it's going to be different. And that's what I've done with this house. And one of the things is like no pressure. Like, we don't have to get up at 8. Everybody has to jump in the shower and you run out of water. Like, she gets up, let her jump in the shower, and my wife, and I lurk. I lurk till about 9 o'clock. Then I jump in, I get out of there, 10 after. So that takes a lot of stress. There's just little things that nobody drinks in the house. Nobody drinks alcohol in the house. So there's no fucking arguments. There's no drunk talk. There's none of that shit in the fucking house. I smoke dope in the garage, or sometimes I go outside and smoke the car. You know, nothing's in my fucking house. Like, I don't want no smoke upstairs. I don't want, you have to, this is what I have to do to maintain this house with a daughter in the house.
Would it be different with a son?
Yes and no. You stop a child in the house. Right. So there's a certain way you have to act when you have this child in the house. You know, I don't want to smoke pot in my living room. No. I'd rather she don't see me and she
have her suspicions.
Have a suspicion. I'd rather her do that. And she knows.
Right.
She even told me when she knows it's my stash. But I don't want it to be the Grateful Dead in my house with a bunch of fucking people drunk. That was never going to happen.
No, dude, and it's crazy because I have this written down. Another word I would use for what you're talking about, I think you've used it before, is peace.
Peace.
Like, it's crazy how much of a difference that has when you have like a peaceful life. How much of a difference makes in your whole life.
When I tell you, George, Nick, my wife, Christina, that I love you. When somebody tells you they love you, fuck, what are we gay? What are we faggots? No, that's a promise that I'm never going to bring stress into your life. That's a promise that a cop's not going to call you at 3 in the morning and go, George, come bail him out. You know, all the things that would upset George, would upset you, I had to do that. That's when you tell people you love them, I'm not going to put no drama in your fucking life. Nobody's going to knock on your door, go, Joey killed somebody at 3 in the morning, you know, come down to the state. No. If anything, I'm here to help you. You know, if anything, and if I don't have it, we'll get it. We'll figure it the fuck out. George knows I'll climb through a fucking window. George saw me on a Friday, took a stereo with the fucking Social Security check. He knows. George knows. Don't fucking test me, motherfucker. Because I'll take it. I'll take everything. I'm an old school fucking thief. I will take everything. You understand me? But nobody's going to starve in my camp. No, not in these days. Not no more. Not like when we did. Nobody's going to fucking starve. We'll steal it. I don't give a fuck. What are they going to do? Throw you in jail? No, they won't. No, they won't. You know what I'm saying? They might. Oh, who gives a fuck? But that's really it, man. 25 fucking years, a long time to be with a woman. And listen, man, I love it. Just the same in the beginning, even more now. Now we just giggle and shit. It's great. Now you know each other. I smell her farts. She can't tolerate mine. You know what I'm saying? 25 years. Yeah, that's 25 years. And when you heard that about people, like people been together 30 years, you're like, that's never going to happen to me. I'm going to be the same fucking pussy for 30 years. And look at it turn gray and old. Dog, it's an adventure. It gets better. Everything gets better.
That's cool. And especially because it happened, like, there's probably a lot of people listening who, like, you know, had a marriage fail. Or everyone's had a relationship fail.
We all have shit, but you know what? I always believe that God didn't put you here to die by yourself. There's an ass for every seat. Remember Dale Jones used to say that? There's an ass for every fucking seat. Okay? And women panic. Women are the worst. Women are the fucking worst. Because once they hit 34, they think this is it. I gotta meet this guy. Then they meet a guy that's the worst one they've ever met. But they don't see sheep, what's that expression? A wolf in sheep's clothing, because they're so overwhelmed with the child and the fucking marriage and, pigeons and my cousins coming in from Hialeah, and they don't, and that's the biggest mistake they make. Now they're 43, still looking good with 2 fucking kids. And that bum ain't paying child support. And he sees the kids once a week. So you ended off in a worse position than you were by not just getting big. It's like my friend's mom, my dear friend, called me. And we were talking about her daughter. 34, I'm 20th boyfriend, And you're like, after a while, you gotta say to yourself, wait a second, this pussy is making some horrible fucking choices. I'm gonna get off the dick for 1 year. I'm gonna get off the dick, like what I did. Get off the pussy for a year, just to focus you, to make you realize what you really want in a woman or in a man, before you make a bad fucking mistake. We've all made mistakes where in our mind, this is going to be it. I'm going to marry her, pigeons, I'm going to live like a doctor. No, it's not always that way. It's not always that way because you went with a preconceived notion. It happens for men and it happens for women. When you're 34, you want to get married as a man, and you've been dating hoos all your life that cheat on you, fuck your brother, steal your car and crash it. You got to change dicks. You have to look at it from a different perspective and go, you know what? I'm not going to date a woman for a year. No more fucking websites, no more nothing. I'm taking a year off from pussy to make me really realize and build the woman or the man I want in my head to pop up next time. I know what I want, and this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, everybody wants a chick with fake tits who can suck a dick. Listen, 3 years in, you don't make the carpet. Those bitches are going to another guy who'll fucking pay for their tits. And I always learned something from Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was a good-looking Chinese guy, international star. His wife was no fucking playmate. But she stood by him. And that's the woman that calmed him down. And that's a lesson for a lot of people. When you're 21, everybody wants to marry Farrah Fawcett. When you're 30, you'll marry that chick with the missing toe from the bartender at that fucking dumb bar you hang out with. Because that's it. The window's closing. And that's what we all do. We start getting desperate. Oh, my God, I'm not going to have a child. Oh, my God, I'm going to die alone. And we make the worst fucking mistake because we're going in there with We're on to just getting together, sucking my dick, I eat your pussy, we smoke a joint, you go home. Let's start with that. Let's start with a walk to Carvel, and we'll take it from there. I'll suck your tit in the car. You know what I'm saying? What happened?
What happened on the third date?
Huh?
What's the third date?
Ice cream. Whatever. Carvel. I don't know. But these are the decisions. If you're gonna go to a bar and you're gonna hit on a girl, she's smoking coke with you, and she just broke up with her boyfriend, and he's an animal, and you're gonna get engaged to her. That's not gonna work. She's been getting fucked at bars for 20 years. And when she dumps your ass, she's going right back to that fucking bar. These are things you gotta know. You know, like people, you want to meet a whore, go to a fucking bar and get one of those chicks with tight shirts on. You want to meet a smart chick, go to a fucking library. I met my wife at a fucking comedy store. What do I know?
And more to work, dude. I mean, it's crazy. Like I mean, you talked about your other relationships. Like, it sounds like you might have put like a little bit more effort in with Terry than you did with other ones. Or like you.
I didn't want to get married to the other ones. Like I didn't. After I got divorced, listen, I met my wife when I was basically 20 fucking years old. 21 years old. I met her. And here's the scary thing.
Your first wife.
My first wife. This August, I know that bitch for 20 fucking years. I met her August of 85. It's April of 2025. Yeah. She knows me like the back of my fucking hand, that bitch.
Even though you haven't spoken to her anymore?
Yeah. Because she was there in the beginning. She saw the animal.
Wow.
So I met her in 85, and we were done. In 91, maybe? You gotta figure I didn't see her for 6 months. I was locked up. Listen, man, you know, it is what it is. And I wasn't going to get married again after that. I lost everything. I paid debt till fucking 10 years ago. I paid debt on that fucking divorce.
So you said like you weren't going to get married. What made you decide to finally get married?
I wasn't going to get fucking married.
Right.
I had met other girls. Some of them were nice. Some of them were. Nobody was marriage material. Honestly, Robin Taylor's made me married, Terry.
Yeah.
When I woke up at 4 in the morning one day, she had my football suit out, the longest shirt. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here? This ain't a regular girlfriend. This is not a regular girlfriend. Up with me. Because I had to be there at 5. So I would have to get up at 3:45. Sometimes I just stop smoking coke at 3:30. She would get up, fucking I'd take a shower, put the football suit on. She'd make me a little breakfast, just so I wouldn't drive down there 45 minutes with nothing in my stomach. A lot of people don't do that. They wouldn't give a fuck if you left hungry. So that gave me all the consideration. It's really funny. There's an episode of Sopranos where he's going to go out and meet the realtor. And he goes to a house, but that's the night that she helps him button the shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? She helped him button his shirt. That's a really good scene. At least it was for me, because I understood. And then he went to his girl's house, and he was dying to fuck her. But as he was taking off his shirt, he thought about his wife. He goes, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing there? I just got shot in the head. She was by me for 6 weeks. And then I was home for fucking 4 weeks. And there she is. Now I'm going to fuck the first chick that moves around. And I learned that when I was like 20. The guy who used to own the gas station across the street from North Bergen had everything. The Porsche, he was 25, a Porsche, a house in Miami, a truck, and all these women would go to that gas station because he was a good-looking Spanish dude. And I remember a girl that has a boyfriend that was going to get married came up to me one day. She goes, you're really tight with him. Tell him I want to sleep with him on the side. Nobody will know. I go, okay. Next time I saw George, I go, hey, man. We started talking about my girl. He goes, yeah, she's pretty hot. I go, listen, you didn't hear it from me. But she told me if you wanted to sleep with her, she would give you a piece of ass. He looked at me for a minute. He goes, she's really pretty, but it's not for me. And I was like, what are you talking about? He goes, bro, because I've been with my wife. We lived in a one-bedroom apartment with no money. What kind of man would I be now to cheat on her? And I was like, That's character.
Yeah, I think it, and it would just destroy them. I think, and it's great. It's like even when you were saying that when you showed up at Terry's house with a bag, and to think about what you have now, but like she's been there for like to see what you guys have built is pretty crazy.
That's why I tell her everything. It doesn't matter what the fuck I do, I'll tell her. Because she'll look at me and go, the fuck, Joe? I just tell her, because why lie to her?
It's not good.
Anything I do with anybody, I pretty much tell her.
When did you start doing that?
I started doing that like 8 years ago. If I have an experience with a woman, I tell her. I get it off my chest before she hears it taking a hand or sees a picture. At the end of the day, nothing happened. But I sat with her for 3 hours at Joe Rogan's bar.
Right. You know
what I'm saying? A couple of people said something to me about that.
Why?
With that girl, I was like, listen, she's a dear friend of mine. I'm 62. I'm a little movie. This shit don't get up all the time. This dick don't get hard like it used to. You know, what if you make it fall and your dick don't get up? I'm embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? So I cover my bases. At home, I can fail. I can shoot it better at home. She took me for 25 years. Fucking some young chick. I don't think it's not even, you know, it's fun. I love going out every night and talking to fucking some young chick. You know, I told you I went to a strip club about a month ago and I was talking to a black girl all night. Didn't ask her for a dance or anything. At the end of the night, she was giving me $100. I said, absolutely. And I just gave her $100. I needed that $100 the next day. But I made her fucking world. And that's when I come back to me tenfold. And I didn't try to fuck her. And she's still my friend on Instagram. We'll be back next week, cocksuckers. Tip Top Magoo. What do you got this week? Anything?
Yeah, May 4th, I'm at Broadway. Greenwich Village Comedy Club.
There you go. And May 8th, May 17th, Philadelphia. It's sold out, so I don't even know why I promote the date. Go to the Excite page and look to see if they have tickets for August. I'm sure they'll have a bunch of tickets. Come on out, knock yourself out, have some fucking cheesesteaks at Berlino's, and do what you need to do. I love you, cocksuckers.
Love you guys.
Have a great week, and we'll be back next Tuesday. Tip Top Magoo. It'll be like May 8th or something. Stay black, cocksuckers. Love you. What's happened, you bad motherfuckers? It's Tuesday, the 22nd of April, the day the devil was buried in sea. The church of what's happening now, New Testament, coming at you. Let's get this fucking party started. Welcome back to church! We're back. What's up, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here. My main man, Lee Sayat. We're solo, just how you like it. No guests today. Nobody busting your balls. Just us coming at you direct. You know what I'm saying?
Just need to bust my balls.
Nah, you're going to be fine, cocksucker. We had a great last week. Anybody who came out to the Paramount, I want to thank you with all my heart. You guys were great audiences. I was fucking really nervous in front of you guys. I didn't know what to expect, but you guys, it's fun. I was going to Texas. Who the fuck am I kidding? I'm happy Lee Sayat came down. We had two great sets. And he got fucked up the first night at Terry Black's. He had to eat an Adderall at fucking Mitzi's.
So then I found out a lot. So I didn't get fucked up at Terry Black's, but I think you brought me to Terry Black's on purpose. Someone reached out and was like, hey, edibles hit you harder when you have fatty food. So you brought me to the home of fatty food.
When you eat those carnita lizard skins, you get just as high, right?
You eat pork tacos.
When?
All the time you have carnitas.
When?
All the time in LA you had carnitas.
I don't know what you're talking about. Did you see me eating carnitas off the food truck?
No, I got agua reposado, the fucking steak.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't eat pork.
You used to get mad at me for eating steak tacos.
No, I don't eat pork on the road. I'm Cuban. I respect that shit. We're the kings of the pork. Why would I go out with the minglets and eat that shit that they make? That pulled pork shit, you can take that shit and shove it up your mother's ass. I hate pulled pork more than anything in the fucking world.
Oh, me too.
And barbecue pork, and fuck you. You want to rock with me? Come down to Las Brisas and get the pork chunks, and then come fucking talk to me. Or get the fucking pernil, that meat that's clean, Bobby, with the yolk on the side. Yeah, I don't even eat that shit. I just want the fucking pernil. If it's not that, I don't want it. You know this.
No pork? Okay.
No, I don't never eat carnitas out. That's a percentage of ruining your asshole. You have to look at carnitas and lizard skins and go to yourself, what are the percentages of my asshole surviving? The guy's got one glove on. The other hand, he just picked his nose, he scratched, he's changing dollar bills, he's got cocaine in his hand, dirty hands, and he's in your fajitas. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes that adds to the season.
Yeah.
Right or wrong. I had a fat black dude in Dallas one time sweating on the pork chop. Best pork chop. 400 pounds, one pin off his forehead. When his head sweat would hit the pork chop, he'd go, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I ate like 8 of those motherfuckers on white bread at $2 a piece.
Oh, you're just selling it like out of his car?
I just stayed right there. I was high than fuck. After a show, it was a black show, and this chubby little black dude was out there, one of those Bahama Mama white beater shirts with stains on it. Somebody shot him with a musket. He had different holes in it. And he's out there fucking making these fucking pork chops with the bones in them, George. It's 99 degrees. It's Dallas.
Oh, my God.
It's 8 o'clock at night, and this guy is drenched. He's just dropping titty sweat and armpit sweat, and the pork chop would go, yeah, and I would go, give me another one. Frank's hot sauce with a can of Coke. 8 of those motherfuckers. The last one, I ate them on a white bread. He gave me the he gave me the elbow at the end, the fucking hard part that you give to the pigeons and the Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my God. You had 8 pork sandwiches?
Oh, my God. I was 400 pounds. What did you expect me to get? But see, that's why I was 400 pounds, because I was eating pork on the road. But that was tremendous. That was not that. I studied him. I watched him. I was watching the night before. I was watching how he was marinating the pork chop. And I also watched how he was dipping them in the fucking thing with the seasoning. He was a savage. He was putting like the Cuban shit, not the Cuban shit. Yeah, the mojo or the other one. Adobo. He was putting them in adobo. I know the motherfucker knew what he was doing. On a grill, and then he would smash them. And he had 400 pounds of bone and sweat. Oh, you know what I'm saying?
So when you were that heavy, like you wouldn't mind eating in public? Like when I was that fat, I would hate eating.
I had no choice. I had $28 in my pocket. Like I could stroll into fucking the Palm in Edgewater.
No, I mean like I would be the go.
You know, I'm trying to eat clean meat, but I told you, in 95, I was getting Subway sandwiches, veggie and cheese. And even still, I wouldn't eat the meat. In my lowest times, I would never eat that lizard meat. That's just to let you know. I'm not like you. You don't eat that fucking pigeon meat.
I don't think I've been to Subway in 10 years because
it doesn't matter because you got medals from Subway. They sent you a prize. You and that pedophile, that motherfucker that's still in jail.
Oh Jesus,
that motherfucker's still in jail.
Last time I heard about him, he's getting like super fat again.
Like, he's getting super fat because he's eating carbs. You think they give you fucking meat in prison?
Oh, I heard it like it was like honey buns. Like he's going.
Oh yeah, he's going. And he's sucking dick. They're raping him in there. He's getting beat up. Remember an article came out like 3 years ago. He's getting beat up like the first month. He had a black eye and shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They got him. Once they know you're a pedophile, they give it to you. Somebody finds out. They suck between every place you go. They're gonna fuck you.
That's and trust me, I'm for that. But like, how do they make that rule? They're like, okay, pedophile, we're gonna kill you. You killed 30 people, but you're cool. Like I don't get what the rules.
You kill 30 people, they put you on the death sentence, right, or life in prison. If you get the death sentence, you exhausted with appeals.
Right.
And someday you'll have to face the music, but by that time it might be 18 fucking years from now. So you could buy yourself 18 years. A pedophile, unless somebody dies, they just put you in jail. They do that liquid castration.
Oh shit!
So they give you those pills to knock your dick off, so you don't get hurt. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. So I just heard about this maybe 2 or 3 years ago. That some prisons give you.
Yeah.
If you have a long sentence, they give you that medication.
No, not saltpeter. It's something to fucking.
Yeah, it's chemical castration. Yeah.
Chemical castration. When time you're done, you'll never bother nobody again. By that time, you.
Dude, it's crazy. Did you see that they're executing people now with like the firing squads, like guns?
Where?
In America, a couple of over the last couple of months, there's been a couple of people who've chosen firing squad.
That's fun. I mean, you want to really. Let's say you shoot somebody, right? And you get the chair. You ever go see what happens to you in the chair?
Yeah.
And if the chair don't work, you're still half alive. Your eyeballs hanging, and they're like, shoot him. They're giving you all this shit for your heart. I'd rather listen. That's the best way to go. If somebody says, listen, you got to go in the morning. Pick your poison, cyanide, fucking whatever. You like that. You walk out there, they raise the flag. There's a guy behind you, a little drum. They put you to the wall, they take the mask off you. You have the thing around your head, any last request. Would you like a cigarette? Yeah, they give you a little cigarette, right? Whether you smoke or not, you take the cigarette. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
You kill an extra 3 times. That's an extra 3 minutes you're out there. You smoke that cigarette to the fucking